up towards the 15-hour mark. It's 20 to 9 at the moment. We've had a pit stop already from the, when was it, Fighting Talk is in, 309, 499 was in, and that was the JW Bird motorsport car, so that car had to come in to take its penalty, and we also had in the 339 car for a pit stop. 521 has been out again, so the Auto Farm car, having had a long pit stop of over an hour, back out on the circuit, but now out of the top 30, so very bad luck from them. They're up in third place up until just over an hour ago, but the Auto Farm car then slipping down as a result of something having gone on in the pit lane that we don't know what, but hopefully we're going to find out soon, because the rest of the crew will be joining us shortly. Fighting Talk, as I say, are in the pits with 309, have been for nearly 3 minutes now. The JW Bird car, 499, is also in the pits. No, it's had its pit stop. JW Bird, 449, that's why I'm getting confused. And they were very much quicker that time turning the car around, 3 minutes and 43 seconds, so they can turn it around quickly, but they haven't been doing so on very many occasions during this race, and it's cost them, as we said. 346 also in now, the Emax Motorsport car and Hybrid Tune continue on their merry way. Now they'll be able to extend their margin back to, well, will it be 1 lap, will it be 2 laps, because they don't need fuel for another hour yet. So Emax in the pit lane, Fighting Talk back out again, 309, 346 for them. Maybe that teams are beginning to short fuel the cars, thinking about how many more stops they will have to make. Probably 3. There's 9 hours still remaining on the clock. So the leading cars, Emax at least in the pits, 318 not yet in the pit for its equivalent stop to this one. It's been a good run from David Drinkwater and his crew at the wheel of the 318 WRC Developments Limited car. Be sure all their drivers have had a go behind the wheel at one point or another. Certainly David Drinkwater's stint during the night did that car no harm at all and moved it up the field. Fake Taxi going strongly in 4th place, but you see how easily it can all turn nasty with the demise of the Auto Farm car. Long period of green. Since 6:53 this morning, so coming up on 2 hours of green flag running we've had. Probably shouldn't say that, because we'll immediately get a safety car out, but we'll see what happens. Sun's shining brightly, it's a lovely morning, and the crew from the live stream will be able to join us very shortly in beautiful conditions.
1, 2, 1, 2, microphone testing, commentary, pit lane, pit lane, pit lane, pit lane. 2, 1, 2.
Sounds good.
Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2. A very good morning and welcome back to Silverstone. The sun is shining, not too much in the way of cloud cover, and we are now 15 hours in to the 2022 Silverlake C1 24-hour race here at Silverstone. When you left us last night at 11 o'clock, Amigo Motorsport had a car in the stop-go penalty area. What's the French for déjà vu? They're still here. No, it's a different car. This is the second car, but every time we turn up at the stop-go, Rob and the team seem to have somebody in. So this was for pit lane speeding yesterday. There's loads to explain about what's been going on overnight. Lots to explain, of course, again, for those of you joining us for the first time, of the intricacies of C1 racing. We've got Rob Lewis joining us a little bit later on in the team. The team is a big team. It's a good team this weekend to bring you all the rest of the action for the day here at Silverstone. Scott Woodwish from the Brscc will be with us a little bit later on. We've got Jack Oliphant up in the commentary box, presently in the commentary box, a man who's been up all night doing his 100th 24-hour race. That's Paul Truswell, and he's joined by Andy McEwen. So I'm going to hand you over to those two now to tell you a little bit about what's been going on overnight, and we'll butt in at the appropriate juncture with news here from the pit lane throughout the morning.
What I'd like to do, Richard, is to give you a little job list if you can, because as you say, I've been up here all night watching what's going on. What I've not done is go over to the pit lane to find out really what's the story behind the stories, if you will. The Auto Farm car is the first one on the list, the number 521 car, which Graham Coombs had up in second place at one point. All right, it was largely because of the pit stop cycles, but about 4 hours ago they had a 1 hour pit stop, and I would dearly love to know what they'd had to do to that car, the Auto Farm car number 521. Couple of other cars that had big problems overnight. The Team Trojan car, remember that started on the front row of the grid, car 519, and that had car 319, that had a 3 hour and 45 minute pit stop overnight. We also, just a final one on your list for the moment, a lot of problems for the 525 Schnitzer C1, the one done up with the Vorsteiner sponsorship deal on it, looking just like a Schnitzer BMW. But that had a 5 hour pit stop, having been up on its roof. Actually came to rest on its roof rather than on its wheels, as Chris Hoy did yesterday. But if you could just do a bit of research on those, Richard, that would be great. 521, 319 and 525, they were the ones that we'd like to know. In terms of what happened overnight, Jack Oliphant's with me. It was mainly a story of safety cars. We've had 17 safety cars. And again, possibly a job for Richard to find out. It got quite cold overnight. I had my coat on up here, and I was getting quite chivery. And I just wonder whether the tyres were particularly difficult to get up to operating temperature or something. We did have quite a few incidents, but of course, a lot of those incidents really just to deal with what in daylight could be dealt with the local yellow, and lots of cars just going off onto the gravel. But we would need a safety car to deal with those situations. Mercifully, there were mostly fairly brief incidents of safety car. In terms of the total time spent under the safety car, the total time we've spent under the safety car has been 3 hours. And as I say, some 17 separate incidents accounting for 36 laps. So in a way, we've had a lot of racing, and it's been good racing. The story of what's happened really is it's now a two-horse battle or two-car battle between Hybrid Tune Motorsport and Emax Motorsport, and it's going to take something significant to happen to those two. Hybrid Tune have had the benefit of slightly more luck with the safety cars than Emax had. Emax, although I have to say, tend to spend longer in the pits. They've lost about a minute on every pit stop, and they've done 8 pit stops, so that's your 2 laps basically that they've lost. So that's the situation. I've had a great evening. I'm going to leave you to it and sit around in the background and see how you get on, and if you start wandering off the rails, I'll be tapping you on the shoulder from behind, telling you what's going on.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. No, brilliant to have you here, and I mean, I'm amazed you're still as committed to the cause as you were 100 races ago. To be honest, I'm very, very impressed, shall we say? And,
it's slightly over 100 actually. I haven't actually done the precise
already
count.
correcting us.
There was a big celebration when I did my 100th 24-hour race, but now it's like 105, 106, something like that.
Well, it's brilliant. You've still got the passion for it as well, because you've done some big events, haven't you?
This is a big event. They're all big events. They're 24 hours.
Very true, very true. Well, thank you very much, Paul. I'll be joined by Andy McEwen momentarily as he gets the mic handed to him. But it's fantastic to have everybody tuning in. Brilliant to have Richard down in the pit lane as well. And a big thank you to those who have tuned in during the night as well, so Paul didn't feel so lonely up here in the commentary box. I don't want to make him jealous, but the bed was quite nice in the hotel, I thought, and he just told me to shut up.
Yeah, your side was nice and warm, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. So, no, it was fantastic. And now Andy has got the microphone on. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Jack, Paul, Richard, everybody. Feeling quite fresh, actually. I won't go on about it too much, but had a good night's sleep. And,
rub it in.
Yes, indeed. This part-time 24-hour racing, I think I could get used to. I have to say though, even at about 1 o'clock or whatever it was this morning that I finally left the hotel bar and went to bed, I was still tuning in and keeping up with what was going on. So enthralling has the race been, and you know, round every corner there has been a drama or an incident of note about to happen, and even as recently as 40 minutes or so ago, we had only a handful of seconds between the top 2 cars, Hybrid Tune Motorsport and Emax Motorsport. Obviously, this is ebbing and flowing as they pit. They're both on wildly different pit cycles at the moment. But, yeah, you know, we still have I know this is something we're going to say a lot over the rest of the day. We still have a long way to go, 9 hours to go. We get through the night in one of these 24-hour races, and there is a temptation to start thinking that you're nearly there. Far from it, though, Jack. We still have an awful lot of racing to go.
There absolutely is, and we've seen, just on our pictures there, a car that we've seen multiple times in the pit lane, actually, before we even went to bed, so I can't imagine they're having too much of a fantastic time of it. But yeah, there is a long way to go. Hopefully the commentary team can keep everybody fresh and up to date with what's going on. That is our job, but it's not as easy as you think sometimes. But it's brilliant that we got such a nice day for it. I think Richard sort of added to it while he was introducing the show, and the fact that it is little cloud in the sky. And to be honest, on Friday night when I was driving down to Silverstone, it was absolutely pouring down with rain. I was a bit fearful that this could be a bit of a washout, but actually Silverstone is looking as splendid as ever.
It's certainly great to be wandering around in the sun here today, and everyone. The thing is, with me, I do one day out in the sun, I think, which was last week, and then everyone says, "Have you been on holiday?" Because I catch the rays reasonably well, but it is absolutely great here. One thing I could have done with at the start, and I might note this for future events because I don't do pit lane very often, is a garage plan of where everybody is, because I'm trying to find those cars that Paul mentioned, and of course, when there are no cars in the garages, you can't tell where they are. And I can't remember all of 60 odd from yesterday.
Luckily for you, Richard, I actually went to the trouble of printing one off yesterday. Unluckily for you, I didn't think to give it to you, so I'll be back over there in about half an hour, and I shall pass it over to you.
Okay, that's good. Well, I'm just having a wander around, and we'll sort of pop in. I'll try and get the news as well. Actually, I know a man who will know where teams are, and that's Rob, of course. So we'll catch up with Rob Lewis a little bit later on, and he'll be able to enlighten us on where cars are and catch up with some of those issues that happened overnight. And the other thing for me is, because I don't do endurance events too much, there's this sort of urgency. Someone gives me a task, right, I'm going to rocket into it. But of course we've got loads of time. That's the key thing, so it doesn't have to be immediate, does it?
You've got 9 hours and 9 minutes to find all of the stories up and down those 60 odd garages in the pit lane, Richard.
Well, we'll certainly get that done. That's not a problem. Not a problem. The other thing bonding up and down is it's amazing how many people sort of come and tell you their snippets of news for next weekend.
Yeah.
We've got two Ginetta Challenge runners, new Ginetta Challenge runners, which people have given me snippets about. But let's focus on this though for the moment. But nice to get all the other news nonetheless.
Absolutely, and everyone willing to chat. I think everyone's at that point of the race now where they need the social interaction and the conversation to keep themselves awake, perhaps. So yes, plenty of chatting, and as ever, Richard, if you come across any drivers who are awake enough to have a chat with you, then do let us know. It's always nice to get that insight from the teams down there. In the race, then, it is car 388 that leads the way. I'll run down the top 10 just for those of you trackside who perhaps are just turning up this morning. Should mention that as well as the live coverage, which many of you I'm sure are watching on the Brscc Facebook and YouTube pages, we're also going out over Radio Silverstone and the Silverstone PA system around the circuit. So good morning to everyone here at Silverstone. Hope you're going to enjoy your day in the sun. I'll run you down the top 10, give you the car numbers so that you know who to look for, what the sort of gaps are. It is a slightly different picture, certainly at the very front of the field, than we had a few hours ago, or quite a few hours ago now, when we left the circuit yesterday evening. It is car 388 that leads the way, Hybrid Tune Motorsport. That car has been a constant presence pretty much at the front of the field. It was up there in the lead battle within the first few hours, and it continues to lead the race by just under 2 laps now from car 346. That's Emax Motorsport, who spent much of the opening few hours of the race sort of in 4th place, just about 20 seconds or so off the lead. But once a few rounds of pit stop cycled through, they were up there swapping the race lead with Hybrid Tune. 3rd place then for car 318. That's the WRC Developments Limited car. Now, when I went to bed last night, they were well outside the top 10, but absolutely carving their way through the order, and they've got themselves now into a podium position. 51 seconds they are behind car 346 in 2nd place, but that machine on occasion during this race has been the fastest car on the track, and it's one of only a handful of them to have done a sub 3-minute lap time still. It no longer holds the fastest lap of the race, which it did yesterday evening, but it still has the potential, I think, to be up there in the podium fight come the end of the race. 4th position is car 312, that's the fake taxi team. Now that's quite close actually, they're catching WRC Developments, only 6.8 seconds between them, but on the previous lap they were 2 seconds faster, so the fight for 3rd place on track could start getting a bit tighter in the next few laps. That's between 318 and 312, whilst 5th place is the not exactly surviving SCK Motorsport car, but the one that's had the least trouble so far. That's the 504 SCK Motorsport and BH Motorsport car. They are about a lap behind the fake taxi car and about a lap ahead of the 6th place 316 Mellow Yellow Motorsports car, which is a team I don't think I mentioned all day yesterday, and yet here they are in 6th position. 7th place, similar story for JW Bird Motorsport as it was for SCK Motorsport. They've entered 3 cars into the race, as have SCK, and within the opening few hours, 2 of the cars from those 2 teams had hit fairly major trouble. The 347 JW Bird car had been up there leading the race early on. They went out in an accident yesterday evening, so now it's down to the 449 car to fly the flag for JW Bird, and they currently run in 7th position, 23 seconds behind Mellow Yellow Motorsport and lapping about a second lap quicker than them at the moment. Then 8th position, another team I don't think I mentioned a lot yesterday, car 309 Fighting Torque. They set a new fastest lap of the race on lap 193, which is nearly 100 laps ago now, so right in the dead of night, 2 minutes 58.799, and they are, I think I'm right in saying, the only team to have got into the 2-minute 58s so far in the race. They are 51 seconds behind the 449 car. That's the gap between 7th and 8th. 9th place for car 399, that's the More Win Motorsport car, and they've got about a minute and a half, or they did have, over car 451 MLP Developments, but that car has just headed into the pit lane. And as if by magic, Richard, we see that car on screen, and you're going to tell me you're stood right next to it, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm stood next to Henry Lewis from the 315 TSR Racing, and Henry's very kindly going to tell us what's been happening overnight on the team, because we've spoken to a lot of drivers but don't get to talk to too many of the team members who are involved, and it is a huge team effort wherever you look down the paddock. Loads of people. So Henry, first of all, thank you for coming out of your comfort zone and chatting to us. What work's gone on over the night?
Plenty of work. We had a bit of a shunt near 2 a.m. We had to sort that out. Took us only an hour really, but it kind of had to be done, and we got it out fairly quick, so we're quite happy with that.
What caused the shunt and what was the damage?
Well, just on turn 1 we got caught up with a bit too much oversteer and then got shunted on one side, and it was a case of a few panels a bit bent and tie rod gone, and just replaced that easily enough and back out as quick as we could.
And position at the moment?
47th so far, so can't complain. There's not too much going on, we just need to keep consistent really.
Everybody enjoying it?
Yeah, everyone on our team's loving it. It's quite a close-knit kind of team, quite a small team. There's only 6 of us, but it's really good, and it's all kind of getting there in the end.
It's like us on the commentary team. It's a very good mix of people. What's your own background within motorsport, and maybe in terms of education and stuff? Are you studying engineering?
Yes, I'm doing a university course for motorsport engineering. I'm a first-year student at Oxford Brookes, so that entails quite a lot of different things between data analysis, setting up cars, kind of the maths and science behind all of it, the aerodynamics, and so that will be done in the next year and a half hopefully, and then on to getting into a proper big team full time.
I'm sure you're going to do it, because this is exactly the right way to start.
Yeah, exactly. I've done it for the past 2 years, this one, and from here, just from meeting people, I've got other teams working for now, so can't complain really.
Sounds like you're with a good team, learning your engineering skills and a bit of PR skills as well. Great job on the mic. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Enjoy your day. Really appreciate that. Isn't that great that we get to talk to some of the backroom people? And that guy he actually said, no, I don't want to do it, but he came out, done the interview. Fair play to him. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Excellent job, Richard. Thank you for... sorry, go on, Richard.
Where was it you wanted me to go? Because you said a car had come in.
A car came in, that was the 451, it looked like a routine pit stop.
It is, yeah, refuelling at the moment.
I can scratch one job off your to-do list, though, that Paul Trustwell gave you. He asked you to go and investigate the 521 car, Auto Farm. They had a 1-hour pit stop earlier on this morning. Scott Woodwiss has found some information out for us and tells us that they snapped a rear beam, and that took them an hour to fix. They actually had to go and buy one from another team to get back out there. So 521 we've got to the bottom of, but still a few other stories from over the night to try and investigate.
Okay, thank you for that.
Not a problem. Right then, myself and Jack Oliphant are staring out of the window to try and catch a glimpse of this developing fight for third place, because the 318 WRC Developments Limited car and 312 Fake Taxi are getting themselves very close together. 312 is just going past our commentary position now. It's at the finish line, and it's the 318 car, which is the yellow machine. No, that's 316, the car just behind the yellow machine, that it is chasing. There are 4.5 seconds between them, and that right now, Jack, is just about the closest battle on track, at least within the top half of the field.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's well, I would heating up his potential sort of wording for it, but to be honest, it looks like Fake Taxi have the pace to actually just drive up to the back of WRC Developments and quite easily get past if they keep up their current sort of pace. It almost looked like WRC were actually getting held up a bit. Now, on your screen, we are seeing what we believe is the routine stop for 451 MLP Developments. Fingers crossed it is just a routine. The reason why they're all stood around very quietly not doing anything is because they're refueling, and nobody is allowed to touch the car apart from the refueler, and then they've got someone on guard with a fire extinguisher just in case it all goes horribly wrong, which obviously I don't believe we've had any go horribly wrong so far today, and fingers crossed, touch wood, that we don't have any going forward either. And as we shoot back to the battle, this isn't for a position, I don't believe, between the 414 and the 316. However, those couple of cars behind, we believe, are for the position. You can see the Fake Taxi very obvious, shall we say, as the rear windscreen comes across our screen, and that was a clap that was closing and closing and closing, wasn't it? It's 4 seconds at the moment, but it seemed then, as they went past our shot, it was actually closing up even more.
Ryan Bensley there being strapped into the 451 car. Ryan Bensley, a Civic Cup racer and a former champion of the 750 Motor Club Stock Hatch Championship, which I didn't know actually. It was back in 2008. I didn't realise how long Ryan had been around in the sport, and so he is about to be sent out onto the circuit. Gets a lot of coaching, as do many drivers, from certain Scouse ex-touring car racer. So if it all goes horribly wrong, I will be blaming him, and he can pull me up on it next week at Donington Park if he wants to. But Ryan Bensley about to head out onto the racetrack. We've also had our first stop-go penalty of this morning's stint, which is for the 352 car, and that's a shame because that's the A-team who have been up and down like the proverbial yo-yo in the field. They had contact about half an hour into the race. Luke Pullen was in the car and headed for the pit lane thinking the car may be damaged when it wasn't. It's just going past us now, actually, the green and yellow 352 car. Then it sort of started to claw its way back up the order, got another penalty, I seem to recall, and it almost got back into the top 10. It's just come through in 12th position, but is now being handed a 50-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. It's quite a low pit lane speed limit, 40 kilometres an hour here at Silverstone this weekend, and one or two drivers have misjudged that slightly over the course of the race so far, and the A-team, I don't know who's in that car at the moment, that's the team of Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 drivers, are the latest to receive a penalty. Sport 51 hopefully won't do the same thing as they head back down the pit lane. Had a moment here down at Club by the looks of it. That's the 447 car. Now, honestly, Jack, I'm quite happy to be still talking about the 447 car. Riverside Performance had an awful start to the race, really. They had this overheating issue, didn't they? And they couldn't quite get to the bottom of what was causing it. They changed pretty much everything in the front of the car. They were almost ready, actually, to give up and go home, but they've clearly got the car sorted. It's just had a moment down at Club. It's well down the order, but is at least still in the race. Yeah,
and that's, I suppose, a big win in itself, isn't it? When you have that many issues right at the beginning of the race, it is quite demoralising, I can imagine. It's not exactly something you really want to pick yourself up from, especially if you're going into the night. I think Paul, yesterday when he was on with you in the first 2 hours, he sort of said, a few drivers said, we have to just survive the night. But then Paul made the point that actually the sun rises and you've still got 12 hours to go, sort of thing. So although it might feel like these teams, they've survived the worst of it, they've still got a long day ahead of them. And Riverside are sort of a good example of people who decided that we're just going to try and plod on as best we can. And as I said, I'm not 100% sure where Riverside are. I think it's not the 393, that's the other Riverside Performance, that's in 49th place. In fact, actually, it's all the way down to 60th, isn't it? 447. So, yeah, the best I can say about that one is at least they're still going.
Yes, they are. They are the last car still going in 60th place, but they are indeed still out on circuit. Into the pit lane comes the Fighting Torque car. That's the car that has the fastest lap of the race, and they were running inside the top 10 when they came in for their 10th visit to the pit lane, Richard.
Hello, yeah, pit lane.
Here we are. Right, a couple of things. First of all, bit of an update for you. Trojan 395 have had not one but multiple engine changes, which accounts for the lengthy pit stops, and we'll catch up with the other news. Again, the great thing is a lot of people are coming up to me. Obviously heard the interview with young Henry earlier on and saying, well, let's have a chat. And the fake taxi team, one of the engineers came out and said, do you want to have a quick word with our team boss? So we're going to Rich Woolgar, who is the team manager. Rich, I think I just nabbed you out of a strategy meeting, so you were thinking about what's going on. Obviously, you're not going to tell us the team secrets, but just tell us a little bit about how the weekend's gone for you. And the amazing progress from 57th to 4th place. Incredible.
Yeah, a little strategy meeting just to try and work out what we're doing for the rest of the race with 8 odd hours left and see what we can maximise. Currently running in 4th position and hoping to move up into a podium spot fairly shortly. That's the target. So we'll see how the pit stops unfold, but seeing where we can nab some time anywhere. That's the ideal sort of scenario now, from now on till close.
Obviously, you've got 3 really good drivers and experienced in this environment, which is good, but it's not just about the drivers, is it? It's the thought process that goes into it. I want to take a little bit of a step back. Why so lowly at the outset?
So unfortunately, we got a tap on the rear bumper in the first lap of a 24-hour race, which couldn't be avoided, and then a few laps later we got a bit of a shunt at the hairpin, which led to damage to the front wing and rubbing on the front wheel. So we basically had 3 pit stops within the first sort of 40 minutes of running, which is why we're running out at 8 pit stops at the moment. So yeah, that's what punted us all the way down the field to 57th and been clawing our way back ever since. So we had a really good night. The drivers did an amazing job, and the team back in the garage in terms of getting the car turned around quickly and back out were fantastic. And it's a couple of safety cars played into our hands and gave us a chance to work our way back up the field.
You can let your head drop, can't you, if you're that low very early on with too early knocks or shunts, but you guys haven't. And I was chatting to somebody last weekend actually about you know, what makes a good touring car driver or a good sports car driver, and it's driving generally. It's about resilience, isn't it? And champions are people that keep going and don't give up, and that's what you guys have done.
Absolutely, and it's, you know, keeping it on the grey stuff as well. You know, that's the target. We've been consistent and smooth all the way through it, and we knew that we could build up. You know, that first 40 minutes, not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. We could have been pushing for top 1 or 2 if we didn't have that, but it happens. It's motorsport, isn't it? We can't do anything to change that. And so it was a case of head down, crack on with it, put it away. Can't change anything, move on.
Who's out at the moment?
We've got Ian Stinton out at the moment, and then Alistair May to come. I'm just getting a warning, 3 bars. Thank you. P3. Oh, we've got a warning. There you go. We're P3 now. Breaking news. Yeah, we've got Ian out at the moment, and then Alistair May going out shortly after that. But you know, all 3 guys, they're banging in 3-minute laps regularly and consistently, which allows us to plan for it and hopefully hit our strategy.
How much does driver experience of these C1s count into success and being up at the sharp end? And or is it a complete? I mean, we know it's a complete team effort, but the drivers, I guess, will sort of learn their way. I think you guys your drivers have always been up at the sharp end.
Yeah, done well. Last year we were running well. Bit of a mistake on strategy last year, which sort of knocked us out of contention a little bit early doors. But you know, all 3 guys have got an idea of what they're doing around here. You know, they've done hundreds of laps around Silverstone and hundreds of laps in the C1s. So you know, they know what they're doing. They know what they've got to do, and fortunately they listen to me as well. So it's good.
That's a bit of a bonus, listening. That's one for you kids. If you're coming into motorsport, be a good listener.
Absolutely, yeah, it helps. You know, and as you say all along, it's a team effort, isn't it? You know, these guys, yes, they're doing a great job out on track, and we're able to back them up from in here.
Rich, I'll let you get back to your strategy. I mean, thanks ever so much for coming out and having a chat with us. Good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you, Rich. Rich Woolgar there from Fake Taxi. Don't check out the website for the team, whatever you do. We're going to go up and down the pit lane and get a little bit more news for you, and hopefully complete the bingo card of Paul Truswell's request a little bit later on. So back to you guys in the comments box.
Sorry, Richard, was it Team Trojan who you were just speaking about originally there? And sort of what we missed that little bit of information. What was the cause of that? Yeah,
it was engine changes, plural. So I think they're up the far. We're going to go and check out Schnitzer now, which is the only one that I've got to try and catch up with. Rob Lewis is here as well. I tell you what, while we're here, I'm going to say a good morning to Rob Lewis on air. We've said good morning already a few times. Rob, it's quite a happy place, isn't it, the pit lane this morning?
It was very good when I came in. The paddock was buzzing. Everyone's a bit groggy, as you can expect. The fatigue sets in. Spoke to a couple of the drivers as well that's drinking barrels of coffee, just trying to keep themselves awake and alert in between the power naps they're having. But a vast majority of the cars are still out there. They're still fighting fit. They're still going, and there's still a great spirit up and down the pit lane, which is what you want. So I'm just spending a bit of time this morning going up and down, finding out the news overnight while we were away. You know, us part-timers. So I'm just going up and down on the pit lane at the moment, but looking forward to later on. We'll get some more of the technical stuff for the viewers and put a bit more insight into what goes on at these races.
Are there any sort of approximate times we can expect masses of driver changes and refuelling, or does it now, as we're 15, 16 hours into the race, does it get a little bit more random?
I think it gets a bit more random. Obviously, different teams will adopt different strategies if they've got faster, slower drivers. If they just want an even covering across the board, just give all their drivers even time. But you'll see now amongst the leaders as well, they'll look strategically at safety cars and bits like that. It's interesting that when we arrived this morning, the hybrid tune car is leading, and it wasn't by very much. I think when we arrived, the Emax car was 6 seconds behind. They then did a pit stop, but you know that they're efficient pitters. They'll get everything right, so they'll be back on their tail when hybrid tune come in and sort out their car. Also hearing a few rumblings, I want to find out as well, that hybrid tune potentially may have a bit of a rumbly front wheel bearing as well, which is not what you want when you're leading a race. So we'll look into that as well. And yeah, bring you some breaking news, hopefully.
Okay, so I've got to go that schnitz to that end and then come back down here for hybrid tune and find out what's going on.
Yeah, I think so. Let's go for a walk.
That's a good idea, Rob. Okay, well, Rob and me are going to obviously be pestering you throughout the course of the day, but lovely start. And what I'm going to do now is nip down the end and we'll catch up with you guys in the comments box a little bit later on.
Excellent, thank you very much, Richard. Right, whilst we were chatting to a few people down there in the pit lane, we did have the change for third on track. So Fake Taxi, as we heard, we were talking to the team at the time, they took that third place away from WRC Developments, and Ian Stinton at the wheel of the 312 car then. Ian Stinton, who is a GT racer, he's had sporadic appearances in British GT over recent years, raced at Tolman Motorsport Bentley at the back end of last season, and was a former GT4 champion. I seem to recall, no, third place in British GT4 way back in 2009. So a very handy driver is Ian. He's got into that third place, but can't fully break away from the WRC Developments car. Less than a second between them as they went on to their most recent lap. On the screen, meanwhile, we see the 311 car, the Kellett Motorsport car this is, running in 10th position. It's got the 457 behind, which is a lap behind it. That's the Silverlake car. That runs in 14th position. And we've also had news of another penalty, a stop-go penalty, this for the 503, which is one of the troubled SCK Motorsport cars. The 503 was the one that was in the lead battle for much of the early part of the race before they picked up a penalty and then an overheating issue just as the race turned tonight yesterday.
I think we've heard from Scott Woodwis as well from the sort of admin area. Scott obviously just mulling around as a Brscc employee at the moment. Patrick Watts Racing, car 507, has been pushed back into the pit lane, so I'm not sure if that's still in the pit lane or if that's maybe come back out or what the problem was, but the fact that the wording was pushed back into the pit lane is always a little bit worrying. I think I can see it's all the way down to 39th place. It's got a little exclamation mark by it, which indicates that normally the car is stopped somewhere out on circuit. We can probably assume that that's a bit of not a glitch, but it should be registered as in the pit lane now, but it's still not out there, put it that way, and currently bleeding lap time as well, unfortunately. It's 28 laps down as it stands, the 507 Patrick Watts car, and it's not seemed to be getting any better. I seem to remember one of the Patrick Watts cars was at the 507 that ended up with such poor luck in the first couple of hours of the race.
Yes, that's right. They were in the gravel at Stowe, weren't they? They were in the lead battle, and then one car got sideways. I forget which one it was that got sideways, tagged them as it went around, and off into the gravel trap they went. They then had subsequent penalties as well. We chatted to Patrick about those actually yesterday evening. So yeah, another car that most definitely could have been contending for the victory, but they are not having a brilliant 24 hours of competition, are they? We do have some good competition on track though. 6th place is where we need to turn our attention now. Cars 316 and 449, the mellow yellow motorsport car and the sort of the stronger of the JW Bird motorsport cars. They are only 0.3 of a second apart. So whilst we try and find them out on the 3.66 mile circuit, let's head back down to the pit lane and to Richard.
Not quite Richard, it's Robert Lewis down in the pit lane. Richard's very kindly given me the mic for this interview. I'm with SVG Motorsports' Andy Johnson, the team boss. It's a bit different from running Ginettas, this, Andy.
Just a little bit different. The car has been a nightmare this weekend. We put an engine in between qualifying and the race. We put an engine in at 2 o'clock this morning and 2 front wheel bearings and a drive shaft. So we've not had the best of luck this weekend, because last year we did the whole race on one engine and no stops.
The funny thing was, I came to see you yesterday and you said, we're doing this for a bit of a laugh with a bit of mates. I think you're doing more work than you do on a British GT support weekend.
Oh no, we do a lot more on British GT support weekend with Ginettas. They seem to fall apart as they're going down the straight.
Awesome. But I remember also you telling me on Friday, this is the first time you've actually raced on the Grand Prix circuit since 2004. The layout's changed a bit.
Yeah, last time I raced the Grand Prix circuit, the new pits wasn't even built, so it was a bit of a throw when I came around the first time in the evening. I turned into the new pits, thinking of going for a pit stop, thinking, oh no, this is not the pits I want, I need to go around to the other one. Yeah, missed the club, missed the bridge and all the rest of it. It's quite funny, really.
Well, there we go. Yeah, I'll tell you what, it's great to be interviewing this man. Not a lot of people will know, but it was this man when he was chairman of the Classic Touring Car Racing Club that got me into club racing, so I've got a lot to thank this man for, and it's been a pleasure to talk to him. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Rob Lewis down in the pit lane. We seem to have a habit of, Jack, of heading to the pit lane just as an overtake happens on track, because JW Bird have just picked the wrong moment to take 6th place away from Mellow Yellow Motorsports, or they came through about a second apart that time. So into 6th position now goes car 449, and they very much are flying the flag for that JW Bird Motorsport team, who fielded 3 strong entries this weekend, and 2 of them have had nothing but rotten luck. So it'd be nice in a way to see that 449 car go and finish strongly for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's an interesting dynamic there, isn't it? I mean, in terms of who's actually out in the car, whether you've got your faster drivers obviously out at the moment. There's probably a way of us working out who's what stint the car is in at the moment by looking at the pit stops, obviously. But yeah, you might actually sort of find that the more experienced drivers might be your first sort of stint, so they can sort of deal with the traffic and make sure no one hits or makes any contact with either the wall or another car. Your faster driver might be your second stint driver when the race is sort of getting underway and you're in a bit of a pack of clean air, or you've got to carve through the order or something like that, and then that quite often leaves one of the more inexperienced drivers to go for that first night shift. It can be a little bit terrifying, to be honest. As we go into the morning, obviously, none of that sort of really plays into your mind anymore, and it's just sort of whoever's turn it is gets out there and does the job that they can, try and survive through the rest of this race, because we've heard stories up and down the order, haven't we, about cars not necessarily making it all the way nice and clean. Even the likes of Emax and Hybrid Tune, by the sounds of it, have had their own little problems, even if they've been slightly smaller than the rest of them. But it is nice to see, as we turned up this morning, Andy, that there are battles out there on track, and it's not, obviously a lot of this first hour will be catching up with everything that's happened over the past 8, but it's also nice to see that, you know, we've got really close footage of C1 still going around Silverstone.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course these battles will develop as people pit at different times, so bear in mind a stint can be anything in excess actually of 2 hours. We've seen teams going to 2 1/4, 2 hours 20 minutes sometimes on a tank of fuel, so you know, that's how long it takes sometimes for the pit cycle to cycle through. So you may have you know, a lap or so between cars right now, but then when one of them pits, they're back together, and they could stay together then for an hour or so beyond that. So we expect these battles to sort of pop up and then maybe ebb away again, and so on and so forth. And it's all about where you are in that pit cycle come the end of the race that will make the big difference. Now, the A team, I've mentioned them once already for getting a penalty a little while ago for speeding in the pit lane. They, as they were speeding in the pit lane, did not stop to scan their hue tag at the end of the pit lane, so fast were they going perhaps, and therefore they've now received another penalty, a 1 minute stop-go penalty for, again, the car. Every time I talk about them, they seem to go past me at the exit of Woodcote Corner, so they've just gone across the line, and they will head back into the pit lane again. I was going to try and tell you who's in the car, but of course they didn't scan their hue tag, so I can't tell you who's in the car right now, but that is one of the 2 AB Motorsport cars. Now, I know that team in particular were quite keen to beat the other AB car. They're actually 15th and 16th respectively, but with a bit of time between them, so they might just be able to get in and serve that 1 minute stop go without losing a place. The joke there, by the way, is that the AB Motorsport team itself actually has the quote-unquote more successful AB Motorsport MX-5 drivers in it. So by calling themselves the A team, the other team were hoping that they could maybe create a bit of an upset. They are ahead at the moment, but another penalty isn't going to help their chances.
It absolutely isn't, no, and I believe that's, I was actually speaking and sort of reporting while I was in the pit lane yesterday on the AB Motorsport, I believe. When I left yesterday, there obviously may have well have been even more developments, but when I left yesterday, they changed an engine going into practice. Then the car was still quite slow during practice, so they changed an engine again back to the original one and found that it was actually the brakes that were the problem. Well, that's what they thought anyway, and as they changed the brakes, they thought, oh, well, the engines must be fine, so we'll swap the old one back in. It was still down on power, or still down on the straight, shall we say. So when I was actually pit lane reporting about 2 hours, 3 hours in, they were trying to swap the ECU, I believe. So the ECU, which isn't an easy job at a racetrack, especially in the pit lane and especially in these C1s apparently, because the area, although the engine is very small, obviously just the car is very small, but the ECU is sort of hunkered right at the back of the engine, and the hole to actually access the bonnet, underneath the bonnet, is actually really small, so it is really difficult for them to try and sort of find their way in there. They did go back out. I'm not sure if they actually fixed the problem. I will go and catch up with Phil Ingram, who I used to race against and is in the AB Motorsport team, obviously part of the Jaguar Formula E team as well, is Phil Ingram, not as a driver, but as a, so I think he was one of the chief engineers back when I used to race against him. So I'll go and have a chat with him hopefully a little later on and see if they've managed to fix that one. Clearly they're doing quite well, because they are thoroughly within the top 20, and when I was chatting to them they were down in the sort of low 40s, so fantastic work by the AB Motorsport team as they have managed to fix that car. They've only been in 6 times. I think they'd been in about 3 times by the time I spoke to them, so they're doing a tremendous job. Hopefully it was just the ECU and they don't have any other problems. Right into the pit lane, the 463 machine. Now, the 463 machine is, of course, if I can get it up on my thing, it's the Venus Motorsport. Marcus Adams, James Cunnings, Mark Starling and Richard Harewood coming into the pits, and again just looks like another sort of routine stop, and as Rob said, they're starting to look a little bit more random and sporadic rather than every 2 hours we're expecting them to come in.
Yes, although we are, as we now are just over 9.5 hours from the end of the race. It seems daft to say this when we've got a whole day of racing still to go, basically. But it's getting down to that time where you have to start looking at when people are pitting, how long they're getting on, fuel mileage and whatnot, because 9.5 hours, it can be 2 to 2.5 hours per stint potentially, certainly 2.25. If you start getting safety cars, it can be longer. So there actually aren't that many more pit stops to go for a lot of these teams. So for example, the 318 WRC Developments Limited car, which was running in 4th position, they've just pitted. So that car is in. I'd be interested actually to know whether they're changing tyres or anything on that car, because it did seem to be losing pace towards the end of that stint. And also I'd be interested to know who's getting into the car, but they're pitting at 9:38 a.m. and they are changing rear tyres. That's interesting. So a rear tyre change for them, and I don't think I saw a single rear tyre change yesterday, but of course we were expecting those to happen far less frequently than front tyres, which are being done every couple of pit stops. The rear tyres could probably last twice the amount of time at least. So rear tyre change on the WRC Developments car, that may make this a slightly slower pit stop, but yes, maybe with these leading cars we'll try and keep track of when they're pitting. For example, looking at our top 2, the 388 Hybrid Tune Motorsport were last in the pit lane at 7:43 a.m. So they are coming up towards the 2-hour point. We can expect that car to come in relatively soon. That was over an hour before the 346 car made its last pit stop. So they're a whole hour out of sync on pit strategy. Well, you can imagine that can make a big difference when you get to the last pit stop. If one of them pits with 2 hours to go, one of them with 1 hour to go, then the later of those pitters will have to put quite a lot less fuel in the car, and it could therefore be a much quicker pit stop.
So basically what you're saying is, after all said and done, we're going to have to wait to see just exactly how close they are to the end of the race before we actually get a proper understanding of what position they're racing for. Yes. So the likes of the fake taxi and WRC Developments, that could all of a sudden close back up in the next half hour or so, but it isn't until about 8 hours, sorry, 1 hour to go, in about 8 hours time, then we'll actually start sort of getting a little bit more excited about maybe exactly the position, exactly the kind of race we've got in store for us. So all of a sudden, I bet the entire pit lane will all of a sudden wake up then, won't they? And the adrenaline starts flowing again.
Well, yes, because Hybrid Tune we can anticipate will pit within the next 20 minutes or so. Emacs could go another hour. They're going to lose a lap to a lap and a half from pitting. That would put them right together for about an hour on track. So we would then have a genuine battle for the lead. Now, whether that ends up being the case in the final hour, we'll have to wait and see, but at least temporarily. This is what I mean. These battles really change with the pit stops, and then once you pitted, you're kind of where you are for the next couple of hours. You're stuck racing the same kind of people for quite a long stint of time. So, yes, WRC Developments then are pitted. They've gone back out again. The HUTAG system, I'm not convinced is working exactly as it should do, because it's not telling us it reckons the same driver is staying in the car. So we'll see if Richard can maybe go and find out who's jumped into that 318 car, but that leaves the 312 fake taxi car now in an uncontested third place.
Does indeed. We also had quite a look of the 474 actually. Now the reason I'm bringing that up is not because it's in any particularly interesting position. It's down in 53rd place actually, with it actually caused a safety car just before I think we went to bed, but the Clapham North MOT car, which of course has George Grant in it, who we chatted to quite a lot yesterday. We mentioned him quite a lot, and it's worth just reminding people, I suppose, that George actually took part in pretty much all the sprint races yesterday, bar one. Well, bar 2 sprint races, I should say. So this is technically his 6th of the weekend, but considering it's a 24-hour race, and most people would be quite content with just doing one 24-hour race and no sprint races, it's quite impressive.
I didn't mean to panic you then. I got my fluorescent yellow car mixed up. I thought Hybrid Tune were pitting, but it's not. It's the Team Trojan car, which, again, has been up and down all over the place, really. It started, Team Trojan, I want to say it started on the front row of the grid. Didn't stay there terribly long. It faded in the opening stint of the race. Yes, they started second alongside Hybrid Tune, but there were about 20 positions between the two when they made their first pit stops. Since then, just before we left the circuit last night, they'd actually got themselves right back into contention, only to then have problems overnight with an engine change. So that car running well down the order now, but has just made its way into the pit lane, and yes, so that will lose further positions as a result, but it was not the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. That car still awaiting what would be its 7th trip down the pit lane, and that is 2 fewer at the moment than Emacs Motorsport. Now I forget what Emacs's extra stop was for. Just going to check my notes. I don't think I don't think they've had a penalty, at least not one that we've noted, but Emacs, for whatever reason, have made a stop more than Hybrid Tune, who go through now. In fact, Hybrid Tune going across the start-finish line. And also, Jack, I can see that as Hybrid Tune go across the line, Fake Taxi are at Luffield, so that is a genuine 2-lap gap between first and third. So the top 3 cars, top 4 cars, in fact, all on different laps for each other for the time being. But again, a pit stop is over 4 minutes, so that all changes any time that someone comes down the pit lane.
Well, it's 4 minutes, and to be honest, who's coming in the pit lane now?
Fake Taxi.
Yeah, Fake Taxi, there we go. So it is a genuine 2-lap gap. And it's actually quite amazing that they've come in on the same lap, to be honest. What I was about to say is one quick or bad change, one quick change for Fake Taxi, one bad change for Hybrid Tune. All of a sudden, you're starting to get a little bit shaky. There's the 447 Riverside car coming in again. And I'm not sure, is he going to turn in? No, it's him leaving the pit lane. I'm not even sure if he actually made it out the pit lane since the last time we saw Riverside, unfortunately. But as I was saying, I mean, realistically, if you stay in the pits for another 4 minutes, that's maybe just trying to change a tyre that's not going back on properly, as a bit of a radiator leak, or some kind of oil that just needs to be mopped up or something like that. All of a sudden, that 4-minute gap, which is what, 2 laps or something like that, can be whittled away instantly, can't it? So, although yes, it looks like there's a large gap between the cars, keep in mind that you know, these teams, although they do a fantastic job, they're not Le Mans spec pit stop crews, are they? They're not F1 spec pit stop crews, and there are mistakes. There are no more than 4 people who are allowed to touch the car at any one time, and you'll be amazed, even though they're small cars, as soon as they make a bit of a drama and a bit of a problem for themselves, all of a sudden you want about 10 people on the car to try and fix it, and you're only allowed 4, sort of thing. So there are plenty of ways that this can still spice up, and we can still see potentially the top 2 falling away a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be interested to see in a couple of minutes' time where Fake Taxi rejoined the circuit, because they were only a couple of seconds ahead of WRC Developments. Now, WRC Developments, with that rear tyre change, their pit stop was 5 minutes and 17, which is not the quickest, but we did anticipate that with tyres being changed. We'll wait and see how long it takes Fake Taxi to pit and work out whether or not they retain that third position or not. So they pit about 6 minutes apart, those two. So that's interesting. The two cars fighting for third on very similar pit strategies, pitting within a handful of minutes of each other. Another team being pinged for not scanning their hue tag at the end of pit lane. That's the 503 car, which is one of those SCK Motorsport cars, which have been in trouble a few times. They had contact with the back marker yesterday and got a penalty, and that rather took them out of contention even before they hit some mechanical dramas. The hue tag system, by the way, for those who have heard of mentioning it, perhaps are tuning in for the first time today, is in theory quite a handy system. It doesn't appear to be working today on our timing screen at least, but the drivers all wear a tag on their wrists, their right wrist, and as they get to the end of the pit lane, they pull up next to a set of traffic lights essentially at the end of pit lane. They wave their wrist in front of a sensor, and that registers which driver is in the car at any given time. Now, as I say, unfortunately the information we're getting here in the commentary box isn't actually reflecting that, but it is still being monitored, and if you don't stop to scan it, then you'll be given a penalty, and it's a 1 minute stop go for the 503. Richard.
Yeah, with the Schnitzer team, Senna Osman is here. He's been dobbed in it by teammate Luca. Senna is the guy who had an incident yesterday. So Senna, tell us what happened.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple, really. I was upright and then the car was upside down. So, yeah, it wasn't the most pleasant experience in the world.
I love the way you simplified that. Have you ever thought about career in radio or TV?
No, I haven't, funnily, but no, I mean, yeah, it was a bit depressing, but I was all safe, and they got the car running again, so yeah, it wasn't the end of the world.
So what caused it?
It was the first corner into cops, and I just went wide. I was just holding the car, and then before I knew it, I was in the barrier and upside down.
And marshals to the rescue?
Yeah, they were pretty quick, couple of minutes, and they were there. So yeah, they've done a pretty good job, got me out of the car. Door would open easily as well, which was handy. So yeah, the car was really good, no harm done to me. So yeah, it wasn't too bad.
It's a scary thing to hear about, and when we see incidents in motorsport, obviously the first thing that we do is make sure the driver's okay. Glad you're okay. I guess as part of the process, you medical centre to get checked out?
Yeah, basically picked the car up, took me straight to the medical centre, dropped me off there, 10-15 minutes in there, gave me a full check over. And yeah, it was all okay.
Just going to bring you out from the garage a little bit because I'm getting a tiny little bit of interference here, so apologies for that. Concurrently, while that was going on, I'm guessing the car was repaired and the guys got stuck in to get it repaired?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they had all the accident damage repaired within 2-3 hours, but then we had brake issues, and that took another couple of hours. But front screen replaced, door replaced, wing replaced, everything beaten back out. And yeah, since then the car's been running really good.
And have you been out since then?
Not yet, but I think I'll be out next.
That's great. We wish you well with that. You've just done a driver change, so how long is it before your stint?
Probably about 2 hours.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Senna, thanks for talking that through with us. Glad to see you're okay, and very much appreciate your time, and good luck with the rest of the event. Senna Osman there. So just a little bit of a story about it. It's a scary thing, isn't it? We've had a couple of rollovers. These things, I guess, not prone to it, but it's probably easier to roll one of these cars. But interesting to get that perspective of how it was dealt with, how Senna felt about it, how the medical teams interact and the marshals get involved as well. We've spoken about the garage teams, but of course there are all these other people in the infrastructure that Brscc glue together for these events to make things work and to keep people safe. So a good example there. Great to see the Schnitzer car back out. I'm going to hand you back once again to the comms team. Keep us posted if you want any more bits and bobs, guys. Otherwise, I'm going to be continuing the troll up and down to speak to people and get some more stories.
Yes, thank you, Richard. We have had a rear tyre change for the Fake Taxi team, by the way, so they did exactly the same thing as WRC Development. The 312 car's pit stop, though, was, let me just have a look, that was 4:37, so significantly quicker, about half a minute quicker than the WRC Developments car. So that will extend the margin then between the third and fourth place cars. We've also, Jack, just had another fairly sizable moment for a car down at Beckett's. There are marshals investigating a barrier that's just been given a right whack by the 354 car.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Richard wants to go down and have a chat to the 354 team, that's Sandown Motorsport. Unfortunately, their car has just ended up on the outside of Beckett. So we're not entirely sure how, and I'm not wondering on an insight on how he did it, even though I would be very interested if Richard managed to find it. But more to the point of what potentially the worry is, are they going to try and bring him in now to have a look over that damage? And obviously, once he comes in, maybe what the damage is, of course, and how much drama there is happening around the car. So, yeah, another job for Richard to tick off his list, and we keep getting multiple messages from Scott Woodward in the pit lane.
And there is the 354 car on our screen. So it actually, that's not where it went off. It went off significantly earlier in the Beckett's complex, and then has pulled around a couple more corners and pulled off at the side of the road. Right, 2 important pit stops being made here, and these are things for Richard to perhaps try and see what's going on with. The race leaders are in, so Hybrid Tune Motorsport brought 388 car in, and that car pits at 9:46, so we'll make a note of that as well. We've also got the BH Motorsport with SCK Motorsport 504 car in from what had become 3rd place. They're a net 5th place. They've leapfrogged ahead of Fake Taxi and WRC Developments, of course, as those 2 cars are pitted. So 388 and 504, 2 of the top 5 cars, making their way down the pit lane on the same lap, I believe that was, within a minute or so of each other. It was 9:51 for the 504 car. So helpfully for us, Jack, the top 5, 4 of the top 5 cars on very similar strategies. It's only really the 346 that is pitting completely off sequence with the others.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, Scott has just given us a bit of an update. They're on very similar strategies once they're in the pit stops as well. So
okay.
388 Hybrid Tune is taking full 2 cans, so taking full fuel. And so is the 504. So they're both taking 2 cans. That's basically full fuel for these cars. And apparently the Hybrid Tune has also taken front tyres. Apparently they're practically slick, because of course they are allowed. I think it's Nankang road tyres, isn't it? But they're allowed to shave them down, so they're a little bit more slick-like, which is quite interesting. Maybe we'll have a chat. I think we're going to have a chat to Rob Lewis a little bit later on just a little bit more about the tyres and the sort of strategy that might be around. Because of course we are going to ask Rob to do little segments, so not only the viewer can, well, have a break from our voice, but also that we can actually learn something as well, because the majority of us, this is our first time doing the 24C1. I believe Paul is the most experienced person of the 24 of the commentary team here in the C1 specifically, and obviously generally probably in the commentary team, I imagine. But so it's quite. Well, I wouldn't be that so crude, Paul. But obviously, Rob is the person who's been really in amongst it for the most amount of his club racing career. So looking forward to having a chat with him.
Interestingly, there, Jack, Hybrid Tune changing front tyres. It would seem Scott didn't say that, but he said the front tyres are not in the best of shape. So I would imagine they're changing them. Whereas Fake Taxi and WRC Development changed rear tyres, didn't they? So
yeah,
they are on slightly different sequences on tyres. It makes little difference if you're changing 2 rear tyres. It should take exactly the same amount of time as it takes to change the 2 front tyres, but just again interesting that they're doing that at different times. Car 503 is, I think, team manager of that team are going to be spending more time talking to the clerk of the course than they are their own drivers at the moment. They are currently being posted for 2 separate stop-go penalties. They already had this 1-minute stop-go for not scanning the Q tag. They also overtook under the safety car and have been given another stop-go penalty. So 2 stop-goes to be served for the 503. When was our most recent safety car, he says, looking over quizzically at Paul Truswell, because it's been a while. We haven't had one in the last hour, I don't think, so it took them a little while to... when was that, sorry? 7 o'clock. So, so it took them nearly 3 hours to get to the bottom of that. But again, just dealing with the list of penalties for that particular car will take race control a little bit of time to get through. And yes, they're in to serve one of them now, but I imagine they'll be back in again within a lap or so to serve the second.
Yeah, they just keep mounting up, don't they? And that's, I mean, you get damage, you can have driver error and everything like that, and that can be very demoralising as a team. But if you just keep having to come into the pits for these stop-go, it interrupts the rhythm massively. As you spotted something on the screen.
I'm just calculating.
Oh, right, fair enough, I'll carry on then.
I'll report back in a moment.
It's okay. But yeah, so it can be so demoralising from a psychological perspective, because you keep having to just sort of pick yourself up. But as a driver, you just sort of, you want to get into a rhythm here, and especially if you're tired, you want a bit of clear air, you want to maybe take 2 or 3 seconds off your ultimate lap time, and you just want to sort of get round and, as I said, survive. And the fact you have to keep looking at the pit wall to see if you have to come in for a penalty, serve the penalty, go back out, figure out where you then are on track, because that's quite important when you're actually in these sort of practice. Well, it's not a practice session, but it sort of almost feels like a practice session, doesn't it? When you're sort of this spaced out and not with any obvious cars to race around you, you sort of almost just want to, you sort of suss out who's around you. Drivers you know, drivers you might not, you sort of get an idea, and all of a sudden you come back into the pits and you reappear at this other part of the racetrack, basically, where there might be 5 other cars really within a really tight vicinity of you, and all of a sudden you have to concentrate an awful lot more, and you can't, as I said, just get into the rhythm, and it sort of just gets in the way, and it sort of bums you out slightly. So fingers crossed the 503 machine can stop being hit with so many penalties. I believe Brewster's the car that's in the the driver that's in the car at the moment. But he's a long way down, and it's not going to get any better for him.
Okay, more news from the pit lane, by the way, from Scott. It was rear tyres that they changed on the hybrid tune car. Now, I don't know if Scott can hear us, but was it just rears, or did they change all 4s? Hybrid tune's pit stop was quick. It was 4 minutes 1 second, so I'd imagine it was just the 2 tyres. But rear tyres, then, we are hearing, despite the fact the fronts were not in the best of shape, perhaps, they're back out on track. Their pit stop then, 4 minutes and 1 second. So, again, showing why they're leading the race, I guess. 36 seconds quicker that was than Fake Taxi, who currently running 3rd place. Now, what we do need to find out is what that leaves the gap as between the top 2 cars, because they're both Hybrid Tune and Emax Motorsport, 388 and 346, will now be on the same lap as each other. In fact, right on cue, here comes Hybrid Tune across the line. So they've held on to the lead by the looks of it. Through goes the Hybrid Tune car now. It will break the timing beam and go on to its 290th lap. Now, where is the 346 Emax Motorsport car? That becomes the question. I can't see it out of the window yet, so it looks like actually they've retained a pretty healthy lead, it would seem.
Yeah, which is obviously exactly what Hybrid Tune. They just need to keep checking these off the checklist, basically, now, don't they? And although there is, on the grand scheme of things, quite a long way to go with 8 hours or so, generally, when you sort of break it all down, we're almost into the end game. We're starting to get towards that sort of rear end of the race where it is just a case of ticking off those pit stops for Hybrid Tune, just trying to keep everything nice and slick, don't do anything silly. As I said, take 4 or 5 seconds off your lap time and just get around the circuit. The last thing you want to do is stick it in the gravel on your own. You'll be tired and you'll be fatigued, and you want to just get around for your teammates more than anything. And obviously that's not just the drivers, but obviously the team is back in the pits as well, and all the friends and family.
Emax Motorsport across the line now, so we'll get that lead gap for you, and it is over a minute still. Wow. Yeah. So really handy pit work there from Hybrid Tune. They've got the pace on track, they've got the pace in the pit lane, even, easy for me to say, and they are a minute ahead of Emax Motorsport. So that means the top 6, indeed top 7 actually, have made their most recent stops, because JW Bird's 449 car pitted about 5 minutes ago as well. In fact, they are still in the pits. This is quite a long stop for JW Bird's 449 car. So Hybrid Tune to Emax Motorsport, 388 346, just over a minute the gap between the two of them. Then a lap and a bit back to 312 Fake Taxi in 3rd. Now they have, as I said, extended their margin over WRC Developments, because the pit stop difference between those two teams was about 30-odd seconds quicker in the favour of Fake Taxi. So they will now have a decent margin over 318, which we're still waiting to come across the line. 5th position then for 316 Mellow Yellow Motorsport. 6th place for the 504 BH Motorsport with SCK Motorsport car, and JW Bird's 449 car finally leave the pit lane, having been in there for 5 minutes and 3 seconds. That was the 449 car. Also, interestingly, or I think it is anyway, it was almost exactly an hour, that stint for Hybrid Tune. They pitted at 7:43 a.m. and then 9:46 a.m. So almost exactly 2 hours for that stint, which is exactly what we were saying it should be all race long, but because of the amount of safety cars we had over the first half of the race, it was actually quite hard to gauge. We rarely went more than 2 hours. In fact, I don't think we did at any point go more than 2 hours without a safety car. So now we're finally getting into these longer runs, and we are seeing what the genuine fuel mileage is. And yeah, 2 hours seems about right, which means we can anticipate Emax will be in at about 10:49. So they have got about 50 minutes, we reckon, before they'll be back down pit lane.
Yeah, well, good calculations there, Andy. I have to say, you can tell you're a British GT commentator, can't you? Because you're figuring all that out on the fly.
Well, with lots of assistance from Paul Truswell, who gave me the initial information, I must stress.
Yes, no, exactly. And, yeah, I mean, fingers crossed and touch wood we don't have another safety car, because at the beginning of our coverage, or recoverage I should say here, with obviously the pit lane commentators and everything like that, it would be good to get into a real good rhythm. And you just noticed that the car 503 and 312, now 312 is probably the most important one there, has a stop-go penalty. That's 312 fake taxi, stop-go penalty for overtaking under a safety car, which we haven't seen for, I think, was it over 2 hours now?
Yeah, so there were obviously a few people perhaps guilty of doing that, and they've had, because obviously, you know, the clerk of the course will not want to give a penalty unless they are absolutely certain that it is deserved, that that team are guilty, and they will go back and they will get the footage from the car, they will check CCTV footage, they'll make sure they get it absolutely right. And I'm sure, Jack, in a race of this length especially, we and the teams would all rather they took the time to make sure they're getting the choice right than rushing into it and then realising they got it wrong. So I don't mind waiting 2 to 3 hours to find out. They've still got bags of time to serve the penalty at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. Just before I get on to that point, 316 Mellow Yellow, which is of course are in 5th position at the moment in the pit lane. Looks like it should be fairly standard, fueling up and then hopefully wheel the car back out, but they're in 5th at the moment. Let's see if obviously BH Motorsport / SCK Motorsport 504 are able to get out and potentially overtake them out there on track in the middle of all these pitch strategies. But no, you're absolutely right, and in fact we saw yesterday, I believe it was, the cars have to sort of give up their footage, so they will have cameras on board, which will help the clerk of the course if he requests that footage from that particular period of the race, and then that will help him make an informed decision, i.e. yes, he's out overtaken under a safety car period. And I remember there was a car yesterday, and I'm going to have to look at my notes in a minute, I'll have to get them out of my bag in a second, but he was given a 3-lap penalty, not 3 minutes or 3 seconds, a 3-lap penalty because they didn't give up their footage to the clerk of the course. And that was, I think, between 9 and 10 o'clock sort of area. So last night, that almost killed one of the drivers pretty much instantly in terms of their chances of getting any kind of good result out of this. And I know we have, you know, in the top 10 is separated by 5 laps now, so in the grand scheme of things, it might not be the end of the world. But that early in the race, it was a real kick in the teeth.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can then spend the rest of the 24 hours trying to gain that back, and 3 laps is a pretty big deficit to overcome. Right, just keeping an eye on lap times, as there goes the 503 in to serve one of its. In fact, that is the second stop-go penalty that it's served. And it's going to now do what it didn't do earlier on and scan the U-tag system at the end of the pit lane, which is the reason for that second stop-go, if you remember. Ooh, Scuderia Polo Rosso there at the inside. They, by the way, I don't think we mentioned it at the time, they went off into the gravel just as we arrived in the commentary box at 9 o'clock this morning. That was at Brooklands, was it not? So
yes.
That car is going again, but they've had a couple of incidents at that corner. Remember, they had a spin there yesterday. They're still inside the top 30, though, in 29th place. Yes, monitoring lap times here. The Hybrid Tune car did have a slightly slow first full flying lap. They lost a second to Emax Motorsport, but they're now back into the 3-minute ones, which on a full tank of fuel is fairly impressive stuff. So likely that they're going to get that lead gap, which had crept just below a minute, back over the 60-second mark. Mellow Yellow Motorsport also pitting from 5th position. That's the 316 car. So we're getting them sort of dripping through now, these pit stops, and that 316 car should be heading out of the pit lane any time now. Actually, they've been there for nearly 4 minutes.
I was going to say, we saw them refueling. It looked like it was a fairly down the line sort of pits, and hopefully there was no sort of big incidents. Richard John Hill, I'm sure, will be probably pacing up and down the pit lane trying to figure out, oh, we're under a yellow flag.
Safety car.
Yeah.
This could be... No, that car has moved, the car that went off at Beckett, so there's somebody else who has pulled off or gone off in a precarious position. We'll turn to the CCTV cameras. Jack, do let us know if they find it on the TV coverage, but this could prove rather interesting from a strategy point of view, because we've got Emax Motorsport, who are about 45 minutes away from needing a pit stop. Is this a good time, maybe, to come in and make that stop? They haven't long gone across the start-finish line, though, so if they're going to do that, they'll have to wait a little while before they have the opportunity to do so. But I'm sure we will. Well, we did immediately see a few cars dive for pit lane. I'm sure the pit lane will become quite a busy place. As a cause of the safety car, nothing immediately presenting itself as a likely reason, then.
It's not, I mean, I can see Richard John Neal having a look at the Team Hard car, but that's in the garages, looking rather nasty with a lot of gravel on board, so I don't know whether that was a recent result. Doesn't look very clean. It looks like it has just literally been wheeled in, got the wheel off, and see what happens. And maybe that was as a result of whatever the safety car has been for, which is, there we go, we're looking at the front left by the looks of it, has had a nasty bit of contact with the suspension. That's the 448 machine, which, just looking at Paul, I don't think he's got any notes on the 448 machine, so I assume that's a very recent sort of occurrence rather than one that maybe we missed before we went sort of live with the new broadcast team. The safety car has gotten out there and picked up, and I reckon in terms of Emax's pit stops, it's all to do with where the safety car will pick up the pack from, because of course it's pretty much impossible for the safety car to pick the leader up, because they need to get out there as soon as possible.
Well, the leader is at Luffield now, and the safety car is at Club, so yes, they have not got the leaders. But this is what has changed the race. It literally does turn the race on its head, doesn't it? If one car can gain and one car loses through the safety car, makes a big difference. A Hybrid Tune are at the line now. What we need to work out is where Emax Motorsport are. Did they jump the safety car as well? Remember, they were a minute behind Hybrid Tune on the track, so there's a good chance the safety car came out in that 1 minute gap. And that perhaps is going to cost Emax Motorsport even more time. Yeah,
but even though Emax Motorsport, actually yesterday gained a massive amount of time, nearly 3 minutes on their rivals because of a fortuitous safety car positioning. Just trying to keep an eye on the 346. If you're watching this at home, and we're watching outside our commentary box, we're watching CTV.
You don't know where to look, do you?
I know, it's really hard, but if you spot it on your cameras at home, then well, congratulations, stick it in the chat. And we'll try and catch up ourselves. But the 346 Emax Motorsport car is the one we're looking at. We know Hybrid Tune. In fact, Andy, you're pointing out the window. Have you found it?
Yes, because I remember they were a couple of cars ahead of Fake Taxi, albeit a lap apart. So I think it's the second of these black cars coming through. Yes, there we go. That was a good punt, wasn't it? So 346 will be directly. This is going to really shrink that gap between the top two. A gap that was around 60 seconds will come down to 4 or 5 probably. Remember, Emax do owe us a pit stop within the next 45 minutes or so. So it's a temporary gain perhaps, but a significant one nonetheless, because they were going to struggle to gain that sort of time back without the assistance of this, the 18th. Yes, 18th safety car of the race. The first one, though, for over 3 hours.
Yeah, and we still don't know the cause, which is a bit of a shame, because...
Going to interview Kerry.
Oh, actually, I think I can hear Richard John Neal.
Hello, yeah, sorry guys, I switched the mic on before I should have done, but we're down in pit lane. Jeremy, I'm going to go out here. We've got Kerry Sparling from the Team Hard outfit, and they're doing some work, so catch up with me. Kerry, thank you for waiting for us. First of all, quite a lot of work going on the car. What's the issue, and do you think you'll be able to get back out?
I hope so. They're just doing an engine change at the moment, so sounds a bit severe, but these guys can turn things around pretty quickly. So, yeah, optimistic we'll be able to get out again and start racing. So.
What issues have you had over the weekend?
I mean, first race for me, so learning the track, learning what it's like to be here and be racing. It's first race for all of our team actually. So yeah, just good experience getting out there and driving at night. All the things to get used to, but great fun.
So what's your journey to get you to this point?
Well, I actually work in Formula One. I work for the Alpine F1 team, but yeah, so always loved motorsport, and yeah, a group of us were really interested in motor racing ourselves, decided to form a team, got in touch with Team Hard, and they were like, yep, we'll get a car ready for you, and we were like, yep, we'll sign up, we'll get involved, and here we are.
Tell us about the other people on the team.
So we've got Magdalena, Shannon, Becky, and Amy. So there's 5 of us. We actually all got together in the Formula Women competition recently. So we're all, fairly novice, but yeah, always had dreams of racing, so wanted to start here.
And is it the same with the boys team? There's a couple of newcomers in that as well, isn't there? Lewis and Rubens, I think, are new, which we wanted to catch up with a little bit later.
Yeah, I think they've got a bit of a mixture, some newbies and then some guys who've come through the Lewis Hamilton Academy as well. So yeah, a bit of a mixture. They had a big long stop overnight as well, though, another engine change, I think, for them. So they were out of action for about 5 hours or so. So yeah, difficult, but yeah, they're back out now. So hopefully we'll get out again and we'll be good.
Interesting angle, isn't it, for Team Hard? I mean, they're very high profile throughout motorsport, but great that they're encouraging new drivers to come in.
Yeah, really good, and great to have such a diverse mix here as well. which is really, really good to see. We've got a really good group here. I'm actually a Racing Pride ambassador as well, so I do some work with them, and it's really good to have a presence here with them as well. So yeah, they've been really welcoming, Team Hard. They've been brilliant, really encouraging for all of us who are new to this. So yeah, it's a really good start to our careers, hopefully.
Kerry, you're suited up, and they're just putting the Amigo. Every time we're on camera, an Amigo car is in the sin bin. So just to let you know, it's not another Amigo sin bin, but photo bomb there, very successfully. So you're waiting for your stint now as you're suited up?
Yeah, I am. My last stint was about midnight last night, so I did the late ones. That was good. About 4 safety cars in that stint as well, so it was a bit difficult to get a good sort of rhythm. But yeah, hoping to get out again. It's a lovely day, so hopefully it's warming up as well. So if I can get out and get some good consistent laps in and just try and bring it home, really.
It's not what you'd say a traditional first race meeting is about, is it? Night racing, 24 hours endurance, but I'm guessing the team aspect of it must be a real positive coming into actual racing.
Yeah, definitely. We've got support from each other. You know, that's really good. And yeah, a lot of people said 24 hours first race. That's crazy. What are we doing? We're like, no, we'll throw ourselves into it. We get a lot of seat time. No better way to learn, right? Than just to sort of throw yourself in and yeah, get a good number of hours in the car. So yeah, it's really good.
Okay. Kerry, thanks very much for chatting to us. We'll let you get back to your team chat that you were having at the back of the garages. Good luck for the rest of the event, and good luck for the rest of your career as well, in racing as well. Kerry Spalding there from Team Hard. Really good to hear that they are working with newcomers, encouraging newcomers into racing. And as you heard, a particularly diverse team as well. We'll chat to some more of the drivers a little bit later on. But after that story, let's hand you back to the guys in the concourse.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. We've been hard at work on 2 fronts. First of all, trying in vain to work out what this safety car is for. We can't see anything obvious. What I haven't done yet is check the live timing to see if there is anyone showing up as being stopped on track. It's the next port of call, I suppose. 5:07. 440, well, quite a lot of them showing a stopped on track. I'm sure they're not all stopped on track, so that doesn't really help us. What we can tell you, though, is we've been working out some strategy information here, and this safety car could, if it stays out long enough, benefit Emax Motorsport, because they managed to just about beat the safety car. The safety car came out behind them, which means that they can now catch up to the back of the Crocodile. They will catch up, therefore, to the race leaders. And if the safety car stays out long enough, Jack, they could use this as an opportunity to pit, because a safety car lap is in excess of 5 minutes. A decent pit stop is around 4 to 4.5 minutes. So once they catch the train, they could get a free pit stop, get back on pit strategy sequence with the race leaders, and not actually lose that much track position to them.
That's the hope, isn't it, for Emax? But obviously, the safety car came out and they had to catch up about 80% of the lap, and you are supposed to be going slower as a rule, and even if you're not behind the safety car, whilst the safety car is out, you are supposed to be going slower during the lap as well. So the fact that they're going to have to catch up that minute is going to take them a while. However, I think not sure if Eshaw are about to come round Luffield, actually. Now, the trail, yeah, I was going to say, the train of the safety car is coming through past the national pits now, the heritage pits. So I believe, is this a pit stop now for Emax Motorsport? So there we go, they've caught up to the back of it, and immediately, without wasting any time behind the safety car, they thought we're close enough, into the pits we go.
Right, this is significant then. Of course, Richard will now find himself at the complete opposite end of the pit lane, I'm sure, but Emax Motorsport in, and this is their 9th visit down the pit lane. This is coming quite a bit early, about half an hour earlier than they planned, but I think, you know, that's the last quarter of the stint, essentially. I think that's close enough to the end of the stint to warrant going off strategy a bit here, and as we said, it gets them right back onto strategy with Hybrid Tune, who are somewhere towards the back of the safety car Crocodile. In fact, I can just see them going into Chapel Corner there. They're about 2/3 of the way down the queue, whilst they are trundling around behind the safety car, which is going to be lapping quite a bit slower than the cars would be at full speed. The theory is that Emax Motorsport might be able to get this pit stop done and get back out before the safety car arrives back at the start-finish line. Now, they need to make sure they beat the safety car there, because if they don't, they'll have to let everybody through. They will close the pit lane exit and let the whole pack through, and they'll actually end up losing time compared to where they were before. So Emax Motorsport then, an important pit stop here for them.
Yeah, and Scott Woodwis is on the case in terms of keeping an an eye on that, because fortunately, if I look out our commentary box window, we can't quite see that far down the pit lane, which is a bit of a shame. So we can't give you sort of live updates on how that might be cracking on, and it doesn't help that the sun is directly in our eyes as well, making us a bit boiling. It was amazing. Paul said, "Oh, can you find a safety car route?" Actually, that's a maggots, isn't it? So,
yes.
And that was an earlier incident. Just right, I think it was a Sandown Motorsport car.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, and it went into there. You actually snapped your neck round and actually saw that one, didn't it, as it happened, Andy? And clearly the Armco is the reason for the safety car.
Which I did wonder, but it didn't look too badly damaged. Now I've seen them push it back to where it should be.
Yes.
I realise it was quite badly damaged, actually. So they're putting what looks like a lump of concrete or something behind it to support the barrier, and that is exactly what this is for. So it is for barrier repair at Beckett's, and that might take some time. It might take another lap or so. So yes, this could definitely change the complexion of the race. Richard.
Yep, managed to get down with Max. I wasn't too far away. Max Finney's here. He's about to jump in, so I'm going to grab a quick word, and Max is going to push me out of the way if he needs to jump in the car at any point. How are things going, Max, first of all?
Yeah, really well. We're running a bit of a different strategy. We're trying a few things. We've got really good pace. It's just trying to keep it consistent and stay out of trouble, to be honest. The car's running really well, prepared really well. Brand new car for this event by Max Motorsport. But yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing what we can do in this last few hours of the race.
Strategy-wise, was this a change of strategy as the safety car's out to get some time back on hybrid?
Yeah, well, we had a little incident mid-race, so we're having to try and work around that, but we're still on the lead lap, so we're trying our best to combat that, really.
Loving the crash helmet as well, very period. You've got to go. OK, Max, we're going to get you in the car. That's all right, no need to apologise. It's all about the race for you. And Max will now get in. That timed out pretty well, actually. Very, very quickly in the car, as you can see. Belts being done up, lovely shots here. And the James Hunt style crash helmet, very evocative for us, slightly longer in the tooth. And great that youngsters have that. So belts very nearly completely done up. I hope we didn't impinge on the pit stop at all. I'm fairly sure we didn't.
Well, Richard, just before we let you go, sort of thing, actually, the safety car has come in. You're about to see it drive past you, which means they haven't beaten the safety car, and it looks like Hybrid and Tune Motorsport are about to go past them whilst they're still sat in the pit lane. So, although they tried their best, they couldn't quite make it succeed. We're back racing.
They will still gain something, though, presumably, because they gained a full minute on Hybrid Tune in catching them in the first place. And then, yes, OK, they pitted and gone back to a lap down, but they will potentially still have made a net gain out of that, I suppose. But again, it'll take another hour and a half now for that to all shake out fully. But they do go another lap behind Hybrid Tune Motorsport, as there is contact through Maggotts and Beckett's. That's the A-team tangling with the 318 WRC Developments car, which runs in fourth place. That is significant contact then. Both of them getting sideways. They both carry on, thankfully, hopefully with minimal damage, but the WRC Developments car running in a strong fourth place. That is not what they needed, but Jack, it's always a danger on a safety car restart. Everyone's bunched together, everyone's on different strategies, everyone on different laps even, and that difference in speed through a sequence like Maggotts and Beckett's can cause trouble.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we've seen some of the gaps close up, those of us who are on lead laps. I mean, Silverlake and Trimite Racing, that's the battle for 12th position, is actually now down to less than a second. We've got a couple of other cars, the A-Team and AB Motorsport, the two sort of sister cars, shall we call them. They're actually back to within a second. But the problem is, if you get all these back markers around them, it's difficult to actually pinpoint who you're supposed to be racing against. And you can see the team hard car actually just trying to basically jump out of the way and let everybody go back through so they're in a little bit more clear air. I think that's a different team hard car to the one we just heard having an engine change and everything like that. That's the 519, which I believe is the one with the likes of Will Orton in it. So clearly a fair few laps down, just wants to remain out of the way just in case anybody is racing for position.
Yes, Emax Motorsport back on their way. Good pit stop, 4 minutes 7, only 6 seconds slower than we saw for Hybrid Tune earlier on. So it was a good stop. It's just a shame the safety car didn't stay out a lap longer for them. That would have really put them right back in the fight. But still, good effort there in the pits. So Richard can rest easy. He did not impede upon the pit stop. It was a pretty quick one for the second placed team, which we're waiting expecting they will be somewhere in that pack, I suppose, still, won't they? Depends when they let them out of the pit lane, I suppose. But very, very exciting stuff on the restart. And as Jack was saying, this has bunched up quite a few of the midfield battles. I say midfield battles towards the back of the top 10 and middle of the top 20, which normally would be midfield, wouldn't it? But in a grid this size, it is actually pretty close to the pointy end of the field. There goes the WRC Developments car. They're still battling with the A-team. They're not anything like on the same lap. There are 6 laps between these two cars. The 352 car with another donut down the side of it now, and it is the 312 car that it tangled with, but I don't think either of them are heading for the pit lane, so there's no real damage done, and they're able to continue on their way. Let's see how much time that cost WRC Developments. Remember, they were trying to chase down Fake Taxi, weren't they? And Fake Taxi have already gone across the start-finish line. 318 car goes through now, and actually they are at opposite ends of the queue by the looks of it, so that is one battle that is definitely spread out as a result of the safety car, with WRC Developments dropping almost a full lap to the third place car. Richard?
Yeah, with Phil Ingram from AB Motorsport, and Phil, you were asking me about a certain Jack Oliphant coming down and having a chat with you, and I think we decided we'd try and get the dirt. So when he was your teammate, what stories can you tell us?
Oh, Jack, yeah. Lively driver. He's always gives it 101%, shall we say. Keeps the mechanics quite busy, but smile on his face makes it all worthwhile.
You were saying about Ginetta G40s that you were racing, and then you did British GT. This is your first go back since GT?
Yeah, I've not raced for a while. This is my first event for a couple of years, and what can I say? It's brilliant. You know, this many cars. Everybody's a nutter, aren't they? And but it's all the racing I've had anyway. It's all been really fair. Really enjoy it. Not nice and tactical. I can't believe you can have so much fun in such a little car.
How have your driving stints been split over the day so far?
Yeah, there's 3 of us in the team. We've been fairly even. I did one at night and one during the day. All the other guys, Brian Trott, Stu Simons, in the team doing a similar thing. We're getting about 2 hours 15 out of the tank. We've struggled a little bit in the first part of the race with lack of top end and very good fuel economy, which is interesting. And then about 6 hours ago, the car started making a different noise and it's a lot faster. So we're burned from the stern now. Let's see what we can do. I don't think we're going to trouble the leaders, but it'd be nice to try and get in the top 10 by the end of this.
Excellent. I'll send Jack over to have a chat with you later on. Phil Ingram, thank you very much for that. Good to meet you and have a chat. We'll keep trying to head to Hybrid Tune, which we're going to do in a moment, but every so often we bump into someone who wants a quick chat. I'll hand you back and we'll try and see what the news is from the lead team.
Now, honestly, Richard, anyone you can find who will take the mickey out of Jack Oliphant, please do. I'm sure Jack doesn't mind.
I was going to say, no, I'm not going to say hello to Phil Ingram now. Keeping the mechanics busy. What's he on about there? No, to be fair, I did. I both had to buy a crate of beer for my mechanics. I kept them that busy that night. It was a shame. But it's boring if you just win every race like Phil did. I was the only driver that actually put him under any pressure. I span out while I was in the lead of the race and about to win it from him, but still, I think I hold my head proud. Obviously I'll go and have a chat with him as we're seeing it. That's not really what the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car really wants to see, is it? It's a battling 3 back markers who are not too interested in getting out of his way at the moment. That's obviously he's at the back of this little queue. It's quite nice. These C1s, we haven't mentioned it. It's always one of the things I like to sort of take note of, because quite a lot of people try very hard, but the cars look amazing, don't they? And I mean, especially in the dark last night with all the LEDs and everything on them. Especially something like the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. It's very easy to spot. Look out the commentary box, look from the side of the race, and you go, oh, there it is, we can find it now. There's a big spin, there's a big crash, and that's the Fake Taxi car, 312. A couple of cars have had to go over to the left-hand side, but that's big news, and the Fake Taxi car right in front of the pit wall, even, has had a massive moment.
And one of the cars that had to take avoiding action is beached in the gravel. This is at Woodcote Corner. That's 377, that's the Badger. Who did they not bring out our lap 1 safety car yesterday? Yes, they did. Having glanced the barrier at Beckett's, they brought out a safety car right at the start of the race, and I fear they might be about to do the same thing now. At almost 10:30 this morning. There is the Fake Taxi car. Didn't see how it started, but that car ended up pointing at 90 degrees across the middle of the road through the blind right-hander at Woodcote Corner. It had been into the Armco barrier on the inside of the corner and then received some contact at the rear, which ripped the rear bumper loose. And Fake Taxi, who are yet to serve a stop-go penalty as well, so they were already set to lose some time, are now going to lose quite a bit more because that car cannot be straight after that. Thank goodness, though, Jack, no one collected him seriously, because that was not a nice place to be pointing at 90 degrees to the direction of traffic.
No, pretty terrifying, and the problem is obviously cars following each other. They're almost blind to a spinner out in the middle of a straight. You just don't expect it as a driver, and so you're absolutely right. Thank God we didn't see anything worse than that, because that could have been a race-ending incident. That could have been you know, the car pretty much written off if it was any worse. Now, there's localised yellow flags at the moment. These guys are coming onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, which is of course the F1 pit straight. This isn't where it happened. They happened in front of us, just on the outside of Woodcote Corner, in the just outside our commentary box, and outside their heritage pits, or the national pits. The car is still beached in the gravel, and that's the Badger Racing, of course. It doesn't look like we're pinging a safety car just yet. Like Paul mentioned, if it was in night time, it would have to be a safety car, just because it's so much more dangerous to work and recover a car at night. But now we've got the glorious sunshine here in the Midlands. It might be the fact that we can just get a recovery vehicle out there and drag him back. We are very close to a gap in the wall here on the outside. Fingers crossed. But the problem is, Andy, if you drag a car out like that, if you're a driver, you sort of want a safety car to drag it out or lift it out properly. Because as soon as a car gets dragged out of the gravel, you could rip all kinds of bumpers off, can really damage the car, and then you have to spend so long actually hoovering the damn thing and getting all that gravel out to start with. So it's really gutting for that's the Badger, and as I said, I think Fake Taxi more than anything got away with that.
I think so, yes. This may well, in the long run though, end up costing Fake Taxi third place, because they are just under a lap ahead of WRC Developments Limited. They already have a stop-go penalty to serve for overtaking under the safety car, and they very nearly caused another safety car there, and will surely have some damage to the car after that very scary moment that Jack described right in front of us. Are they going to be diving for the pits anytime soon? They're just coming through Brooklands now, so they're up towards the end of the lap. There is that's the Badger car, still stuck all on its own there in the Woodcote gravel trap. No sign yet of a recovery vehicle heading its way. Fake Taxi comes out of Luffield. They are hanging right out of the final corner, and they're heading for the pit lane. So another story here for Richard to chase up down in the pits, because Fake Taxi are heading in. Now the rear bumper is loose. There may be some damage to the right front corner, but the car still seems to be travelling at a decent speed as it makes its way down towards you. So this is the third placed car in to fix damage, and of course this will delay them in taking their stop-go penalty, which they were not allowed to serve under the safety car. But in theory should have been trying to serve as soon as the safety car came in. I can see out of the window, by the way, that there is a JCB ready and waiting to go out into the gravel trap, but has not yet done so. Is that because they're waiting for a gap in the traffic, or are they waiting for a safety car to be scrambled? We'll find out. Richard, what have you got?
Yeah, the back bumper's been taken off. They had a new part already there, which is set to go on. The damaged one gets rather hurriedly discarded, and the team just working to try and get the new part on. It looks like this is actually going to be I think it's going to be quicker than one of the F4 stops that I saw last weekend at Brscc, to be perfectly honest with you. So the guy's getting stuck in, and tools being used just to, okay, so we've got to take out the bumper that was on. The screws are still in, so they're busy taking those out, and then the new part should just fit straight on. All absolutely immaculate, as I guess you can see from your pictures. All colour-coded, fits absolutely spot on, back bumpers on, and then of course the guys have got the penalty to sort out as well, so whether that will be, I'll have to be fairly soon afterwards as well.
I don't know whether you can see, Richard, who's in that car, can you, the Fake Taxi car?
Green helmet, do we know who's driving at the moment? We'll find out.
I think
who's in the
they
car
said
Alistair. Oh right, yeah, he was about to start when we spoke earlier on, isn't it? Yeah. Much damage and a penalty to serve as well.
Damage seems to be right. We've got the bumper back on.
It's very quick. That was actually quicker than some of the F4 stops I saw last weekend.
Thanks. Well-oiled team, well drilled. And yeah, the stop go unfortunately for an infringement overnight on release of safety car. So we unfortunately overtook before the control line. So I got that too as well. So yeah, having had you commentator cursed it.
Oh, don't blame me. You guys can still get back up onto the podium again. We've seen you climb back 3-1. So will the penalty be taken straight away? Is there a time limit for that?
We'll get it done another way, and then we can crack on with the rest of the race. That's the plan.
Okay, very good. Don't know whether I'm going to be able to just pitch in and have a quick word with Alistair. I'm going to. You right? Have a quick word with Alistair. Scary moment.
Yeah, it was a pretty bum-tensing moment, to be honest. But the car's okay, so we should be able to get out there and get some places back.
I think you're ready to go. Thanks for having a quick chat.
Okay. Thank you.
Good luck with that. Last thing I want to do is interfere with the driver's concentration, but look at that, absolutely superb work by the team. Got that out very quickly, and the bonus of having a word with Alistair in the car as well in the 3-1-2, which will go out and should serve the penalty hopefully next lap.
Yes, apologies, Richard. I realised as I asked you that we already knew it was Alistair getting into that
That's
car
all right,
next,
don't worry.
But got that confirmed, so thank you very much. Relatively speedy repair work. That's going to be. Did they do anything else to the car, Richard? Did they take the time then to add fuel or change tyres, or was it just the repair work that they did?
It was the repair. I say just the repair work. It was the repair work, but yeah, it was a fair. And so quick, so well drilled, that team. Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, just the repairs.
Okay, well, yeah, well drilled indeed. It's going to be around a 4-minute stop, which is kind of the standard sort of routine pit stop time that we've been seeing. But I wondered whether they'd taken that chance to top up the fuel or something. But no, just get the car fixed, get it back out on its way. Can't blame them for that. They will, I think, lose third place here, will they not, Jack?
I think so, but I think only by about 30 seconds, which, albeit, 30 seconds is quite a long time, don't get me wrong, it's still going to be very interesting. What have you spotted?
Well, and they've still got the stop go to serve,
of course, yeah. So I was about to say, glad you pointed that out actually, because I was about to say, I reckon if they have the speed of the car, we'll start actually seeing a real battle out on track. But you're absolutely right. If they have to come in, serve that stop go, it's probably going to be about a minute and a half, maybe more towards half a lap down, unfortunately, as we're currently watching the Hybrid Tune Motorsport, who has managed to carve their way through all of that traffic. Obviously, Emax Motorsport are about a lap down, we believe. I think it's about 52 seconds just waiting for the Emax. I think it's about to come across the line. Is this Emax? No, it's not. It's 470 actually. So apologies about that. But yeah, so plenty of little stories are still out there. Richard doing a brilliant job of trying to get us all up to date with that one. And yeah, we made it sound fairly easy. Actually, Richard's back with us.
No, it's not quite, Richard. It's Robert Lewis again with one of my technical segments, and I'm going to tire you out with this one. Sorry for the dad joke. I had to get that in early. But we're going to talk tyres because, of course, looking in the comments, you're going to wonder what on earth is making these machines squeal so much around the corners. It is the control tyre for the Citroën C1 Racing Club. It's effectively a Nankang AS1, and I've got 3 sets of tyres here because it's not just an ordinary road tyre. They're moulded specifically for the C1 Racing Club. They've even got their logo on the side, which is quite interesting. So the standard tyre is moulded for 8mm of tread. These come out standard at about 5 or 6mm. Doesn't stop there. That's good for a wet race. Perfect, absolutely fine. But the problem is, if you do it on a nice bone-dry track, see these little blocks here in the tyre? They get too soft, they move around, and that's no good because they start chunking, they start ripping off. So, Hybrid Tune, the current leaders of the race and the guys behind me, did a lot of work on shaving the tyres. Now, it doesn't mean getting out the Gillette Mach 3. Effectively, you get to take a file to the tyre and you just get a nice, smooth, shaved surface, and you take it down to about 3mm. This actually works better on a dry track than that tyre there, and it works longer. There's less movement, there's a nice even covering, it regulates the temperatures, and you're effectively able to get two stints out of this, so a good double stint out of these as a front tyre before it turns into this. So it's quite worn out, but as you can see, it's nice and even. The shoulders haven't come away. There's a tiny bit of pitting on the inside, as you can see here, but it's got a nice even wear on the outside where it was shaved. That tyre's done. But the other thing they sort of said to me as well, we noticed earlier on, Scott was sending us messages about the rear tyres on these cars. So they put a standard tyre on the rear normally, and it depends on the car balance, what the guys do to the car, how long they last. But they're going to last a lot longer than the fronts because it's doing less work. It's just the trailing wheels on the car. What they can do, they take the old tyres off, they can shave an old rear tyre, and they can recycle them and put them on the fronts. And that is cost-effective motorsport. Now, before I hand back, I've just got one last bit of breaking news, or a bit of drama going on. What I have got here is a spare part that Hybrid Tune have waiting. Now, since their third stint in the car, the leaders of the race have had quite a bit of a funny noise coming from the front left, and they believe it could be a wheel bearing. So they've got one of these ready just in case. They might be sweating on it a little bit. We'll find out how it develops in the rest of the race. Back to you guys.
And thank you, Rob. And we've been sending Richard down to investigate that very thing for the last 2 hours, and he just hasn't had the time to get there because things keep kicking off. But thank you, Rob. Interesting stuff there as always. And the tyre situation is something you don't tend to think of with cars like this. But on any car, a racing car or a road car, the only bit of it that actually is in contact with the tarmac is the rubber. And if that rubber is not working as it should do, then that is obviously going to affect your performance, whether you're in a 90-odd brake horsepower Citroen C1 or a Formula 1 car. You need that rubber to be doing what it needs to be doing in order to go quickly. So interesting stuff, and we will try and monitor this hybrid tune situation that Rob was describing as well. Car 512 being given a track limits warning. That car is running a little bit further down the order, not one of the leading contenders. Sorry, 521, excuse me, which is Auto Farm. And they were a leading contender, weren't they, until the issues that they had overnight. So Auto Farm, I remind myself what that problem was for the rear beam snapped, according to Scott Woodwiss. So, and now they are being warned about track limits as well. So, in the night, I guess it's hard to see whether people are exceeding track limits, but now the sun's up, there's no escaping it.
I was going to say, on other tracks like MSV circuits, we obviously have a camera system for the track limits, but I suppose even in the dark then you can't exactly put a flashing camera on, so you can do it would be a bit distracting for the drivers. So yeah, you're absolutely right, it is a little bit distracting, but I think Rob said in his first segment that we did with him, we'll do another one when I jump down into the pits, I'm sure in about an hour and a half time or so, there is track limits, but they sort of get reset every racing hour, so every 5-2 I think you get 3 warnings, and then you start getting penalised for track limits. And then as we get to 5 to the hour, i.e. the next one will be at 5 to 11, those sort of warnings get reset all of a sudden, and then you get 3 more warnings, and then you get your penalties sort of thing. So you're doing pretty well if you get... you have to pretty much do track limits every single lap at least one corner in an hour to actually start getting penalties in it. I think it works out something like that. So yeah, it's fairly impressive if you do get one, put it that way. I don't believe that we've still got. Don't believe that we've had Fake Taxi into the pits to do the pit stop until now. Fake Taxi are into the pits to do their stop-go penalty. Apparently, it looks like they, as you know, that's the same overtaking of the safety car that they got from about the safety car 4 hours ago,
yes,
wasn't it? So it wasn't the most recent safety car that we're talking about there, but that is the reason for their stop-go penalty.
It is indeed. 399, by the way, I've just pitted. That's the Moore Win Motorsport car, number 399 from 6th position. That was at 10:32, but that is a car that will now likely drop out of the top 10, actually, because it's all quite tight from about 7th place on back, with only a handful of seconds separating cars for position there. And of course we've had, during that safety car period, Emax Motorsport in as well, so we don't expect them back in now unless we get another safety car till about 12:15. So they've got about an hour and a half left of this stint, whilst the race leaders Hybrid Tune pitted at 9:46, so they've got just over an hour. Of course, they'll stretch that a little bit more now because they had the couple of laps behind the safety car. I don't know how much fuel you will save on average per lap of safety car, but certainly in some forms of motorsport, it's about 50% fuel usage per lap when you're behind the safety car, because you can really lift off the throttle, coast down the straights, and whether it's quite that much in these cars, I don't know, but they'll certainly have saved a little bit of fuel, maybe another half a lap that they can eke out of the tank, and that may well just extend the next stint for them a little bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Paul yesterday in the comments box, and just before we went off, we were talking about fuel, and sort of how you calculate it and how reliable, or how much sort of reliance do you put on the actual fuel gauge in the car, the actual factory fuel gauge, because of course these cars, unlike a lot of motorsport and unlike a lot of race cars, say touring cars or GT cars, you sort of tend to look at it and think, oh, that's a BMW, oh, that's a Ferrari, and they are absolutely not a BMW or Ferrari underneath. These cars, oh, that's the Clapham Motorsport car going very slowly in front of us, and another car coming into the pits, actually. I'll continue my point in a minute, Andy.
Yeah, 316 I'd spotted. They're very slow coming into the pit lane, but you're right, Clapham North slowed and did not come into the pit lane, so they're going to head down to Copse Corner now very much off the pace. What have you seen?
It's just that it's the Mellow Yellow who were running in 5th place when we took over this broadcast.
Yes, 316
into the pits.
In the pits, yeah. Now they pitted last at 10 o'clock, so they've only been out there for about 40 minutes. This is definitely not a scheduled pit stop, and that is something for Richard to perhaps go chase up, as well as the Clapham North issue, because that car, 474, is pulling off coming out of Copse Corner, so they're stopped trackside, whilst Mellow Yellow are in the pit lane, both of them hitting apparently separate issues at exactly the same time.
Yeah, a bit of a confusing that one, and the 316 hasn't even managed to get going. I don't know whether they pushed the car back in. Oh no, he hasn't even reached his pits yet, is it? He literally has lost all power and all drive, just like the Clapham North car we just saw. Now, Mellow Yellow are in a slightly better situation because they actually chose to come into the pits with that issue, rather than George Grant's car, which is Clapham North, of course, which has decided to stop just on the right-hand side, on the pit exit, I suppose, as they've gone round Copse. So even if he has to get recovered, he's going to have to be recovered and then dragged all the way round the nearest opening of the track to get back into the pits. But that's going to cost an awful lot of time, which is a bit of a shame. I mean, to be fair, the Clapham North car is a long way down the order at the moment, which isn't ideal. So it's just another on a long. It's 53rd at the moment. It's another on a long line of unfortunate incidents for the Clapham North car, which is a bit of a shame. But the Mellow Yellow, as I said, was running in 5th place when we took over this broadcast this morning. We reopened for 9 AM, so it's a bit of a shame that we see him, going outside the top 10 now. It's already down to 12th position, and the problem is when you see a car slow down and pretty much stop like that, you know it's going to be something complicated and time-consuming.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big shame for them, and hopefully Mellow Yellow will get that sorted then. They were just outside of the top 10 because, of course, it's not that long since they last pitted, but that will send them a little bit further down the pack. We did get the change for 3rd, by the way, so Fake Taxi having now fix the damage and we believe serve the stop goal. The timing screen's still telling them that they need to serve it, but we have seen them come back in twice, haven't we? They have dropped down into 4th position. They're about 1 minute and 40 seconds behind WRC Development, so they're on the same lap at least, but that will again require something like a safety car period for the gap to shrink. On screen we're seeing some pretty close stuff heading down towards the Brooklands complex. 457, one of the cars in this. That's the Silverlake car, which runs in 11th place, and another one of the cars trying to dive through on the inside there, almost tangling. That was the Kellett car, wasn't it? So the Kellett car is running in 8th place. They actually just got past Morwin on the previous lap as Morwin came in to make their stop. So Kellett Motorsport creeping up the order into 8th position now, and on the same lap, I reckon, as the 2 cars ahead of them. So 6th, 7th and 8th, relatively close on track. Richard?
Yeah, down with the Mellow Yellow garage, and a familiar face for me in here is Nathan Edwards. So, Nathan, come on. Here we go. Nathan, good to see you, mate. We'll catch up with your comings and goings in a minute, but what's the problem with the car?
We don't know yet. It's just come in. They were up to 10th. They've been absolutely flying. Started 46th, up to 10th, up to 7th at one point in the night. But yeah, he's just come in. Declan, who partners the car, he's just come in saying the car doesn't start. So I don't know. He just got pushed down pit lane. So the boys are on it, and we'll see what happens, and hopefully get back in the race, because we did have a lap over the car behind us. So hopefully we can try and get back and go from there.
And your involvement?
I'm just on the pit crew, sort of supporting for once, because 11 years ago my dad stopped racing, and then sort of 9 years ago I started racing in juniors, and he sort of gave it up for me, and then he sort of had a go this weekend, the first time in 11 years, and he's doing an absolutely mega job. But it's weird being on the other side, because normally it's like loads of pressure, and obviously what we're racing in is like very serious, and you come to this, it's a very laid back environment, which is really, really cool. But he's enjoying himself, which is the main thing.
Not so laid back next weekend. I think we've got you out in the Mini Coopers again.
Nope, 30 Minis around Thruxton is always going to be a slipstream heaven, and on the touring cars, so everyone gets a bit excited. But no, that's a super competitive championship, and no, it's just nice to come to this and just be a bit more laid back.
You look fairly relaxed with it as well. So the guys will try and get it sorted out. We'll come back to you a little bit later on and see if they can carry on making the progress. Is Dad enjoying it though?
He's loving it. He's sleeping at the minute, so he won't know that we're saying this. But no, his times have got better and better. And considering he's never driven the GP or the car, I think he's done an absolutely stellar job. So no, he's absolutely loving it. And yeah, it's great to be here.
Thanks very much, Nathan. Look forward to seeing you next week. We'll chat to you a little bit later on. An unusual line for a youngster there. Dad's asleep and the youngster's up at 20 to 11 in the morning. The world is topsy-turvy, isn't it, in C1 racing with Silverlake. Hand you back to the comms.
I don't know what you're trying to say, Richard. Yes, Fake Taxi, having fixed the damage on their car, they're back out and they're running reasonable lap times. 3 minutes 3.8 they did last time around. So the 4th place car, they appear to have got the car more or less back in shape and are continuing to lap quickly. Mellow Yellow still in the pit lane. That elevates Trimite Racing into 12th place, the number 414 car, despite the fact that they were just pointing the wrong way a moment ago at Brooklands.
Yeah, no, always helps if a car comes into the pit lane, doesn't it, though? It shakes that up, and that's why you just got to keep going, keep plugging away in these sort of races. You never know what can happen. I mean, AB Motorsport, they're almost cracking the top 10 now. It's Fighting Talk, getting past JW Bird. I was keeping an eye on that one. They've just gone past our pit box, actually, pretty much nose to tail going through Cops. So that is the fight for 6th position. Very nice, and that's the one Kellett Motorsport are trying to track down, but I think they are about a lap behind, aren't they? Well, roughly half a lap behind or something like that. So, yeah, a bit of a shame we won't see a three-way battle, but nice to see a battle out on there on the circuit. But yeah, it's fantastic so far. I'm looking forward to getting down there in the pits, to be honest. It seems like everybody's quite chatty. Yesterday I was a little bit nervous to sticking a microphone in their faces, but I think I'm just going to take Richard's lead and just basically call people over and demand they talk to him. No, he's not that rude, obviously, but yeah, it's look, it sounds like there's stories to tell up and down the pit lane, and whoever you chat to, they're going to come in and have a bit of an interview. As you've just noted, another car coming into the pit lane.
Kellett Motorsport. Yeah. So they were chasing down Fighting Talk and JW Bird, as you said, but they have now made their way down the pit lane. So that is their next pit stop being undertaken. And there they are, right on cue. See if we can spot who's getting in and out of that. Then it's a decent driver lineup that they've got in this car. Quite spot a name on that driver. There we go. That is Burke, isn't it? So that is Kellett Motorsport 311. It's an enormous entry list to try and scan through Ulick Burke, who is the reigning Irish touring car champion, Ulick Burke, and a former race winner in Irish Fiestas as well. So he gets out. The next question is who gets in, but that can't happen, of course, until those 2 full churns of fuel are added to the car. And did they have tyres waiting there at the front of the car, I wonder, for the Kellett Motorsport machine that was running in 8th position at the time it made its way into the pits. And this, yes, there are some tyres waiting, and there's a jack ready as well, so it looks like they're going to change with at least 2 tyres, probably the fronts, on this pit stop.
Yeah, and you've got a 66% chance of being right if you say Kellett's getting into the car, I think, haven't you?
Yes.
Obviously, Alice, I had a chat to yesterday in my he was actually the first person I commentated in the pit lane yesterday. Very nice. He seemed like he was loving it. He enjoyed Croft last weekend. I think he got back on the top step of the podium at Croft last weekend. I think I want to say that I'm correct on that one. That's going off the top of my head. There we go. Hey, I actually got one right. I knew turning up to all these motorsport events would come in handy one day. Yeah, so he was happy about that, and he was just enjoying the time that he was here in the C1s, just like we saw heard a couple of the drivers that Richard was interviewing, as he's probably talking to someone else now.
Yep, Ulick Burke has just got out of the car, and looks like a good session for you.
It was okay. Just trying to keep the pace, trying to keep doing 4s. I'm by no means the fastest on the team, so it was just keeping out of trouble, and I'm pretty sure the car in front of us, we were fighting for position with him. Every time he got a toe on me, he was able to pass me. I'd make a few moves, get past him, and just be passed again. So we were only slowing each other down. I decided to tuck in behind him for the majority of that session and just try and keep the 3-minute 4 laps coming out, just about as much as I could manage out there at the minute.
The guys in the comms box are singing your praises, mate, so don't put yourself down.
Don't know about that.
Who'd you hand over to?
William Kellett there. He's definitely one of the faster ones in the team. He should be able to take a couple of seconds off my lap and move forward, hopefully.
I didn't see when you got out of the car, but did you have William just to sort of explain anything that you'd experienced, or do you swap notes, or just put him out there and let him get on with it?
Yeah, just the last 2 laps, coming into the last part of Maggots and Beckett's, the brake pedal went to the floor on me, so I'm not sure if it was knockback or a boil, so I had a big moment down there. I was quite glad to see the fuel light coming on to come in.
Pretty quick stop, guy. I'll let you go and get a break now, because you look like you do with the drink. Thanks for talking to us, Ulick.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there we go, 3-on car getting ready, just refuelling at the moment. I don't know if we can, William, by all means push me away, but you're looking forward to your stint.
Yeah, it should be good fun. We had a great run in the night last night. I overtook like 30-odd cars starting for the back of the safety car, so we're 8th at the moment, so if we can keep it that, top 10 will be brilliant, so just try and stay out of trouble and bring it to the end now.
Ulick was saying a problem with the brake pedal?
I mean, I hope not. I'll find it out when I go out there, but I hope it's okay.
We hope so too. Have a good stint.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much. Last thing we want to do is keep the driver from from the door, and I think we're okay. They're very nearly ready to go. You can see William is poised. There we go, look at that, that was great timing. Away we go again. Car being jacked up, belts going on. Everybody knows their role in the team. Quick look underneath the car from the back. Inside front wheel being changed, and new tyre going on. Good job we had Rob to explain the tyres for us a little bit to understand what's been going on with that, and the car will be ready to go in just a few seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Richard. The brake pedal going to the floor at Magnus and Beckett's is not a nice feeling. It's been a fairly familiar feeling now. I spoke to Sir Chris Hoy last night. That's exactly what happened to him within the first hour and a half or so of the race and caused him to have a nasty accident. So, a focusing moment, I'd imagine, as a driver. Is that something you've experienced, Jack, before? You get to a corner, you hit the brakes and nothing happens?
No, I've got to the corner and forgot to hit the brakes, but I don't think
there is a difference there.
Yeah, I don't think I can. No, it's not something I've ever experienced. It's something that a couple of my teammates have experienced, and specifically going down towards Brooklands, which obviously is pretty terrifying, and that actually not only ended his race, it ended his weekend and ended his racing career, because he thought he had to rebuild the entire car. It was in Jeanette GT5, and he had to build the entire car again. He decided that it wasn't worth it, and the fact that I think his fiance at the time was very scared about going back out in the car. He was a bit shaken by it. He was thinking of retiring anyway, and all of a sudden he was like, you know what, I'm good. I've won the Jeanette GT5 AM Championship. I've done everything I wanted to do. It's not worth going for again. I think he misses it, but you know, it was a bit of a scary accident there, and I don't think the C1's obviously going as quickly, but still, they're also a smaller cars, so an impact, that was a very late entry pit, wasn't it?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, go for it. That was a bit touch and go, wasn't it?
337 that was, that we can see on the screen heading into the pit lane now. It was the Burton Power racing car, and something tells me that was quite a late call to come into the pit lane. Either that or he'd been trapped on the outside of some other cars coming out of Luffield. I couldn't quite tell, but yeah, made it in, and I think got in just before the white line ended and the grass began. So that car, which I don't know about you, but it reminds me rather, you're going to tell me you don't remember this car now, right, reminds me rather of the old Ford Focus rally livery from the late 90s that the likes of Colin McRae and Carlos Sainz will have had on their car. Familiar, Jack?
No, you're absolutely right, Andy. I don't know it.
Oh. It was those colours anyway. Now I see it up close, it looks less like it, but there we go. Is that Emax Motorsport coming in? Yes, it is. Now, why are Emax Motorsport in? They're not due in yet. 346 pitted at 10:13. That was, what, 40 minutes ago or so. And the second place car, 346, is back in the pit lane. We know not why. Richard, I'm sure, is jogging up the pit lane as we speak to try and find out. But this is a potential drama for the car second in the championship. The Burton car is in, having what looks like a scheduled stop. But big dramas, I suspect, here for Emax Motorsport, who are pitted, I seem to remember, about halfway down the pit lane. So yeah, we can't see them from the window here in the commentary position, which is on the outside of Woodcote to pit in. There it is, and it's a tyre change by the looks of it. They're taking the left front tyre off. Is it punctured? Is it damaged? Can't tell from there. They're changing both front tyres, actually. But this, I don't understand this, because they changed. Now, what did they change at the pit stop, Scott? They changed rears only at the previous stop. They did not change the fronts. Richard, are you down there?
Yeah, I just asked Max if we could grab a quick word. He's very much focused on getting out, so doesn't want to talk to us at the moment, which is understandable. Both sides, by the look of it, changed, and I think we're going to get it back out. Be interesting to see. Yep, it's being pushed out.
So no fuel was put into that, Richard?
No fuel, it was just a tyre stop. So did any of you guys know that was coming, and was that just a routine?
That's an hour and a half early.
Any word from Max on that?
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, very badly damaged tyre. So, yeah, front tyre has had it, to use the technical term. Thank you for that.
Probably a bit curbed.
Reckon it might have been curbed and quite badly damaged. So thank you guys, sorry to interrupt your pit stop, but they got Max out very quickly, and I think if I'd have shoved the bike in there, might have delayed it, so probably just as well that we didn't.
No, thank you very much, Richard. Right, well, so we did question this, I seem to recall at the time, because Scott Woodward, I'm sure, told us that the front tyres were looking a little bit worse for wear when it came in, but they chose only to change the rears, and that has cost them. Now, of course, they were trying to beat the safety car at the time, weren't they? So changing all 4 tyres would have lost them a lot more time. Right. I guess that's why they chose not to, but it's come back to bite them.
Yeah, exactly, and we don't know how long those front tyres have been on the car from then as well. So as we see a couple of cars coming into the pit lane, I don't think there are anything impacting the front of the order. But yes, we don't know how long those front tyres have been on the cars to start with, whether they changed them on the previous pit stop before we rejoined the race, or maybe it was halfway through the night and all that sort of. Maybe, obviously, Rob Lewis did a little bit of a chat about tyres earlier on. Maybe we'll have another chat with him about the longevity of the rears compared to the fronts, and all that sort of thing. But yeah, it's very interesting. It's a real shame to see that sort of coming to, I wouldn't say a premature end, but I think Hybrid Tune Motorsport, they'll be licking their lips at that one.
Yeah, that was a minute and 40 seconds. Interesting that they didn't refuel the car whilst they were there.
About, if you're going to take a pit stop, you might as well take a pit stop, sort of thing.
Yeah, because they're still going to have to pit now in just under an hour and a half's time for more fuel anyway. Now, I guess they won't change tyres, but they're now completely off sync, aren't they? They're not changing tyres and fuel at the same time, and they're going to have potentially a similar problem deeper into the race.
Unless they were smarter than us, which is every opportunity.
Very possible.
I mean, they're very possible. And maybe they've worked out that actually they've worked the fueling so it's perfect with the end of the race, so they've worked out the least amount of stops between now and then. But obviously they could end up with another mishap like they have here. So yeah, I'm a bit confused with that one. I'd have thought they'd fuel as high as they can go and maybe try and fuel save almost to the end to try and get rid of one of their mandatory pit stops. But then, you know, it's about getting the drivers in the car as well. It's not just fuel, is it? It's about driver changes. The drivers aren't only allowed 3 hours maximum in the car. Even obviously they have to come in every 2 hours to fuel up, but even if you save fuel enough to, let's say, go 3.5 hours, you wouldn't be allowed anyway, even if you could physically do that in a C1 around that Silverstone, which you can't.
They could have left Max Finn in.
It was definitely stayed in the car.
Ah, right, okay, so he's not going to exceed his maximum driver time, but even if they'd have refueled, he wouldn't. That's the thing.
That's the thing, yeah, that's why I'm confused.
Yeah, they could, because they wouldn't have taken them to 3 hours. Fake Taxi are in now as well, it's all going on. They last pitted at 9:44, which was only just over an hour ago, so this is another unscheduled stop. Ah, no it's not, it is a penalty. For what I don't know, we don't actually know about this one. Richard, have you got any news?
I'm just with 352 at the moment. Tim Dorr about to get in the A team car, and they're refueling. Tim's a little bit nervous to have a word, but wished him well with his stint. So, what was it you wanted me to find?
Fake Taxi.
Fake Taxi, yes, Fake Taxi.
Right, back up the other end. So what it is, you see me coming down one end of the pit lane, and then send me back up the other end.
You're on to us, Richard. Well, this was a penalty, so I don't know how much you'll be able to find out, but we thought that they'd served their overtaking of the safety car penalty. That may not be the case.
Ah, yes, okay. Race control might be a better one for that one. But I think they're through, aren't they? They're going out the other end, so.
Yeah, exactly. So it may be that it took them a long time to serve the stop-go penalty last time. Maybe they waited too long, got another stop-go penalty, if you see what I mean. All speculation, but we'll see if we can find out for you. So that's Fake Taxi, and that will drop them even further away now from third place, WRC Developments Limited. They were already a minute and 3/4 behind them, and now another stop-go penalty. You can see it just rejoining the circuit now is going to send them even further back. They should hold on to 4th place, but the more of these penalties and unscheduled stops that they have, the more danger they're in of dropping out of the top 4.
Yeah, as you said, it's a real danger. When we joined, it didn't look like that was really a possibility at the time. And what I will say as well is WRC Developments are going quickly in comparison to not only Fake Taxi, but everybody else on the field as well. They're lapping in the 3-minute 2s. That's the same pace, maybe half a second off, albeit, of Hybrid Tune Motorsport, and it's only really Fighting Torque, who currently hold the fastest lap of the race, done absolutely hours ago, but they're one of the fastest cars out there as well, of the 301 dead. And there's only one car. Oh, as you're just pointing at a car coming into the pit lane, Andy.
No, a car on the track, which is not normally something worth noting, but it's the Clapham North car. And remember that stopped a while ago, didn't it? So I don't quite know how it got back to the pit lane, or whether maybe the driver fixed it. But yeah, back on track, which is good news, because we want George Grant and the rest of that team to get to the finish of the race if they can. They're running down the order some way, but they are at least back on the circuit and up to full speed.
Yeah, and one thing I do before I go and relieve Richard of his pit lane duties, which by the looks of it he's enjoying thoroughly actually, so, and I'll give the mic back over to Paul Trussell, who's obviously behind us and has been maintaining his note-taking throughout the entirety, which means he's probably knowing more about this race, even though we're covering it, than we do. But AB Motorsport was just going through the fastest times that are currently out there. AB Motorsport, the only drivers at the moment really to be in the 3 minutes. And considering they were well down in the low 40s when we left for pizza and beer last night, Andy, they're now up to 12th place. They said top 10 is a possibility, even if it's an ambitious one. They're only a lap down from the fight for 8th position, and we're currently lapping at those sort of paces, around 3 or 4 seconds per lap quicker than the drivers ahead of them. Plus, you know, a little bit of pit stop wizardry. You never know. We could start seeing AB as being one of the comeback kings of this race.
Yeah, I don't know when they last pitted. It's at least an hour ago, so they may be coming towards the end of the stint. Not too sure. They certainly didn't pit during that safety car. I remember that. The A-team did, I think, the other car. And indeed, they're back in now, the A-team, number 352. But they've been in and out quite a few times. That's actually been in for over 5 minutes this time around, has 352. Had some penalties to serve, but that car with, I believe, Matt Pollard at the wheel has just come back into the pit lane again, and the AB Motorsport car goes through onto another lap, so the pit stop is not all that imminent, it must be said. Right then, Jack's going to wander off to the pit lane. I will be joined briefly by Paul Truswell until we are relieved. I'm relieved for my first break of the day by who's supposed to be joining you, Scott Woodwiss of the Brscc, who will hopefully be making his way up here very soon, because we are already 2 hours into our live coverage here this Sunday morning at Silverstone of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. 24 hours of Silverstone. There are just under 7 hours of the race to go. I'll run you through the top 10 then whilst we get towards the end of this hour. Hybrid Tune Motorsport have just gone through to complete their 310th lap. Car 388 has got a lap and a bit in hand now over car 346 Emax Motorsport, who just made an unscheduled pit stop to change front tyres. That drops them even further away now from the race lead, unfortunately. So 388 leads from 346 in second place. Up into third place again now is the 318 WRC Developments Limited car. Fourth, the 312 Fake Taxi, and fifth is the 504 BH Motorsport and SCK Motorsport machine. I'll continue the rundown in a few moments because I hear noises from the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Andy. With George Grant, familiar face of the weekend. You were just telling me you got some good news before we get to the bad news about your car, but the good news was you had a class win yesterday.
I did. It's fantastic. You know, it was a very, very solid performance, and I thought, I'm on for a win here, and then I got pipped. But the guy that pipped me actually got a 30-second pit stop infringement, which was fine because I would have beaten him anyway. So, so it's fantastic. Yeah.
Not only a record-breaking participation, but a win as well. So congratulations on that. Getting ready for your stint. First of all, how are you feeling after the background for anyone who's just joining us maybe for the first time? George, you've raced in everything possible this weekend. A plethora of support races yesterday, and then a generous helping of stints in the 24 hours. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic, actually, because what I did, I must confess, I only did an hour and 3/4 in my first stint. So I started yesterday. I felt a little bit dodgy, to be fair, and I had to come in because I literally stepped out of the Mark 1 Clubman straight into this, did an hour and a half stint after all yesterday. And I was a bit dehydrated, to be fair. But I got out, water, straight to bed, got up at 12, straight out again. So, yeah, really good.
You see really bright. The car's had a bit of an issue, so fuel gauge problems?
Yeah, we started with a drive shaft problem, unfortunately. I stepped in after the second safety car, drive shaft and engine mounts went. So I had to come in, and we're sort of about 53. But the car has got massive pace. I mean, we were doing 301s, which is fantastic, given the fact that we've had all this problem. So, yeah, James Lyons is out. He's just come out. He's just come out now. But I just hope that we can get the fuel gauge sorted out, because it is a bloody nuisance, really, because it's 5 bars permanently on. So we'll just have to make sure that we tell the guys that it's 2 hours and then come in.
Okay, well, good luck with that. Thanks for talking to us, and well done again on the continued success of your mission.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate.
Enjoy the rest of the day. Cheers. George Grant there, ever present this weekend. What a feat that he's doing. What a feat all of these people are doing. As I came into the track this morning, it kind of hits you that
you know, I'd had 6 hours away from the track, and yet these guys and teams were just at it all the time, non-stop, and had been, while some of us were away in the land of Nod, which is incredible, isn't it? Okay, so we know it was fuel gauge with the Clapham North and Downforce radio team. Let's go back to the comms box, and I think, did I hear you say that we've got somebody on the way to come down as well?
Yeah, we're going to have our first shift change of the day.
Right.
Paul Truswell is in for Jack Oliphant. Scott Woodward is waiting with bated breath to come and get on the mic as well. So I'll just very quickly finish going through the top 10, which I'd started doing. I started, so I'll finish, as they say, and then I will go off and get a late breakfast, I think. So I got as far as 6th place, number 309 Fighting Talk. They are only 2.7 seconds actually behind the 504 car ahead. So that's the first of the battles to keep an eye on. 7th place is the 449 JW Bird Motorsport car. 8th for number 399 Moorwind Motorsport. 9th is the number 382 Majestic Motorsport car, and having just pitted from 10th position, it was the 457 Silverlake 1 car. They may lose that place now. No, they won't lose that place to Tri-Mite Racing being 11th, because they also make their way into the pit lane. So a dramatic first couple of hours of our live broadcast here. We're with you until the end of the race, which is 6 hours and 49 minutes away. I'm going to step away for an hour or so and leave you in the very capable hands of Scott Woodward and, first of all, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andy, and an opportunity for me to have a little break whilst you were getting yourself set up here. So thank you for that. It's been a long old day, and I know exactly how George Grant feels with all the stuff that he's been getting up to. It does take it out of you, and as Richard John Neal was just saying, it's not just the drivers, it's not just the teams. In fact, for many of the teams, they'll have been up for long stints, late nights, in the week leading up to this event, preparing the cars and making sure everything's all right. Then you've got all the marshals who have been up all night as well, making sure that they have adequate rest breaks in between. So an event of this nature really does take a lot out of a lot of people. Kind of look at the cars and you think, well, yeah, it's just 3, 4, 5 drivers in each car, but a lot of the time there's a lot more to it in these different teams than what perhaps is going on under the skin. Now, what's going to be a little bit confusing, and we're going to have to keep our eyes on now, is who is going to be coming into the pits and when. The way that Hybrid Tune Motorsport approached the session yesterday and all through the night, they had some safety cars that just played into their hands. A couple of them were just went extremely advantageously for them. The safety car just came out when they needed it. They were able to get a full tank of fuel under safety car conditions. A couple of them went against them as well, so I think the score was just about 3-2. 3 safety cars went for them, 2 safety cars went against them. But what it does mean is that since the live stream has been going on this morning, Hybrid Tune have been very much in the box seats. They've been sitting on this 1 lap advantage. And what's more, Scott, and you've seen enough races to know how important this is, they're able to make a pit stop without losing the lead.
And that's very crucial at this stage. Good morning, everybody, by the way. That is very crucial in many cases, because you've got that cushion, you've got that buffer that you can work with, so that, goodness forbid, if there is any problems. But then again, a lap on these cars only takes about 3 minutes, essentially. So if you have got an extra buffer to make a late stop or anything, you've only got about a 3-4 minute window to work with extra on top of what you might have for a pit stop. So you've got to try and make sure, it's easier said than done, but if you have problems, to try and make sure you minimise the time that you lose. Otherwise, it puts you into a situation where it can bring in EMAX and WRC developments into play again after they've had earlier problems.
Absolutely, and yeah, I mean, anything can happen, and usually does. But I don't know. I just got the feeling. Were you here for last year's race when Hybrid Tune won the race?
No, my last one covering in T1 was 2019. That
right, the same
famous last lap.
Yeah, same one that I was at.
Last lap pass.
But as I say, they just seem to have been on top of the whole of the second half of this race. They established themselves in the lead. They've made the right calls. Yes, they've had a couple of misfortunes, but most of the calls they've made have been absolutely right. And for my money, they absolutely deserve the lead that they're holding at the moment. And the cars behind, a lot of them have had funny little problems. We've not lost completely, but the JW Bird Motorsport car, number 449, that was up there challenging for the race lead, and I thought was going to be in with a shout, certainly of a podium position. But quite frankly, back in 7th place, even that looks unlikely, even though we've still got so long to go in the race.
Yeah, and I think the key thing is with hybrid shoes that I think the key thing for them is that they've done it once already in terms of the whole phrase of been there, done that, and got the T-shirt. You can replace the T-shirt with a trophy. They've been there, done that, and got the winner's trophy. So for them, they've got a whole year's worth of experience of actually getting a car from start to finish and getting it into a winning position and staying there and taking the victory. So it was probably a case of rinse and repeat for their procedure. But of course, as we know in motorsport, it's always completely unpredictable. So you can have the best laid plans in the world, but then if one small thing throws it out of kilter, that can all go in the bin and you have to reset them and try and make a plan B on the fly. So hybrid machines seem to have executed it pretty much to how they wanted to do it. Of course, if I wanted 2 troubles, I'd seen there's a large dent in the side of the right-hand side door, the driver's side door of the hybrid machine car. Obviously, we got a bit of a whack, I'm sure, earlier on during the night. But it has managed to survive that at least earlier in the race. It now still holds its 1 lap advantage, but as we say, it just means that little something to kind of not go quite right in their plan, and it can possibly turn the top 10 of the front few cars completely on their head.
Yeah, I mean, you only have to look at the misfortune that someone like Patrick Watt's team's 2 cars have suffered, because right from the very first hour when Jack Lemmer finished up in the gravel through no fault of his own, there just seems to have been one thing on top of another thing on top of another thing. And I seem to be looking at the screen at one point during the night, and every time there was a penalty being issued, it was one of the Patrick Watts cars.
They have had quite a one. I noted that because when I came in, they were working frantically on the 506 car, and a lot of front end work going on to it. And then when it actually went back out again, they gave it a round of applause going back out. Amy Watts took the car over to go out there again, and so far it's been running pretty flawlessly. I believe we have Jack Oliphant down in pit lane. Jack, what have you got for us?
Not quite Jack Oliphant. I've taken the chance. Selfishly, I had to interview my good mate from Club Racing UK, Nick Holmes. You've had 2 stints. Yep. You're all done for the day. That's it. That's you done. So how was your first 24-hour race?
Amazing. I would highly recommend definitely doing this event because it's what an experience. Obviously, we've done 12 hours before, done racing at night, but Silverstone, water circuit, pitch black, just completely messes with all the senses out there, but hilarious fun.
And the story of the race as well, obviously, you're in the Team Morwin car number 399. Steph's currently out in the car at the moment, so we could say whatever we want. He could probably hear us about him. He's driven very well, to be fair. If you could hear me, Steph, keep going, mate. But so, having driven your Vectra, other various race cars, how do these compare?
Obviously they're a lot slower, but it's kind of you miss the point of the racing because they're all one make, because everyone's got exactly the same bit of equipment. The racing is so close, it's from door to door. You're egging each other on to go faster. It's just brilliant. You can't get it.
So yeah. Hopefully look out for more Club Racing UK shenanigans in the C1, and I'm pretty sure we'll be talking about this race on Wednesday night's podcast on Club Racing UK social media. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Robin. Rob then Lewis taking a chance. There was just a microphone line there and he picked it up. Scott, I think.
Yeah, they're all score. Those are the guys from the Club Racing UK podcast. It was quite a meta moment there. Kind of one of the presenters interviewing another one, so very completely different context. Not being podcast presenters, more like one of our pit presenters interviewing one of them as a driver. So bit different in that context. But yeah, those guys have been doing pretty well so far. And again, they've got experience in having a little dabble in Enduro car, which for those who don't know is a similar concept to this C1 concept, which of course was originated first in many cases. So those guys are kind of learning on the fly, so they've got the experience of this kind of endurance race. But as I say, it's their first 24-hour race, and you probably will get some people like that who've done regular club racing, or even as far as some drivers of British GT, but they might never have done a 24-hour race. So yes, it's endurance racing, but where their longest race might have been 3 or 4 hours, you've got to multiply that by 8 or by 6, and then just kind of hopefully try and rinse and repeat to make the process work.
Yes, and there is something about a 24-hour race, regardless of how you approached it. The emotions that overcome you when you get to the end of it are really special, and the achievement of getting a car to the end is, I mean, you really do feel it. Although I have to say, and I was saying this during the night, the number of retirements that we've had in this race have been minimal. I think we've probably had 3 or 4 cars at most that have actually definitively thrown in the towel and said, no, we're not going to continue.
Yeah, there was sadly one of the Clapham North-backed cars. I saw just as I was coming to the circuit this morning. It was on its way out on the back of a trailer, so I'm afraid, unfortunately, that car was completely no more. But it proves two things. One is that on the baseline of these cars, they're pretty reliable, and that I guess, well, three things really. One, they're pretty reliable. Two, spare parts are pretty cost-effective to pick up anyway. I know Silverlake have got a ton of parts they've bought here for people. But as we've also talked about, there have been teams that have. I mean, you talk about the Auto. I think the Auto Farm team, and they bought Amiga Motorsports spare. I think it was rear arm. I think it was, whatever it was. Because they just needed it because it was having a problem. That's the car which was stuck in for an hour.
Yeah.
So, and that was the reason why. But also it proves as well is that even if they do take a bit of a whack out there for reasons, whether it's for them, whether they jump or if they're pushed, they're pretty sturdy cars that surprisingly can take a lot more punishment than they either want to or either people think that they can. So it proves that on the whole, given this car runs on the same platform as a Citroen, Peugeot 107 and Toyota Aygo, those three cars collectively, they build them tough in, I think, the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
So there's not been too bad with these cars. They've split them quite a lot. So it just proves that essentially the most unlikely of cars can be one of, in many cases, a bit of an endurance racing continuity.
Yes, and I think the very nature of the Silverstone circuits, the Grand Prix circuits, wide open spaces, lends itself to 3 abreast, even 4 abreast racing from time to time. Got a couple of cars in the pits, and cars in the top of the field. The AB Motorsport were in, and there was another car in which was so quickly in it was out again fairly rapidly.
I see where the Yellow Motorsport's in as well, 316 in from 29th place.
Yeah, 394 was in, and that was a relatively short stop at 4 minutes and 53 seconds. And we also have the 377, which is in the pit lane at the moment still. One car that I know a lot of people have been talking about it and is turned into a bit of a fan favourite from what people are telling me is the fake taxi car.
Yes.
That's a car which was down in 45th place, and they've now got themselves up. I mean, they were in battling for 2nd and 3rd a little while ago. They kind of lose out a little bit on the pit stop rotation, but since early doors this morning, that car's been, shouldn't say this, touch wood, running very well indeed with the experience of Graham Coombs and Ian Stinton and the outright speed of Alistair May. It gives a good little team and a compact team as well. Yes, you get more fatigue perhaps in a small team like that, but they're all experienced, they all know what they're doing, they know how to get themselves through a 24-hour race, done this kind of racing before. No, I think they've done a great job in the fake taxi car.
Yeah, I think it helps that they've got someone like Ian Stinton who has pretty British GT experience, for example, to be able to bring a bit of experience in that sense. But as I said earlier on, even drivers that have got British GT experience, they might have done the longest race they might have done, at least about 3 or 4 hours. Never done a 24-hour race before, so they're trying to adapt on the fly and also come to apply what they've done a few times over. Looking at gaps, looking at some drivers that are looking a bit quickly, the closest gap on track at the moment for position appears to be a scrap going on 5th and 6th. That's the 504 BH Motorsport SCK Motorsport car, battling over with Fighting Talk 309. Gap between them 2.1 seconds, but last time round Fighting Talk, let's look at lap times. Well, last lap was a 3 minute 7.322. Meanwhile, Fighting Talk's last lap was a 3:01.711. So, but I wonder if that's possibly a mistake for BH Motorsport or simply Fighting Talk just going that quickly out on circuit in the 301s. They are currently one of the fastest cars out on track.
Yeah, 307 is.
Sorry,
tell me.
Give me, Paul. There was a car just off the road there. I think it's missing. Is it missing a wheel? That's the BPC tuning car, but I did spot there was a wheel off to the right-hand side on there. It looks like it's sitting down the right front.
It's the right front if it's any of them, because we can see the other 3. So the 387 car there that you spotted very quickly.
BPC Racing.
Is it? BPC is 537. 537 is the BPC car, and that car not featuring in the top of the screens. More noise from the pits. What news?
Yeah, apologies about that. I didn't expect them to start hitting the car, to be honest. But I'm just outside the team hard, the number 448, which I believe is 65 laps down. I think they've had to change an engine. They've had all sorts of problems with it. But I believe I've just seen them fire the car up. A big cheer from the garage and all surrounding it as well. So I'm hoping we'll see the Team Hard 448 car out very soon. They did just smack the underside of the car. So even though they've changed an engine, they've done something with the front left
as well, they haven't actually got all the gravel out of it yet, which is supposedly sort of one of the more mundane tasks. So hopefully they don't forget to do that before sending it out. But just a little update on the 448.
Thanks very much, Jack Oliphant down there in the pit lane. And just looking at the BPC car, we didn't actually say where it's come to grief. It's at the loop. And the...
Sorry, forgive me, I think it's actually just over here, just at our site at Brooklands, I think.
Oh yes, you're absolutely right. It is at Brooklands. In fact, in our site, if I actually look up and then look out of the commentary box window, see cars going through in the background, and I thought that was over at the loop. But no,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right. It's the left-hander at Brooklands. The driver trudging away from his car, which would seem to only have 3 wheels on it. And let's see if we can see anything more through the binoculars at that front right corner, which is where, as you said, Scott, does look a little bit down.
I think there's a if we try our cameras on that again on the stream, there is, I can see a little sort of black object, I think a little black speck that's just by the red part of the tyre barriers.
Yeah, it's right over.
And that looks to me like it's what is the right front wheel that should have attached to the 537 car, laying next to it. So it looks like, for whatever reason, the front right has sheared off the 537. Hit the tyre wall, and that car's come to a stop. And of course, you can't exactly run with 3 wheels on your wagon in this car. Speaking of cars, the safety car has been deployed, I guess unsurprisingly, given the fact that it is in a position where if a car happens to outbrake itself into Brooklands, then the rest doesn't bear thinking. But that car, of course, on the runoff area, not up against any barriers, so it is going to have to be recovered, which means that we do get another appearance of the Silverlake DS3 safety car, which I know we saw quite a lot of. I think it combined about 3 hours worth of safety cars. There was a couple of people in the chat earlier on suggesting it was a mistake. I think it was a 3-hour safety car period total. So we had to go in there and go, no, it was 3 hours
in total,
cumulative, not 3 hours at once. Otherwise, it would be quite a lengthy one.
But they did cheat and send the Jaguar out when it was dark.
Oh right.
So we didn't always have the Citroen going out. It was, or the DS. It was sometimes the Silverstone the Brscc Jaguar, isn't it? And doing safety car duties. Because, quite frankly, I don't know if you stayed up all night, but there were safety cars coming literally every 10 minutes at one stage. No sooner would we have a safety car, it would pull off, and within a lap it was back out again. So the very logistics of actually running a safety car means that it couldn't actually get to the joining in point at Cops Corner in time, having just come into the pit lane. No, I think the BPC car then does need recovering, and with it unable to be moved by marshals, they are going to have to use a flatbed to recover it. This is the 19th safety car, according to my calculation.
If Andy McKeon was keeping stats, he'd be looking at what the record was for safety cars in a 24 hours, because he does do that regularly. I don't mean that mockingly at all, because he does a very good job when we have other endurance races like Fun Cup, for example. He's got a raft of stats for those, and so he usually brings up stats in terms of how many safety cars those races have had and what the fastest race times have been, how many laps has been completed. I don't think we've got quite a database for that for C1s, but I'm sure someone will happily put that together if they wish to do so. So safety car deployed then here with 6.5 hours still to go in the 2022 C1 Racing Club. Silverlake, 24 hours of Silverstone. Hybrid Tube Motorsport still lead the way. They've crossed the line, the first of the leaders across the line. But Hybrid Tube Motorsport then still lead the way. Car number 388 at the moment having a 1 or 2 lap lead for 346 EMAC Motorsport as someone tries to blast their horn going past the pits, as many cars have done throughout the race. Third place car number 318, still WRC Developments Limited. Then car number 312, Fake Taxiing, 4th position at the moment, 4 laps off the lead. 5th position, the leading of the what's currently now, I guess, 2 BH Motorsport SCK Motorsport cars, in 5th position car 504. 6th position number 449, which is JW Bird Motorsport. They're 5 laps off the lead, ahead of Fighting Talk 309. 7th place, they are the highest paced car at the moment in the pit lane, so making a scheduled stop under the safety car. And so they are doing so in 7th place. 8th place for Morwin Motorsport. They've been steadily picking their way through that, and that's the car I think which features the 2 Club Racing UK drivers, which include Stefan Marsh and Nick Holmes, so that car doing incredibly well, moving up and keeping trouble free, and that's always crucial. Sometimes you don't have to always be the fastest in an endurance race to be able to rise up the highest amount of positions, because just keeping your nose clean, having a trouble-free race can do wonders, even if you're not the absolute fastest car out there. Back down the pit lane, Jack, what have you got?
Yeah, I'm just actually wandering towards the 309 Fighting Torque machine. You just said about not being the fastest car. Well, this technically is registered as the fastest car, of course, with the fastest lap of the race. At the moment, it's currently doing its routine pit stop, but just a couple of updates. That 448 car Team Hard has now been wheeled out to the working lane, which is a positive sign. And I've just had a chat to George Grant, who, of course, Richard had a chat to earlier on. Pretty much racing in everything today. We saw the Clapham North car pulling off on the outside of Cobbs at the same time that the Mellow Yellow machine came into the pit lane extremely slowly and actually had to be pushed up the pit lane. Both of them ran out of fuel. So the fuel gauge, me and Paul were talking about this earlier, the fuel gauge is the factory-built C11, which is just a little ball cock, basically, that's in the measuring fuel levels, but obviously it's not exactly race accurate, let's put it that way, and when the cars have been turning left and right so violently as they are, it sometimes gets a little bit wrong. So both of them actually ended up running out of fuel, which is a bit of a shame, which is why I'm guessing the 309 car here, the Fighting Torque, is so avidly putting as much amount of fuel in as possible. George actually told me that through the night, I think one or two cars have sort of reported a similar thing, which is a bit of a worry, I would say, for a lot of drivers. And I just wanted to note off you guys, specifically probably Paul, he's probably got all the notes. Who am I expecting in around this time? Is there anybody I should be keeping an eye out on for maybe someone who's diving into the bits? Because I can see the safety car just coming past me.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm not sure that anybody is particularly due in. We had cars in, we've had cars in within the last hour. Because there's a 2-hour refueling window, standard, we've got about an hour to go before we should get the next cars coming in. So wouldn't really make sense at this point to come into the pits to get refueled under the safety car. Although having said that, there is a car barrelling down the pit lane at the moment. 346 has come in fact. So in fact 2 out of the top 3. Having said it doesn't necessarily make sense. It does for 2 of them. Emax Motorsport is in, 346, and 318 WRC developments are in. So that's the 2 cars placed 2nd and 3rd at the moment. That's going to play into the hands of Fake Taxi, temporarily at least, because it's only going to be a matter of time before Fake Taxi will come into the pits. I suppose the point is, even if you can only get 1 churn of fuel into the car, if you can get it into the car whilst the safety car is out and then rejoin without losing the lap on the safety car, then basically that's a free churn of fuel. And for an extra, well, a churn of fuel will give you about an hour, and that is possibly something worth having. Certainly it's something that 346 Emax and 318 WRC want.
I think the one thing I have to think about on that, it's a valid point. I think one thing I have to think about is, of course, is if that puts them slightly out of sync towards the end of the race, because I think what some drivers have to be careful of, and a case in point was back in 2019 when we had, I think, Circuit Pro, where which came half a lap away from winning the race when they had retirement. Quick note, but I interrupt myself to say safety cars in this lap as well, so quick recovery by the marshals and the squads who've been going at it very hard all throughout the night. It's a big credit to all our officials and marshals and volunteers who've been braving the midnight hours to make sure the race could run and have braved the entire weekend. Credit to them. But as I was mentioning, being out of sync of the pit stop, the thing they've got to be careful of is they don't get into a moment where either they have to make a splash and dash towards the end, particularly if they're in a high position and they're battling for a place, or if they're in danger of trying to hypermine that little bit and either lose pace to the car behind because they can go much quicker because they've got no problem on fuel, or if they unfortunately, like the Circuit Pro almost unfortunately just did a couple of years ago, 2019, run out of fuel alongside that. So there has to be kind of pluses and minuses to pitting on the safety car. They do put a free churn of fuel in. You're absolutely right. It's a free churn of fuel. It means they can kind of switch up a little bit more with their pit stops. The thing they've got to work out is if they do that, does that then throw their original strategy they were going to run, if they're still running to it, completely out of kilter? That's going to be what
I think the issue at the moment, Scott, is that we're too far away from the end of the race to work that out.
Yes.
And the problem is you don't know when the next safety car is going to be. What you want to do is to take advantage of the last safety car to get in as much fuel as you can. And of course, That's like the lady who tells you to get off the bus to stop after stop before she does. By the time she gets off the bus, you've missed your stop. So you know, it's a tricky one to know when the last safety car is going to be. But in principle, yes, you're right, and I would say you really need to be going into the last 4 hours of the race before you take a gamble and say, okay, now we're going to run to the end without any further safety cars. Up until 4 hours to the end of the race, I think the likelihood is you might get another safety car, which gives you an opportunity to get a free turn of fuel. And we'll see what we were talking about gaps just a few moments ago. So after the safety car pulls off, which it is doing now, we'll see how the second and third place cars get on. Emax is already out of the circuit and chasing round trying to catch up. WRC is still there, I think, Jack, isn't he?
Yeah, so I'm just watching the WRC about to pull away, to be honest. So I'm running all the way down the pits because they were at opposite ends, unfortunately. Emax, fairly standard. They actually stuck 2 gallons of fuel in. Well, I think maybe 1.5. The second one was a lot quicker than the first one, put it that way. So I'm not sure how that one worked out. But yeah, WRC took a lot longer, to be honest. I'm going to go and have a chat and see if I can find an update on maybe sort of what they had with the car. If you just hold on with me for 1 second, I'll see if I can grab someone's attention. They're just currently looking at the tyres, so I think that might have been the cause of a little bit of a delay on the times. Hold on a second, I'll just mute the mic while I try and get someone's attention.
Right, so it was a 3 minutes 20 pit stop for the second place car, Emax Motorsport, car number 346, and a 3 minutes 56 for the 318 WRC car. So you're absolutely right, Jack. Well, the Emax car was a shorter pit stop than WRC, but the pair of them are being caught now by Fake Taxi. We'll see at the end of the lap whether Fake Taxi is going to move up into second or third place. He'll certainly take at least third place, and he might even have been able to move up into second place. And of course, whilst all that was going on, the gap to the race leader will have actually stretched because the race leader didn't stop at all.
So, I think Hybrid Tune, of course, I think Hybrid Tune had problems with the pit. They were not out of sync because their last pit stop came roughly around about, it was 8 minutes after the WRC Developments car. 346 is slightly out of sync because their last pit stop, although it wasn't that was also under a safety car, so they seem to be timing safety car pit stops pretty well. Their last pit stop was 10:13, so they managed to get himself in the pit lane about an hour and 20 minutes or so. Jack, more news from pit lane.
Yeah, look, I won't interrupt you for a little while after this one. Just a bit of an update. WRC, they decided to come into the pit stop, change the front tyres primarily, a little bit of a splash and dash just to top the fuel up, but they've decided to just try and get, with the safety car, get that free pit stop in. It wasn't overly delayed. I mean, the tyres did look pretty ragged, put it that way, but they decided just, you know what, we'll try our best to just get in a free pit stop now so maybe they can run a little bit longer later on.
Right, so, yeah, that's going to... As I say, I think it's going to stand them in good stead for now. The question is how much longer can Hybrid Tune go on their current tank of fuel. As you were just noting, they came in for fuel just before 10 a.m. So they're coming up to 11:30 at the moment. So they'll have another 15 minutes to half an hour, I reckon, something like that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much sound right.
But as I say, they'll have saved a little bit of fuel during that safety car as well. I don't know if it was you, Scott, or Andy was suggesting they use half the amount of fuel whilst the safety car is out. It always means actually even less than that, because so much of the time you can just stick into neutral and coast along.
Yes.
You know, if you can get up into the slipstream with the car in front, you don't. If you're trying to save fuel, you don't use very much at all.
445. It is an Emax Motorsport car, but for those watching,
it's the wrong one.
It's I guess in some cases, if you see what I mean,
the right one.
It's the right one because it's not the car in second place. But unfortunately, car 445, which is in 21st position overall, off into the gravel. That looks to me like it's off at Cops by the looks of it. Let me look on the CCTV camera see if there's anything that gives us confirmation of that.
It is Cops. I can see it actually. I'm walking down that way.
Yes. So it's just on the exit of Cops. It looks like possibly one of that simple case of going through Cops corner, carrying a little bit too much speed. The car gets sideways. The driver tries to correct it. This is my guess. The car's just snapped back the other way and it's spun off into the gravel trap. That would be my assessment, unless he has been helped off, in which case there's more to it.
And possibly on slightly cooler tyres because they cooled down whilst he was running behind the safety car. is a possibility. Looks at the moment if it's going to be dealt with a local yellow. The recovery unit is getting it back, towing it away, and Marshall's having very little to do with it apart from just ensure that the tow truck does its job properly and stays nicely out of the way. So the other aspect of strategy, which I think there's a different view upon depending who you are. I'd be interested to know what you think on this one, Scott, is a lot of people try and get themselves on the same strategy as their competition, so that if there is a safety car, they're all kind of in the same boat. Does mean that sometimes you get yourself onto the wrong strategy, but at least you're in the same strategy as everybody else. I always think if you're in the fastest car, then yes, get yourself on the same strategy as everybody else, because then you can use pace to get ahead. If you're not in the fastest car, or if you think that your driver who's in the car at the moment may not be as quick as the opposition, then it's a good idea to do something different, because okay, you can roll the dice, it might be a 6, it might be a 1, but by just copying what the other guy's doing, you're then relying on absolute pace to be able to take advantage.
Yeah, just before I get onto that, just notice front left is not looking very pretty, and looks like that looks like, so we had the BBC car lost the right front. That car's lost, whether it's due to contact or as it sheared off, it's lost the left front, so we've lost another wheel on that car. In terms of the strategy on that point, I think it's important for any team to, obviously, sounds obvious to say, but just to run their own races to see how it plays out, and if they have to adapt things given the situation, then that is obviously by the by. Oops, another car just out of my window. I think that was AB Motorsports' car just running wide on the exit of, yes it was, exit of Luffield. I kicked a bit of dust as it went through. But in terms of the strategy, it makes sense, as you say, if you're further back in the pack to roll the dice, because in many cases you've got nothing to lose. It's a case of if you might happen just to roll the dice and have a go at and changing an alternative pit stop strategy, and you might well get a safety car that works in your benefit, and you move up a few places, then it works out. The only thing is, of course, if you're then higher up in the field, if you're on an alternate strategy, you've got to try your best to make that work, because if you're alternating pit stops, it might affect whether or not, depending on safety cars on top of that as well, whether or not you come and you have to make a splash and dash because you're short on fuel, when your tyres are quite worn, you don't have the time to change them, and other cars have got fresher rubber behind, you can catch up, depending on gaps, etc. So it's very much a lottery in terms of strategy, but it's the smartest teams that can read the race the best in between the safety cars are the ones that always come out on top and have the best plans. As we say, plans can always change in an instant if something happens, like 447 trying to recover back up to the order. Now they've slipped down to off the top 30 screen, so there's some work to do to try and get that car back out, hopefully.
Yes, and of course you do have to bear in mind, I talked about whether your fastest driver was in the car, you need to bear in mind the condition of the car and whether it is in a position to go as quickly as you want to absolutely thrash it to the end of the race. Ideally, of course, you do want to thrash your car to the end of the race, but that's not always possible, because you might be nursing some kind of problem. Jack, you got more from us down from the pit lane.
I think it's just some of the outside doors you've got from one or two.
Right.
So
somebody outside our door rather than down in the pit lane. I was right about Fake Taxi improving 1 place. I was wrong to suggest they might gain 2 places. So Fake Taxi car number 312 has moved up into 3rd place by staying out during that safety car period. They were able to get ahead of the WRC developments car, but Emax, making that quick pit stop, got out in front of them. So it's still Hybrid Tune leading the way, Emax in 2nd place, and the Fake Taxi car now in 3rd, ahead of the WRC developments car. I'm quite impressed by this WRC developments car, the David Drinkwater entered car 318. Got a full roster of drivers with whom he's sharing over the course of the weekend, but it's gone well for my money.
Seems to have done, looking where they started quickly. They started back in, from qualifying results, 21st position. So David Drinkwater sharing that car with Andy Mollison, who's a former Fiesta racer, Jonathan Salem, James Poulton, and also on my entry list here on the side it just says Toby. So I think it's a Toby.
It's Toby Ward.
Toby Ward, thank Thank you. So that car making pretty significant progress. As for Fake Taxi, they started 16th. Of course, they've got Alistair May in Stinton, former British GT racer, and the experienced Graham Coombs, 16th on the grid. I think there was low as 45th at one point, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Well, I would send a message in the middle of the night saying how well they were going by a former teammate of Ian Stinton and Graham Coombs, and they have certainly continued to go well, although we've still got over 6 hours of the race to go, so there's certainly many changes that can happen, and as we keep saying, you've got to keep concentration absolute, and although people are here to have fun and it's a fun type of car to drive, it's still going to be taken seriously, and you still want to make sure that your car is adopting the best strategy. Your drivers are pushing it, they're not just out for a Sunday drive. And just looking at them coming through Woodcote there onto the start-finish straight, big gaggle of cars getting themselves in a big slipstreaming bunch, 3 abreast, then 2 abreast, another 2 abreast behind that. It's a lot of fun, this C1 racing, isn't it, Scott?
Absolutely, and that's the great thing. Yes, that's one small positive of safety cars. A bunch of everyone back up when we get these huge packs of C1s like we have here. Just they'll all be kind of different laps to each other, but in many cases they won't care too much. All they're going to care about is enjoying themselves on track. If you say to any racing driver, if they tell you they're not competitive, I think any race driver that says that is completely lying, because every single driver that goes out there wants to do the best job they can, wants to win, wants to kind of get a good result for their team, but ultimately they want to go out there and pushing a car as hard as a C1 like this on a racetrack like Silverstone Grand Prix. For some people, I've been seeing it's one of the sort of basically acting like it's one of the greatest joys ever, and I imagine it probably is, because you have so much freedom to simply just do what any race driver wants to do, which is put your foot to the floor, throw the car into the corner, sort it out in the middle, and it will be fine on the exit most of the time.
Most of the time, yes, it is. That's right. And yes, I mean the other thing is, of course, you can't necessarily tell just by looking at the timing and scoring list who are the cars that are going quickly, because a lot of the cars that are going quickly are actually a long way back and are playing catch-up, having had a number of problems earlier on. So, the fact that you may be in the top 10 doesn't mean that you have any privileges. There's going to be people behind you outside the top 30 who are trying to make up ground to catch you up, get past you, get a lap back. So, you're fighting with everybody around you, regardless of whether it's a fight for position.
Just a case in point, just to get that, you mentioned about cars that are on the comeback a little bit. 15th place, 394 AB Motorsport. Last lap was a 3 minutes 2.643. That lap was quicker than pretty much everyone in front of them up till 7th position, because everyone else, and then even then they were also still faster than Fake Taxi, who did a 3 minutes 3. So they're lapping quicker than everyone in front of them from 14th up to about 6th. So that just shows the pace there. They're trying to come back. And I was speaking to Ali Bray earlier on, and they've had a little bit of an up and down weekend for both of their cars, because they're not only the AB Motorsport car but also the A-Team car, because both of those cars are crewed by all the drivers are regular competitors with them in the Mazda MX-5 Championship. And they said that the A-Team car was having a bit of trouble in terms of, I think Luke Pullen was having 1 or 2 dramas, and I think the guy who built the car, which is Tim Dorr, who's Australian, and you can tell he's Australian in the MX-5 Championship because his car's green and gold, and of course the accent has something to do with it, of course. But he was saying that he basically was building that car himself, and he's getting advice from Ali saying that getting to do stuff whilst he was there in the dashboard and building it. So Tim Dorr actually built the A-Team car, if I understand, himself, put it together, and the dashboard and everything else. Had some help from AB, and of course that's one of the 2 cars that they're running. And I think he's had a bit of misfortune, which has turned it emotional in many cases, because I've actually spent a long time putting this car together. Unfortunately, the troubles they've had, it's pushed them down. But they're 16th, they are behind their teammates at the moment, so technically, if they stay like this, they could do a photo finish at the end and be together 15th and 16th. They're separated by a lap, but it could still work out that way. But good efforts from them so far, good lappery so far, at least in the AB Motorsport car. 3 minutes 2.796, and that will have either Brian Trott, Stuart Simmons, or Philip Ingram, and neither of those 3 car drivers are slow. So you see it on the screen there. Top effort so far, and trying to make up a couple of positions. To keep up this rate, again, safety cars committing and everything else, they might start climbing steadily, if they can, towards the... They're on the same lap as Tipton Auto Centre Racing 446 and MLP Developments directly ahead of them in 14th and 30th. So if they keep going at this rate, they could start to slowly climb their way, hopefully, towards the top 10.
Just looking outside the top 30, and down to 38th place. That's where the 521 Auto Farm car is. And they're lapping pretty quickly. They just did a lap in the 301s. The last one a 302.842. And again, you're talking about looking at the recent lap times from the cars further up the front. There's not many people near the front doing 301s and 302s. There are a couple, and Hybrid Tune continue to lap in the 30s, but there's probably only one or two that are lapping in the 32s and 33s, so Autofarm must be regretting greatly that small problem. They then, I suppose their pit stop to repair the rear suspension took that much longer to do, purely because they had to source the part first of all, then find somebody who had a credit card in the team, so Autofarm doing a great job there to get the car back out there. But it's a typical example, as I say, down in 38th place of a team trying to make up ground, who is quick, and is going to be trying to make up places whenever it can.
I think on that sense, you've got to try and what will help those cars jump up a few more places. I'm just slightly nervously watching the 388 car trying to make an outside move in one of the SCK Motorsport cars. But I think what's been key on that one is, with making up that time, is how much you get stuck in traffic, how much safety cars play a factor as well. And safety cars can always help you gain a lap back or so if you're on a different strategy. So if you're working that well, if you counter the pit stops well, whilst also maintaining a consistent strategy, if you're starting to climb back up through the order, that will certainly help out a lot of people to try and push themselves a little bit higher as possible. Let's go now quickly. Emax Motorsport, we've got 3 cars in this race. Of course, the leading car is 346, which got 6 in second place. Currently, at the moment, essentially 2 laps off the lead. The 445 car that we saw earlier on, of course, was off at Cops. We looked like with some kind of a sheared left front wheel by the look of it. It was part of an impact maybe with the tyre wall. And the other car, which will probably overtake it very shortly in the timing order, is their other car, which is 308, which is back then in 28th position. So mixed fortunes for Emax, as it has been for several teams, where they have one car that's been the one that's been the more lucky, the more fortunate, and trouble-free car, whereas the others have kind of taken the brunt of the mechanical issues further on.
Yeah, the 445 just going past the commentary box here, only out that side of the commentary box rather than out that side of the commentary box. So on the back of the flatbed, I heard some rattling, looked out the back door of the commentary box, which we've got open at the moment, and there was the 445 being ferried back to the main paddock. They'll have to go, as far as, well, they probably couldn't get it under the tunnel, could they, because the flatbed's too big. So from Copse Corner, they have to go all the way around the Silverstone service roads, over the bridge, and eventually Emax will receive their car back. Beauty of C1 racing is that the regulations allow for that car to then resume racing. So it's never over till it's over. You're only out of the race when really you choose that you're going to throw the towel in.
Correct. 398 stop-go penalty for overtaking after the safety car. That's not on. So 398 on the qualifying result sheet.
Silverlake Racing.
So that's one of the Silverlake cars. So that's the Gary Preble, Chris Southcott, Adam Preble, Michael Harris car. So that car's overtaken under safety car has been penalised with a stop-go. There's no time on it, so it'll simply just be a come into the pit lane at the top of the pits, quickly stop, then get back going again, and away you go. There's no time, whereas before there's been 1 minute stop-goes or 3 minute stop-goes previously. It's just a simple stopping position and away you go. 447 has also been penalised for overtaking of the safety car. 447 is, if we try and find it on our sheet here for a second, 447 is Riverside Performance. That's the Aldo Riti, Ross Shaw, Matthew Preston, Michael LaRusso car, and that car also having a penalty. That car a bit further down the order, one of the Riverside cars.
Yes, I think that's the car that was right at the back, was 61st for quite a while, but it's now crawled up the order. It's now 57th, so a swap penalty isn't going to help or hinder their effort very much this weekend. I suppose the thing with overtaking under the safety car, it could be a number of different things, couldn't it? It could be getting the jump on the restart, where you just pull up alongside and draw up alongside as the green flag is being waved. It could be not recognising the fact the safety car has come out at all at the beginning, and some of those offences are kind of more heinous than others, in my view.
just a quick interrupt there for a second. I was looking on the before we get out to Jack in the pit lane. 2 cars running wide at Brooklands. I think one of them was, yes, it was the 506 car. It's been the Treble Patrick Watts racing car. The other one was the Bianca Auto Developments car. Both running wide. Finished at around similar speed. Well, there's been a problem. Not quite sure. Jack, news from pit lane.
Yeah, sorry about if I've been a little bit absent over the last 10 minutes. I actually went to catch a quick update with SVG Motorsport because of the star-spangled driver lineup, and yet they're pretty poor performance so far, unfortunately, which is their words, not mine. But yeah, so I've been having a chat to them for 10 minutes. I'm actually bringing Chris Salkeld down to have a bit of an interview in front of camera as well. But a little update on the Mellow Yellow Motorsport car. They've unfortunately had to change an engine. So at 9 AM this morning, we jumped into the box with Andy McEwen. They were in 5th place, doing absolutely brilliantly, and unfortunately they've had to change an engine, which is why you probably see them plummeting down to probably in the high 40s now. They're just about getting the car pushed out the garage, but yeah, that is the update on the Mellow Yellows.
Can't actually see where Mellow Yellow is at the moment in terms of how long it's spent in the pit lane. In terms of its position, it's in 35th. After you've been in the pits for a certain length of time, the running count stops running and disappears off the top of the screen, and then I get a total pit time as and when the car rejoins, if it rejoins, and certainly not going to be the work of a moment to change an engine. Somebody who has just had a long pit stop and is back out on the circuit, you were saying we were going to be seeing it, the Team Hard car, Jack, the 448 car, which is the second, I won't call it the second string, it's the female-driven Team Hard car, which has just had a pit stop of 5 hours, 42 minutes and 24 seconds. That's more like time to change an engine, and you did tell us that's what they've done, but they're back out on the circuit, so round of applause for the hard work of Team Hard. And after 5 hours in the garage, that car now back out on the track to battle it out for the remaining 6 hours. It's worth doing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So I suppose you could say Team Hard have put the hard work in to get that car out.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
328 off the road. That's one of the WRC development cars, isn't it?
328 is the other WRC development car.
So I think those teams appear to have a situation where one of their cars is off the road, but thankfully for them, not to be disingenuous to the other cars that have the incident, it's not the cars that are towards the front that are having the problems, it's their sister cars in the team that are also having the issues. So first of all, we had Emax Motorsport with their car off the road, and it's still going down the timing screen, having stopped. Currently sat in 28th at the moment, but it should be overtaken in the next lap or so by SF Racing, push it down towards just about the bottom of the top 30. Meanwhile, the WRC Developments team have got their 328 car off the road, and 328 at the moment.
And that's in 31st place, just off the timing screen 1. And so that will be dropping more places. Unfortunately for them, or perhaps fortunately for them, the car immediately behind it is in the pits at the moment. That's the 463 Venus Motorsport car. And then behind that is the delayed SCK Motorsport 502 car. Nearly everybody in the bottom half of the entry, or the bottom half of the leaderboard from 30th place onwards, have had some kind of problem or another, and are anything from, in 30th place, 18 laps off the lead lap.
So continuing to circulate, coming up to exactly 3/4 distance driven time-wise in this 2022 Silverlake C1 Racing Club Silverstone 24 hours. 6 hours and 2 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock before we get the checkered flag. Just watching it, get our race leader on screen here, car 388 Hybrid Tune Motorsport, having a touchwood relatively trouble-free stint at the moment, just getting past one of the many back markers on the road as they turn their way in through Abbey Corner. And they've still got a basically two-lap lead.
Two-lap lead, but owing as a pit stop fairly shortly, we worked out, didn't we? Because in terms of time, they've been out on the circuit for over 2 hours now in the Hybrid Tune car. They didn't come into the pits when the safety car appeared, chose to stay out there, and as a result, Hybrid Tune Motorsport, unless we have a safety car in the next few minutes, are going to have to put their fuel in whilst the circuit is green, and that's going to enable the pursuers to gain more rapidly whilst they're getting their refueling done. Whether it'll allow them to actually lose the lead, I somehow doubt, because Hybrid Tune, as we've said, is able to do a normal routine stop without losing the lead, and they'd be hoping to be able to do that during a green flag conditions as well. And as I say, unless we get a safety car in the fairly near future, then Hybrid are going to have to bite the bullet and come in and refuel under green.
I think just remembering one thing that Rob was mentioning on his tyre feature. I think if they haven't stopped since 9 o'clock, and of course we did that feature since then, I believe, aren't they considering changing a suspension part on the lead car, on the 388? Because I think there was a point we were talking about tyres, and one thing that Rob signed off his feature with was it was some kind of a suspension or brake part, whenever it was, because that car apparently has been squeaking a little bit for whatever reason, or making a noise, but it hasn't ended their performance, obviously, because they're still leading the way by 2 laps. But he did mention that there was a possibility they may have to change whatever part it was that was causing the squeaking. So we were talking about kind of having a buffer of time to use. Technically, they've got an extra 6-minute buffer, if you want to call it that, pending any safety cars being a further interruption. But if they're going to do it, they've got a bit of buffer, but it's going to be a bit of a race against time to get that path changed.
Well, that's a task for Jack Oliphant then, isn't it? Because the task for him is to go along to the Hybrid Tune Motorsport garage and give us an update of what they're planning to do. A, are they looking ready to do a pit stop, or are they happy for the car to stay out and hope and pray that we're going to get a safety car? B, are they intending to do more than just simply refuel, change the driver, and possibly change tyres?
And that possibly, if that is, I think ideally they would want to do that under a safety car so they lose minimal time. But obviously you can't just call a safety car, click your fingers and there it is. It's one of the things, again, it's the beautiful thing of racing, and we've got to try and pick it absolutely right in terms of finding the strategy. And even then, if you're trying to pick it in between safety car periods, when one does come up, it's by good fortune that you pretty much get there. Car going slowly, I think, on track 316 is maybe not at full speed, and that's hugging the inside.
It's the yellow car, and yes, he's not at full speed at all, is he? Not whether he's bound for the pits, whether he's low on fuel and he's just stroking it home. But the 316 Mellow yellow car, Andy Gay, Declan Russell, Barry Edwards, Neil Adams, Edward Christie sharing the driving in that car. That was the car was up, challenging in the top 6, and then they had to fall back with a long pit stop. In fact, did we not hear? Maybe they're still running in a new engine there, and just wanting to make sure that everything's all right with the car. The 316.
Yeah, I did imagine they might have been taking it a bit tentatively if that car's just come out of the pit lane. Ooh, there's a big squeeze going on at the complex here. There's like a gaggle of 7 or 8 cars together. I think if I'm right, I think that's the 328 car that's got back going again. So if not, that's 318 that's in the thick of that in there. I think possibly is the second place car that's in the thick of that gaggle of traffic. Car 319, meanwhile, though, 319 has been given a stop-go penalty for also overtaking it under the safety car. Before we get to that, though, Jack, any news from pit lane?
Yeah, so I'm actually here with the driver interview. I'm with Chris Salkeld, famed, obviously, for being the only reason Ainsley Harriott comes to a British GT event. Obviously a British GT driver these days for Century Motorsport, but you're here enjoying, I was going to say relaxing weekend for you with SVG Motorsport, but it's been anything but, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been a difficult weekend. We've had a few issues with the car. We changed the engine after qualifying because we were incredibly slow on the straights, and after changing the engine, it didn't quite fix the issue we were hoping for. So we plodded on, kept going. We wanted to make sure we finished the race. It's a shame the straight line speed deficit is there, but at the end of the day, we're all here having fun, and that's the main thing.
It's a bit annoying, though, probably more to the point that your C1 race is going about as well as your GT racing this year as well, isn't it? We are friends. I'm not being that mean to a complete stranger, but it's been a bit frustrating, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's not been the best year of motorsport for me. I feel like I'm cursed in 2022.
You need to go back to the G40s, that's what we need to do.
Oh yeah, the G40 days were fun. We had some great fun back in those days together, didn't we? Yeah, we had some issues at Alton and then some issues again here a couple of weeks ago for the big Silverstone 500, but hopefully next weekend we can finally right the wrongs of the first 2 rounds and get our season back on track.
I was going to say, with Century Motorsport, they're a hell of an outfit, aren't they? Are you pretty confident that hopefully you'll turn up and they'll have figured out whatever it is? Because every single race you seem to turn up to, it's just something small and sort of almost insignificant, but there's nothing insignificant in motorsport. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, Century are the best team out there. I was privileged to drive their cars and to race them, and especially with BMW UK's support as well with the cars. They'll get the cars right eventually. We've got the new cars arriving next year, so we do want to send the old girls out on a good note.
Exactly, yeah. And speaking of your gremlins at this particular race with SVG, there's a hell of a timeline. You've been sending me texts throughout the 24 hours sort of thing. I've gotten a bit lost with it all because there's so many other gremlins with all 60 other cars out there. You've changed engines, you've gone back to an old engine, you know, sort of what's going on, I suppose, in terms of as best as you can remember.
I don't really know, to be honest, mate. I got out of the car at 2 o'clock, I only woke up an hour ago, so yeah, we're circulating, mate, trying to just make sure everybody has some fun, everyone gets a bit of seat time, and we just want to bring the old girl home.
Is it at least good fun when you're going through some complexes like Maggotts Beckett's when you're not relying on an engine?
Yeah, it's really fun in the corners, through Maggotts and Beckett's. Last night when I was last out, it was really fun. You're catching every car, quicking everybody in the corners, but as soon as you get to the straights, you lose 10 car lengths just going on the hanger, so hopefully, as long as the car comes home, that's the main thing now.
It hasn't put you off coming to these sort of club events and having a bit of a fun time then at all yet?
No, I'll definitely be back again next year. It's an absolute barrel of laughs. It's a nice way to go racing without this stress in the environment of British GT. So, no, it's been a brilliant weekend regardless. So I'll definitely be back next year.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much for coming and have a chat to us. We dragged you all the way down the wrong end of the pit lane for it, but big thanks to you guys. And back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Jack Holliford down there. Now, before you go off air, Jack, don't forget we're dispatching you towards Hybrid Tune Motorsport to see A, if they're about to do a pit stop, and B, if they're planning anything else other than fuel and maybe front tyres, because Scott has heard a whisper, although he's blaming it on Rob Lewis, that there might be something else that is done to the car. So it's due into the pits, we reckon, within the next 10 or 15 minutes. And as I say, there's a suggestion there might be some extra work going on when that car gets there.
You can check the footage, Your Honour. It was Rob Lewis what said it. So,
yeah.
And that side. One thing I was going to mention as well with Chris Salcal is that yes, he's a British GT driver that's come to Citroen C1s, but I would argue that last weekend Silverstone 500 was a warm up for this rather than the other way around. So at least we like to think it would have been. Another pit caller in.
That was the WRC car 328 that had been off, and that was Hazib Khalid who brought the car into the pits, and then immediately behind that was 342 coming into the pits, the Sean Fleming racing car, SF Racing. So still waiting then for the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car. Still thinking back to when we heard from Richard John Neal yesterday evening, and Sam Weller was telling him that he felt that the engine wasn't quite providing the full amount of power. Certainly during this morning's happy hour there was plenty of power coming from the car. If you don't know what I mean by happy hour, it's that time just after dawn when the sun's coming up, it's light, but the air is still a little bit moist and thick, and it really is the ideal time to set fast times in anything really, whether you're at Le Mans for the 24 hours there or at Silverstone for a Citroen's 24-hour race. And that was when the most of the purple times were set, well, the purple time was set, and most of the teams also set green times, so their personal best, during that period between about 6 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, they do say that in terms of places like Le Mans or endurance racing, you tend to set faster laps in the dark when it's cooler, when the air temperature is lower, the oil temperature is a bit lower, and you can regulate the tyre temperature better because the track's a bit colder, air temperature is a bit colder, it's a bit denser, so therefore there's more fuel mix going as well. Those are all the factors where, ironically, with the least amount of visibility, you go quicker than you would have done when you had more visibility, which sounds ironic, but it's all science and biology and everything on top of chemistry on top of that.
And you have to have complete confidence in your car and your driving ability to know where the corners go. In this level, I think the fact that it does get to daylight does encourage them as well.
It's confidence in your car in fact, and everyone else around you, not trusting them, not to move out and make a mistake and misjudge where you are.
Yeah.
So 503 is in, tailgate is up, so that's sometimes never usually a good sign. Typically it's driving around with the tailgate up involuntarily. But that car at one point was in the early stages leading the race, but unfortunately that had some issues which saw it tumble down the timing order. That was in the pit lane when I left last night around about roughly 1 o'clock or so. That car was still in pit lane, sort of in the pit box being worked on. So whatever issue was that's been fixed, and it's been in and gone for quite a while. In terms of the leaders hybrid here, I think have just gone past the pits this time by, and they've completed lap 330. 330 laps in the book so far. I'll have a quick look to see how many laps we did last year.
Yeah, just whilst you look that up, I was minded when you mentioned that 503 had led the race, as indeed it did last night. We've had 9 different cars leading the race thus far. Run through them by number only if you want. 388, 347, 503, 318, 394, 450, 346, 382 and 319, all cars that have led at various stages during the race. And how many laps were completed in last year's 24 hours, Scott?
I'm just trying to find.
He's still looking. Oh,
yeah.
So I misjudged your thumbs. You were thumbing through it so quickly. I thought you might have been there by now. Let's just review where we are. As you say, 330 laps now completed. 18 hours and 9 minutes elapsed, and 388 hybrid tune still leads the way by 2 laps from Emax Motorsport number 346. Fake Taxi is still there third with 312. And in 4th place is 318 WLC Developments, 449 JW Bird. They're still in with a shout, that JW Bird car. I said that it was falling back, but only needs a slight glitch from there. One's ahead of it, and JW Bird 449 could still be in with an opportunity. 504 is in 6th place, 399 in 7th, 309 in 8th place, 311 is 9th, and 382 Majestic Motorsport 10th.
So number of laps completed last year was 431. And that was caused by 2 cars about, because there was the gap between first and second was, to say, only 48 seconds, which obviously after 24-hour race, even it might sound like that's a large gap in a sprint race, obviously, but when it comes to an endurance race, 48 seconds is not as big as some people might think, because that's only about a third of a lap. So interesting stuff there.
Indeed, having 2 cars on the lead lap at the end of a 24-hour race is always significant, I think.
Let's try and find out also as well if there's anyone who can find out how many safety cars we had last year. Because if we're on current tally of 19 at the moment, if I remember saying that correctly, there must be some stats on here for the race that tells us exactly when there were safety cars and for what reason.
I don't know that it tells you the reason, but it gives you the number of safety car laps and the time behind the safety car. Just doing quick multiplication and division, divide the current number of laps by 3, multiplied by 4 to get a rough target of what we might get this year, just based on the pace that we're going at the moment. 440 laps are potentially possible, which would be more than last year. So despite all the safety cars, when we have had safety cars, they've tended to be fairly brief, so we've not had these long periods, and very often those are brought about by barrier repairs needing to be done. So potentially 440 laps.
Just counting through the periods marked in yellow, just going from last year's result up to about 18 or 19, and that's at about 392. So the next safety car there wasn't. So we're currently on a roughly just about the same, if not maybe par, if not maybe just about one more safety car than we had last year in this race, so we're about on par with that one. But if the pace is such that it looks like we're about to get quite a strong finish to this race in terms of the most amount of laps led, I'm going to be further digging now, being Yannick now, see if I can find what stats we have for 2019, because I'm sure there must be some stats in there for how many laps we had for that race. So I'm going to quick scan through that one and find what we had.
All of this information that Scott is putting up is available on tsl-timing.com. And if you have a computer that's faster than his, no. It's not a race necessarily. Yes, it is. In the pits then at the moment, receiving service. Mine, car number 504, also 453 in the pits at the moment. Those two joining the 316 car. So 504, the car currently in 6th place, and this should be for a scheduled pit stop for 504. And let's have a look then for the BH Motorsport SCK car. And that had been out for a full stint of 2 hours, I think. Let's just check for the CK Motorsport, or it's actually the BH/SC Motorsport car. Yeah, 10:30 that car was in, so quite full 2 hours, but very close to for that car. And Patrick Watts, meanwhile, doing the work on the 507 car, the sister car, which is also in the pit. So we might be seeing the 507 out eventually.
406 laps that we had, so I think that was 2019 was the first year that it was held at Silverstone.
Right.
Because the rest of all, I think, were rocking before. I hear background noise, so Jack, any news?
You can call me Jack if you want.
Right,
Andy McEwen here, taking over in the pit lane for a bit. And yeah, round of applause because 507 is back underway. I just heard you mentioning that car, and it's just been wheeled out. Patrick Watts amongst those pushing it out, and it's heading back down the pit lane now. So
with whom at the wheel, Andy?
I did not spot who. I can ask Patrick though very quickly before we. Patrick. 1 second. Bear with me. Who got in the car then, Patrick?
Sorry?
Who's in your car now, 507?
Merlin Glanville has just gone out. We've just put an engine in that. We've just done 2 engines. These guys, Patrick Watts Racing Team and helpers and friends. We've got a great slow motion, what do you call it? A time lapse. A time lapse of putting an engine out and in. So we'll put that on the C1 website. I'm sure, but I think there are quite a few teams here that have done it quicker than now. But
well, you got it done. That's the main.
Yeah, we've done 2 engines. 2 engines, 2 hours.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Patrick. So there we go. That answers that question. Patrick Watts and team very pleased to get that car out. Now 504 are in, and this looks like a 4 tyre change. They're certainly doing both left sides, and yet looks like they're doing the rights as well. So 4 tyre change for the 504. This will be a slightly longer pit stop as a result. And it is Richard Newman getting into that car now. So Richard Newman about to head out in the 504 car, which it's been sort of there or thereabouts all day, hasn't it, really? Just outside the top 5 probably by the time it heads out. But a 4 tyre and full fuel stop for the 504.
And 507's engine change. Well done, Patrick Watts and his racing team of family, friends and general hangers-on. 4 hours, 51 minutes to get that car out. And also going back out onto the circuit is the 445 Emax car, which was last seen going past the back of the box here.
Yes.
Over 2.5 hours ago that car came to rest. So you know, the time just slips through your fingers like sand, doesn't it? Getting the car back, first of all, getting it onto the flatbed, then getting it back, then getting it fixed and back on its way again. In fact, the 445 car actually spending probably the least amount of time just getting it fixed and race ready again. So most of the time was getting it back to the garage.
This proves that build them tough in Czech Republic, as I said earlier on.
Yes.
So what I like as well, the fact, because it's such a team effort, and this is for both their cars they've done this, Patrick Watts Racing giving themselves, essentially, and I guess deservedly so, because they've done quite a fantastic job getting both those engines changed, give themselves, after change the engine on both cars, each time a round of applause within each other, because of course they've had to work incredibly hard to do that. And I'll be intrigued to see that time lapse that Patrick mentioned, because that might be quite a fun thing to watch.
Yes.
So when it's when I'm bored of leaving at some point. No, I kid you, obviously, but it will intrigue me to watch the setup and the sort of and watch the story of an engine being changed as the broken one comes out, the new one comes in.
Into the pits comes our race leader. So Hybrid Tune Motorsport, we expected them to be in. We just changed pit reporters, so Andy McEwen is going to be down there and telling us what's happening, hopefully, for the race leader and whether there's going to be anything extra done on the car. Driver getting out, Andy, just butt in when you have information to bring us. The fuel is going in first. They've got the jack ready to put under the car. That looks like the driver getting out is actually helping with the refueling, which we thought Rob told us was a bit of a no-no. But anyway, there is maybe it's just a chap who's borrowed some racing overalls and helmet from one of the drivers to help with the refueling, to be the fire extinguisher man, but fuel going into the car, no other work being allowed on the car whilst the fuel is going in.
Typically, I'd jumped into a garage to see what the live timing looked at as the Hybrid Tune car came in. So I'm now made my way down to the 388 car, and yep, fuel ongoing. They've got 2 tyres at least ready to go on to the 388 car.
And anything else, Andy? Because we understand there might be some extra work going on that car.
There's a man with a drill in his hand, but I don't know, that's the wheel gun, that's all right. There is the right hand, the driver's door is not in showroom condition, I can tell you. That has had one heck of a whack. But apart from that, I see no evidence of any further work that's about to be done.
Keep your eyes open.
Yeah. The only reason why we asked is because remember the feature that Rob did earlier on. He was mentioned that the Hybrid Tune car might have to change something on it, which was either a suspension or a brake part because it was squeaking or making some kind of noise. So, but if they haven't got that present, either they have come in and done it and the squeaking stopped, or they just don't need to change it full stop.
I'll go and ask some questions, shall I, and see what I can find out.
Yes, that might be handy. Good work. So,
or you can just observe.
So whilst Andy goes off and quizzes Hybrid Tune Motorsport, at least the mechanics which are not hot and bothered trying to change parts on the car, Emax Motorsport go through. JW Bird Motorsport also in 449 from 5th position, so that's another pit stop for fans to have a look at, which is hopefully be nearby whilst the Hybrid Tune car has finished its pit stop. Also in Silverlake car 558, so that'll be right at the top of the pit lane. So and he's certainly getting his keep in this hour stint as presenter for this portion of the race. And a couple more cars moving up. Now through that pit stop sequence, the 504 car has dropped from 6th to 8th behind Morwin Motorsport and Fighting Torque. Andy, any news?
No plans to change the wheel bearing. They say it sounds awful, but it's not affecting the performance, so unless they absolutely have to, they won't be changing it. So no, this is just a routine fuel and I think just front tyre pit stop.
And that is Hybrid Tunes. Hybrid Tunes fans breathing a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness there's nothing there. As I mentioned, JW Bird Motorsport, whilst that's going on, keep an eye on that one. 5th position in the pit lane, making their scheduled stop. So that's going on there for them. And whilst that's happened, both, as you'd expect, WRC Developments 318 and 312 have gone through. Also in is P6, Morwin Motorsport 399. So it's getting busy down there, Andy.
Right, I will wander down that way. I can see it pulling in. This is fuel again. Do they have tyres ready? No, I'm not convinced they do, you know. I think this might be a fuel only for them. As I walk away from the Hybrid Tune car, they put it up on the jacks to start changing those front tyres. So, no, hang on, they've put it up. This might be a 4-tyre change. Let me go back to Hybrid Tune because this is probably the bigger story. If they're going to go for a 4-tyre change, this is going to be a longer pit stop, and of course Emax benefited a little bit, did they not, from pitting under, was it the most recent safety car?
Indeed it was, yes, that's right. So
they can't afford to lose too much time here, Hybrid Tune.
Righto.
Yes, both left side tyres are being changed. Now is it lefts only maybe instead of 2 fronts? Is that right front fresh? No, I don't think it is. So I reckon it's left side tyres for Hybrid Tune this time.
Okay, I thought they'd change certainly the right front. I'm not sure whether they changed the right rear, but they're doing the left rear, so I think it's a full 4-wheel change. The Emax Motorsport car, 332 laps coming round to be completed now, so no doubt about it that the Hybrid Tune car will get back out onto the circuit without losing the lead, and indeed will maintain a lap of a lead, I reckon, because 346, the Emax car, just going across start-finish line. So they're going to be very close together on the road, but with 333 laps completed for Hybrid Tune and 332 laps completed by Emax. So pretty much exactly 1 lap separating the two.
We were all sort of right and we were all sort of wrong. It was not 2 tyres or 4 tyres for Hybrid Tune, it was 3 tyres that they changed, all but the right rear, which of course is the one that is worked the least hard.
Left rear?
No, right rear, apparently. They said right rear stayed on, other 3 were changed.
Okay, fair enough.
I think that's the first time I've noticed the team changing any number of tyres that's an odd number apart from 1, in which there is only 1, which is 3, obviously. So it's the first time I've heard a team changing 3 tyres rather than pairs or
yes,
sets of
normally
2
you
or
do
4.
either a 4, a 2 or a single.
Yeah, it's a single if it's in trouble, like a puncher. I did see one of the Silverlake cars came in last night. I observed the pit stop, and they'd made contact with somebody, and it wasn't a puncture, but it actually damaged the wheel rim as a result of the contact, because they've had to come in and get that fixed. Before we go on with anything else, you can watch this on screen right now. This is a battle actually on track for position between our 2 cars fighting over the podium spot at the moment. WRC Developments Limited ahead over Fake Taxi. Fake Taxi have taken 3rd place on track. There's also been a spin I've noticed out the commentary box window just exiting Brooklands. Can't quite tell the car, it's just got going its way through Luffield now. There goes 318 on screen, and it's just trying to get back onto the tail of the Fake Taxi car, number 312, as they come back down towards Maggots and Beckett. As for the car that's had the spin, ironic if it was the other WRC Developments car, and in fact it is. So as one car's lost a position in 3rd place, the other one's going for a spin down at Brooklands.
Yes, just trying to distract us, I think. So 346 is actually on the lead lap now, isn't it? Because it's going to come across the line before the Hybrid Tune car does. So Emax Motorsport 346 just coming down into the loop at the moment, and as I say, he's ahead on the road of the Hybrid Tune car, which means that when he comes through, he'll be completing his 333rd lap, and then we'll be able to measure the gap 1st to 2nd, and it will be around about 2 minutes, I would think. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, something like that, between 1st and 2nd. But of course, then we'll be waiting for the next Emax pit stop, because as we've been saying, Scott and I, for whatever reason, better or worse, they're going to find themselves on a different strategy, possibly from now until the end of the race, depending how they use any safety cars that turn up.
Yeah, there are safety cars that will certainly hyperwire behind it, trying to make sure that either they're coasting or using the high gear and as minimal revs as possible to keep the speed up, so that they're trying to do so. That's a trick that you build up doing ages and ages on the motorway trying to save yourself petrol, which I've done recently in many cases, where you just either let the car cruise and just take your foot off the accelerator, or just stick it in the highest gear and just gently get it up to speed you want, and just gently tickle the throttle just to make sure it stays on it and using minimal amount of fuel, it works.
Have you ever got into the slipstream, one of the National Express buses, and so you can actually go into neutral then, because it will suck you along.
Really?
Yeah. Depending on how heavy your car is.
Depending how brave I'm feeling that day, I might try that one, depending how much, how many brave pills I've taken that day.
Yes, that's right.
So Hybrid Tune have come across the line then, and they've completed their first flying lap out of the pits. Emax Motorsport, as you say, still yet to come across, but it looks as though it certainly tends to, certainly would suggest, I think you're absolutely right, that Emax now, for the moment at least, before they make their next mandatory pit stop, or next scheduled stop for them, will definitely come across and will be now on the lead lap at least, if not for a moment before then Hybrid Tune gets that lap back whilst Emax are in making their stop.
Yeah, and of course then what we have to do is start counting forwards by 2 hours, because the Hybrid Tune car is fully fueled, and therefore will go until about 20 past 2 this afternoon. Its next tank of fuel after that will take it to 20 past 4. Let's call that half past 4, because they've gone a bit longer on occasion than the 2 hours. And then the final stop from half past 4 will take it to the end of the race, won't it? So 2 more stops we're talking for the race leading car. So we were talking yesterday, Andy and I were talking yesterday about at what point you start back timing, and when you know you've only got 2 more stops left, you need to start working out how much fuel you're going to put in at each of the remaining stops, because bearing in mind you never know when a safety car might happen, rather than putting in the full amount next time around, they might actually short fuel it next time around in the hope that there's a safety car which will reduce the amount of fuel that they're going to use, and therefore require less fuel still in the final stop. So fairly confident that the maths is right, and that 2 stops will get the race leader to the finish of the race, provided nothing untoward happens. Wheel bearing making a noise, something that I would probably get checked out if it was on my road car, but of course you don't always have the luxury of just taking it into the garage and checking it out. But the Hybrid Tune car thus far, as I've said, has played pretty much all the cards right. All their opportunities they've taken, and their misfortunes they've kind of handled as best they can.
Their last stop was pretty, I'd say, standard time stop of 5 minutes, and that was not bad for a 3 tyre change plus full fuel and a driver change on top of that. So that's pretty standard. Well, of course, there are some which are doing quicker, but of course maybe some of them when you change just the 2 tyres. But to change 3 and to do a full fuel stop and drivers in 5 minutes and pence, it's not too bad actually for that one. And there are teams that are doing similar sort of times and pit stops. I suppose Fox Motorsport, I was thinking, looking at Nick Houster's name and immediately thinking Fox Motorsport, but the 339 car, which is not the Nick Houster at the wheel, their last pit stop was 2 minutes 21. Maybe that might have just been a very quick sort of 2 tyre one, and maybe possibly 1 can of fuel if they're on different strategy, like we've been talking about all morning with interruptions to safety cars and that, what have you.
Yes, it's certainly not enough of a pit stop to get all the fuel in that you would want. 2 minutes and 46 seconds is the gap first to second. Caught it on the screen briefly. So that's the gap between the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car in the lead and Emax Motorsport car 346 in second place.
The pace is pretty much equal, because last time they're both there 3 minute 2.2. The only difference being a couple of hundredths of a second in favour of the leaders, Hybrid Tune Motorsport. So at the moment, that gap is pretty much static between them.
Yes, and I think that's probably the way that it will stay, not through any deliberate ploy from either of them. It's just that they're both driving their very equal cars absolutely flat out, and that's all that the tyres, conditions, as we said, somewhat warmer today than it was yesterday, and so that may make conditions slightly less quick, certainly than first thing this morning, but nevertheless, as I say, they'll be pushing on the cars just as fast as they can, given that they want to make the tyres last the whole stint, and probably in the case of Hybrid Tune, they'll be intending to leave those tyres on for a double stint, although they'll look a bit silly if they get a puncture on the right rear, won't they? Because I would have thought the right rear will take more loading than the left rear around the clockwise Silverstone circuit, but oh no, it's the left rear, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, because on the left rear, obviously the car will be leaning on the side most of the time. So I think, given it's a clockwise circuit, I think most of the time that right rear is going to be spent lifted in the air, given the fact that these cars are quite not stiffly sprung, but of course they tend to be to pitch a wheel up into the air if they're going through those corners quite quick enough. So heading up towards now, time is coming up to here in the UK for the benefit of those watching outside the UK, coming up about 20 minutes just before that now, 25 past 12 in the afternoon, so we still have at the moment just under 5.5 hours to go. Andy in pit lane.
502 back out, by the way. That's just had they had the boot open on that car. I'll have to wander down there in a second to see what the issue was, but looked like they were messing around with the wiring in the back of the car, but that's just heading back out on circuit now. Wandered down to the AB Motorsport end of the pit lane, and a busy team this weekend. AB Motorsport fielding cars, of course, in the MX-5 sprint races, which we all enjoyed yesterday, and a pair of cars racing in the Citroen C1 24 Hours. Luke pulling alongside me. Luke, you've been a busy boy. 2 30-minute races yesterday, and then you've been up for 24 hours doing this silly thing.
Yeah, I think I've done enough racing for like a year now, to be honest. It's it's been a huge amount of fun, and I'm not quite as tired as I thought I'd be, but I'm still shattered. So it's been a whole lot of fun, and yeah, it's just great first time doing the 24 hours, and it's been amazing.
And I don't think you'd raced the Grand Prix circuit before either, had you? And those MX-5 races yesterday, what a first taste of this amazing track.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, Maggots and Beckett's in the MX-5 was unreal, but didn't quite have the pace that I really wanted this weekend in the Mazdas. But, we jumped into the C1s, kind of put that behind us, and And I was saying to you earlier, it's just a real party atmosphere here, especially at night. You know, the lights come on, and yeah, it's just been fantastic.
And the team have been working super hard. As we said, 2 cars, they've not been without their troubles, it must be said. One of the cars, I believe, wasn't even ready until pretty much the last minute.
No, yeah, so my hero and inspiration in life, Tim Dorr, just he built our car. You know, he hadn't done it before. We're all fresh to the C1s. Put it all together. He was still taping stuff and cable tying stuff, you know, practically yesterday. But yeah, but you know, Tim's just honestly one of my favourite people, and he's worked tirelessly, and he's really stretched himself to get the car here for this weekend and get us all sorted. And his pace has been good. He's out there at the moment, causes some trouble, no doubt. And yeah, but no, just a massive shout out to Tim, because he is. Yeah, he's really pulled out of the bag. Car's been great, and yeah, it's always good company being with Tim as well. He's a good laugh.
And through all of the trials and tribulations, your 2 cars seem to be inseparable on track. Every time I look at the timing screen, they're next to each other position-wise, despite a few penalties and issues out there. You're both targeting top 10, but I know there'll be a bit of a rivalry from one side of the garage to the other. Yeah,
I mean, we originally did name the team maybe Motorsport A team, just to try and rile them up a little bit, knowing that typically they do have the faster drivers. But you know, as luck's had it, you know, we've both had our issues, so we're not going to be as high up in the top 10 if we are going to get in the top 10 as we thought we'd be. But yeah, we seem to just like have issues at the right place to put us together. I mean, my last stint, me and Phil, nose to tail, we were just working together for the whole session, putting in some great times. And you know, there's only a minute separating us, 5 hours to go. Yeah, just we'll see what happens. It might get a bit frosty in the garage, who knows.
Let's hope not. Are you done for the day now? Can you kick back and relax?
One more stint, and then I can go to sleep. I'm looking forward to a nice bath tonight, because no one wants to hug me. But yeah, one more stint, and I'm just going to enjoy it for what it is. You know, we were never going to challenge for like any silverware in it. We're just here for a good laugh, and that's what we're doing. So one more stint, push hard, go as fast as I can, and then yeah, go home.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. Best of luck for the rest of it. Thanks for having a chat, Luke, and the AB Motorsport guys. They really did want to give a shout out to Tim Dorr, because he's done a lot of the legwork preparing that car on his driveway, apparently, and getting it out there and running. That's the A-team car. Next door to them is the 312 Fake Taxi team, and they are in for their next stop. They're refuelling the car now. Looks like it is a full fuel stop, I think. Yep, they've got the 2 churns of fuel there. And they've got 2 new tyres waiting. Now I'm going to make sure I watch this time where they put these tyres to make sure I don't get confused, because we have seen a bit of a mix of front tyres, left tyres, rear tyres. It looks like the fronts are, yeah, they've been well used, so I reckon these are probably going on the front of the car. But yeah, if anything different, I will report and let you know.
Of course, being standard cars, road cars, there's nothing to stop you putting the rears on the front or the front tyres on the rear. There are some categories of racing where the front wheel specifications are different from rear wheel specifications, and then you have to know exactly what you're doing, and it limits your options somewhat, but nothing to stop. I don't know if any of the teams would plan doing it. Tyres coming off the rear of the car and then being put on the front once the scrubbing has been done on the rear of the car, so you put them on the front. Why go and pay 25 quid a tyre to have them scrubbed if you can, or shaved, if you can get it done yourself by just running around with the tyres on the back of the car for a while. Anyway, but so Andy will keep us updated with the Fake Taxi team. They're still being shown in 4th place. The car behind them is the 309 Fighting Torque car, and whether or not that will be in a position to overtake before, I don't think it will actually, because it's a lap behind the Fake Taxi car, which already has been in the pits for nearly 4 minutes, and we'll expect to see it out in the next minute or so. So I don't think that's going to give time for the Fighting Torque team 309 to catch up and get past. 309 just going through now, in fact. So he puts 333 laps on the board. Fake Taxi has 334 already on the board, so it'll be close, but Fake Taxi should maintain that 4th place, although Fighting Torque will be on the same lap as they are by the time they finish their pit stop.
seeing the Trimark car being tailed by the Kellett Motorsport car. Good work by the Kellets actually to get themselves up into 8th position. That's the car which bears its name. Of course, features Fiesta stalwart racers Alistair Kellett and William Kellett. William being the more fledgling part of his Fiesta career, whereas Alistair is a former championing double race winner from last time out at Croft. Mr. McKeown, pit lane.
Thank you, Mr. Woodward. Fake Taxi back on their way. Reluctantly, though, the car did not want to start, had to be pushed down the pit lane, so that lost them a few seconds, not that many. Now, whilst I was observing that pit stop, Rob came over and informed me that the More Win car, number 399, was about to go on track. That's exactly what it's doing. It's going down the pit lane, just as I got to their garage, of course, but that is a radiator change that they've made on the 399 car, and they obviously gave it a full service and a driver change whilst they were doing it. So they had it in the garage for a little while, and not entirely sure how long it was in there for, but a full radiator change, driver change, tyres and fuel, and back out on track.
Yeah, that car currently has fallen down to 17th place, car number 399, and it has been in the pits, not for that long, 17 minutes it's been in the pits for. And the Fake Taxi car, which you did send out, didn't you, Andy? 5 minutes and 5 seconds in the pits, although it hasn't triggered the HUTAG system on its way out.
Let me just look, see if it's made it to the end of the pit lane, because of course they were pushing it, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, it's gone. I'm pretty sure it's gone. I'm at the other end of the pit lane now, but yes, it was struggling to get away for sure.
But he'll have forgotten to,
Quite
in
possible.
his panic to get away, he'll have forgotten to register his HUTAG.
It's Graham in that car now, by the way, they told me.
Yeah, and the consequence for that, because TOF have got that, the same consequence now, failure to scan a HUTAG, it's a 1 minute stop and go penalty. So that in itself might well, if that is the case, and they have failed to scan it, that might well kill off the current battle for third place on track between Fake Taxi, currently now in 4th, and the team that's taking it back over again whilst they've been stopping, which is WRC Developments Limited. And when we last saw them, Fake Taxi was in front, but it was very close between them when they were fighting on track. So those extra seconds lost in the pit lane, they could make all the difference. And if they don't get a penalty,
and a stop-go penalty on top of it will make even more of a difference.
It will, yes.
Because they don't have much of a cushion either over the Fighting Torque car behind them in 5th place. So 3rd, 4th and 5th places quite closely matched at the moment. And so yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Graham Coombs, well, he's not a stranger to this kind of thing, but he is of an age where driver IDs weren't necessarily electronic. But if you remember the days a long time ago, in the UK certainly, World Sports Car Championship races,
yes,
they had a piece of Velcro across the front of the windscreen, and depending who your driver was, you either put the red sheet of Velcro or the yellow sheet of Velcro on the car. Most of the drivers only had two drivers in those days, of course, but there was a sheet of Velcro, and it was either red for driver 1 or yellow for driver 2. Worked.
Did indeed. Andy, pit lane.
Yes, more information from More Win. I've got Stefan Marsh with me. Stefan, you were in the car at the time that things started to get a bit hot.
Yeah, I was out. I was having a good stint, and then looked down and the temperature light was on, so I banged the heater on because that's what normally works. It cools it down. I was absolutely roasting, sweating like mad, but the light did go off for a while, and then it started to flash, and then it started flashing the stop light. And I could smell coolant, so I thought better bring it in and see what's going on before we cook the engine, because we want to make it to the end. We don't want to be doing engine changes now.
It's such a shame, though, because the race was really starting to come to you guys. You were getting yourself more and more into contention.
It was. I mean, that was our plan from the start. We were trying to be as consistent as we could, not really going hammer to tongs on lap times, preserving the tyres, trying to preserve fuel. We're all pretty consistent as drivers, so that was our plan. It was, we started 48th. We were just going for the long game and seeing where we end up in the last hour. So that was our plan, but unfortunately, the things do happen. It's a 24-hour race, It's going to, either a mechanical issue or one of us is going to make a mistake. So hopefully that's our only issue, and we'll make it to the end, and hopefully we're still trying to get into that top 10.
Well, let's hope it's got it fixed anyway. And the team, I'm sure you want to give a shout out to, because they've just done a really good job to diagnose the problem, get it fixed, and get it back out there. It's hard work for all of the teams up and down the pit lane, isn't it?
Definitely. I mean, top work by the CMR boys.
Well done.
That changed in no time. I mean, I'm just a squishy bit behind the wheel. I got the easy job, really, the fun bit. The only thing getting that car going around is this lot in here. all the food, all the drink, all the mechanics, all the skills, all the fun. You know, this is what makes the race. That bit out there is just part of it. So massive well done to everyone, and thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done, Stefan. Well remembered on the name as well. Stefan Marsh there then at Team Morwin. I think that car's gone round and done another lap, has it not? So hopefully that means they've got the radiator change has fixed their problem.
Stay on the line for a second, Andy, because whilst that was happening, tiny bit of drama involving the race leader, because as it was going through Copse Corner, I think it went to hit a lap, it went to go through a lapped car, and it didn't spin it, but it did appear to tag very loosely, I think, its right rear. Now, we've seen before, particularly with the 503 car, unnecessary contact does get penalised. I'm not suggesting a tempting fate or anything, but if the stewards pick up on that, they might come back to bite them, that tiny bit of contact. However small it was, unnecessary contact to unnecessary contact. And they are being particularly harsh. I know particularly Robin Welsh was saying in the first bit, in terms of any track limits or so, or contact, they're being a bit lenient, but I know he's being very strict on it. So if that is deemed unnecessary contact, that can spell a problem for the leader.
Maybe a penalty for the leader, yes. I mean, they do have this cushion on which they're sitting, but you know, you can only use that cushion so often. The other aspect to it, Scott, there was one message, and I can't remember if it was before you stopped the live stream or after you'd gone off for some rest, but there was one message which came up on the screen, which was unnecessary crowding of a competitor. No contact at all, but merely crowding. I'm not quite sure what that means, but it was I think it's just a stop and go penalty, or a 1 minute stop and go. A message comes up on the screen to say that there's a 1 minute stop and go penalty for failure to scan who tag, but we've already seen that one on 339. More news, I think, Andy?
George Grant getting back into the 474 car for what will be his final stint of the weekend. He will sleep for a week, I think, will George Grant at the end of this, but he's being strapped into that 474 car as we speak, and they've done fuel. I don't actually think, did they change tyres again? I'll just have to crouch down. No, this front tyre, well, the front right tyre definitely isn't fresh, so I think they may be sending him out a rear tyre change by the looks of it. Rear left anyway.
I can hear a gun going, so...
Yes, that's the rear left. Front left is new as well, I think, so left side tyre change for the 474, and George Grant going back on his way. And next door, the A-team are in, and Lee Pullen is going out in that car. So that's 352, and that is fuel and 1, 2, 3 tyres, 4 tyres for the A-team car as well. So that's a bit of activity in the middle part of the pit lane, with both of those cars having come in at about the same time, hopefully going to leave the pit lane in the next 60 seconds or so together.
Of course, if you're David Drinkwater in the third placed 318 WRC Developments car, rather than celebrating by sleeping for a week, he can only sleep for a day, because then he has to drive off to the Nürburgring and participate in another 24-hour race next weekend. Lucky old chap. David Drinkwater then will be in the Nürburgring 24 hours. He's got a Porsche to drive, and just from talking to him yesterday, he's thoroughly looking forward to that opportunity. And yeah, it just shows you the kind of problems racing drivers have, Scott. Silverstone in a Citroen C1, Nürburgring in a Porsche, and yet he clearly wouldn't have it any other way. He didn't want to do one rather than the other, wants to do them both.
Yeah, it's a hard life it's hard life when motorsport is a hobby, isn't it? Interestingly, I think we were talking about the whole issue of crowding. It might well be, for example, if someone's coming through and they hold their racing line, maybe their spatial awareness is not as good as it could be, for example. So if they're kind of forcing a car to go wide and forcing it near the edge of the circuit when they don't need to, or possibly trying to move it out of the way, or if they're trying to pass somebody, but then if they make a move and it squeezes someone to get into the edge of the track, that's when it need to. That's probably what they mean by excessive crowding. The contact is obviously when they make physical contact. They come very close and almost squeeze them out with nowhere to go on the grass or wide at a corner. That might be where the whole concept of unnecessary crowding is. Andy?
Forgive me if you've covered this. 463 are in the garage. Are you aware of what the issue is with that car?
No.
I can tell you then that they're putting a new engine in. So that's going through an engine change. That'll be quite a lengthy stop for that car, and the engine is not yet in the process of being fitted to the car yet. So I'd say they're about halfway through that process.
And if we judge by the speed of Patrick Watson team, somewhere between 4 and 5 hours is an engine change, and I'm just wondering that really is going to be a new engine just to get the car to the finish. We've got 5 hours and 12 minutes remaining on the session, so takes a mightily motivated team to, or a mightily motivated team manager to persuade the team to change an engine when you've only got 5 hours and 11 minutes still to go. Anyway, that's their job, and they'll be getting on with it. At least hopefully they will.
I have seen some teams before when it's been in the garage most of the evening. Right, there is instead engine change going on the Venus Motorsport car. So smile on camera. But yeah, 463 work being done at the moment. And I was going to mention that there are some teams who would have retired earlier on, or have been in the garage for hours and hours and hours, but they will bring their car out for the sake of maybe for a photo opportunity, just being part of the, as you've seen at Le Mans several times, the lark and sort of gaggle of cars that all come together, but they'll crowd up behind the leader to make sure they don't have to do another lap.
Yeah.
So
what is the regulation here? Are you do you have to take the checkered flag in order to be classified?
I would imagine there'd probably be a certain amount of race distance completed. I'm guessing relative to the leader. I should probably look at the regulations on that one.
Okay.
The
So I should have given you good notice of that that question. But there's also the question of whether you actually have to cross the line. Because in some 24-hour series, even though it's a 24-hour race, if you retire with half an hour to go, they still classify you because you've completed the required distance to be a classified finisher, which is normally either 60% or 70% of the race winner's distance. In some series, it's based on the position of the class leader. But with no classes in C1s, that's not a problem we have to deal with. Andy McEwen is a problem we have to deal with. Andy, make yourself useful, tell us something.
I really enjoyed working with you too, Paul. 5:03. I'm not going to tell you now. How about that?
Oh, please.
It's bad news again. I seem to be the bearer of bad news at the moment. 5:03 are overheating. Not for the first time this race. This car's been getting a bit warm, and it's back in the garage with the team gathered around. Driver staying in the car though, so I think they're hoping to get it back out there very shortly. And let's see, can I have a word with the driver just whilst we're trying to work out what the problem is? It's overheating, obviously. Any idea what's causing it?
No, just coming down the back straight, and I just saw one of the temperature gauges come on, so I thought rather than keep going, we'll just play on the safe side. We're unfortunately a bit in the grid, so we're just main thing is getting the car finished.
Not the first time this race that it's happened to this car either. It's a real shame because all three of the cars in the team have had good pace, and for one reason or another, things seem to go wrong.
Yeah, the cars have generally, they've been absolutely fantastic. All of us seem to have had good pace in the cars. So yeah, we're just trying to fix it, and we'll come back and go again.
Excellent stuff. Hope to get you back out there again in the near future. That's 5:03. Scott, what's happened?
Car off in the gravel at Maggots and Beckett's. I've just seen sweep through the shot on screen. The yellow flag's out. I wonder if that's going to be possibly another safety car, but again, didn't quite catch who it was. I can catch by colours. I caught a glimpse of, looked like orange, yellow, maybe some blue in there as well in terms of colours, but I didn't have a spotter's guide or anything. It's hard to think exactly who it was that was off the road. The only way we can probably tell at the moment is probably play a game like it's there we go, on screen, the 444 car off in the gravel. So 444 is off at Maggots and Beckett's.
Swerve Racing.
The
great name for a team.
Yeah, that's Scott Evans, Hadley Rossiter, Phil Spokes, Ian Chidging, Colin Mitchell. That car's off the road, and I fear that car probably is going to have to do it. Now then, here's something significant. 4th place fake taxi 312. 1 minute stop and go penalty. The car on screen right now, more than 4 people working on the car, because you're only allowed maximum 4, including the driver in the car at any one time. So drama for 4th place, Andy. 1 minute stop go penalty for having more than 4 people working on it.
Is there a penalty they haven't received over the race so far? They seem to have been in and out of that penalty box more than any other car, and it's such a shame because they've been one of the quickest cars out on track. But if you calculate the amount of minutes they've spent in that pit box, it'll cost them a lot of places, I'm sure.
And the ironic thing is that they have all those penalties, and yet they're still currently in 4th.
Yes, and they had that incident at Woodcote as well, which very nearly ended their race completely. So yeah, I guess looking on the bright side, they're lucky to still be here.
It could have been worse, yes. I just wonder as well, because I was expecting to see the penalty for the failure to tag the Hugh tag device rather than a more than 4 people. I wonder if that was the outgoing driver that was assisting with putting the new driver in whilst the 4 mechanics were working on the car. Not sure, but you have to see a video recording of the pit stop once again. But of course that is important, and yes, we said that any penalty for the fake taxi car 312 would affect its position because it's in a battle both ahead and behind, trying to close in on the David Drinkwater car number 318 and trying to keep the Fighting Torque car 309 behind it. So those cars, well, the WRC car has now got a couple of laps ahead, but it is only 2 minutes now behind, ahead of the Fighting Torque car. So by the time it's done that stop and go penalty, that 2 minute gap will be down to about 30 seconds probably. So Fake Taxi will come in, take its penalty, and then we'll be fighting for 4th place with the Fighting Torque car.
So it's, they don't seem to make it easy for themselves this race, do they? Not voluntarily, of course, that make it difficult. It just seems to be that's how things are playing out for them. But here is car 388. Still unsure of whether or not the very light contact they made with, well, I think it was the SP racing car into Cops Corner on its on its right rear. Didn't spin the car around, of course, it to get out of shape too much, but there was contact there. Whether or not that would be deemed as significant enough to be called unnecessary contact, and if that does potentially, if I'm tempting fate, put them in the realm of receiving a penalty themselves.
Yes, I mean, the thing I would say is that we've seen how long the backlog is for the clerk of the course working through these things. Some of the messages of penalties taking quite a long time to come through, and something like more than 4 people working on the car should be a fairly straightforward penalty to establish. Something like unnecessary contact is a little bit harder and requires a little bit more replays and such of the video evidence before, if it was me at least making the decision, I'd be comfortable to do so. So we might have to wait before that penalty is announced. But hey, you know, there's time still in the race, and we've got plenty of things giving us action so far.
So, just looking at our car 312 Fake Taxi having a run there with, I think that's 446 they're running with at the moment.
It's been, I would say, battling with. It's been running close proximity to that car for, I think, just about since its last pit stop, hasn't it?
Yeah, 446, which is Tipton Auto Centre Racing. That's the car in 13th position at the moment, but we continue to look at our leaders. As there, just behind them, is the cars yes, 446. That's the car that is in 13th place. And of course, the car behind it is one several laps in front of it, currently in 4th place. So coming out towards the top of the hour in terms of time left, with 5 hours, 4 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock. So it just ticked over 5 hours and 3 minutes 58 seconds. I was looking at the broadcast, which skips sometimes a few seconds every now and again when it pauses. The Tipton Auto Centre car found the apex, then got oversteered, then found it again for a second time as it went through that corner, but somehow managed to hold on to it in front of, I'm sure, a rather bemused Fake Taxi 312 trying to watch that car take the corner. But Hybrid G Motorsport currently is, and this is it coming in now for its stop-go penalty. 1 minute stop-go penalty. They'll hold it at the top of the penalty box at the top of the pit lane for 60 seconds, then it will go. So as we mentioned, this will put it into the realms of, currently at the moment, given that the gap was 2 minutes 8 seconds between Fake Taxi and Fighting Torque, it will put it in the realms of potentially being in danger of losing 4th place if Fighting Torque can keep up a good pace.
Yes, it should be able to hold on to 4th, but as you say, Scott, absolutely right, the gap between them and Fighting Torque will be substantially reduced down to probably around 30 seconds or so. So we'll keep an eye on that. And behind Fighting Torque is the JW Bird Motorsport car, and that's only 10 seconds behind Fighting Torque. So we've got the prospect of 3 cars battling it out for 4th place, with the Fake Taxi, Fighting Torque, JW Bird Motorsport cars, 312, 309 and 449, battling for position on the road, 4th place.
Close-up shot on stream of the driver's eyes. me to have four cars on the.
It's not his fault.
I'm honest.
And well, I think it's Graham Coombs who put into that car, wasn't it?
So
he'll be, well, he's had enough experience. He'll be in a situation where he's been similarly affected before, and you just have to keep your focus. Make sure you remember to scan the tag at the end of the pit lane when you get there. And let's have a look out for where the Fighting Talk car is.
Meanwhile, whilst we're watching on the screen, we saw the leader heading its way through Applecross. The triple four car's back on tracks after it got stuck in the gravel at Mackett's and Beckett's after its earlier excursion there, just about 10-15 minutes ago. It's been quickly snatched out and back onto the racetrack it goes. It's just losing an on-track spot there. I think that's towards battling away at least. I think that's the 507 car. I think it's having a scrap with. There's Burton Power, who have that car in the same, essentially some kind of a replica sort of tribute livery to the, I'm going to get my years right now, being in the anorak that I am. I think it's the 2001 Ford Focus WRC car, I think. Coleman Craig, as driven by mainly Coleman Craig and Carlos Sainz, but because Burton Power particularly deal with all things Ford usually, but they're having a Citroen C1. So Burton Power Racing actually at the moment doing not too bad. They're in 16th place at the moment, and they are the same lap as AB Motorsport. Yes, they are. So is the 18. That's the second of the two AB Motorsport cars, because the other one is now currently it's essentially is a lap ahead of the 18 car, with Burton Power not too far away from them either.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how the, I don't know if you call it cross-branding, but there are various other manufacturers than Citroën being invoked in the livery in some way. We've got the Schnitzer BMW colours being invoked, we've got various Ford colours being invoked, and I think there was a Renault lookalike on one of the cars as well. But you know, it's interesting how drivers use their personal background to colour their Citroën.
I was thinking about this then. If I was entering let's say a three-car team into this race, I would do the three cars in different liveries based on cars from my favourite ever Le Mans 24 Hours, which has always been since growing up, which is 1993. Not that I remember it live, I've watched the videotape ages and ages. So one would be in the colours of the Peugeot, one would be in colours of the Toyota, one would be in the good old colours of the Jaguar, which one initially appealed, but then disqualified for not having a catalytic converter
on the GT Jaguar.
On the GT Jaguar, yeah. So you'd have a mixture of three different paint schemes, all with the same team. So I'm sure it's a question for the chat, because I appreciate we've had the chat go quite a lot through this 24-hour race, and if we haven't acknowledged as much as we should have done in many cases, then apologies for that. But there's been quite a bit going on throughout this race, as you can anticipate. But just, I guess, a question for the chat, if you're watching on YouTube, if you're running in this championship, in this race, in the C1 24-hour race, what livery would you run? And of course, I think it's ironic given there are one or two slightly dubious team names in this lineup of cars. Any suggestions on team liveries? Obviously, do keep them clean where possible. But any whether it's a replica of a real race car or a particular sponsor that you want in there, again, keep that clean, or anything else on top of that. Let us know in the comments, and we'll see if we can look at some of the ones that we like the most. I'll keep tabs on the comments.
Three cars, one called Team Red, one called Team White, one called Team Blue. Plain colour car on each one, easy to pick out, spotted a mile off, and keep it simple.
Nice and simple. Plain colours, that sounds good to me. Riverside Motorsport, the performance a bit busy here. Two cars in for current stops at the moment. As one car enters, the other car leaves. That is car 396. Yeah, 396 is heading out. 447 has just come in, so as one car finishes its service, another one is back in for another scheduled stop. Also, and I can see the background there just briefly, was Kellett Motorsports. They're in from 8th position at the moment. So Kellett Motorsport, who originally qualified in 25th position, and that's the father and son duo of Alistair and William Kellett, as I mentioned earlier on, who are quite proficient in Fiesta racing circles, both here in the UK and over mainly within the British Isles and in Ireland as well, so that includes Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland. Alistair himself being a former overall and class Brscc Fiesta champion back in 2016, and he's already been getting back to winning ways in Fiestas as recently as just last weekend at Croft, when you won 2 of the 3 races in the ST240 class overall. His son William, who has also raced in the same championship, has also been more proficient and more well known in Fiesta circles, racing in Irish Fiestas, both the ST150s I think, and also the very fun Z-Techs that we've talked about too. I was talking about yesterday that there was some quite entertaining racing from them, and that pit stop is happening in earnest. Andy, down the pit lane.
I think you were just talking about the Kellets, were you not?
I was. Your ears were burning.
For once, I'm in the right place. Yes, 2 front tyres going on, 2 churns of fuel going in, and William Kellett has just got out the car. I'll have a quick chat with you now whilst you're watching on, William. Hot out there, it would seem. I'm complaining it's warm here, and I've not just done 2 hours in the car.
Yeah, it was a different kettle of fish at 3 a.m. this morning when it was nice and cool, so yeah. After about 20 minutes, it was like, this is sauna. It was a safety car, which was quite nice, got the window open, but then it was an hour and 40 flat out in the car, so it's tough going.
Alistair getting in now then, I guess there'll be one more pit stop before the end. How soon do you start back timing that last pit stop to sort of plan when you'll last be in the pit lane?
Oh, we started that 12 hours ago. Once we get halfway, we start working out where we're going to get to the end, so I think we have 2. We could have changed while I was out there, I'll find out now, but I'm pretty sure we have at least 2 pit stops to go, so.
Fair enough. The car's doing well. I mean, you're up there in and around the top 10 last time I checked. Obviously, you all want to finish as high up as you can, but that'd be a mega result if you could pull that off.
Yeah, because we've qualified 25th. The car, it doesn't have the greatest one that pace, but it just hangs on in there. And we get the slipstream, it's great. So I was behind James Gornall for about half an hour, just towing. We're just bump drafting the whole way around the track. It's the greatest way to get lap time out of it.
Excellent stuff. I'll let you concentrate on the rest of the pit stop. Thank you, Will. I'll try not to trip over the tyres. I think I said 2 front tyres going on that car. They're just starting that now. The fuel is done, and it is Alistair Kellett getting in for this next stint.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know. I mean, I was here overnight, and it was pretty chilly overnight. So it'd just be interested to know, maybe not from Will, because you've already spoken to him, but from another driver, actually how much the car changes its handling between when it was cold in the middle of the night and now when it's quite warm. And clearly we're getting several cars with issues regarding the cooling of the car, overheating issues. Already had a driver turning on the heater full blast to try and add to the cooling effect on the engine, but certainly, I mean, it's mid to late May. You don't necessarily expect scorching temperatures at Silverstone, but do have quite a few cars with overheating issues, and I just wonder whether that's affecting tyre wear as well. I'm sure Andy will be on the case and finding it out for us.
I was going to make a point on that, but for some reason my mind's gone blank. So
fatigue.
Right, car 308. What I can tell you, car 308 has been given a 1-minute stop-go penalty for a pit lane infringement. Doesn't specify more than that, just a pit lane infringement. Andy?
519 is in, by the way. I'm just stood next to that car. Yes, it is hot, I can confirm, although it's not as hot as I thought it would be, to be fair. It's overcast. It's almost a bit muggy, actually, down here. So I know you've got, I'm sure, the lovely aircon unit on in your snug commentary box up there. But yeah, it is definitely warm. I was chatting to, I forget which driver it was now, about half an hour or so ago. It was a team that had changed a radiator, and they said there was a hole in the radiator, and they actually think that a lot of the overheating issues that cars are having are being caused by not so much the temperatures, but the gravel and debris on the track. There is a lot of gravel apparently that's been dragged onto the circuit and not cleaned out of the way, and so if you run through it or a car ahead of you runs through it, they throw those stones up, and as you'll both know, it might look like sand and gets referred to sometimes as the sand trap. It very much is not. They're big stones. In fact, there's a pile of stones outside the Team Hard garage here that I can see have been swept out of a car at some point, and they're definitely big enough and heavy enough to do some damage if it gets into the radiator. So that may be, maybe not for all of them, but that's I'm fairly sure will account for quite a few of these radiator and overheating issues we're getting. So
we're actually getting water leaks effectively, which is then leading to the overheating. Understood. Okay, that's interesting to know. Thank you very much, Andy McEwen down there in the pit lane. Just looking out for this race for fourth place. Fake Taxi is 17.8 seconds ahead of Fighting Talk, 312 from 309, and 309 is 7 seconds exactly ahead of JW Bird Motorsport 449. So we do have the battle on there for fourth place, just 24 seconds, 25 seconds separating those three cars. Number 312 in fourth, 309 in fifth, and 449 in sixth place.
technically on the same lap as well, we've also got 5:04, which is the BH Motorsport SCK Motorsport line. Yes, it is 1 minute and 45 seconds behind, but it's still currently showing as being on the lead lap, so to speak. So that we want to certainly keep an eye on as well. Hybrid Tube Motorsport is also, we're approaching in terms of laps completed, we're approaching the 350 mark now, because Hybrid Tube Motorsport has gone across the line to complete lap 347 in this year's Silverlake C1 and 24-hour race here at Silverstone. First one run under the guidance and administration of the British Racing Sports Car Club, but I think all round so far, touch wood, it's been very well received, and I don't just say that as somebody who works at Brscc, but I've been talking to people last night, particularly within Silverlake in the evenings and such, and some of the team, and they were stating that said that they've been really enjoying this sort of first season so far in the Brscc and how it's all working, and at the moment it seems that all is well in the C1 camp when it comes to the season so far.
Is this a point scoring round in the 2022 Silverlake series, or is it just a one-off? And I should have warned you about that question as well, shouldn't I, Scott?
I think the simple answer, I think because it is a series, there are no points, and it's simply just a series of races. Right. So there isn't so much a C1 racing championship. There is just obviously whoever wins therefore gets the bragging rights. There is actually called them the winner of the C1 24-hour race, but if you want to call them loosely in whispers, inverted commas, champion of the race. But in terms of actual racing, it's simply just a set of races for people to go out there, enjoy themselves, and ultimately just go for two things mainly, which is just bragging rights and the trophy. Which is
and a great deal of fun.
Yes, absolutely. Speaking of fun, looks like Hybrid Tune are having plenty of that, as they used it quite a lot of the inside sausage curb, as they I've seen quite a few cars do that to try and help pitch the car and move it around a bit more into Magnus, Beckers and Chappell as they throw it through this complex of corners. And we heard Luke Pullen earlier on say that it was quite fun in the Mazda MX-5 going through here. I must imagine that in a Citroen C1 it's even more of a ride to go through, particularly when you're practically on your door handles every time you turn the wheel through a corner. In particular, again, on a circuit like this at Silverstone, where there are lots of long corners where you can do that. And I was mentioning, I think Jim first mentioned Jim in the qualifying session. I think when that was some of these cars to go quickly, I think there must be a balance between how fast you go in the corner, how much the car leans, and how much tyre squeal there is. If you can get a good balance between the three, we've got minimal tyre squeal, the acceptable amount of lean and good speed through the corner, you're starting to hit the sweet spot, I think, in terms of the pace you can get. But sometimes noisier is faster, sometimes noisier is slower, but it depends on people's driving styles and what condition the car and the tyres are in, and the track conditions, depending on how quickly.
And presumably how much tread there is available on the tyre, because the more tread, as far as I understand it, the more the noise, because you're using more of the gaps to make noise, as far as I understand the way things work.
Just quickly before I go to Andy, car 315 just had a spin up at Cox, but it's rejoined straight away. Andy?
Right, more news from SCK Motorsport. The 503 car is having an engine change now. This will be the third engine to go into that car this weekend.
Really?
Yes. They've not had the best of luck with their engines, unfortunately. So the good news is they'll be well versed in how to change the engine, and they'll probably get it done in 20 minutes. But I jest, it will take a little longer than that, as I'm sure you know. And third engine going into that car. Hopefully, I mean, how long have we got left now? 4 hours 50. Hopefully they'll get out there before the end and at least see the flag, but it's been a bit of a race to forget for that team.
Yeah, either they brought plenty of spares, or either someone, whether it's Silverlake or someone who's selling a spare engine, is rubbing their hands with glee and is a little bit better off. Either way, that's I've not heard of a car having to change its engine 3 times in a race weekend. That's never occurred to me before, which is quite crazy.
I've certainly known 3 engines used in a 24-hour race. In other words, 2 changes during a 24-hour race. But yes, I mean, the point being, if you're going to do that, then really you're just going for a finish. When you're going to spend 8-10 hours changing engines in a 24-hour race, you're not really going to be in with a shout of being with a result or a podium place. It's really just the honour and pleasure you get of getting to the end. Now, more penalties being handed out, Scott?
Yeah, there's quite a significant one in terms of the size of the penalty. Car 495 has been handed quite a significant one for failure to provide footage.
Jelly snakes.
Jelly snakes. Because of that, it's costing them 3 laps, not time, laps. So that's 3 laps on them for this. Unfortunately, where they were, which I imagine was quite far down the order, is outside the top 30 at least, is now even further back down the order.
Yeah, interestingly, they don't have to do anything to serve that penalty. It just gets applied to the timing screen. They're currently 40th out of 61. There was an occasion through the night when that 3-lap penalty, not for this car, I can't remember which car it was for now, but there was a 3-lap penalty for failure to provide footage, and it ended up being rescinded.
Right.
So whether that was because the footage had been put in somebody's back pocket, or they just delivered it late, I don't know, but the penalty was actually rescinded. But of course, with a penalty on the screen like that, that's really just going into the timing system, it's easy to do. It was the Amigo car, that's right, that had that problem, and they were inside the top 30 at the time. They got elbowed out of the top 30, and Amigo Motorsport Carnival 450 is now 25th. So they've been in and out of the top 30, having penalties applied and rescinded. So the 495 then will have a similar penalty, but if they can find an excuse to get it rescinded, as I say, there is a precedent for it.
Now, I think it's time for another personnel change. I think it's now time for me to swap around with Mr. McEwen, I think, according to our schedule. I think my next run is now up to presenting, which means now that, well, no, it's coming in for this one, just on comms.
You have places to be, people to meet.
Yes, I do, yes. In fact, I believe it's Richard and Andy who's relieving us both of commentary duties, I believe. And then I'm heading down to pit lane. So stand by, Mr. McKeon. I'm on my way to relieve you of the microphone.
To be honest, I'm quite enjoying myself down here. If you'd rather stay in the nice, cool, comfortable commentary box, I'm actually quite happy. I'm out in the sun, I'm chatting to my mates, it's all going on. So feel free to stay there if you'd rather, but if I do see you in the pit lane, then of course, happy to hand back over.
Yeah, I think we're quite comfortable at the moment. I'm not quite sure what the whereabouts of Richard is at the moment. So,
probably having a coffee and a lie down, and I can't say I blame him because he's worked pretty hard, bless him, hasn't he, Richard, over the couple of days. But
yes, he has.
Well, that's what he told me. You understand.
Quickly, small position change. 10th place now for Kellett Motorsport, back up to P10, past 457 Silverlake 1. So that's Silverlake. And of course, Silverlake. I think Silverlake 1 have either had some kind of they've been passed on track, or they've had some kind of pit stop recently. But yes, they have, because I've just seen them just come through the pits on their last pit stop. It was 4.5 minutes long. Carl's just headed into pit lane. Another of the Emax Motorsport cars, 308. So that's the car which
coming in for its penalty, won't it?
Yes, of course, for the 1 minute stop penalty. Yes, well spotted.
Remind me what this one was for, guys.
Pit lane infringement.
No more specific than that, then.
No, unless you can find it from the marshal, who might be able to tell you.
I will see what I can find out.
Not sure that the marshal will know. You can always ask. Normally they're just there to enforce, and they won't necessarily know the reason. But as I say, if we can find out some more information, always nice to have. So it's only a 1 minute stop and go for the 308 car, which, as Scott and I have been saying, a lot of the teams seem to have a car that runs into all the trouble, and a car that runs relatively trouble-free, certainly as far as Emax is concerned. Touchwood for 346, it's had a pretty much trouble-free run thus far. The 308 car serving its penalty at the moment, down in 27th place.
308 penalty was, I haven't heard this one yet this weekend, the tyre changer, when he took the tyre off the car, threw it behind him, and it bounced a little bit, and apparently that was classed as an unsafe wheel change.
Okay.
So that's what the 60-second penalty was for. I don't recall anybody else getting a penalty for that specific thing, but this really goes back to your point, Scott, that I think you were making a few minutes ago. They're really cracking down on the regulations, and as they should. The tighter the regulations, the tighter the racing will be, the more professional the championship will be, and little things like that. You don't gain any time really from doing that, but a rule is a rule, and if you break the rule, then you'll end up getting a penalty, and it's a 60-second penalty, it turns out.
Well, there are categories of racing where you have to keep the wheel under control at all times. In other words, you have to keep it in your hands. Now, I have noticed several teams rolling the used wheel back towards the garage where somebody has picked it up. So with only the 4 people allowed to work on the car, by rolling the wheel that's no longer required back towards the garage, you're not creating a hazard. That's all right. As I say, in some areas of World Championship racing, that's not allowed to be done at all. And another rule which is also introduced is that you're not allowed to carry 2 wheels at a time. You're only allowed to carry 1 wheel. I don't know if you've ever picked up a full racing wheel, so the Citroen one is probably a little bit less heavy. But they are heavy things, and it seemed to be an unfair advantage if you employ strongmen Samson types who are able to carry 2 wheels, run round, put them down carefully in the right place, ready for the wheel changes. So you've got to be familiar with all of your regulations, and it does take a good few evenings of reading through the regulations to make sure you've got them all in your mind and you understand them all and what the penalties are for offending as well.
Of course, even though the highest level racing was typically made of things like lightweight materials like magnesium, for example, the bulk of the weight comes from the rubber. So obviously, yes, while the wheel might be quite light, it's the huge hulk of rubber that goes around the tyre that's been formed around it to do that. I did also mention 495. You mentioned 495, didn't we? Failure to provide footage. So we mentioned that one. There's another penalty now. No, it's 447, and that was.
That's a Riverside car.
That's the Riverside car, and that is for a refuelling infringement. So there might be another one for if Andy is still going to possibly find out on that one. Whether it's possibly something to do with it. My guess was something like it's been an excess spill of fuel, or if they've thrown an empty can down, possibly, if you talked about
or not having the goggles down.
That's another
whilst
one.
You're refueling,
or any kind of appropriate protection.
Or the extinguisher man not being in the right place. Plenty of refueling rules as well. Unfortunately, that 447 car is the Riverside Performance car that's right at the bottom of the list. The only cars behind it, I think, are retirees. Cop Wombles we've not seen for ages, which I don't know if Andy will be able to, although Scott will be when he's down there, whether the Cop Wombles team is still in the race or not, because they've been in the pit lane for an awfully long time. On the edge, I'm pretty sure have left the circuit already.
Sorry, Paul, what team was that you were asking about?
The Cop Wombles team, 420.
Yes, I'll go and, yes, I'll find what garage they're in and I'll find out for you.
Right. Okay, so turn around up here as Scott Woodwith makes his way down the tower and across the circuit to the pit lane where he will be relieving Andy McEwen. Richard John Neal looking surprisingly fresh and ready to go, I might say. Richard joins me up here. We're at that unfortunate time of day where we need a little bit of shade over the front part of the commentary box because all the sun is coming in through the front window, but nice to be at Silverstone and have sunshine after all.
I think the last time I was in this spot, apart from yesterday, Paul, it was a wet weekend of club racing many moons ago. So it is nice, as you say, to have the great conditions. And you guys were absolutely right. I was having a coffee, or just finished a coffee, when you were saying, "Where's Richard?"
Absolutely fine, don't worry about it. Let's hear from Andy McEwen. He's down in the pit lane. What can you tell us, Andy?
Well, I've walked right the way down to the pit lane. One of the reasons I was keen to stay down here is I'm getting my steps in. I'm walking off the calories from the pizza I had last night. Walked all the way down to pit exit to find the Trimite team and James Gornall, who I don't think we've spoken to yet this weekend. James, great to have you here. How is the race going for you? I was just telling you now, you're back into the top 10, I believe.
Yeah, it's going quite well. We had an incident in the night that lost us a couple of laps, a little trip in the gravel, but we've been clawing it back. Just doing what we can to be consistent, and it seems to be going okay.
It's been a tough race for everyone. Obviously, surviving the night is a tricky job. Paul Truswell up in the comms box was just asking me to ask a driver, you know your stuff, so I'm going to ask you, what's the difference between the car at night, in the day, in the morning? It seemed like all the quick lap times were coming in just after dawn.
Yeah, in the middle of the night, when you can't really see your apexes quite as well, it's hard to commit 100% in the same way you would in the dry. When you get in a rhythm, in the day, sorry, when you get in a rhythm though, you do sort of get there, and I guess it depends on how your lights are set up too. You've got to make sure they're angled in. So just picking your points, and you have to take your time as well. If you're overtaking somebody, they might not see you very well, and if you're following another car that's overtaking, you again have to be careful that you don't end up in a pile in the corner. And it is a little bit, I think, a bit more slippery out there in these. It's the first time I've done it, so it seemed to be a little bit more slippery in the middle of the night.
First time in the car then, I mean, they look like so much fun. You've driven things with a little more power than these in the past. How do these compare?
Well, like you say, they're quite good fun, actually. Backing it into every corner, just flicking it in, seeing if you can get it to rotate properly and get back on the power. It feels a little bit like when you're just messing around on a big piece of tarmac, pulling the handbrake in a front-wheel drive pocket rocket, and that's kind of what we're doing here.
I mentioned cars with a bit more power. I was shocked. You won't thank me for reminding you of this. It was 2008 you won the British GT Championship all those years ago with John in the beautiful Viper. And one interesting story I read about the car this weekend is that you're actually carrying the same sponsorship this weekend as you did all those years ago. Is that right?
That's right. Nigel Smith, one of our drivers, is the CEO of Trimite, and obviously Trimite sponsored my car in British GT, so it's come full circle.
It is crazy to think it was that long ago, isn't it? But you know, you've been out there racing in all sorts of things, and a lot of people don't realise, I think, how competitive club-level motorsport is. And of course, I first met you racing in the BMW Compact Cup, which is one of the most competitive series out there. As someone who's raced at a really high level up in British Touring Cars, British GT, and at club level extensively, there must be something that keeps bringing you back to events and series like this.
I like racing. No, I love racing. It doesn't matter what it is. This is cracking fun. The Compact Cup was really good fun. It's really close, and I like close stuff. I like one-make championships too, because it means you have to do everything you can to get the best out of it. Sure, you could go and drive something in an open class, but if you've just got loads more power, it's not the same as looking for that way through. And out here, we're towing each other. Sometimes you want to sit behind because it's faster. Sometimes you need to go past. Just thinking about that is, it can be quite taxing out there. And the Compact Cup actually is pretty good practice for this, I think, because it's low power. I know it's rear-wheel drive, but you get a bit of wheel spin, you get in a bit of understeer, oversteer, everything, and that's just in one corner, let alone a lap.
Excellent stuff. Thanks very much for having a chat. I'll let James go and have a sit down and a drink now. He's done for the day. No more driving duties for James Gornall, but one of the really, really well-established drivers we've got on the grid. You look up and down the entry list for this event, and it is a bit of a who's who of UK motorsport, really. Lots of really well-known club racers and people like James and lots of others that we've spoken to over the course of the weekend as well, bringing a real sense of class and experience to what is an event that I'm sure has a very bright future.
Indeed, absolutely. I've been joined up here by Richard John Neal, and I'm slightly confused because there is a safety car on the track, but there isn't a safety car situation, if you see what I mean. So the safety car has just gone out on the track, I think, to take up his position. No, it's actually gone out with the blue lights flashing, and it's the Silverstone incident team rather than being either a Brscc or a Citroën club. So this is not a safety car, but some kind of medical emergency vehicle, I think. Let's ignore that for the time being, because I wanted to welcome Richard John Neal up here.
Thank you.
Your first time today up here, Richard. Thoughts on the event overall? I mean, it's been your first Citroën C1 24-hour race here. How does it compare to other events that you've seen, that you've spectated at, been to? Because it's got a very special atmosphere, hasn't it?
It has. Do you know what? It's that's a great question. It's to me, I was trying to get my head around the whole event, and it's totally different for me, and I'm sure you'll appreciate this, working on a long race rather than a short one. And I was trying to explain to Jack and Andy earlier on about, you know, when you're doing a sprint race and you take I suppose the formula that sort of inducted me into motorsport with Legends, and I'm still part of Legends Racing and great friends with them all. Those races are about 10-12 minutes long, so you go in, you've got your information, you know who's in it, you know how long the race is going to be, and mentally you're kind of in, not control of what's going on, but you understand what's about to happen fully, and you've got a really good picture.
You see the constraints of it.
Absolutely, you're over the whole thing. So for me, for someone who's always done short races, this is a totally different discipline. It's actually quite difficult to get my head round in terms of, you know, I think yesterday when I was in pit lane, I was trying to cover everything at once. And this morning I was a little bit more paced. You very kindly gave me, that was a great list, you know, the numbers and the names of the clubs. And we ticked it off slowly. And I told myself overnight that we do have the time to go away and get this. So it doesn't have to be done immediately straight away. Whereas in a 10-15 minute race it would, otherwise you would lose the story. And that's difficult for me. But coming back to the event, wonderfully organised. Weather especially helps, doesn't it? Whether I'd be quite so jolly if we'd have been strolling around in cold November weather with it raining, I don't know. But no, terrific atmosphere in the pits. A wonderful team that we've got here. Lovely to be working with all of you guys. Real pleasure, genuine pleasure.
Did you ever go to any endurance races then as a spectator? Did you ever go up to the wheel hire in Snatterton? Or?
Never did the wheel hire. I'd love to see that back in some form. I mean, this is terrific,
it, yeah.
and this is it, I guess. But it would be nice to, you know, to see something like that again. And I know people that have raced in it. But my sort of endurance history, from what I've seen in the UK, actually comes from my best mate when I was at school. His dad raced Aston Martins. So he had this instilled thing. We took him to watch banger racing, and he took me to Brands Hatch. So I think I got the better deal out of it.
Exactly.
And we went with him, and you know, we used to go and watch his dad race an Aston. Actually, first time we went to Brands Hatch, he drove the Aston DB4 to the track, so we're going along with the numbers on the side and everything, and it
Lovely.
was quite an experience. But getting back to your question about endurance racing, so yeah, back in the day I would have watched the. I don't know how long the race was, but the 956s and the like here.
Yeah, there were 1,000-kilometre races.
1,000 Ks, yeah.
Silverstone 6 hours and the 1,000 kilometres.
Yeah, and similar at Brands and places like that. So they were my inauguration into it. But that was as a spectator rather than working. I didn't work on racing for a while after that.
Well, I think there is something about endurance racing which does require, as you suggest, a completely different mindset. And a different approach, and as I say, I was just interested to know how you find it. I just want to explain a little bit about what's going on, because I don't quite know is the short answer. We do have a safety car out on the circuit now, bringing the race under control, so now is a good time to stop for those who need fuel. There is also a Silverstone medical vehicle on the circuit, and there is also an ambulance on the circuit. What I don't know is what they are dealing with, and where the particular incident is that they are looking at has occurred, but it does mean that for the moment we are under the safety car once again, and that brings us up to a nice around 20 safety cars in this 24-hour race, and speaking personally, that's just too many, Richard, but
yeah.
that's just my view. So when we know what's exactly going on, I don't know if Andy or if Scott's taken over down in the pit lane, we'll be able to work out exactly what's happening. But for the moment, at least,
I did see. Sorry to cut across. I did see an incident involving the 448 Team Hard car, which did glance the barrier. So whether it is that incident, I don't know. I assume it's that, because the vehicles were scrambled fairly quickly after that.
Yes, that's the all-female driven Team Hard car, wasn't it? That just came. I thought it was at Beckett's, but
yeah,
seemed to get going again. But looked on the closed circuit TV and didn't see it. Noises in my ear tells me that there's news coming in. Tell me, what have you got?
Scott here. So just seen the Silverlake 398 car has just taken left side tyres. So it's just gone ahead and taken a left side tyre change. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. As Andy was talking to me just now before I took over, because we have got this medical vehicle out now, the safety car subsequently, they were anticipating that the car went out, that the safety car was going to follow suit, and it has. So everyone here is pretty much anticipating pit stops. I think both 450 and 451 are both in for their scheduled stops. I think 451 MLP Developments has just finished fueling, or finished fueling the first churn, second churn's now going in.
Fighting Talk is in, Scott, 309, and that's out of 5th place. Remember, that's embroiled in this battle for 4th place with Fake Taxi and JW Bird Motorsport. Those cars all very close together, and 309 Fighting Talk trying to get an advantage under the safety car by pitting.
I think they're possibly right down the bottom end of the pit lane, so I'll have a wander, but I'll be able to observe what's going on. 503, just for the record, is mid-engine change. It's up with the jacks at the front.
I love the fact you've got things can only get better on the background. It's almost like background music to the safety car.
That was quite a fortuitous choice of music from whichever garage I was walking past.
It's a little bit like Homes Under the Hammer. Not that I watched that only 5 times this week, but they have that contrived music, don't they, on that?
No, of course you don't. 451. Right, that's interesting. Now, 451 have done pretty much a can and a half of fuel, not 2 full cans, but not even in the first can was it was full. So I think it's roughly around about, they've done about a can and a half's worth of fuel in that car. In terms of tyre change for the record for MLP, keep an eye on other teams. Other car in, we've got AB Motorsports in, one of the WRC development cars is in also, and so is Mellow Yellow 316. So a few more pit calls coming in as the cars go past. At 450, the Amigo Motorsport car's going back out after it's finished its stop. It's fronts only by the looks of it for MLP development, so that car continuing with its tyre change. Quick look
down to AB Motorsport, who are just starting their refuelling, and they've got tyres around, this is a tyre around the right rear of this car, so whether they're going to change just right side tyres, or if not, I'm not sure.
Yeah, certainly we're going to have to reset the positions in the race once the safety car has withdrawn and all these pit stops have completed, because we've got a good dozen of them taking place now, and 4 of them amongst the top 10. In fact, 6 of them amongst the top 12. So this is going to shake up the order in that part of the field. And as we've been hearing from the drivers that whoever we've had down in the pits have been talking to, this is now the point in the race where we can start looking forward to the finish, but in the nicest possible way, thinking about how long it's going to be to the end of the race. They will be able to go, if they're pitting now, to the end of the race, I reckon, with 1 more pit stop. So this is where you need to be calculating how far you've still got to go.
The team hard car being low loaded away, very, very quick response work. That suggests to me that driver is out. We heard earlier on when I was talking to the young lad Senna, who had the role yesterday. If anyone's involved in any sort of incident, it is a trip to the medical centre just to get checked over. And you know, most of the time that's just a precaution. But what a good precaution to have. So whoever was piloting the team hard car, I think, will be away, but the car is okay. So that was dealt with very quickly and effectively by the crews here. So that's good to see. Not good to see the car damaged, but great to see the car having been recovered.
Yes, but interesting that it did have to be put onto the low loader, and it wasn't just a matter of putting it in gear and sending it on its way, as often happens in situations like this. Safety car has been out for a couple of laps on this stint now, and
how many safety cars are we at now, Paul?
Well, in this particular incident, we've had 3. There is one Citroen safety car, which belongs to the C1 Racing Series. There's a Jaguar shooting brake, which is the Brscc's safety car, but there's also a Jaguar from Silverstone Circuit, which went out at the beginning of this period with the blue lights flashing, which I'm pretty sure is a medical vehicle. And as I say, we also had an ambulance going out to the incident of that that we had there for whichever of the ladies was in the team hard car.
Yeah, the newcomers getting a baptism of fire, really. I mean, you can look at this, and it is, yeah, it does case for beginners, it does case for expert drivers. Wanted to go back to that. There's the car being low-loaded back. For those of you that perhaps don't know the signs, the yellow square black cross novice driver on board, and going back to the interview with James Gornall, a top guy to interview, because James, in my experience, one of the drivers who, yes, you would interview him anyway because he is, you know, he's a multi-champion, but also a terrific explainer of things, James Gornall. That's why he's in demand as a driver coach as much as anything else. And he's a driver, I don't know, I find him very engaging. So when don't tell him this because he'll get terribly big-headed about it. But I love James because some people you can switch off. A lot of people switch off when I'm talking, and understandably so. But with James, I'm on every word generally that he says. Very engaging, very good explainer. I think that's why he makes such a great coach. And also, I was talking earlier on to somebody about we went for a fun karting evening with James, Mike Simber at the Ginetta Scholarship last year. And you think what's going to be a fun evening of karting? Do they take it as fun? No. You know, he'll be there. The kart that he's got's no good, so part that one up. Tells the organisers we don't want that one in the future racing. But that's what makes him a champion, the top bloke. He really is a great company and a good explainer. Safety car light's still on, Paul, so I think we're going to get at least another tour.
Yeah. The safety car having been out now. I had it a moment ago and then I switched it off. Safety car came out at 20 minutes past, so it's been out for 10 minutes, so only 2 laps. This is its 3rd lap that it's now going on to. The Citroen safety car taking them round at the moment, and pretty much the whole field now lined up behind the safety car. The exception is the cars that come into the pits, because if you come into the pits, you do your work, the pit exit light stays green until such time as the queue of cars is going past. So most of the time you're going to get a car, or at least the possibility of a car, chasing round to try and catch up with the end of the snake behind the safety car. But those that have been out there and haven't made a pit stop are all behind the safety car at the moment.
Emax Motorsport and Fake Taxi going in, so if they can get their work done quickly, they can rejoin and get that time back, which is absolutely key for them. So it's Emax in second position, Fake Taxi currently running in fourth. Did I hear right? Wasn't plugged in, but did they have a penalty which dropped them down to fourth from third earlier on?
Fake Taxi, yes they did, yes.
So, yeah.
So Fake Taxi seem to be collecting penalties.
What, more so than Rob Gaffney's team?
Yes, quite. But they get on with it and they deal with it and they continue on their way, and we think there may be one still up the sleeves of the organisers, which has yet to be issued. So we're keeping a watching brief on that one. But of course, all Fake Taxi can do is just go as quickly as they can when they're out on the circuit and try and overcome the penalties that they're hit with. Emax Motorsport, on the other hand, you're right, they have got themselves onto the lead lap with the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car, and if they can get the car serviced and back out again and not get overtaken by the safety car while they're in the pits, then they'll be able to get out of the pit lane and rejoin and still be on the lead lap with a full tank of fuel, and their hope will then be able to be we can get to the flag on one further stop.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether that's what actually happens, but it does depend on the Emax car getting out of the pit lane before the safety car comes around again.
It's a lovely. The safety car is not a nice sight, but what is a nice sight is the entire grid that's still running behind the safety car and seeing it here from our commentary box, which as well, because I've got the right prescription glasses on today, I can actually see the numbers. And I was thinking that Scott Woodward had 20/20 vision yesterday because he was calling the numbers officer going past the box. I'm thinking, I can't see that. But now I've got the correct prescription on, things are a lot better. I think also the light helps a little bit as well. So he's right for you, Andy. Andy McEwen's just joining us in the box. He's 20, yeah, nothing wrong with his sight at all. And you know, no glasses. I take it you haven't had laser or contact lenses or...
no, I haven't,
yeah,
no. My eyes are fine. It's the ears that go, I think. Yes, very good. All these noisy race cars that I insist on spending time around, I'm sure will take their toll. Not an issue this weekend, though. I have to say, you can have a perfectly pleasant and reasonable conversation in that pit lane whilst the cars are whizzing past under green flag, and you can actually hear yourself think, which was a refreshing change.
It is a good change, isn't it? So... I'm wondering if there were barrier repairs going on as well with the Team Hard car that did. Now I use the word glance the barrier, but that doesn't necessarily. What it means is I don't know how hard it hit. So there might be a barrier repair or tyres to be put in front of the barrier where it hit.
And that's the cause of this safety car.
I believe so.
Okay, cool.
I believe so. Yeah, we saw that, and medical car going off as well just to check. I think that things were okay. If we get any news on that, by the way, obviously we'll let you know. From race control, but safety car lights are now out, so we're getting ready to run again, and one of the key things we'll be looking at is to whether Emax Motorsport get out on the lead lap. So that's a thing we need. If they've gone out already, they're still showing, the insignia showing on the timing screen that Emax are still in the pit lane. So maybe potentially losing a lap here.
And this happened under either the most recent safety car or the one before that, where they tried to take the gamble of pitting, but by the time they'd caught up to the back of the safety car queue and then got their pit stop done, the safety car was well and truly back in the pit lane, so they ended up losing out. And yeah, I fear that they may well still be in the pit lane. That is certainly what the timing screen is telling us. JW Bird Motorsport are up into fourth place as a result of Fake Taxi taking the opportunity to pit just now. So the 312 car, which came in and served a quick pit stop, that 2 minutes and 40 seconds according to our timing screen. That can't be a full service. We've seen, Richard, that a full fuel and tyre and driver change pit stop is minimum 4 minutes, so yeah. I'm not sure what Fake Taxi did in that stop, but perhaps a fake stop, perhaps. Yes, certainly a quick stop.
Yes, down to fifth. They've had a topsy-turvy ride, haven't they, over the course of the weekend. It was interesting to have that chat with Rich Woolgar at the start of the day about how they've managed to come back from adversity at the start of it, which is pretty much what you need to do and keep working, because the story is not all over in the first 30 minutes or the first hour of the race. You've got to just keep nailing it, and that's what all of these drivers and teams know. So we've got a lap back now, and we say hi Richard, good to a lap now over Emax Motorsport, who were the leading team when I switched off last night around about 1:45, something like that. You were probably a bit later when you switched off, I guess, Andy, maybe. And then it was amazing to switch on again this morning at 6 and see that Hybrid Tune were then first, so they'd swapped over. JW Bird were third at midnight. And coming back into it, taking it was a 449, double checking the numbers, so they've been up at the sharp end. So a lot of these teams do get that momentum that you need over the course. And Paul was saying totally different, not a sprint event. You've got to think about it. The analogy I used when I used to call British GT in the Power Tour days, because a lot of people saying, oh, you like the short races, not a big fan of it. And I said, well, just go into it with a different mindset. It's more like a test match.
Right.
It's not all going to be over in 10-15 minutes. You've got to think about the bigger picture, and that's the same here.
Absolutely, it's one of the things I really love about endurance racing, and I'm a snooker fan. I think we were talking about this yesterday, and that's much the same thing. You know, a best of 35 frame match at the Crucible or something. It's not necessarily action every second, but there are little moments, little pockets of little incidents, the odd frame, the odd shot in a race like this, the odd pit stop or penalty or mistake,
the odd cannon into the wall.
Indeed, yes, quite, and they're the things that will shape the story of the race. And one of the things I really enjoy about these kind of races is that every single one of the 61 cars which took the start yesterday afternoon will have a story to tell come the end of it, and you can go into every one of those garages, and they've all had their trials and tribulations. Most of them, thankfully, have managed to bounce back and at least get out on track, and hopefully will be out on track to take the finish. And you get that to some extent in a 20-minute sprint race, but here you can really sink your teeth into the story of the race, and I find that really fascinating.
Snooker Loopy by Chaz and David now. Scott maybe needs to find that in the garage. Did you miss the one where we had things can only get better?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Are you going to ask me to start doing requests at pit garages?
We could do requests, yes. If anyone's got Snooker Loopy by Chaz and Dave, I think that immediately they should probably be excluded from the meeting.
I quite agree.
The thing is, most people will have Wi-Fi, will have something called Spotify. So it'd be easy to
about that. Yeah.
All these mod comms, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Job for you, Scott, if you're up for it.
Go on then.
Fake Taxi 312 had a very short pit stop during that safety car period, 2 minutes and 40. It's around half the length of time they would normally be in there. So we're guessing it wasn't a full service. We'd quite like to know how much of a service it was.
Okay, I'll see if I can have a wander and see if I can find out the answers to why the short pit stop.
Thank you very much, Scott, who is out there bathing in the sunshine. I'll tell you what, Richard, it is warm out there. I know the sun's shining, you'd expect it to be warm, but the temperature gauge in my car says we're well into the 20s now, and as much as we like to complain about it being warm out there, these drivers who have been up for probably in excess of 24 hours, a lot of them, certainly the pit crews down in the pit lane, they'll be starting to feel it now, won't they?
Yeah, they will, and again, it comes back to it's going to affect drivers in a different way. Again, saying to Paul yesterday afternoon, a lot of the drivers say that they'll get a form of jet lag in some of some type. I was chatting to Carl Grindrod at Snetson. He said 24-hour race not for me. Cornishman he is, and he said that it's fine while the event's on because they run on adrenaline. But he said the big problem was driving home.
Yes.
And he said really tired. I said, well, you pull over and have a break, don't you? Oh no, we've got to keep going to work on Monday morning. Can't do it.
It's like he's in the room with me, Richard.
Have you met him?
I have once or twice, yes. It's funny though, because yesterday, obviously a long day on commentary yesterday, not that I was complaining, some amazing racing all day yesterday afternoon in the sprint races and the first few hours of this race. I had maybe half an hour in the middle where I had a chance to sit down and have a bit of a rest. The worst thing I could have done was sit down and try and switch off, because the brain switched off, the fatigue takes over, whereas when you are focused, be that doing our job or working in the garages or driving the cars, if you're focused on the event, as you say, the adrenaline, the concentration that requires, it sort of keeps you going.
And the evening thing actually hit me yesterday as well, because a normal day's work for me might start at 6 o'clock in the morning and you go through to 5, 6 o'clock at night. Anything after that, I can work, but generally sitting down.
Yeah.
But yesterday, because we were on our feet all day and we had effectively a full club meeting before the start of this race, as you say, when we came to the evening, the body wasn't ready for that.
Yes.
My feet were absolutely killing me last night.
I bet.
I don't know why, because I didn't do any more steps than usual, but it was just the body being out of sync and out of pattern. So, yeah, wasn't a great way for the body to react to. It's probably getting to training for it, actually.
Yes, exactly. You require a bit of stamina to complete these events, don't you? Something that Scott Woodward has in spades, and he's using that now to prowl the pit lane. What have you found out for us?
Steady on. Yes, 3-1-2, very simply, no tyre change, just a splash of fuel and a driver change. That's all it was.
Fuel only.
So,
okay.
another note as well, the 448 car has made, the Team Hard car has made it back to its pit garage. Okay. Front end is not pretty. The bonnet is pretty much mostly intact, although they have put quite a lot of motorsport standard white gaffer tape on it to kind of keep many bits in place. There's quite, you'll be able to see it on the camera in a second here. It's pretty much mostly all front end damage, but thankfully it's not significant enough that the bonnet's completely crumpled and they have to replace that. They might have to kind of straighten it out a little bit, but it looks like visibly, unless one of the team hard mechanics will tell me otherwise, it looks pretty straight at the moment in terms of the engine wise. Well, just quickly dive in.
Oh yes, we're seeing it now, Scott.
Yeah.
Yes.
Need to speak to the mechanic here. Any word on what the damage is?
Yeah, unfortunately, that's it for this car.
Yeah. So what exactly is the damage that it's had from the impact?
Basically, the entire front chassis just basically bulged outwards either side and squashed inwards. So it's beyond repair, unfortunately. But hey, we had a good run.
That's a shame. You had such a strong team of people out there for their first race weekend. It was having such a good time in terms of getting out there and running consistently, but it's an unfortunate way that, I hate to say it, but that's motorsport, but it's a real shame you guys have had to come to a premature end.
Yeah, it is what it is, and we'll come back better next round.
So we'll hopefully see you back next round. Hopefully the car will be in much better shape than the company's are, but hard luck and we'll see you next time.
Thank you very much.
So that's Team Hard, one car down, I'm afraid. Car 448, you can scratch that off because it is, I'm afraid to say, finito. It is gone.
That's a shame. Thank you very much indeed for that, Scott. And maybe if you can check that driver was okay and come back to us at some point. The car shared by Rebecca Aparicio, Amy Riley, Magdalene King, Shannon Tobin, Kerry Sparling, who we spoke to earlier on, giving some good insight into that team. Good job we did the interview when we did. Mind you, we could have got in afterwards and done a chat just to make sure that all was okay. And we'd have had different emotions, and that's the thing about racing, isn't it? You get different interviews at different times, different emotions. Back down with Scott.
Just quickly, just found out driver is okay. To quote the team mechanic, well, she walked into the medical centre,
right.
so
fantastic.
That's a good sign to come out. And of course, as you rightly pointed out, and I always mention when there's an incident, if people wonder why there's a medical car on site, they always have to go to the medical centre. It's genuinely, it is mandatory precaution. Whether it's a big or a small accident, everyone who's get involved in any kind of incident, an impact of any kind, has to go to the medical centre by default, because you might look good on the outside, but internally there might be something that a doctor might pick up that might not be immediately able to spot externally. So quite simply just to check themselves over to make sure that they haven't done themselves too much damage internally, if any, and then away they go. But yeah, shame to see the Team Hard car is done. There's still the one car they've got going around there, but the all-female crew that's been doing such a superb job on their first proper weekend altogether, I'm afraid that is the end of their Silverstone 24-hour adventure, rather earlier than they hoped.
They've certainly had a real experience of racing this weekend, haven't they? Going back to the medical thing, very often, if you see, and this is a broadcasting thing, as you'll know, Andy, if you see, you might have seen the car hit the barrier, the directing team rightly moved away from that, and Paul and I at the time, not going to say too much about it. Why is that? Are we frightened to? No, because we don't know, there's no point in focusing on it. Let's get the facts, which is what we've done. Scott's gone down and found out, exactly what's gone on, and we try and bring you the facts as and when we know them. All is okay, not with the car sadly, but believe all okay with the team. So the reason we back off, and the reason any broadcaster is going to back off, is because you want to be able to bring the full picture, but if anything nasty has happened, you don't want to focus on it.
Yeah, and we talk about what we know. We don't try and speculate. It's a wonder we find anything to talk about at all, really, isn't it? But we talk about what we know and what we know for fairly certain. And what we know for certain at the moment is that out on track, things are getting quite busy. These safety car periods do rather bunch the field up. We do have a few little pockets of activity up and down the top 20 where positions could change, not particularly inside the top 5, but there are some pretty close battles to keep an eye on out on track. You also, Scott, I noticed, have just had the Clapham North car coming in. Now, this soon after a safety car, I can't help but wonder if that was planned or not.
Yeah, I'm just having one thing. I thought for a second it's being pushed backwards, then be pushed into the garage, but I don't think it was. So, on the back as well, because AB Motorsport are coming, as you can probably see on camera also. So they're coming in for what might be a scheduled stop. So
that's interesting as well, because I actually, the last person I spoke to in the pit lane before I left was Ali Bray, when he thought the safety car may come out, and he was very much of the opinion that they should pit to anticipate that. So if they didn't, I'd be interested to know why.
Right, well that's gone straight into the garage.
Oh dear.
394. So I'm just observing what's happened here. Immediately the left side of the car is being jacked up. And immediately the bonnet's gone up as well. I will try and go into, if I do lose with the signal once I go inside, forgive me, I'm going to see if I can quickly, hopefully see if it stretches. I'll try and keep out of the way as well.
No, we're getting you loud and clear, Scott.
Good stuff, right. Quick look underneath the car. There's a lot of frantic activity going on. I immediately asked, oh, pardon me if there's any...
Yeah, apologies for that.
Pardon if there's any language, of course it's quite frantic down here with the AB guys, so they spotted something in the engine bay which they've got to try and fix. So I think far be it for me to try and interfere and ask the question right now what the problem is. I think we best let them deal with it, and then when it's a slightly calmer point, and again, forgive us for the colourful language that you might have picked up over the microphone, but as you know, it's when trying to fix a car like this, the situation, try and get it back out, particularly when they're fighting for position, then emotions take hold in many cases, so does the adrenaline. So,
but it's sort of been the story of that team's race, because they just got into the top 10 again. They were AB Motorsport 394 car was in 10th place when it pitted. Every time they get near the top 10, something seems to happen to both of their cars, and Ali Bray before was rather starting to reach the end of his tether. That was an hour ago before this latest drama for the 394. Speaking of dramas, just had a half spin on track for the 328 car. That's one of the two WRC developments cars, not the one that's running in third place, the one that runs a bit further down the order. I didn't quite see how that started, Richard, but I think there was a group, yes, in a group of cars that we'd been sort of keeping an eye on for half a lap or so. They were 4 abreast into Abbey, I think, a few moments earlier.
Yeah, they were 21 laps adrift. I think they're going to be about 24 now after
yes.
that. So I'm going to get it in the neck for that one.
No, that was some pretty interesting. No major contact they carried on, but an example of the lively racing. And Richard, after these safety car periods, we made the point, I think, at an earlier safety car, you end up surrounded by cars, everyone very bunched together, but unlike in a sprint race where you're typically surrounded by people you're racing for position, you'll have cars that are laps ahead, cars laps behind, cars on fresh tyres, cars on old tyres, and it can take a few laps for the natural order of things to take hold.
It does, yeah, and things settle down. We hope, of course, that we don't get the yellows breeding yellows kind of scenario, green flags being waved there as the drivers. I don't like this idea, by the way, of talking about flags. I don't like the idea of LEDs on the side of the drive. I like a flag. Yes. I mean, is that just being dinosaur old school? And
well, flags don't break, do they? This is the thing, and you know, the marshals are trained and have been for a long time on how to use those flags.
And we've got this thing going on now. We ran a feature on it for the touring cars that supports round 1. That the cars now have these LEDs, which they've got to, it's going to tell them when they're coming into a zone that the yellow light goes on before they get into the yellow flag zone, which is off-putting for them. And then, if they don't see it, they get told off. But to my mind, if you're a driver, you're focused out of the windscreen, out on the front, and that's where a flag's going to be. And a flag is better than a light, to my mind. Although sometimes when you see it, the lights can be okay. But yeah, I'd much prefer the flag. Should we put our directing spotting team for a bit of a challenge? Should we give them if they're listening to it? I don't know if they are. But what I wanted to try and get a handle on, so we know there's a lap between Hybrid Tune Motorsport 388 car and second place Emax Motorsport 346, but whereabouts are they in relation to each other? I'm not just dumping on the spotters here, you'll be able to spot them out. I had a quick look on the TSL tracking thing and it only showed me 2 cars, which was no good at all.
Yes, we do have more than 2 cars on track, I can assure you.
Where are they in relation to each other? And is there a possibility of Emax unlapping themselves anytime soon?
Well, Hybrid Tune are...
that was good timing, wasn't it?
You can't miss them, can you, really? It's bright yellow, that car, which I'm a fan of. So that's at the line now. Emax are a black car with, I think, orange rear wheels they've had, which is...
well remembered.
well, unless they've changed their wheels now, of course, which they may well have done. So we'll try and keep an eye out. But yes, they are a lap and a bit down. sadly, they're not the only black car out there. So yes, we'll try and spot them when they come through. But generally speaking, Richard, the hybrid tune car has had the pace. No, that's a different black car with orange wheels, I told you. The Hybrid Tune Motorsport team have had the slight edge on pace, so even when it's been close on track and maybe there was a chance of Emax getting the lap back, Hybrid Tune always seem to have that little bit of performance left in hand. 346 is at the line now, I can tell you, so Hybrid Tune are probably heading onto the hangar straight, I would say, at this point, so a lap and a quarter.
Yeah, I agree with that, yeah. Just so there's no danger of that them being unlapped for the moment. So they're going to have to be maybe reliant in the next 4 hours, 2 minutes and 53 seconds of more safety cars and a little bit of luck going their way as we look at the 585 car, Owens Motorsport, going through. See a bit of heat haze now, which is
yes.
Actually, one of my earliest memories of racing coverage was a Grand Prix, don't know which year, but seeing heat haze on Hangar Straight as they brought it to us. Wow, what is that going on?
Yes, no, it is a glorious day out there, and not surprised to see a few of them running into overheating issues. But I don't know whether you heard me say this half an hour or so ago in the pit lane. It's not so much the ambient temperature that's causing the overheating, it's debris on the track and bits of gravel. There's a lot of dirt and gravel on the road apparently, and quite a few holed radiators, which are then obviously leading to the overheating issues beyond that. So that's something that drivers need to watch out for. If you go offline, which you kind of have to because you're lapping people being lapped, running side by side through Club Corner, in fact 3 wide through Club Corner. This is Bianco Developments, the Schnitzer C1 team, and 445, which is the other Emax Motorsport car, 3 wide through Club Corner. None of that for position, I don't think, but a good example there of how sometimes you have no choice, you get forced offline, and at this point of the weekend, we are well beyond 24 hours into the racing weekend, lots of rubber and dirt and debris and little bits of bodywork out there, and it's not great for the car if you start running through it.
It's not, it can cause a lot of problems. I often wonder, I mean, presumably the circuit, I'm never here on the Monday morning, but presumably they have to sweep up all the marbles and somebody has to go out and do all the work. And that's one of the things you never think about. I think we've got Scott down in pit lane.
Yeah, just been observing the AB Motorsport pit stop where the car's just left pit lane about a minute or so ago. Apparently they were having some exhaust blowing issues, so the car came in and I think they fixed it for the first time, started it up and said nope, we need to keep on fixing it. Fixed something with a Jubilee clip and a couple of other things, got it back down, quickly got it back out there, and they've been having issues trying to sort the exhaust out in many cases. So they thought they fixed it first time when they went to go. There was still an issue, and they seem to have got it done now. So car's back out there, but obviously it's lost a couple of positions in the process.
That's good, thanks for that, Scott. We've still got this 3-way battle going on. The Schnitzer car getting a little bit whippy and loses out to the Bianco car. So Bianco car back in front at the moment, and ahead of there, what's that, the drummer car up ahead?
It is no, I think one of the SCK cars and then the Emax car just ahead of them. Bianco are running 18th. I was just trying to see if that was the position. The way they were fighting each other, you'd think it was, but no, Bianco are 80, and the Schnitzer C1, they had a roll, didn't they, in the night, so they're down 54th place at the moment, so 104 laps down. And if you ever want an example of the endurance racing spirit, as we talk about quite a lot, the last car still running are Team Trojan, who qualified on the front row. Remember, they were second on the grid. They are 57th place and 125 laps down and still going. They want to see the flag. In fact, they're just coming out of Luffield now in the other really bright fluorescent yellow and green car, and to many casual viewers you may think there's absolutely no point in them. They're just burning through rubber, burning through fuel, wearing their drivers out for no good reason, but they want to reach the finish, and the drivers want the opportunity to go and drive around a circuit they probably don't get the chance to race on that often.
I think it's one of these things you either get or you don't get. I think it sounded like Alan. It's either one of them. I was trying to explain, we'll come back to that conversation in a minute because we've got Scott again.
Yes, indeed. We've got Rob down here, Corson Club Racing UK, doing one of his featurettes, his insights into the T1 24 hours. So once again, I'll hand the microphone over to Rob. He's been doing a grand job with his insights, so we'll have to do once again. You've got a fuel can stood next to you, Rob, so tell us about that.
Right, well, we'll start off with the fuel count. I mean, as we said yesterday, so we'll go over it again for the people that didn't watch the live stream yesterday. A key part of this race is pit stops and fueling, quite simple. We'll start off with the pit lane here. So you've got 2 lanes as we look down here. You've got the fast lane, you've got the slow lane. More importantly, the car comes in, bang, 45 degrees. You'll see down the pit lane there's markings all over the floor. Various teams will have different setups, but the car has got to come in 45 degrees and the team will come out and work on it. Now, that's not where the rules end. This line here, as soon as the car is in this area, it can't go over it, and you can't have more than 4 people over this line touching that car. And that includes the driver, to be, you know, equally just as important. Even if the driver sat in the car, that means there's only 3 people stood outside it, physically working, touching the car, changing wheels, etc., etc. Now, the fueling. Club seal tough jugs. As you can see here, it's got a nice security seal on there, so that's been checked over by the club, and you've got the club spout on it as well. It's a nice push fit. It's not like the one yesterday that's nice and full. So luckily the AB Motorsport team have lent us this one. So it's got a nice big handle that goes into the car, pushes down, and you've got a nice even fuel flow out of this. Now all of these are checked. Robin and the team have been up and down the pit lane this morning to check these tough jugs as well to make sure everything's compliant, everything's done, nothing's been tampered with. No vents, no nothing. The other thing to check as well, you may have seen in the background of the cameras, Robin and the guys will be walking around with a little funny looking gun, and they're checking the speed limit up and down the pit lane. That's because it's a 40 kilometres an hour pit lane speed limit. It's not as fast as some of the other bigger national events, say like British GT, Britcar or whatever, and that's quite important because it does catch a lot of drivers out. One last thing, when you go down to the end of the pit lane, apologies to the cameraman, I just want to show you up there as the cars go up towards the end of the pit lane. It's actually got 2 traffic light systems. So the drivers come up to the end of the pit lane when they've finished their stop, get the arm up, buzz their hue tag out. That's for the timers, so that tells them who's in the car. And then they've got a second set of traffic lights as well. Sometimes you can hue tag out, that goes green, but if the safety car's got a train coming past, you'll still be held at the end of the pit lane. So you've got to observe these things. So there we go, a bit of insight into the pit lane and what goes on, the rules and regs, and there's still people being caught out by them. Back to the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. Yes, lots of pit lane penalties or pit stop infringements that we've seen, and for things that I've not really heard of penalties being given out for before, at least in the UK, like someone bouncing a tyre towards their garage, and they got a 60-second penalty for that.
I heard that when I was driving around, you guys talking about that, and there was an errant tyre when Jeremy, the cameraman, and me were doing some stuff earlier on. Jeremy actually did stop it, and that's the kind of thing, you know, it wasn't bouncing at a high rate or a high velocity, but you know, potentially might have caught someone unawares, tripped them up. So you know, I kind of get that and see why they would pick up on that. So it's a valid thing, and most of these things, most of these penalties, people aren't being cavalier about driving down the pit lane. They're going to be accidental penalties, and but it is worth enforcing them because it stops people. If you make a mistake and let someone do it, they're going to make a mistake again and then maybe do it worse. So for example, if you've got a wheel flying around or bouncing around, the next time a wheel's going around, it's bouncing at a higher speed, and things get worse and escalate. I was just looking at hybrid I didn't notice that in the pit lane. It's got a fair old whack, isn't it, on the right-hand side of the car. That must have been overnight, actually, thinking about it. I did see it this morning.
Now, this is going to prove that whilst my eyesight is good, my memory is less so. One of the teams I spoke to before said they had contact in the night with Hybrid Tube, and it sent them into the gravel trap. I cannot remember who it was, but they did at least have contact with one of the car during the night. Whether that's where that ding in the door came from, I don't know. But yeah, it's really staved in that right-hand side. 377. Funnily enough, I was just talking about this uncontrolled tyre, if you like, in the pit lane. It was the 377 car that got that penalty, and now they found a different pit stop infringement to be penalised for, a refuelling infringement this time, and a 3-minute stop-go penalty.
They're going for the set.
They really, well done, Richard. You're more awake than me at this point. So that's the Badger Racing, didn't get the joke, are going to be in it again for another penalty. I was also about to, yes, fuel. So, Paul Truswell has handed me a very useful sheet of paper with the most recent pit stops or fuel stops for the leading teams. And I think there's quite an interesting situation developing here between our top 2 cars. So the hybrid tune car 388, we've made the point, it's got this 1 1/4, 1 1/3 of a lap lead, which equates to 4 minutes-ish, probably the lead in real terms. They last stopped at 12:17.
which means that if they can get about 2.5 hours maybe out of the next tank with the safety cars, that is about 2:45 we would expect them in. So they've got about another 45 minutes probably before they have to pit. That will put them, I think, outside of the window to make it to the end on that tank of fuel. I think they would need a second stop for a splash of fuel to get to the end of the race. However, Emax Motorsport are still over an hour out of sync with Hybrid Tune, so they're still pitting quite a bit later. Their last stop was at 35 minutes past 1, so another 2.5 hours on from that is, what, 4 o'clock, and that takes you to 2 hours from the end of the race. In other words, I reckon one more stop for Emax, 2 more potentially for the race leaders. Now, granted, it would probably be a splash of fuel, maybe a half tank of fuel they'd need to get to the end, but that extra pit stop could just tighten things up inside the final hour.
Yeah, that's what you've got to keep an eye on, isn't it?
If I'm right.
Yeah,
I'm prepared to be wrong. But
no, that's good speculation. That's great. Thank you, Paul, as well, for putting that together. I keep looking at the timing screen. It went to 2 laps, and then we waited for Emax to go back past, and it's still 1 1/4. Wondering if something had happened on track, but clearly not. So still lapping in the 301's Hybrid Tune, just to put the perspective in over the last few laps. Emax last time 304, so losing with respective drivers at the moment, if these are consistent times, around about 3 seconds a lap. So Hybrid Tune still banging in those laps, the defending champions, if we call them that. Looking good at the moment. You want to be, we don't know what's going to happen. We stopped worrying about the bearing because they said they weren't worried enough about it to change it. They certainly didn't want to come in and change it, did they?
Yeah, they
it's
said
either going to work or it isn't.
Exactly, yeah. I think they, at this point, the time it would take to change it would cost them the lead, so I think they're willing to chance their arm a little bit. They said it's making a horrendous noise, but that's something the drivers are able to tune out.
Cars like that in years gone by, literally, that scream at you and you just leave it. And
yeah, hope for the best.
Until the car is serviced and then not touched.
Yes, precisely. But no, to answer your question, I don't think they're planning on changing that unless they absolutely have to. Of course, if that were to become a bigger issue, that's another thing that would well and truly bring Emax in. And therefore, important that Emax Motorsport don't let their head drop here and don't just concede the win and settle for second place. If they keep the pressure on Hybrid Tune Motorsport, it means that the leaders don't have the option then to go into mechanical sympathy mode and just bring the car home. They've got to keep the pressure on the leaders.
Team Hard just doing a driver change by the look of it down there, and they're outside the top 30. Scott down in pit lane.
Yeah, I'm just watching that Team Hard stop. Of course, now 1 car down, sadly, but this is the Team Hard Academy car. For what I can see, no tyre change. They're happy with tyres. Simply just a simple driver change and a fuel stop. And they put 2 cans of fuel, so it's a full refuel and driver change. It looks like they're just happy with the tyres that they've got. Weenus Motorsport are back in the pit lane for, I think, a scheduled stop. Riverside Performance are one of their cars in, the red car with the tricolor, and more importantly, okay, I thought it was the WRC Developments car, but it's not the one which we need to properly focus on. It's 328 that's coming for a pit stop, so they are in for a scheduled stop.
Is that car okay, Scott? Because we saw it have a little bit of contact at Brooklands a few minutes ago.
Right.
I would have been the right-hand side, I think.
Let me have a quick wander up there and have a look at the right side of the car. They've just started refueling, so I've got time to get up there in time to have a look. Hybrid Tune Motorsport checking tyres once I walk past. So they're obviously getting ready for their next scheduled stop. But it looks like, unless they're just checking just for the sake of it, they're possibly checking tyres to change over for their next stop. Just walking past Riverside Performance 393. This car crewed by 3 Greeks and the Brit Stephen Markey. 503 still in the garage with its engine change. That's still going on in earnest.
Did that get back out at all after yesterday, or is it still something that they're just maybe going to...
I think it's still in there.
Which car was this, Richard?
503.
503. No, I think that is still in the garage, is it not, Scott?
Yeah. Just looking at it now, just walked past it. So I found a wild Jack Oliphant has appeared in the pit lane here. So
what's he doing
there? I think possibly to relieve me of the microphone in a second. But I'm going to have a quick look on the right-hand side of this 328 car very quickly, just in case, without getting in the way of anybody. Let's have a look. I think, unless it's been there previously, apart from a large scratch down the right-hand side and a couple of dents in the bottom part of the trim, the right-hand side looks pretty clean. So,
okay,
if there was any contact, I'm not sure you saw exactly where on the right-hand side it had made contact.
All of it, pretty much. It was in a very, very close battle going through Brooklands and suddenly got pitched sideways. But obviously, just cosmetic damage, if anything.
Seems like it. They're not falling over it in terms of, obviously it's refueling now, but they're not falling over it in terms of needing to get in the garage or do anything tracking-wise. I can't see any drivers complaining of any handling issues with the car, so it seems as though all is well with 3 to 8 at the moment.
Good. To answer your question, Richard, I've just reminded myself now, the 503 is on its second engine change of the race, so the one that you saw it in the garage for, I think, was the first engine change.
Yesterday.
Now they're on their third engine for the weekend now, unfortunately. So
how many spare engines are kicking around this paddock at the moment? That begs the question, because we've had quite a few changes.
That's a Rob question, I think. I don't know if Scott can find Rob, but
let's not make Rob work that way out.
There'll be a few, I suspect. Although I've heard stories of teams lending or selling, in some cases, engines to other teams when they were in need. So most of them are happy to help others out when they need it.
That's really good. I mean, that's part and parcel of racing, isn't it? And being in a paddock, because everybody wants to see everyone else out there. The cynic in one would say that if someone's blown an engine, that would be the chance of winning, so they will help out anyway.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure that is the mindset for some of them, but a spin at Brooklands whilst we're identifying, if I can put it on screen now, and it is still not entirely clear what number it is, but it carries on anyway. We'll identify that in a moment while Scott tells us what he's got in the pit lane.
What I've got is my time to hand over the microphone and the cans on my ears to Mr. Jack Oliphant. It's his turn. 3 to 8 heads out of pit lane, so I shall in real time hand over the mic, and Jack, over to you for the next
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Good work. And Jack Oliphant, who's had a well-earned break, will now take over.
Do you know what he was doing in the break?
Go on.
He was watching the race.
Of course he was.
Watching the stream and keeping up to date.
He's a pro, you
see.
see.
He's a good lad.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's been great to have Jack on the commentary team. Jack Oliphant, ex-Ginetta racer, who through sim racing, one of many people who are finding an enjoyment in motorsport, in working in motorsport through sim racing, and been covering quite a few events for the Brscc recently, and has done a really good job enjoying his first 24-hour race. And Richard, I was astonished to hear it's your first one as well. It's my first 24-hour too, but with careful how I phrase this, but your few years more experience in motorsport than
that's
I.
All right. That's okay.
I suspected you'd have
got
done
the grey
one of
hairs
these.
to prove it, you know. So, well, what little grey hairs are left, but yeah.
Yeah, no, but I'm sure you've been enjoying it as much as we have. I mean, for me, the atmosphere has just been, it is like nothing that I've experienced before, and that's kind of the joy of it, isn't it?
It's good fun. I mean, it's, people continuously say, how can you do it for so long? And I was going to go back to a conversation I was having with a friend in the week, a lady that I work with, and she said, what are you doing the weekend? I said, working Silverstone. What are you working on? Citroen C1 24-hour race. And she could not get her head round it. So what, is that one car? No, it's not one. So I explained about what's going on. She said, why would they want to drive around in a little car for 24 hours? Because they can.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would? I said, but it's keeping the car going. It's a team thing about, can you get a car? How far up the order can you get it out of 60-odd cars? Are you going to keep that car running? Because you're not just driving it, you're racing it. So it's an optimum performance. And it's just and it's one of these people who was, it's just cars going round and round. You've probably had loads of people saying to that. But coming back to your question in terms of 24-hour races or endurance races, the nearest I got to endurance was British GT, which I loved working on. But you get pigeonholed in a lot of things, certainly in commentary. I mean, my first broadcast commentary was football.
Oh, really?
And then by quirk of fate got back into racing was my journalistic writing background. And got into some racing coverage. But could I get into football now? No, because you're pigeonholed. And I think to some extent as a commentator you get, so Richard does it. A lot of people didn't realise I had some capacity this year because I work on ITV and we do post-production stuff. Thankfully when I flagged that I had some people said, can you come and work? And I'm doing all sorts of circuit comms and it's great and I love it. And what I really like about it, regardless of whether it's a short race, a long race or whatever, is the people in the paddock and the colleagues that we work with on the comms. It's just a super, to use a cliche, people business.
Yes, no, I couldn't agree more. Could not agree more. Right, car 337, which had that stop-go penalty for a fueling infringement, that's now been suspended, so that's fancy speak for they're arguing the toss there.
They went up to the naughty boys room and...
Yes, and said, no, we're not guilty, sir. So that's presumably being investigated further. We do have a 1-minute stop-go penalty for car 463, though. 463 is the Venus Motorsport car for not scanning the Hue tag at the end of the pit lane. So a couple of teams in recent time have been caught with that, and that I think is another one of those fatigue-based things. It's a little thing which you, if you're on it and you're awake and you know you're with it, then you're not going to forget to do that. But at this point, you know, the drivers are tired, it's hot, they're going out probably for their last stint in the car, and it's those little things that it's very easy to forget them.
Suspended sentence means you're going to hang him, doesn't it?
Let's hope it doesn't get to that point.
Yeah, it's a shame actually, because at SNET we did have the driver's name coming up at the time, and you've probably been made well aware, those of you watching the feed, that we don't have the driver's name, and that is a for me, saying to Paul Trustwell earlier on, that wanting to do car commentary, I like to have all the information. So an endurance race, I want to know who's going out first, second, third, who's in the car now. So to not have that on screen is frustrating a little bit.
Yes.
Let's go. I think we've got Jack down in pit lane.
Yeah, I was just standing here chatting to Rob Lewis about a little bit of a segment that we're going to do in a couple of minutes, and the 470 car. Now, you guys are going to have to remind me what team name that is, but it's the 470 has just come in. It's got Claridge, Ingram, Phillips and Smith as the team.
Racing Lines Racing.
Racing Lines Racing. They've just pulled in, and the driver was looking for its pit crew, but the pit crew absolutely weren't ready for it. This is I don't know whether it's a previously scheduled and it's changed or anything. I'm going to try and get a little bit more information. All of a sudden, some crew arrived. The driver jumped out the car. They're refueling it now, so I think it's going to be a fairly standard stop. But nobody was expecting it, put it that way. I'm not sure where it's running right now because I have just got the mic over from Scott. But yeah, just a little bit of an update of some, I wouldn't say drama, but a bit of confusion down here in the pit lane.
They are 36th and 2 laps behind 35th and 2 laps ahead of 37th, so they had time to spare.
Yeah, it didn't really matter that it maybe took them 4 seconds to get to the car, though.
They can spare 4 seconds, I think, yes. All right, good stuff. So Jack Oliphant then wandering up and down the pit lane for the next hour or so in, as I said, this increasingly lovely weather we're experiencing. It is 2:10 here at Silverstone at the moment, which means we're getting to within 20 minutes or so of expecting the leader in, so that's probably the next of the heavy-hitting cars for Jack to keep an eye out for. Well, that and the 449 JW Bird Motorsport car, they're on similar strategies, and the 504 as well, the SCK car. They're going to be the first 3 of the sort of top half dozen or so that we expect to make their way down towards Jack.
Is there anybody that we've, now for the benefit of Jack obviously who's listening as well, but for me when I get back down there a little bit later on, I've still got people on my list that I haven't dug out of their garages and spoken to yet. I wanted to. Anybody you think that we should be, obviously the last couple of hours we're going to be in pit lane, we're going to be focused on what the leaders are doing and their strategy, but anyone else you want us to maybe have a word with? So you can think about that. You don't have to answer straight away.
Yeah, it's a case of remembering who we have or haven't spoken to, isn't
that
it?
That is the problem.
I was going to say, I was actually hoping to speak to Jiggy, James Gornall, who Andy grabbed a chat with. I was hoping to speak to Phil Ingram.
I know I said
Richard grabbed him, and so I've done Chris Selkeld, and that's exhausted by the drivers I know.
You'll find they're mostly a friendly bunch. They're pretty much all happy to chat to you. I took to grabbing drivers when they got out of the car because A, they normally have their name on their helmet, which is helpful, and B, they've normally got something to talk about because they've just spent 2 hours pounding around the circuit. So I'm sure we'll find people to speak to. Perhaps somebody from JW Bird Motorsport, because I'd quite like to know who's just got out of the 449 car. I said they were due in soon. It's almost like I knew what I was talking about, because right on cue, in they came for what should be their second to last pit stop. So car 449 is in, and that will be not the final driver change, because remember the maximum driver time in any one go is 3 hours. We have 3 hours and 40 to go, so it'll be their penultimate driver of the race. But the first of the leaders then to come in for this penultimate round of pit stops.
He'll still have Jack live. Yeah.
I think he's possibly wandering up there now. It's
it'll be the other end, won't it?
It always is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, I do apologise. I will wander up that way. I was just trying to find the garage map, to be honest. It's like 449, looked around, there's no cars near me.
Is there actually a garage map? Did you get one?
I never did give it to you, did I, Richard? But yes, there is. It's right here. So, who are we looking for here? 449. 449 are, of course, there are 61 numbers to scroll through. They're garage 12C, Jack.
That is literally right at the end.
Could not be further away from it.
In fact, I've got a driver pointing me down that way. He's clearly listening to you over the time. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, I'll bring the car over and drop you down there.
Get my steps in at least. Rob Lewis has got my phone all the way down there, so I can't tell if who's in the pit lane or not. So you'll have to let me know through my ears. But I will go and have a very quick look as I see actually the I think the Trojan team, the 319, currently getting wheeled into its garage. So you probably had that one in the pits for a while. It's not going anywhere anytime soon, unfortunately. As the fueling has just been stopped for 449, everybody jumps on the car, and I'll see who's jumping out of the car, try and get a quick chat with them.
Can you see what, you might not be close enough yet, if you've got a pair of binoculars, whip them out. Can you see what they're doing with tyres on that 449 car yet?
At the moment, nothing. They've just finished with the fueling, and I'm stood by it now, and they haven't touched the tyres at all, as far as I'm aware. There's no look that they were ever going to do it, to be honest. So, yeah, I'll grab the driver who's just jumped out and find out who's just going out. I think it's Phil House. Is that? I see Phil House on the side of the helmet, so he's jumped into the car.
Excellent, thank you very much, Phil House.
That might be James Gornall having borrowed Phil's helmet and car.
Yes. James assured me...
That's happened to me before, actually.
Oh, yes. Yes, likewise, they do like to confuse you. But no, James Gornall assured me he was done for the day. He looked like he'd had more than enough seat time when I spoke to him before. He was rather red in the face and worn out, as I'm sure they all are feeling a little bit. That car goes back out then, JW Bird. It was a 3:45. That's a good pit stop, that. 3 minutes and 45 seconds, so that's the quickest really we'll be seeing at just shy of 4 minutes. That's a good effort, that.
And he stopped to wipe the windows as well.
Probably, possibly, yes. That's something they're very much doing, actually. I noticed a lot of window cleaning going on when I was down there just now. Of course, the sun shining. The last thing you need is grime and dead bugs and bits of rubber on the windscreen. Something Jack, I'm sure, has experienced in the past.
I have indeed, but I won't talk about my racing because it's not very interesting. I will talk about JW racing though, because I've got Matt Wilson here, who just jumped out the car, I believe. How was it for you out there? It's getting a bit warm now.
It's really hot. In traffic, we're great when we got the slipstream, but open when we're on our own, we're struggling on straight line speed. But the safety car really helped bunch everyone back together, and we're slowly working our way back up through the pack, really.
I was going to say, what's been the story of your race then? Obviously, there's a lot of cars to get through. We keep updating with the front runners, obviously, but for anybody out there who's watching the live stream and just sort of needs a bit of a reminder, what's sort of the story of the last, I don't know, since the sun came up, for instance?
Well, we qualified 11th. We've always been in the top 10. During the night, we got up to P1. Then we came back to P3. Then we had an unfortunate came out on a safety car at the wrong time, ended up down a lap, so we dropped back to 8th. Then we're slowly working our way back up to 4th, and then we've got 2 more drivers left, and then try and obviously get on the podium at least.
I was going to say, what's the bit of a strategy? Obviously, you don't want to give all your insight away for everybody up and down the pit lane, probably hunting down their perfect strategy, but what's sort of the rough plan, I suppose, for the last 4 hours of this race? Is it just go hell for leather, or is the car a little bit fragile?
Go as fast as we can and don't run out of fuel.
I like that answer, yeah, it's a pretty good answer. Thank you very much for coming and have a chat to us. Good luck for the race. I'll probably be jumping over to have a chat with you a little later on, guys. Well, good luck.
Yes, so Matthew Wilson, who of course I've been seeing a lot of this year racing in TCR UK, is I think the first man to race the new shape Cupra in TCR UK is Matthew Wilson, former VW Cup and Mini Challenge racer, certainly VW Cup front runner. Yeah, he did do these, didn't he?
So you're out next to TCR next week?
Donington Park, yes, looking forward to getting off the 30 car.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, really.
Everyone's spoiled for choice next weekend.
Yeah, there's a busy old weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, again, it seems to be you could go home and watch racing all week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is actually a sort of blessing and a curse, because you get to chat to people about racing in the week and say, did you see such and such? I really didn't have time. And my missus won't watch stuff, and you can't sit there on your phone, can you, at night, with whoever you're with, and yeah, just too much. So you've got to be selective, I guess.
Oh, absolutely, yes. No, I have that problem the same. I'm working every weekend, and I'm a fan of the sport as well as working in it, and I like to try and keep up with as much of it as I can. The trouble with me is it's not just UK motorsport. I'm a big NASCAR fan as well. So absolutely.
Who's your NASCAR man? Sorry to go off beat.
Alex Bowman I quite like. I'm a Hendrick fan,
Yep.
and it's not a popular thing to say, but I quite like Brad Keselowski. He's not the best liked driver, but I quite like the drivers that go out there and ruffle a few feathers and say the wrong things, and prepared to do what it takes
it's a
to
show,
win.
Isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Trouble is, the races last 3 or 4 hours, and that's my whole Monday written off straight away. So
yeah, they're overcomplicated now, because they have these zonal races, don't they? With
the playoffs.
Yeah. But they have points for different sections of the races
stage
as well.
racing.
So kind of started to lose interest in it when it's faked.
So it's a tad contrived, but you're hard pressed actually to find a high-profile motorsport series that isn't at least a little.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. That's this day and age, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the joy of club racing, because it is just, you many times prepare your own car, bring it to the track.
It's proper.
Proper racing, absolutely. That's why we love it.
It's honest.
Yeah, it really is. And I think I made the point yesterday, I got up on my soapbox about this and said that there are people out there who think, in the UK, for example, that motorsport is touring car and GT racing and maybe the odd single-seater series, and they miss out on so much incredible racing. The MX-5 racing we had yesterday, some of the best you will see anywhere. And, lots of people aren't even aware it exists, and club racing has an awful lot to offer.
Someone said to me, I won't say who it was, I was recanting this story earlier on, and someone said to me the other day, well, you're just a club commentator. It was meant as an insult, but to me, it's that's a good thing.
Yeah.
It's a good thing, because if you're not aware of the grassroots, and I don't do international stuff, and I'm quite happy working on what I work on. I'm quite happy seeing the drivers come through this with the newcomers that we've got. For example, Team Hard, we've got the drivers in the Mazdas yesterday when they make the move up into Ginetta, or move on to Ginetta. I shouldn't use the word up, but when they move on to Ginetta, it's great, and to be able to give that feedback to people on, there is a ladder, you could go in straight away into Ginetta if you want, if you've got the big enough checkbook and you want to buy the latest G56 or whatever. But I think being able to say that people can build up to it is mega. I think that's great, and we've got Jack.
We have indeed, because we've got the number 504 machine in the pit lane as well, so the BH Motorsport car getting fueled up. Now, I think this fueled up in 5th position. Do tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. Absolutely right.
Oh, God. I tell you what, first time in 24 hours, isn't it? But there you go.
You're peaking at the right moment, Joe.
I was going to say, we're finishing strong, aren't we? Yeah, so we got fuel going in. I'm going to guess 2 tankards, because there are 2 tankards stood next to the car, which normally indicates that they're going to put 2 in.
He's a perceptive man, isn't he?
I know, I'm observational here. But it's, so we got a little bit of, I think, just a normal stop. I see 2 tyres on standby. In fact, someone's holding a tyre. I'll let you know as soon as we can, as soon as the fueling gets stopped. I was going to have a chat to one of the drivers, but as Richard was experiencing a little bit earlier on, I think sometimes it's best just to let the drivers do their thing. In fact, we've got the driver who just jumped out of the car having a chat with a couple of others. Can we have a quick word? Mr. Newman, I'm guessing you just jumped out the 504.
Yes, I have.
And how was that?
Long, hot, but quick. So that's the main point. And consistent and in one piece, which is not common for me. But here we are.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't see them in one piece very often these days at this stage of the race, do we? But nice to see this one looking pretty pristine. What do you prefer then? Because I'm guessing you've been out in the night time, and you've just been out, or semi-night at least, and you've just been out in the boiling hot Silverstone rubbered-in track here. What's sort of your preference? Obviously, you're a bit more tired now. Do you feel fresh earlier on, but you're tired at night? What's the plan?
No, the first stint was actually the worst. Starting the race, it was boiling hot, and it was almost like a sprint race for 2 hours because it was just dicing for position the whole time. The night's nice because it was a bit cooler, but this stint was quite nice. We got a bit of free space, which makes a change. And we just powered through, kept the laps consistent and quick. And like I said, apart from that light hanging off there, everything's going in a straight line. So I'll take that.
I was going to say, you don't need that light, because obviously that's the LED, isn't it, that you are using during the night now. You won't have any problem with that one anymore. What's it like carving through the order, carving through back markers? Are you aware at all about which car you're potentially overtaking, whether it's even in the top 10, top 20, or whether it's a back marker? Have you got any idea of any of that?
No, not a clue. Overtake everyone, let no one pass, pretty much.
It's a pretty good stead for any kind of motorsport, that, wouldn't it, that sort of ruling. But thank you very much for having a chat to us. Good luck for the rest of the race. Who's jumping in the car now?
Morgan's jumping in the car now, so he put some quick times in his last stint, so I'm sure he'll do the same now. And as long as we keep it in one piece, we're set for a top 10, maybe top 5 finish, so that's a good result for us. We'll take that.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. You can go and get a shower, because I think you're finished for the day, aren't you? So, brilliant. Back to you guys. Back to you guys as I think the 399 is jumping in and for a pit stop as well.
Was that a subtle hint, was it? Go and take a shower?
Yes.
I wouldn't be so rude. I wouldn't be so crash. What are you on about?
Sounds like me talking to my teenager. You know what I mean?
He looked like he'd worked hard, that's all I meant.
Don't worry, I'm only joking, mate.
Yes, 3:99 as well. So Morgan Root then take over 5:04. 2 hours and 9 minutes. That's stint time. And pit stop still ongoing at 4 minutes, so they'll be back out within the next 30 seconds or so, they hope. So it doesn't look like teams are choosing to stretch the fuel too far, actually, despite the safety cars that we've had in recent memory. They're just going slightly beyond the 2 hour window, or 2 hour fuel window that we would expect, and that does mean that Hybrid Tune, when did I say I was expecting them in? 2:15-ish? Well, 25 past now, so yeah, any time now I think those leaders should be heading in.
Hybrid Tune, I didn't tell you actually, it was when we had the first event of this, which I don't think Hybrid Tune were at Snetterton, booked a hotel a few miles away. I was trying to think of the name, just outside Dis.
Oh yeah.
And I got to the hotel and it's pitch black because it was a late finish, and looking for the Wi-Fi, and Hybrid Tune came up. So I thought, oh, one of the guys must be here with a dongle. I didn't realise, I opened the curtains in the morning, it was light. Directly opposite Hybrid Tune's premises.
Really?
The hotel was, yeah. Don't stay in the hotel, it's awful, but I'm not going to name it. But it wasn't them staying there, it was their business were actually there just outside Dis, which is where they're based.
Excellent. Oh, well, there we go, that's what they do then. Oh, go on, Jack.
Yeah, I've got Katie down here, team manager for the 399 car. The reason why we're bringing this up, they had a radiator change apparently on their last stop. They've just done a full stint. Does everything look okay, Katie?
Yeah, it's looking good, really good. I'm really so impressed with the team. It was in, fixed, fuels, new tyres, all in one go. So, yeah, it's back out again, and hopefully we'll have a good stint now.
I was going to say, there seems to be somewhat cheering in the pit lane here for you, but what's driver feedback like as well? How's sort of the race been going? Has it been a bit of a long haul, or have you managed to actually enjoy the 24 hours?
Yeah, it's all been really positive. They've all absolutely loved it. The cars felt brilliant for the last, how many 100 hours we've been out for. So yeah, it's all been great. Really good feedback, and hopefully the club racing guys will be back with us.
What about the team then as well? Because it's not just the drivers, is it? I mean, the drivers get to go away and have a nap because they know they're not needed for 6 hours or whatever it is. How's the team been getting on with staying up all through the night?
Yeah, first of all, the drivers have really got involved. They've really kind of stayed up with us, which is great. Yeah, our Monster energy bill is massive. So yeah, we're all a bit tired now. I've had about 3 hours sleep, if that. So yeah.
Good luck on the drive home then, I would say. Thank you very much, Katie, for having a chat to us, and good luck for the rest of the evening as well. I say evening. Are we into evening? I don't know anymore. But back to you guys.
Katie's boys are 17th at the moment. Nice job, Jack. Katie's full of personality, which is exactly what it's about. Enjoying it, got the right spirit, and yeah, bring more energy drinks, I think the message there.
Yes, I've been through a few myself, I will admit, but yes, we're practically lunchtime, Jack. I was wishing his day away with...
See, again, the energy drink thing, that's a generational thing. So the likes of Paul and me, you know, we don't have those, and it's like last weekend, went down to when we were at Brands last week, and you go around and you talk to the people of my age, and you say, how's your day going? And you talk to an engineer or a driver and they say, oh, well, you know, we had a brake problem, we changed the brakes and the gearbox was this and that. Yeah. And you go to a teenager, a junior driver, how's your day? My phone's only on 10%. And that's where's my energy drink? It is definitely but one of the big problems, we were talking about marshals yesterday, is that and I'm not knocking younger generation at all, but how do we engage younger people who are all on their Xboxes and doing e-racing and sim racing, everything? How do we get the next lot of marshals? Because the youngsters of the 80s and 90s were probably out playing on bikes and stuff like that and not indoors, and they were the ones that, you know, the younger marshals that we got now. How do we engage? Is there a way we can engage the ones that are stuck indoors on their Xboxes, not to come and race, but to come and get involved in marshalling? How do we do that? It's a big problem for the clubs.
Well, and it's something I know the Brscc have really been trying to tackle, actually, over recent years. There's been a big push to try and get people in doing exactly that, official roles within the club, and they've generated a little bit of interest in that, got a few new members of the organising team with the Brscc, and I guess all we can do is tell people out there it's just good fun. It is worth doing. Oops, this is less fun. This is a bit of digging to be done to get the 330 car out of the gravel. That's Copse Corner, I think, and 330 is the DSC Motorsport car. Now, I've seen that car in the gravel already. I can't remember when. It was yesterday. at least twice, Paul Trustwell says. So we're not the... yes, they've spent a bit of time exploring the Silverstone scenery. This time they're off at Copse, and that will need some recovery work. We've also got a 40-second stop-go penalty for car 414, which is the... Oh, no, that's Trimite Racing. So that's the team that James Gornall is racing for. Now, they were at one point inside the top 10. They're 14th at the moment, so they're in that group that are fighting to get into the top 10. And a 40-second stop-go penalty isn't going to help their cause at all.
They've got 5 cars, 9 laps adrift of the leader, so they're all in pretty close proximity. So the 330 car has some marshal power to get it out. I think we could go back down to Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, I feel like I'm interrupting you guys far too often.
Don't worry, don't worry, more the merry, mate.
But I mean, it's not anything to do with any cars, because for once, in the last 23 hours or however long, the pit lane is quiet. But actually, I'm going to have a chat to Rob Lewis again, who obviously has done a couple of segments throughout the day. But this time, I've actually interacted with the YouTube chat, which is quite a dangerous thing to do sometimes, because considering most of their favourite car is the fake taxi, you don't want to get too much interaction sometimes. But they have sent over some questions while I was on my break, and I've gathered some intel. You've done a little bit of research, so you can answer them as best as you can. But basically, here goes some quick-fire questions for Rob. How much does it cost roughly, very roughly, to race in a C1 during, I suppose, championship or a round, or even this only 24-hour?
Well, it's a series, so you don't have to enter all the rounds. And it also depends on the race length as well. What you've got to bear in mind as well is the cost of the event, the cost of consumables, tyres, oil, fuel. Fuel is a big thing, especially at a 24-hour race. So it does get a little bit pricey on that scale. But a car, if you look on the classifieds and you want a ready-built car that's raced and eligible in this championship, you're looking at about 4 to 6k, which is pretty good. Obviously, you've also got to factor in entry fees, registration fee with the C1 Racing Club, and your Brscc fees as well. And then it just depends on your drivers, because the thing to incorporate with this, as I myself race in the modified Fords, so I incur all the cost of going to race my car. Whereas when we do this, you can share it out amongst the drivers. So it's completely down to the team, whether it's a group of mates. I know Nick and Steph obviously did it with their friends before when they raced Enduro KA. It depends how you want to cut your cloth, pure and simple. But you can pick up a pretty good C1 Racing Club car for around 4 to 6 grand. So it's always worth looking for a bargain.
Fantastic. Very quickly, do drivers find it difficult to calm down after a stint? Basically, how easy is it once you jump out of the car to potentially go to sleep?
I spoke to Stefan Marsh this morning when he got out of the car, and he said he'd only had about an hour and a half. Oh, wow. It depends on the driver. If you're a professional racing driver that's doing this for a bit of a laugh, you probably go back to the transport or read your favourite book and go and have a nice cosy nap. They're used to it. If it's a bunch of amateur racers that are doing it all together, or it's the first time doing a 24-hour race, they might still have the adrenaline going through and the nerves kick. So it really depends on the person. And maybe they will put things into place just to calm them down, get away from the circuit, park the camper over the other side of the paddock just to keep the noise down. It purely does depend on the people involved.
Very quickly, how many people work per car? Like, how many in a team? We've seen lots of team activity. Roughly, in your experience, how many sort of people are around this event for one team?
Now, I spoke to Robin about this. Now, before he took over the running of the C1 Racing Club, when he was part of Team Sailor V, he used to say for a 24-hour weekend, a good 15 to 20 people, if they're well versed in what they're doing, can see you right. I mean, the Silverlake team here, they brought an absolute army, and they're absolutely repping it for Silverlake, so good for those guys. And there are teams, I popped in to see Burton Power, our good friends at Burton Power. They're running with about 5 to 6 people, including the drivers throughout a weekend. So again, it really just, there's so many variables in this. So it depends on who you can get, whether your mates want to come up and give you a hand, families. That's what a lot of it is. If it isn't professional teams coming to help, it's family, it's friends, it's people that want to get involved, even some colleges. We've got students down here as well. So
fantastic. Yes or no question. Do the cars have a spotter? I know a couple of people are saying it's hard to race whilst you're in the group. Do the cars have radio to the team, basically?
No, absolutely no radio communication whatsoever. The one loophole, I would say, so the cars themselves, and we're going to come to a segment later and talk about the car, but the radios inside the cars fully work. It's actually in the regs that the radios has to work. So they tune into the circuit commentary and can hear us. But their one bit of communication they have, as we look over towards the pit wall, all these lovely people holding out pit boards, that's their only form of communication to the team. So what they do, they'll come up with novel little codes, whether it's a couple of beeps on the horn, whether it's a flash of the lights during the night, any sort of code, so they can tell the team, I'm coming in, I'm in trouble, I've got this amount of fuel. It depends on the team. They all work out a system between themselves and sort of train themselves into it. And then they go from there. Whether it works or not, sometimes, you know, a person on the pit wall can sort of be dozing a bit and miss the call to come in. That happens, especially during the night. But yeah, pure and simple, depends on what the team work out between themselves to get the best communication possible. But no radios, nothing like that.
I have got one last question, but it's sort of two in one before we hand back over to Ian. Ian, I don't know what. Andy, apologies, I don't know who Ian is. Do teams have a spare car, just spare parts, and what happens with all the damaged parts and anything that's spare left over, obviously?
The damaged parts, you can imagine they end up in the bin or to the scrapyard somewhere, but I'm
on someone's wall quite often if you're talking about touring cars and British GT.
No comment. But generally a lot of circuits don't appreciate you leaving old knackered car parts behind, so they'll make sure that you take it away with you, and to be fair, scraps at a reasonably good price since COVID, so that's quite good. As for buying new parts, so there are some teams that have brought an old spare road car, maybe an MOT failure, and they will literally bring the car down on a trailer, or they'll drive it down. If they need parts during the night, they'll rob it off the road car and they'll take it away afterwards. So they either scrap the shell if it's just it's got not many bits left, or they'll still have a complete car, get it back together, drive it home. Or in the case of Hybrid Tune, I was chatting to Hybrid Tune earlier, normally they would run two cars. Well, they brought the spare race car, and as you saw on my segment earlier, forgive the rattling in the background, as you saw on my segment earlier, the car in the background was jacked up. They've already had the front corner off it to use on the car that's out on the track. So, again, varies with the teams and what resources they have.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Rob. I'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box, as the 502 has been worked on for quite some time. I'll try and maybe do a little bit of research and feedback, but the 414 is also having a stop-go penalty. There's plenty going on, Andy. Take it away.
Yes, thank you, Dave. Jack.
Ian. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Can I call you Ian? Make life, you know.
I've been called much worse, Richard.
It was interesting about the pitboard thing, and took me back to when I used to do, before I started doing commentary and stuff, I was helping a team in Eurocar back in the Eurocar, it was many years ago, and as team manager, and one of the lads put we were working with Barry Lee, I don't know if you know the name Barry Lee, and he was putting the pitboards out, and a couple of times they'd forgotten to get a time. This was before TSL, and Barry came in because he wasn't getting his times on the qualifying and free practice, and he was furious. And he was having a go at this lad and having a go at me, and I just said to the lad that if you miss a lap, just put the same lap time out from the previous lap. He'll never know. Nobody will tell him why. But it worked, and he got him off the bat. And of course he was happy because he thought he'd got a time.
Exactly.
It was about driver mindset.
Yeah.
But it was interesting. I wondered what the tooting was when they were going along the.
Yes,
I hadn't thought of that. So great explainer, and that's why we've got the Rob's segments in, and great to learn what's going on with the teams.
And proves that there is so much more to this than just drivers driving around in circles for 24 hours.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of quirky little things that teams will need to do to keep everyone on the same page strategy-wise. We've heard examples of drivers coming in to the pit lane when the team weren't expecting them because they thought the car had damage, and the team have told them, no, go back out, it's fine. And Paul was making the point last night that these are conversations you should have really before the race starts to make sure you all have a step-by-step guide almost to how to deal with certain situations. So we are 3¼ hours from the end of the race, and this Hybrid Tune car is starting to get some really good fuel mileage out of it. 12:17 was when it last pitted, so it's now done 2 hours and 20 minutes on this tank of fuel.
That reserve tank's really coming into play for them now, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, that is. But this again is something we spoke on at length in the early stages yesterday when everyone was very tightly bunched together. You can save fuel by drafting along with people. Now, Hybrid Tune, I can see out of the window, are not really doing that. They're coming out of Luffield Corner all by themselves. And they're going into the pit lane. There we go. They heard me. They really do listen on the radios, don't they? Into the pit lane come the race leaders, and this is at 14:38 that they are coming in. So yeah, just a shade over 2 hours and 20 minutes. However, there are 3 hours and 15 minutes to go, so they're definitely going to need one more pit stop. But hopefully, Jack can position himself somewhere near Hybrid Tune, because this is quite an important stop for the leaders.
It absolutely is, and in fact, I saw the pit crew out waiting for it. I'll tell you what, on the cameras, you don't see how big a dent that's in the side of that hybrid tune car. And they're instantly trying to get the jacks and the wheels up, in fact. No, there we go, we're going for 2 bags of fuel. I think a couple of mechanics just trying to get in there early before the fuel goes in to try and loosen a few nuts. Drivers out the car. As you said, this is a very important stop right now. The drivers are just having a chat to each other, obviously giving a little bit of feedback, which is very important. Hopefully you can see it on your cameras now as well.
Yep.
That might give you a better idea how big a dent there is on that right-hand side of the door. So clearly, Hybrid Tune haven't had it such a clean race as maybe their position would suggest, but they've dealt with the blows better than anybody else, obviously, so far. Once everybody starts jumping onto the car, we'll obviously try and give you updates on that, and then I'll have a chat to the driver. I think it's Sam Weller about to jump in the car. I think it's David Meenan even, who has just jumped out of it, and as soon as he's taken his helmet off, I might have a chat with Mr. Meenan, if that's okay. In fact, he's coming over now, which is very gracious of him. How was that stint for you? Are you feeling the pressure towards the front of the field, or are you just, again, like everybody else, just trying to get around?
Yeah, we're nursing the car. Obviously, a few cars came together, and I ended up getting speared by one of them coming together. So, but we're just sort of nursing the car. We've got a wheel bearing that's sort of juddering, so it feels like a bit like an SAS torture technique inside the car at the moment. So you can't really hear the revs or anything. You're sort of looking at the rev counter. Normally you'd sort of know where to change but it's just impossible to know. But handling feels really good. The track's good, and everybody on track is giving each other room, which is really good.
I was going to say, surely in the C1s you're pretty much in top gear all the time because you're flat out for 90% of the lap, or is it a little bit more technical? Are we being a little bit too harsh on you there?
Yeah, it's a bit more than that. It's like we only get into 4th, really. We don't get into 5th, unfortunately. But yeah, they're brilliant little things to drive. You know, when you get them hooked up and get in the groove, it's really fun. So yeah, it's great fun out there. Hopefully, we'll see how we get on. You know, it's still a few hours yet to go.
When did that bearing start being a problem? Because I think I remember at 9 a.m. this morning when we jumped on to restart the broadcast and everything, that there was a little bit of feedback that there may be a touch of a problem at that point. Has that just been persistent but not actually been a big problem, or is that something that's a little bit more recent?
I think it sort of started in about hour 5 or 6. Yes, so it's just got progressively slightly worse.
Is that a worry as you go into the last 4 hours, or do you think, you know, if it was going to break, it would have broken by now?
Yeah, it's sort of gone, but it's the drive shaft and everything's sort of holding it together. It's not a great feeling. It's sort of a bit sloppy, but we can't extract the ultimate pace. We're just sort of having to nurture it, you know.
Who's jumping in the car right now? I think it's Sam. Is it Sam Weller?
Sam Weller's getting in now, yeah.
So that's your penultimate change?
Yeah, that's our penultimate change then. Steve will be in for the finish, so if we make it there. So hopefully Sam will nurse at home, and yeah.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much for having a chat to us. Good luck for the rest of the race. I'll let you get off and cross your fingers that the problem doesn't get a little bit worse, but you're in a fantastic position, and as I said, good luck. Back to you guys in the studios. We just see the car being pushed backwards now, and look like fairly routine, perfect as you like here in the pits.
How many tyres did they change, do you reckon? Did you spot that out in the corner of your eye?
I will just quickly ask.
Excellent stuff, because that could be significant. That may be the last time they have to change tyres, I would have thought. They should be able to do 3 hours, 10 minutes, 3 hours, 11 minutes on one set of tyres. Now, whilst that's been going on, oh, go on, Jack, you got an answer?
Yeah, I do. It's actually, they only changed the one. It was the right rear, but they changed the other 3 in the last pit stop.
They did?
Don't ask me sort of how or why sort of the strategy's gone that way, but yes, right rear change on that one.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I recall that baffling us at the time. They changed 3 tyres and then 1 this time. Thank you. Now, if you turn towards pit entry, Jack, you'll see the latest drama unfolding, and that is the 502 SCK Motorsport car, which, Richard, we spotted trundling into the pit lane, and just as it got into the pit lane entry, something seemed to collapse on the left front corner. The car screeched to a halt, and now it's sort of stuck blocking the pit entry.
It is not particularly healthy place, is it?
What I will say, obviously this is a bit of speculation, but I think I can see the front left wheel pointing out at an unconventional angle, I'll say that. I'm not sure how or why, but I will try and give you updates as soon as I can.
What we could see then was the back of your head, but yes, now we can see the car in the pit entry, and yeah, absolutely. So What do you think, Richard? Steering arm broken there? It's an odd place for it to go.
Curbing it too much. Is that Nathan walking down? I can't see who that is. Is that Nathan Harrison?
He's walking towards Jack, so Jack might be able to intercept him here and ask him all the... It's the worst thing in the world, that, isn't it? When a driver's just had a problem like this, he's...
Go and stick a microphone
Exactly.
But equally, I always tell youngsters, if they're, if we're coaching them or whatever, if you're angry, you've got to switch it off. You've got to take that opportunity to make your case. Well, a lot of the guys here, obviously amateurs and people who are doing it very much for fun. I would expect if it was Nathan or someone in that team, because they're a high-profile bunch of drivers, that they should be able to have a couple of words. If not, my advice to young drivers, by the way, if you are not willing to do an interview, calm yourself down and then go back to the presenter. A lot of people have done that, and a lot of very good guys. There's a great shot. Well, not great for the team, but great for us.
So, steering or suspension breakage on left front corner. The right front corner is fine, isn't it? So it is isolated to that corner, and no obvious damage to the car. So I suspect you might be right, hitting a curb too hard, or perhaps just wear and tear causing a failure. There are some big curbs out there. I haven't seen too many of them going near the big sausage curbs out at Vale and Club and Village and the Loop, because these cars do have a habit of toppling over if you hit the curbs too hard. Jack, what can you tell us?
I have intercepted the driver. It's Jason Lockwood, who I know Richard, I think, knows quite well. But Jason, tell us what's happened. Why are you over there and not down at your pit box, and everything that happened in between?
I was due to start my shift. Nathan, who's in the car before me, told me that watch out, the front left drive shaft feels like it's about to go. And before I even got out the pits, the front left drive shaft went. So I tried to nurse it all the way back and get it into the pits, and then I got 99% of the way there, and then as I tried to do the last little bit, the wheel has now actually come off the hub, it looks like. So it's parked where it is.
I was going to say, that's as good a sentiment as when Richard was interviewing a driver and said apparently the brake pedal's not working earlier on, and then sent him on his way during an interview. So you've got it 99% of the way, obviously, as you said. What's the sort of plan now? Obviously you're going to have to get it recovered. Do you reckon it's something that can be fixed in the last 4 hours? Or?
Yeah, we'll get the car back out there 100%. The team have done a really good job over the 24 hours, so I'm confident they'll get this fixed as well.
I was going to say, how's the race been going apart from this little stint here?
Not brilliant at all. We've struggled with straight line speed a little bit, and then I've not helped out at all this morning when I had a little bit of a roly-poly this morning.
I must have missed that.
yeah, it was about 7 o'clock this morning, I think. My first ever roll in a car, so that was enjoyable.
I was going to say, no wonder the drive shaft is a bit knackered, isn't it, if you end up rolling the damn thing. Apart from the C1s then, what have you got to look forward to in the coming months? And obviously you've driven in the minis and everything like that. Is that still something you're doing? Apologies if I sound naive, it's just people who are watching might not know.
Yeah, racing in the mini challenge ACW again this year. I've done it for the past two seasons. This season's going well. I think I'm sat about 6th in the championship. And I think I've got Alton Park in the coming weeks, so yeah, looking forward to that.
Fantastic circuit. Well, hopefully it goes a little bit better than what you've just finished up here. Good luck for getting the rest of the car back together, and hopefully we'll see you back out.
Cheers, thank you.
Brilliant there. So back to you guys in the commentary box, but that is the little story that we see of the little car going on the back of the flatbed.
Yellow flag in pit lane, not very often you get, or pit lane entry, not very often you get that. Thanks, Jack, great work, good to hear from your man there. And 34th position, I think, so whether they'll get out for the last hour or so, just to give the teams, of course, if you've got paying drivers, have got the value for money thing, because you're paying for track time, and that's the other reason why you might do this. You might know that you're not going to complete the full 24 hours, but you might just be paying your money to get, a track day or track time with other cars. So as well as the competitive element, there is getting out in the car, which is why you might want to do it. And I think many people that do that get bitten by the bug and come back and play a little bit more.
Absolutely, and as we've said, on a circuit that many of them won't have raced on perhaps ever, certainly not all that frequently, so any chance they get to lap the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, they're going to jump at that opportunity as the car is being recovered out of the way, is it? Yes.
Quite surprising. I was just looking actually, because thinking our car's going to squeeze through, and the car that went through the TSR race in 315 is Jason's number in JCW. So
oh, really?
A coincidence there, and that's pretty much clear now. So
yes, good news.
Car cleared.
That's massively frustrating then. So it broke, the drive shaft broke as he left the pit lane. He came all the way around, 3.6 miles, and it broke a few hundred feet from his pit garage.
He did really well, didn't he, getting around that far?
He did. But yeah, just didn't quite get there. Ultimately, it costs them 5 minutes worth of repair time. It's not really the end of the world for that team. Right, what we have on track is a fight for the race lead, because after that pit stop from Hybrid Tune Motorsport, they are now right together with Emax Motorsport on track. Now the gap was 0.4 of a second, it goes out to 1.7 with Hybrid Tune putting in a quick lap. They're just going into the first corner now, Copse Corner, but that is the closest they've been on track since this morning. When I woke up this morning at 7 o'clock-ish, they were about 4 seconds apart. That's the closest I've seen them all day. So again, it's partly because of the pit cycle, but we don't anticipate Emax to pit until about 3:45-ish. So they've got another hour, I reckon, where they'll actually be pretty close to Hybrid Tune. So what Emax want now is a safety car, because then they can get that free pit stop and coast right back onto the tail of the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car, and that little bit of good fortune is something that they'll be wishing for right now. Either way, they're close together on track, and I think they are now on your screen. Yes, so the yellow and white car is the race leader, and about 3 cars back, there's a black car going up the inside of a back marker. That is the second place car, Emax Motorsport.
So do we know they've only got one more, what is it, driver change or 2 driver changes to go, or
one
where
each,
are we
think.
So one driver change,
yes,
and that will encompass maybe splash and dash,
yes,
and tyres if necessary.
It'll be a full service for Emax. They'll need a full tank of fuel, pretty much. Well, they're going to go another, what did I say, hour. So yeah, they'll have pretty much bang on 2 hours to go, I think, when they pit. So that'll be a full tank, probably half a tank, maybe just less for hybrids. So their pit stop should be quicker, but they are now essentially on the same strategy. One more pit stop remaining.
It's going to be a fascinating last 2 hours between those two. And we look back, WRC Developments Limited, lap back, Fake Taxi, 4th position, 3 laps down. 2 cars 4 laps down, Fighting Talk and JW Bird Motorsport. 3 cars 6 laps down and potentially battling BH Motorsport, SCK 504 car, Kellett Motorsport, again getting further up into the top 10 in 311 in 8th place, Majestic Motorsport in 9th, and 3 cars 7 laps down, Silverlake 1, Tipton Auto Centre Racing, MLP Developments, Trimite Racing have made up 1 place since we last gave them due respect from the timing screen from 14th to 13th, so making a little bit of progress. And they were 9 laps adrift last time I checked on them, so they're 8 laps down now. They were in a group of 5, and we've got 3 cars on 8 laps adrift, so still plenty to battle with. If you're outside the top 10, obviously top 10 is going to be the target for those guys, but you've got to try and pull a lap back, and again, safety car could play into their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned 2 cars 4 laps down. That's Fighting Talk and JW Bird Motorsport. Less than a second between them at the start of that lap. That's the fight for 5th place. So where they are on track, I couldn't tell you, but that's another one maybe to pick out, because it does rather seem that Hybrid Tune have the pace to just eke out the advantage again over Emax Motorsport. Hybrid Tune going out of shot. Emax Motorsport sort of stuck in this little knot of lapped traffic. Got the 449 and the 328 cars directly in front of them, but there goes the Emax car. Not sure who's in that car at the moment, actually, the 346, and we've had the change for 5th. So JW Bird Motorsport's 449 has got ahead of 309 Fighting Talk, so they changed hands on the track on that previous lap, and the JW Bird car, which not long ago was in the pit lane, 449, yes, they were in, well actually it was 40 minutes ago, it feels like about 10 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago they were in, so they're approaching halfway through their stint, regaining already some of the places they lost when they did stop.
Nice view from the Beckett's camera, which is covering a fair amount. That's Kev, by the way, who's Beckett's, yeah, who we both had a fair amount of.
They've let him loose on the track, have they?
They have. He's Billy No Mates out there, the cameraman, and he's a good guy, is Kev. Normally, I say normally, I've had him many times in doing pit lane and presenter cam.
Yeah.
But he seems to have been switched off that recently, and I think because old age gets to you, doesn't it? As a camera, he's not listening, is he? And yeah, just pop him in one place. So we've got Joe and Jeremy this weekend. Nice to see my old pit lane cameraman Keith with us as well this weekend. He's had a little go, and it's funny how you bump into cameramen and different things. He popped up doing some social stuff for one of the teams in Carrera Cup.
Oh yeah.
And you see someone out of context, you think, hang on, no, yes. What are you doing here? You know.
Yeah,
had to remove a selfie last year because I'd known Keith for quite a while, and as you know, we were in the broadcast bubble with ITV last year. We weren't allowed out in pit lane and weren't allowed to be. And I saw Keith, and you go over and you say hello and took a selfie, put it up. Thought, no, ITV are going to be crossing. Delete. We did the same with the scholarship. You couldn't be seen to be. The drivers were all, it's stupid because you're all in a room together, so you're all working in that bowl. We tried really, really hard. And all these arguments, I'm not going to get into politics, but all these arguments about parties and everything else, I think there were lapses from people, and when you realise then you stop.
Yes.
And apply the common sense. I'm still worrying about going out, if I'm honest. I missed a concert last week because I didn't want to be in a closed thing, mask or not. Right. Being self-employed, you don't want to lose time. But we were well looked after through it, I think, actually. But most of the circuits were, particularly as you expect Palmer with his medical background, they're always very, very good. ITV looked after us during the time when there wasn't the vaccine and we were able to get. It made me laugh. They call it elite sport, didn't they? The touring cars or something. There's some very unelite sportsmen in that, I have to say, but at least we were able to get out and do some stuff.
And we were able to carry on, which at the very start of it all, I think many of us doubted we'd be able to. And we were able to keep on enjoying the sport. For us, we were able to keep on working, which was invaluable. And yes, thank you to anyone who was able to help us do so. Right, Jack is carrying on working, and he's found someone else to talk to, have you?
Nope, just accidentally unmuted. I've done what you do, Andy. Sorry about that. I'll just chat to a few people down here, to be honest. But no, absolutely nothing to report.
It's like you can't, it's quite funny, Jack, because I'm down in pit lane and I do something and I think, oh my goodness me, everyone's going to think I'm a total oaf. And then you come back and everyone else is doing the same thing. At some point, we're all human at the end of the day.
I was going to say, knowing consummate professionals like you two in the box have done it makes me feel a little bit better. We are starting to get some cars through the pit lane, but nothing of Andy top 10.
You should know by now. You've done enough race commentaries, Jack. If you can't think of anything to say, just make something up. No one's going to know.
That's what I do, even when there is something, when there's nothing to be made of.
Right, okay. Well, we'll send some people your way shortly, hopefully, with some more pit stops. There are people coming in, but they're all people multiple laps down for the time being. We're following one of the SCK cars were on screen, and also the 507, which is one of the Patrick Watts racing cars. This is the one that was fighting for the lead very early in the race, ended up getting tipped off into the gravel at Stowe within the first hour and a half or so, and never really did recover. They've had engine changes, they've had penalties since then, and that car is not in the top 30 anymore. Let's see where 507 has got itself to.
While you're looking at that, Trimite back down into 14th place, AB Motorsport, passing them while Trimite in the pits.
Okay, yes, so Trimite pitting again. AB Motorsport were 10th before their last pit stop, so you would hope that's where they'll eventually cycle back through. 507, by the way, 51st place. They're only the 77 laps down, so all still to play for. They are 4 laps behind Venus Motorsport, who have just had a 17-minute lap, which means they've been in the pit lane for better part of a quarter of an hour. Don't know, I know Jack did mention something to do with Venus Motorsport. I forget precisely what it was now, but they will drop down to 50th place then as a result of a lengthy pit visit.
Just looking at lap times for the race leaders, the last laps, all of them 3.0, 3.03, 3.02, 3.01, all there. And in fact, looking down the field, not too many cars far off that pace. And when you think that this has been, going on for 21 and a half hours, it's incredible that A, the cars are still up to it, so they're all being extremely well engineered and oiled and run, but also how the drivers are keeping their pace up over the course of this race as well. And yeah, everybody gets breaks, but it's still going to take it out of you, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yes. It's as we've said, this is the time of the race where you really start to feel that, regardless what it is you've been doing over the 24-hour race driving or otherwise. But seeing relatively, touch wood, relatively few mistakes made out on track. Actually, the odd car running wide and perhaps going for a trip through the gravel. But driving standards at this point really good, and in the heat of the day and towards the end of a 24-hour race, that's not necessarily what I was expecting. Race leader goes back through, just a 3 minutes 1 at that time, so Hybrid Tune eking out that advantage. As I said, they were 7 seconds ahead of Emax.
No, 8.
8 seconds.
Another half a second, yeah.
They've had this second to 2 seconds a lap in hand over Emax all race, really, and Emax really just kind of hoping that the strategy can bring them properly back into it. who will be next to stop, do we think? It is going to be probably the WRC Developments car. They last pitted at 13:29, so another half hour, I think, before we get any more of the lead lap cars heading for the pit lane. So yes, that will be. Well, do you know what? We're probably 25 minutes away, maybe 30 minutes away.
Oh, that's the car David Drinkwater's in now. I had a message about David Drinkwater because I posted it on the back of the hybrid tune cars. There's a message about racing for Tim.
Oh yes.
Tim Gibson, who was an engineer with, say, Formula 1 engineer, passed away sadly a few years ago. But I took a picture to send to Tim's dad. His brother Will still races in Legends, amongst other things, and they've been involved in this championship. And their garage actually MOT some of the cars that come race the championship. And Tim's dad said that David Drinkwater was as fast as anybody out there. So I've only just made the connection. So
right, okay. Oh, that's nice.
WRC, yeah.
Excellent stuff, excellent stuff. Well, they're in third place at the moment, the 318 car. And yeah, I reckon we're seeing people stretch fuel to maybe 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20. So we're only 35-40 minutes away from getting into that window where you can make it to the end then on one more stop, which is, as I said, we anticipate the Emax Motorsport car to pit sometime within that window. Anyway, as we tick into the final 3 hours of the race, it is nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon here at Silverstone, which means sadly, Richard, our stint in the commentary box is coming to an end.
Very quickly.
It really
Great
has.
to commentate with you last
Likewise,
night. Really
first
good.
time.
Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Took us long enough to get there. Hopefully not another 10 years.
A lot of firsts for me. First 24. First time to meet and work with Paul Trustwell as well. A pleasure. And Rob and Jack and yourself. Scott done it before, always a pleasure. Really, really good. Loved it.
Oh, excellent! No, thank you for coming. It's been a really great event, and I thoroughly enjoyed covering it. You haven't heard the last of us, unfortunately, because Richard will be back down in the pit lane for the last couple of hours. I'll be back up here again for the last couple of hours.
Unless someone trips me up on the way back.
Indeed,
yes. Give you any ideas. Yeah.
Indeed, if you don't show up on time in the pits, we'll send out a search party. But I think
not.
maybe no. I think you'll be kept busy in that last couple of hours. There'll be a few interesting stories to chase up, I think, and that's when the strategy game really starts to come to the fore. The things we've been talking about for 23 hours, finally we get a clear picture of how it's all turning out come the end of the race. So always an exciting time. It's not just about beating the attrition and getting to the finish, but it's about finishing the race as strongly as you can. Before we sign off then, let's run you through the top 10 as they are. I'll give you some of the gaps again for those of you listening on Radio Silverstone, watching around the circuit, trying to keep an eye on who is where. Is the 388 hybrid tune motorsport car, which we believe needs one more pit stop to get to the end. They are leading the race after 384 laps by 10.5 seconds over car 346 Emax Motorsport, who we also think can make it to the end on one more pit stop. Their final pit stop, though, will come a lot earlier than the hybrid tune motorsport car ahead of them, but 10.5 seconds between them after 21 hours of racing. It's pretty remarkable. Third place then for car 318, that's WRC Developments. They are a lap behind Emax Motorsport and a lap ahead of the penalty-ridden fake taxi number 312 team, who amazingly, despite having spent, I would estimate, about 15 minutes in the penalty box over the course of the race so far, are still in 4th position. That's a really, really strong performance from them. They enjoy, though, only... they are nearly a lap ahead of JW Bird Motorsport. 1 minute and 52 seconds they are ahead of JW Bird Motorsport's 449 car, but 449 are 6.9 seconds ahead of 309 Fighting Torque, who are in 6th position. They are then at least a lap clear, it might be 2 laps now, clear of the 504 BH Motorsport with SCK Motorsport car, the car from that team that has so far managed to avoid the worst of the trouble. They are 54 seconds then ahead of number 311 Kellett Motorsport in 8th position. 9th place number 382 Majestic Motorsport are 47.5 seconds behind them. And rounding out the top 10, number 457, which is the Silverlake 1 car, running in that 10th position. But all of this likely to keep chopping and changing as we move into the final round of pit stops, or the penultimate round of pit stops really, as we're cycling through right now, heading towards the end of the race. So, lots going on, lots still to go on. Stick around here on the Brscc Facebook and YouTube page, and yes, we'll be back on duty again in an hour or so, Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Bob.
all right. You two go on a break. Go on, I've had enough.
I think I'm going to hand back to Paul. So
Yeah.
Again, thank you, Andy and Paul, for your stints and company.
Likewise.
And lovely to work with you. And we'll catch up soon. I'm going to turn off. I'm going to head back down towards pit lane.
Excellent stuff. Thank you, Richard. I'll hang around for a few minutes until Scott Woodwiss makes his way up here then. See you later, Richard. See you in the pits in a moment or two. So, as I said, into the closing stage of the race, 384 laps now have been completed. And so we are now really racking up the miles. We've covered, I reckon, over 1,000 miles. We've just ticked over 1,000, 1,024 miles to be precise, covered by the race leading car, and only the 12.2 seconds between them. Pit lane, a very empty place at the moment actually. Most people, most teams staying out at the moment, obviously trying to stretch this tank of fuel as far as they absolutely can, and trying to ensure that their final pit stop can be as short as possible, because that ultimately can make a big difference. If you only need one churn of fuel, that can save you a big chunk of time. You get back out on track a bit more quickly, and then you gain a chunk of track positioning. Given the fact there are multiple battles within the top 10 covered by less than a minute sounds like a long time, but it isn't really at this stage of the race, given the fact we've seen such wild differences in pit stop time, minutes longer or shorter for some cars, and so yeah, you can gain a minute fairly easily by timing your final stop right. Jack?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, and as you said, it's a very quiet pit lane here. So again, I've just been sort of chilling on the pit wall, watching the fantastic cars go past on the pits. And actually, I know you don't quite get the sense of speed up in the comments box, but they do look like they've actually, go quite quickly when you actually get up close and personal. It's quite impressive, to be honest, to see C1s going that fast, this consistently as well. I'm just wondering, when are we expecting some of the drivers to come in for that sort of final, air quotes, splash and dash, shall we say? And, what sort of, have you got any ideas of a timeline or time estimation? Just trying to think of the next segment with Rob.
Yes.
I mean, basically, sorry to interrupt, but what you've got to be looking at is the last 2.5 hours, because if you come in with more than 2.5 hours to go, you're going to need to have another stop. So don't forget the race stop finishes at 5:26, not at 6 o'clock. So any time from about 25 past 4, you're going to be having people making their final stop. Now, there is a case to say you want to stay out as late as possible, take advantage of any safety car that there might be in the closing stages. So therefore, I would want to be leaving my stop as late as possible. So it's a bit of a wild and woolly answer, I'm afraid, Jack. But it's really any time from about 4:30 until 5:45.
Right, okay. Well, I'll keep an eye out. To be honest, I'm just enjoying the sun right now. We do have a, I believe it's a Riverside car coming in, the 315. It's not the Riverside actually, because that's the 447 I'm expecting. That's also in a similarly green car. So we do have a couple of drivers coming into the pit lane, and it's again though, I think the 315 has somewhat taken the team by surprise. They definitely weren't ready for them. They didn't even have the high visors on. So yeah, a bit of an unscheduled stop, I think, this one. Maybe going for tyres, there's no fuel being prepped.
Right, okay. To answer your question, sort of, the first of the leaders we're expecting in are the 346 Emax Motorsport car and 318 WRC developments, because they are due in, I reckon, in half an hour to 40 minutes before they will have to jump in, which puts them just outside the 2-hour mark to the end, which is why we've been saying that we're pretty sure they can make it to the end on one more stop. But these things are flexible, especially given the fact we've had safety cars in the early part of this particular stint. Right, delighted to say Scott Woodwiss has rocked up, so I'm going to hand over my microphone to him. I'll be back on duty again for the final 2 hours of the race, but for now I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Paul Truswell and Scott Woodwiss.
Thanks very much, Andy McEwen. Then another shuffle in the box up here, and I made the classic mistake of just sitting down, and within a second I was fast asleep. But I'm awakened again now, and just looking at this fascinating battle we've got between the two leading cars. 30 seconds is all that separates them. The possibility that the Emax car will be coming in first, and therefore the advantage still held, if you will, with the Hybrid Tune Motorsport car, which it has been pretty much since 6 o'clock this morning. It got the benefit of a couple of safety cars, took advantage as the advantage was presented to it, and quite frankly they have done the best job, and should they win, then my vote says it would be a very well-deserved win indeed, but they've had to work for it. It's close at the moment, and who would be going into what is basically a 3-hour race now with a 30-second handicap advantage? I mean, it's still close, and it's going to be fascinating to watch this remaining part of the race unfold, Scott.
It is, particularly with the leading duo some 30 seconds apart, which doesn't often happen in endurance racing. Usually you get a leader that pulls out and grabs a lead or two, or because cars behind have had troubles. Yes, cars behind have had troubles, but I guess in some cases either serve the leaders or the second place car VMAX has been able to keep on their pace relatively, and they've actually done really well to claw that sort of lead gap back to great 30 seconds.
I mean, it's a very tall order, isn't it, when the cars are so closely matched as they are, to claw back any time at all, because, you know, this is one mate racing essentially, and, you know, the cars differ in only microscopic amounts. I mean, it really is an awful lot down to the driver. Okay, there's a lot down to the setup and the tyres, but a lot of it is down to the driver, and what has impressed me most about Hybrid Tune is that whoever the driver has been at the wheel of the car at any particular time, the laps have been averaging around 3 minutes 01, 3 minutes 02. There's another one just come in there, 3 minutes 01.1. You know, these laps are being put in consistently, and they're fast. It's not like they're slow laps that he's putting in just, you know, to keep the car at a particular pace. These are fast laps. These are as fast as the poor little Citroens will go.
I love how you used to refer them as poor little Citroens, given they do get quite a thrashing for 24 hours, pretty much constantly. It is very much befits the modern way of how teams and drivers tend to attack 24-hour races now. These are particularly the one where they, whereas before, obviously years ago, and you'll know from the days when we had multi-car teams, when you'd have one car would go out and set the pace, and the other two would kind of hang back in case one of the drivers of that car hit trouble, one of the drivers wanted to take over, they're permitted to do so. Whereas now, these days, it's a case of everyone just goes as hard as they can, and then whatever happens, happens. The drivers have to switch over, but not, it doesn't even fit that anymore these days. So it's very much these days, endurance racing has become more endurance sprint racing.
Exactly, and I think a lot of the reason for that is just improved reliability all round. I mean, whether it's in a Le Mans sports car, in a racing car, or even in your road car at home, you know, I mean, how many of us just jump in the car and undertake a 300-mile journey? When I was first learning to drive, you know, you would train to check the oil every day before you take the car on a journey over 10 miles, check your tyre pressures. You know, you would do little things around the car, which nowadays you just get in, turn the ignition and go. And you know the car's going to respond to you. And the reliability that is built into the everyday road car is reflected in the same kind of reliability that we've got built into these cars, because what are these Citroen C1s apart from? Pretty much everyday road cars.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think I've said it before, that they're all built in the same factory as the Toyota Aygo and the Peugeot 107. They're all made in the same place. All three cars are the same underpinning, same mechanically underneath. They're all just different body shapes to reflect the different manufacturer designs and panels also. But they are quite sturdy little machines. And I mentioned earlier on that you see cars that have got, we've seen cars before when they've raced with literally no windscreens on them. They've raced with doors taped up, the bonnets taped up, with all sorts taped. You can see there, the corner of the Darnell's car in there in the mix. That car has got some taping around its the right top corner of it. It's Hybrid Tune Motorsport just arrived into shot with the rear almost at a 45-degree angle, just about throwing it through. So whoever's behind the wheel of that, I believe it's Sam Weller driving it at the moment. He's quite literally, hopefully not quite literally, he's driving like he's driving the wheels off.
Yes, he's certainly not afraid of getting the car sideways. But that's what all the drivers say. These are cars that can be pushed to the limits of adhesion and beyond. Who's handling the pits at the moment? I lost track. Is it Jack?
It is, yes. No, I've had a wonderful 2 hours of sunbathing, basically, here presenting. I'm in my second hour. 457 Silverlake 1 car is in the pits, so I finally have a top 10 to talk about. The Downforce Radio Clapham North car is also in the pit lane as well, but the 457, the Silverlake, is probably the one that would grab the attention as a top 10 contender, and currently having a nice bit of fuel pumped into the car. I think it looks like a pretty standard stop. They do have tyres next to the car, so I might come back with you and just give you a bit of an update on what kind of sort of state that the car is left once it's actually gotten out the pit lane.
Yeah, so that was the Silverlake 1 car being brought into the pits by Michael Chaplin. We don't know who's going to be getting into it to take it on its second part.
I think it's Sam Smith, if that's the driver. I can just see a little bit of writing on his helmet, and I think that's what it says.
Okay, Sam Stride, possibly.
Yeah, that's it, sorry.
That's a typo for that. So Sam Stride probably getting into the car. This is a car that was in 10th place, as Jack was just saying, has lost 10th place as a result of the pit stop, and already having moved ahead of it is Tipton Auto Centre racing car. The Tipton Auto Centre racing car, Scott, I mean, that was a car that kind of trickled into the top 10 towards the end of yesterday evening by virtue of some remarkable fuel consumption. It's doing it again, you know, across the 24 hours. That car is one of a few that has done just 9 stops. There's one that's done 8. That is the Kellett Motorsport car. But apart from that one Kellett car which has done 8 stops, everybody else minimum pit stop number is 9. And that's fairly impressive. Again, if you calculate across 21 hours, pretty much a stop every 2 hours and no more.
That is incredible stuff. It's what I like to call good mechanical sympathy with these
Means that they haven't had any penalties, that they've used the maximum fuel on every stop. They're basically pushing the car to its limit, not only on every corner, as we've seen, but in terms of its overall strategic way that it's been put together as well.
Yeah, and it's also good awareness from the drivers. They're not pushing it too hard. They're not getting themselves involved in the incidents. They're letting others, like GC's term, others losing their head whilst they keep theirs cool. And they, again, we mentioned it before, some of these teams that don't have the ultimate fastest car in there, but they do put in some good consistent lap times, and the key thing is they keep out of trouble, because quite a few of these top 10 teams have hit trouble at some point, whether it's a penalty or some kind of damage or something to any extent, whereas some teams simply just have a calm, quiet race, almost a, hard for saying so, slightly boring race, but it's been holding on pretty well. Jack, down in pit lane.
Yeah, just to give you a last little bit of an update on that Silverlake 1 car, that I think it was the 457, it's now driven out of my eye line. It had all 4 tyres changed, obviously brimmed with fuel. I think that car is prepped to go, hopefully, to the end of the race. Although it's a long time, actually, to go to the end of the race on that pit stop. You never know, a splash and dash might be needed.
Yeah, I think it probably will just need an extra bit of fuel, although during the night, when we had all those safety car periods, we were getting stints of 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 37 still to go. I think they're going to be relying on a safety car to enable them to come in for that splash at some point.
Heat haze coming up on the back straight, down the hanger straight towards Stowe Corner. I think we're watching one of the cars in there, just a black and green car, the Bianco Auto Developments car. That's so he's had a slightly steady race as well. Currently sat in 19th position at the moment. And a couple more changes in order as the Silverlake car finishes its pit stop. I think it's rejoined in around about 14th place at the moment. So that's got some work to do to get back into the top 10. But of course, you've got Tipton Auto Centre Racing probably to make their pit stop, as well as MLP Developments. We should mention MLP Developments because they, I think, didn't set a proper time in qualifying due to 1 or 2 issues. So they had to start 61st and last on the grid. And they've risen all the way up to 11th place. They're only 1 spot away from getting a top 10. I think I've seen that car as high as even 5th or 6th at one point.
It's certainly been in the top 10. I'm not sure it's been quite as high as 5th or 6th, but you may be right. It's certainly, again, a bit like Tipton. They've just kept their noses clean and kept the lap times. I mean, not necessarily super quick laps, but fast enough and consistent, exactly. And of course, that's part of the trick of this kind of racing, to maintain the consistency across all of your drivers as well.
So looking at some other close battles, as we say, it's the current lead gap the record is now currently 36.4. It continues to go out with his last time at Ryan Gu, because look at our race leader here, the middle car, these three cars in shot. Hybrid Tune Motorsport, defending champions of the C1 24 Hours. They look, touch wood, at the moment on course to repeat that, but of course we've still got 2 hours and 35 minutes to go, and as we all know, as the great Murray Walker did once say, anything can happen, at least in Formula 1, but anything can happen in motorsport, and it tends to usually does happen, anything does happen in that instance. Currently 36.5 seconds is the gap to Emax Motorsport. Last time by the Hybrid Tune car was 2.8 seconds quicker on that lap. So currently at the moment, despite the dent in the door, Sam Weller has got this car quite literally firmly under control. He works his way out through Brookings into this long, ever-arcing right-hander of Luffield. He can bring it back onto the pit straight, and this will be to complete lap 390 as we approach the magical 400 lap mark.
And dare I say it, but we've also been green for a good long period as well.
Yes,
I probably shouldn't say it, but just after 1:30, so we're getting on for 2 hours of green racing. So anybody who came into the pits during the last safety car period will be getting towards the end of their fuel, and over the next 20 minutes, I think we may not see the leading cars coming in, but certainly quite a few who did pit during that last safety car period will be coming in again.
Just seeing the 507 car on screen. Patrick Watts just wandering out of the garage to have a look to see how one of his two cars would be. We've heard from Patrick Watts quite a bit. I've been intrigued to hear from Amy Watts as well, if we haven't already, because Amy, of course, as Patrick mentioned earlier on in the interview, I think with Andy at one point yesterday, that Patrick's used the C1s as a good introduction to bring his daughter Amy into motorsport, and they've been doing the C1s now for the past sort of couple of seasons. So I've been intrigued to hear, and if Jack's listening, to possibly, if Amy's around, to have a chat, see how she's finding the experience of becoming a racing driver, and what she's learned from her dad, and if it's been a good bonding experience between the two of them in many cases. But that 507 car looks like it's a relatively regular pit stop, as whilst that car's on it's been on screen in the pits. We're watching the 506 car out on track. It's currently been chased down, I think, by the U-Tree car behind it, 373.
I'll be honest, Scott, I was having a chat to the drivers of... Oh, they've disappeared now as well. There was a car in the pit lane that had its wing mirror changed. Because, of course, even if the wing mirror gets smashed off, the rules and regulations state that you have to replace it. You're not allowed back out until you've replaced the wing mirrors, which is slightly individual, I think, for this particular championship. So that actually meant that I missed who you wanted me to go and have a chat to. You said an Amy, but unfortunately there's about 300 names on my list.
Amy Watts, that's the daughter of Patrick in the car 506.
506, yeah. Amy Watts. I'll go and have a wander.
Yeah, it's nice to hear from the other side of the Watts family that's racing in that aspect, because we haven't heard from her at all. So, whereas Patrick has heard from him a couple of times, and of course seems to be enjoying himself in something that's equally as French as the Super Tours that he raced mostly in his career, but not exactly the same brand, although it was part of the same PSA family for a while.
I'm not sure which car I associate Patrick with most. I mean, his career has been long and very varied, and I mean, this weekend I can recall Wilhire 24-hour races that he participated in, and you know, because this event is the spirit of the Wilhire, as I tend to call it, and Patrick used to be a very competitive driver in that series. I remember one year he was teamed up with Carl Jones, I believe, in a Fiat, what was it, the little Fiat Strada. And they both did mighty things with it throughout the race.
Yeah, of course, other thing he's done, which is relevant to this weekend, is that he was also involved in one of the first few seasons. I think it's not the very first season, when they first started Mazda MX-5 racing in this country, about 1990. And he's also got experience, again, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm happy to do so. I think he has also been quite prominent on the CRXs in the past as well. Yeah. And then found his way into touring cars, first of all, I remember with Mazda, the first couple of seasons, and then it was 94 when he made the switch to Peugeot, and was there from 94 to 97. Did a little bit in Australia with the same sort of Peugeot that he had, and then he's sort of taken to doing other sorts of forms of racing, and then he's occasionally wheeled his 406 out for some historic touring car stuff, but it's good to see that he's back to the racing, something that both he and his family now enjoy together as a bit of a good it's not a bad way to spend a weekend with your family.
And there's been a full circle as well there, because when he was racing the Mazdas, one of the sternest competitors he had was a certain Mark Leber.
Yes.
And of course Mark's son Jack is now racing with the Patrick Watts racing team. So as I say, there's a full circle being gone through there, and it's just a shame for Patrick and the whole team that they've had a rather disappointing weekend here at Silverstone this weekend.
Yeah, but of course they'll bounce back, and of course they'll have the rest of the season to go. I think the next rounds for the C1 series is more essentially twilight and evening racing. They've got Angus, I think it's Anglesey coming up next in the mix as well. We've got the 4th place fake taxi car 312 into pit lane, but back down to Jack, who's got more news.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've actually tracked down Amy Watts, as you were talking about her before, obviously daughter of Patrick Watts, who's driving, of course. And what's it been like sort of dicing around in the C1 this afternoon?
It's been good. I mean, it's been good this afternoon. Last night's stint was a whole different experience for me. I've never raced in the dark before, and God, I thought I was pretty good at country roads. It does not translate at all. But it's been great this weekend. I mean, we've had a slightly disappointing race with both of our cars. We've had brake problems, engine problems. We've had new engines in both the cars. So in terms of competitiveness, this is a relaxed race now. We're doing a fun cut now. So, but I'm about to go out for my last stint, and I'll be finishing the race. And I've just had a great weekend. It's a great vibe down here.
I was going to say, that's what's important. We've been having barbecues all of last night. It was making us very jealous in the pit box, of course, in the comms box even. Was it daunting at all, jumping out in the dark? I've never done it myself. I've only ever driven in the day. Was it a little bit daunting if it was your first time?
Oh my God, totally. I mean, I went out there thinking I'd be really confident, like back to the old country lanes thing. I was like, I smashed those, I'm going to be really good at this, and it was not at all. I had a pretty big accident actually last week at Brands Hatch, and I thought I was completely fine with that, and actually that kind of came back into my head this weekend, which I wasn't really expecting. It's quite disappointing. And going out into the dark, it was hectic. There's a lot of traffic. Full beams are a problem, so there's a lot of things to sort of deal with at once, but I'm really glad because I did it, because it was a great experience, and I do feel that now coming out in the day is just like
so much easier all of a sudden, isn't it?
It's like the school run, it's great.
I was going to say, it's almost sensory overload, isn't it, when you actually go out there with all the lights going on? I mean, we couldn't even see what we were commentating on. We've got the cameras all over the place sort of thing. So, what were you driving last week if you had a bit of an incident?
It was a C1.
Oh, was it?
C1 just testing, yeah. I actually had a dyslexic moment where I thought that I was 3 seconds off the pace, and actually I was 0.3 seconds off the pace. So
you're pushing a bit too hard, basically.
I really pushed. I did get 4 tenths over the pace, and then I lost it a lap later. But yeah, there was just a C1, we're just testing. So unfortunately, we didn't have that car for this race either, which was a shame because it was a great little car. But we had the backup, which is lucky.
I was going to say, but it hasn't really done that well. You said you had engine changes and all.
Yeah, we had an engine change. One of the engines blew up. The other engine is just sort of dead, and we've had to switch that out. That is the beauty of a C1 race. You can literally take your car apart and put a new engine in it and still not potentially lose. So
it's like Lego as well, isn't it? It's fairly, I say simple in air quotes. It's not exactly easy peasy what these guys do, but there's that opportunity to do it.
I don't want to say that with the guys behind me. Yeah, no, it's a piece of nothing, that's fine. No, they do really well. They did great today. I mean, it's mechanics who really work the hardest at these events. They've been on it all night. They're there for all the pit changes. They're there for all of our stupid mistakes. They're the heroes of this story.
I was going to say, I did my own fair share of stupid mistakes and Janetta's. Thank you very much, Amy, for having a chat. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack Oliphant down there with Amy Watts, and the story of Patrick Watts' race here at Silverstone this weekend. Meanwhile, we've had a couple of pit stops. Emax Motorsport has just come into the pits with number 346, and we've also had the fake taxi car in number 312 out of 4th place. We've also had the Kellett family car in, car number 311. That's a bit further back, just outside the top 10, but it was in the top 10 as a result of the pit stop cycle. 5 minutes 37 seconds in the pits for the Kelletts. The fake taxi still in the pits. They're just coming up to 4 minutes there now, and 346 as well, still in the pits with the Emax Motorsport car. So this is playing into the longer term plans perhaps of Hybrid Tune Motorsport, and allowing them to extend their lead, but again, it's going to be a question of what goes around comes around, and they're going to end up having to make this stay equivalent stop. But it's a bit early for Emacs because, well, they can possibly just get to the end from here, but it's going to be a tall order.
Sorry about this, jumping in so quickly, guys. After that quick interview, obviously I was talking to the Watts families, and as I turned around to give it back to you guys, I almost get ran over because their car jumps into the pits with no one expecting it. The drivers just jumped out the car and said they've got no power, no drive or anything like that. So, yeah, the 507 jumping in, even more issues. I just thought I'd report it since, well, it almost ran me over.
Well, while that's happening, car 375 is up in the gravel. That looks like it's down at Maggots and Beckett, so he looks undamaged. Looks like it's just simply slid off the road. It looks like there's been enough gravel to catch it before it's hit the barrier, so it's simply just stuck in the gravel and needs to be retrieved. So, given the fact there's 2 hours 25 minutes to go, and that car's going to have to be at least pushed out by the marshal, if not dragged out by the snatch vehicle, I wonder if that's going to possibly prompt another very brief safety car. I'll have to keep with bated breath on that one, but I did think it was a bit, I didn't want to say it was either commentator's curse or presenter's curse, either way, but when she talks to the team who run one of the cars comes in with a problem, and that car hadn't been in and out the pit lane for a very long time. It had only been roughly 10 minutes or so since that car had last visited and made a scheduled stop, so that's not scheduled at all, of course. But the driver did jump out as if to say, well, something's wrong, can someone help me? So, course developments there, just pushing them a little bit. You missed the apex just a tad and pushing as they lock up here. So, whilst the pit stops have had it happening for second, what was 4th place, that being Emacs Motorsport 346 and Ours. The fake taxi have gone out and they've rejoined in 6th position. Fighting Talk are in car 309. They pitted literally about a minute ago. So, 9, and that's pitted at 15:20. I'm just making notes here for when Andy comes back up to state when pit stops are happening. Meanwhile, just before we hand over to Jack, there's almost a bit of a 3-wide action there with the leader and Kellett Motorsport and the U3 car, but the leader soldiering on as it heads up towards Abbey and the complex. Jack.
Yeah, sorry, while we were doing that interview and discussing the 507 machine, the 346 actually managed to drive past me. I didn't even notice, so I'm actually catching the tail end of their particular pit stop, overtaking George Grant, which is not something not many people did this weekend. As we have a look, it looks like a fairly standard pit stop. I think it was all okay, all clean as you like. I'm just going to get a little bit of feedback and see if that's sort of, I mean, clearly going to be, the aim is to be their last pit stop, but just to make sure. Sorry, mate, I'm just going to grab a quick word. Was that everything as usual? Was that a fine standard pit stop?
That was pretty quick, yeah, we're pretty happy with that. We were a bit worried about it. It's not my birthday.
Is it your birthday? It's his birthday! There we go! Hey! Everybody loves it. I'm glad we came over here now. Hip hip hooray and whatnot. Yay! As I say, I'm glad we came over here now. I'm going to keep talking to you though, if you don't mind. It's your birthday, you don't get out of it. So, as you said, pretty slick stop and everything. That's obviously going to be the aim, is to be that's your last stop now.
We're hoping so. We're hoping we can run to the end. We checked the left rear and it looks okay. So yeah, that's fresh tyres and hopefully we'll just get a good run.
What's the? I know the aim is obviously the victory. You're in second place. You're the closest of anybody else making sure you take the first place down. But do you reckon it's within sight? Is it within touching distance?
I personally think so. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I think it's always worth striving for the win, isn't it? So glass half full kind of guy.
Fantastic. Happy birthday. What's your name, sorry?
James.
James. Happy birthday, James. It's always nice when that sort of thing happens, isn't it, for the Emacs team? Back to you guys on the commentary box.
Just about savage Jack on that one. Happy birthday, Nate. Get over here and talk to me. Essentially, that was the case.
The only reason Jack's down there is he thinks there might be some cake going.
Don't
you won't be hearing from me any time for the next 10 minutes. No, that's fine.
Don't say that aloud to them. There were certain Brscc personnel who are quite fond of cake, so in terms of whenever it's mentioned in the vicinity, they tend to emanate towards it, just because they quite enjoy cake and biscuits and all sorts of things. So Brscc firmly powered by cake. Anyway. Leader back into the complex here at Valen Club.
Yeah, just looking at the pit stops from 312 and 346, which were in the pits from 4th and 2nd places respectively at the times that they came in. and their pit stop times practically identical, 4 minutes 43 seconds, both of them. So proving that pit stop doesn't need to take a full 5 minutes, and I can only assume that that's for the full tank of fuel going into the car, but both the 312 fake taxi, which slipped down to 6th place as a result of that pit stop, and the 346 Emax car, which slipped down to 3rd, just lost to 1 place. But it just shows how close it is, even when you do we'll call it a perfect pit stop, but certainly something close to the perfect pit stop when they turn the car around in on identical time for both cars.
So 2 hours 20 minutes to go, and it's incredible. As you say, difference in sort of pit stop speeds. It shows how some are more well versed and more well practiced, and some are just kind of enjoying it and going on the fly and just working what they've got. See little small 4-wheel drifts going on as they turn their way back into the complex, including our race leader. Touch of the inside sausage curb as he heads through into Luffield now once again, making his way around us. So exiting from Luffield, lap, this will end. This will now complete at 395. So 5 more laps to run until we hit the magical 400 mark. In the pit lane is car 309. That car making another scheduled stop. That's a car which is raising money in aid of Great Ormond Street Hospital, which is great to see, a very worthy cause. Part of the driving strength in that car is Ollie Samways, who's been a bit of a regular in recent times in the Brscc Club Sport Trophy. He was planning to race his rather wonderful Toyota MR2 with a rear wing and a body kit. I think it's called Toyota MR2 Super GT spec, not from as in Japanese Super GT, but it's the name they gave the class. I think of some modified Mark III MR2s when they were running in the I think it's the 750 MR2 Championship. So that was a spec car that was still consistent. He's kept it the same, and he's brought it over for a few Club Sport Trophy races and quite enjoyed it. I think he's even won the class, or he'd been on the podium at least a couple of times. And he was planning to race in yesterday's big 61 car Great Club Sport Trophy race, but the engine wasn't ready, so unfortunately he had to withdraw. But he has been out in the C1s and getting plenty of track time as it was. Speaking more of the Patrick Watts team, there's the 306 car, which is having that scrap with car 339. That's one of the Amigo Motorsport cars. 339, that's the TOF car, which is doing not too bad inside the top 20, 17th at the moment in the order. And I think that's actually, I was about to say that was possibly a battle with Bianca Auto Developments, but I think Bianca Auto Developments might have either unlapped themselves, they're about to be lapped again by TOF potentially.
Yeah, sorry guys, you had on your cameras then, obviously the car number 309, I think it's Fighting Talk. Obviously it's a top 5 contender, so I thought I'd just give you one final update on their final stop. It was clean as you like, nothing wrong with the stop at all, it was all standard stuff. So they're hoping to be well in contention for that top 5, and apparently it's now I got told to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Evie's dad is in the car now. Apparently he used to be known as Gordon's son, which always used to annoy him. Now he's known as Evie's dad. So I'll try and find out what the actual real name is. But yes, that's all the information I got. But a good stop by them.
Either we've got a car moving out the way for traffic, or we've got a car that's got a problem. It looks like it's just for traffic. That's the Jelly Snake racing car, I think.
Yeah, the 354 car, Sandown Motorsport.
Sandown Motorsport.
Is 354, and yes, just looking down. You said the stop from Fighting Talk was a good one, Jack. It was, however, quite a long one, very nearly 6 minutes. Now, I'm assuming that in that 6 minutes they must have changed tyres, but even so, that's over a minute longer than either of the 2 fake taxi or Emax Motorsport cars did.
Yeah, well, we went over to have a quick chat with them, and they said that, you know, I asked if did everything go to plan, was everything good? They said, yeah, absolutely. So I think I think they did change all 4 tyres, which might be part of that elongated pit stop, but other than that, there was no damage to repair or anything like that. So, yeah, not sure on that. I'm actually just wandering over to the 318 car, which is obviously now the is it WRC?
Yes, WRC Developments, that's our second place.
Yeah, second place car we've been waiting for.
Yeah, so the 368 machine's actually just on its way, which is why the cameras might not be able to see it. The 368 came in, has now got out of the way, so we can see fully fledged the 318. That looks like it's all going to be fairly standard stuff as well. They're just getting the fuel in there. The 368 is actually getting pushed back in front of us, so we're going to have to move slightly. But at the moment, the cars are prepped, the driver's prepped, it all looks fairly clean. So I'll get back to you once we've sort of figured out if it's clean, or if there's any sort of drama to report back.
Okay, thank you for that, Jack. And so that, as Scott said, the second placed car in the pits, and now we are looking at these being the final stops, and it's now just going to be a case of reeling off the laps. Put your quickest driver in the car for the final stint, and the only one remaining then, I reckon, Scott, if I've got it right, JW Bird Motorsport still owes a stop before the end of the race, and the race leader Hybrid Tune to put a pit stop in before the end of the race. And then there's just a mere matter of 2 hours of hard driving. When the weather is getting warm, there is very little wind, so it is getting a bit muggy. I think somebody said at one point the air is a bit close, and so it's not ideal conditions necessarily for going racing, but it's the conditions we've got. It's the same for everyone, and you're just going to have to get out there and get on with it, which has been the story really for the last 22 and a bit hours.
There does seem to be quite a bit of humidity in terms of how that's working at the moment. So 318 continues its pit stop.
Yeah, I'm actually watching it. I think we've got it on camera. I'm not sure if you can see it on the feed, but we're filming it. Anyway, the 318, yeah, front tyres going on the car, drivers in, a little bit of wiping of the windscreen and everything like that's happened. Cars coming down now, tyres going down now, so I assume we're going with no rear tyre replacements, just fronts, just maybe try and shave off a little bit of time, and they're rolling the car back out now. They obviously, it can't be underpowered, there's no reverse. There is a reverse gear in C1s obviously, but they aren't allowed to use it as he drives off onto the fast lane. It's a pretty clean stop, there was no drama that I can report.
No, and a quick one too, they're yet to come to the 4.5 minutes there. It'll be when they come out of the pits, 4.5 minutes or so. Then he's got to get his hue tag registered, of course, at the end of the pit lane. So in the end, it's going to be practically the same as the two pit stops from the 346 and 312 that came in earlier on, Emax and the fake taxi car. It's worth tipping the cap to the fake taxi team. We've mentioned it on a number of occasions, but they really have had an up and down race, and ruining probably, Scott, what might have been, because the car was quick enough. They're 6 laps off the race lead, but bear in mind the race leader still has to make a pit stop, so call that 4 laps. The number of penalties they've had, they could be winning this race, the fake taxi team.
Yeah, that's the key thing in this race, is that no matter what penalty they've had, they've still been able to have the pace to get back up there and to run a strong race up there. We'll mention car 393, because that's got quite a significant penalty. 3-minute stop-go penalty for causing a collision. I don't think it's a collision that we've seen on track, but we, at least on our cameras, at least on our stream. But 393 getting into trouble, into bother, and because of that, he's had to face penalty from Clark of the course.
Yeah, 393 being the Riverside performance car. Andrew Christopher, George Christopher, Kostas Michael and Stephen Markey, and that car then is fairly well down as far as I remember. It's not the lowest place, but it's 44th in fact, Riverside Performance. So yeah, they've had, in fact the whole Riverside Performance team has had a somewhat character building weekend. None of their cars really performing as well as they would like, and I think I'm right in saying, they do have one car in the top 30, that's in 23rd place, but out of the 3 entries, 2 of them definitely disappointing. But the same could be said for JW Bird. Expected to see more JW Bird presence up at the top of the lists, at least last night when we were finishing off the live stream broadcast, Scott. There were 2 JW Bird Motorsports up there at the top, and the third one was in the bottom half of the top 30, and I thought we might be seeing a better result from them. But They've got 4th place and 21st at the moment, JW Bird.
Sure, a top 10 finish would certainly be something they would be happy to take away. I was just watching a sequence there with the race leader, where he was getting caught up behind the Amigo Motorsport car, and he was so desperate to get through that he was constantly flashing the headlights in terms of, you know, trying to get him out of the way, saying, I'm the leader, you're on my racing line, please politely move out of the way. But of course, we talked about it yesterday, but then I was talking with Richard. As we know with lap back markers, it's, yes, obviously the back marker has to try and make sure he's not getting in the way as much as possible, but it's the faster car's responsibility to make the way around the back marker safely without problem. So, yes, Hybrid Tune could have flashed the lights all they wanted, but if they're taken, unless they voluntarily move off their racing line, so long as they're not purposely trying to obstruct them, essentially all they can do is hold their racing line and allow Hybrid Tune to make pass at their own point. But it's just unfortunate because they got caught in a gag of the cars. Ironically, one of the cars right behind them, even though they're a couple of laps down, was the Emax Motorsport car. No, it's the WRC Developments car in 3rd place, which is 3 laps down, but still pressuring as one of the top 3 drivers.
Yeah, I think what happens is you just feel the potential for being obstructed by the car in front. You flash the lights. You want to make sure that he's seen you. You don't actually go the whole. I'm saying this interpreting what a racing driver thinks, but you don't actually go the whole hog in your thinking and thinking, oh, okay, he's now going to move out of the way for me. You're just saying, look, I want to make sure he's seen me, so that if I do a long distance overtaking move on him, if he is a bit slow, then he's going to move out of the way. Not that he's going to start off with that mental approach of moving out of the way, but at least if the slower car has seen that there's a faster car behind you, you do kind of take it on board and drive accordingly. There are rules in some forms of racing that prevent you from flashing more than 5 times or more than 10 times. Then you get these special buttons on the steering wheel for some teams where you can push it and it automatically does 10 flashes. There's such technology around these days where, I think we've all done it on the motorway, haven't we? We've come up across a car that's not quite going fast enough in the outside lane, and you've just given him a blink of the high beams just to try and move him out of the way. I'm sure you've never done that, have you, Scott?
Oh,
You probably haven't, actually.
Well, flash the headlights?
Yeah.
I've done that plenty of times. It's more rather than not getting out of the way, it's more people who don't indicate.
Yes.
Because that's a bugbear on people who switch lanes but don't indicate, because I'm supposed to be psychic and wonder, okay, you're just moving in front of me. I was anticipating that anyway, but they were just moving across, not giving me the room. So, but anyway, enough of my road-based antics.
But having said that, it is valid because as a road driver or as a racing driver, you learn how to anticipate what the driver ahead is thinking. You learn from looking at the body language of the car, as I call it, whether the guy knows what he's doing or whether he's a bit of a rookie or whether he's at the outside of his comfort zone or not. And I think we saw it there with the 346 car, the Emax car, coming up to lap a slower car. He did exactly that. He flashed the lights and the slower car immediately got sideways. He just took his eye off the road, took his eye off the apex, looked in his mirror, and that was enough to let him get the car go sideways.
Just noticed on our screen here we've got several pit stops happening here because there's several pit stop timers going pretty rapidly. There's at least 8 pit stops or so happening. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, I'm actually just going to hopefully have a quick chat, with the 451 driver who came in unexpectedly. Explain the problem.
We think we've got a rear wheel bearing gone. When I went down the pit lane, it was just deafening, the noise from the rear. I tried to nurse it. I thought perhaps with these things, sometimes you can carry on with it, because it might be a tyre shredding and stuff, but second lap into Lovefield, it just locked the rears up and they got ABS, so I knew something went right.
Right, well, it looks like you're about to get back going. If you're putting your foot on the brake, that normally means they're locking the wheel nuts. So I'll let you get back to it because they're trying to communicate with the driver. So that's the 451, the reason why he came in unexpectedly. I can see the 339 as well. I think that's a fairly standard pit stop a little bit further up, and the 394 as well. Yeah, they're just trying to roll out the 451 before another car is coming down the fast lane. Hopefully we've got to make sure it's a safe release, which it is, before the 373 machine comes back in. And the Silverlake car, the 558, who is down in about 25th position when he pitted, has just been wheeled out as well. I wouldn't say that was a long stop, but he was there for well, I noticed he was there quite a while ago, and he's only just run out, so you can tell me whether that is a long pit stop or not. But yeah, there is quite a bit of activity in the pit lane. Not much that's impacting the top 10 right now, especially the leaders. What I do have is a little bit of information on the leaders. Apparently they've told Rob Lewis this in confidence, but I'm dobbing him in here. Apparently they're trying to go right up until the end. They're hoping for a splash and dash under a safety car as people get a little bit desperate to race around on track and get a little bit tired. Now, if they don't do that, they still will need a splash and dash, but they're hoping it's for it to be in the last hour.
Which car in particular? Is that both of the leaders or just the hybrid car?
Just the hybrid car, I believe. Right. We've already had the E-Max because they had a happy birthday that we had a sing-along to down before.
Exactly.
So it's just the hybrid as far as I'm aware.
Okay. Now, another question for you while you're down there, Jack. That car that you had that came in reporting a wheel bearing problem, they didn't actually do anything about the wheel bearing, did they? They just sent him on his way.
Well, they did have the back left propped up. I didn't have enough time to really sort of ask because all would get a bit hectic, but they definitely had the car propped up. It was in the working lane, not in the pits. So I assume they fixed or changed something on the rear left-hand side.
Right, okay, but they can't possibly change a wheel bearing in about 20 seconds, but
maybe
anyway.
They've just changed the tyre, I'm not sure. I don't know, that's all the driver was reporting. They may have seen something else.
Perfect, no, that's all right. The reason I mention it is that we have had a report again from Rob Lewis that the hybrid tuned motorsport car does have a wheel bearing problem of its own.
It does.
Now, if that's got a problem that might cause the ABS to kick in and the car to lock up, the car doesn't have enough of a cushion to really make it comfortable, stretching the metaphor of comfortable cushions that much, but it's a bit of a thin hard cushion. If they do have a small problem, plus they're trying to eke the fuel out, yeah, I think I might, if I was in that car, want to well, there's not much you can do about it, is there? Because you just don't have the time to do anything with it.
Exactly, that's the problem. I had a chat to Mr. Meehan earlier on, who just jumped out the car when we grabbed an interview with him after their last pit stop, and he said it had been a bit of a bugbear for a lot of this race. He's sort of hoping that if it was going to break, it would have broken by now, sort of attitude, because he said when you're in the lead of the race, even if you are in the lead by 2 laps or 1 lap or however far they are in the lead now, you sort of just think, oh, it's only an extra 2 hours, and in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't sound like a long time when you've done 20, but it is a bit of a risk, and as he said, they are trying their best to eke it all out. I think they're putting the car under quite a lot of strain, I would say, but you know what? They're leading the race. They clearly know a lot more than me.
Well, and of course they won the race last year as well,
exactly.
So they clearly know more than the rest of us put together. As I say, I'm really just trying to cast around for possible stories to look out for in this final part of the race, and we are 3 minutes away from the final hour now. 21 hours 56.5 minutes have gone. A 3-minute stop and go penalty for car 393, the Riverside Performance car. I think we told you about that, haven't we already?
I believe so.
Yes, that's not a new penalty. It's just that it's been sitting on the screen for a little while.
I saw some marshals running down the wing entrance to the wing pit lane, so I wasn't sure that was a response.
There's cake. There must be cake.
Possibly, yeah. Must be cake or something which has caught their attention. 377 and the sole remaining team hard car 519, because we lost the other car, the all-female crew, sadly, after it shunted the barrier and caused some front-end chassis damage, which unfortunately meant it was a bit of a write-off, and sadly brought their C124 adventure to a premature end. 377 just in front of them. 377, that's the crew with quite a few Alfa Romeo racing veterans, including Dave Messenger, who's a former champion a couple of times in the Twin Spark Cup in the Alfa Romeo Championship. So
yeah, Zachary Arthur, Philip Giles and Luke Francis, the other 3. The Alpha influenced Citroen, car number 377 there, that's the Badger Racing is their official team name. Fighting Talk is back into the pits, 309. It doesn't seem that long that car was last in. Let me just check on that, because
I had it down as 15:28, so that's, let's have a look, 309, and that's pitted to that, so it's only been out for about 20 minutes. So that suggests
go along with that, even less, in fact, yes. So
yeah. So I suggest obviously that's not standard, and that's a problem.
Yes, it's 20 minutes since it came in last time. 5-minute pit stop. It's only been out for 15 minutes, so that's a problem for Fighting Talk. Remember, they were in the battle for 4th place earlier on. 3:09 in the pits, losing time, and no doubt if Jack is close to the car, he'll be able to tell us whether there's any panic going on or whether they've got a plan as to what they're going to do, or are they just putting fuel in it in order to get it to be able to go to the finish from where it is, and us two up here are panicking for nothing. But it's certainly been only a short stint from Fighting Talk.
Just noticed that a team that's actually progressed well, that's nicely, which will certainly put a smile on their face, is the 18. That's the second of the, well, it's currently the leading of the two AB Motorsport supported cars. The other one being just AB Motorsport 394. Currently sat in 13th place at the moment. So 10th place for the 18. That's the car, I think, of Tim Dorr, Matt Pard and Luke Pullen. And then you've got the other car in the mix, which is Stuart Simmons, Brian Trott and Phil Ingler, I think they've got in that car. So both the Valley race cars have had their own troubles and misfortunes, but both are still looking pretty strong and up there towards the front. There's the race leader going through the front of the shot, the white, black and fluorescent yellow car. That's hybrid tune at 388. Still has its lap lead over 346. I think 318 is in that gaggle as well. And there's 499, one of the SVG Motorsport cars. That's another car I think that's had some troubles across it because it's not in the top 30. And that car I think has had its own strife throughout the evening session.
Yeah, but it wasn't always thus, was it? Just looking down, it certainly was a car that was in the top 3 earlier on, and the 499 car then. So it's had its problems along the way, but again, a team ruining the events of the 24 hours. And I mean, in a way, this is what I like about this level of 24-hour racing. You get to the top level of 24-hour racing where hundreds of thousands, millions of pounds are being spent on it. At this level, there's not a lot of money being spent on it, and as a result, you get far more unreliability, you get far more variability. I mean, one of the things I always say is you get better by practicing. Now, the teams in the pit lane, they have to practice doing pit stops, and I would be surprised if very many of them have. And it's only the pro teams, so to speak, that have been really getting the pit stops quick. We've got more news from Jack Oliphant. You're on camera, Jack. Smile.
Hello. No, it's only a bit of an update on your TSL timing. Just to make sure yours looks the same as mine. Is 309 with the little gear next to it signaling that it might be in the pits?
Correct.
Yeah, yes. It's not in the pits.
Right, okay.
I've walked the entire length and back. I cannot see it. So keep an eye out your commentary box and on the stream. And so I suppose have a look for Fighting Talk, the 309 machine, because I'm on a wild goose chase down here.
It's been there for 5 minutes. And Eric Council is your man. He's the chief timekeeper. He and I go back a long way. If you want to go and talk to him about where the car is, he will tell you that's where the beam says it is. And so what I don't have is my map of which garage is where. I've printed that out. But,
sorry there, Paul. I've just found out that 309 are in the pit lane. They're in the garage. That's why. That's why I sort of scooted past them, because I was panicked looking for them. They've been in there for about 5 minutes. There's a problem with the rear hub. Apparently Richard John Neal is down here with them, so I'm going to potentially mute up, run to their garage and have a chat with, see if I can get an update, because obviously that is a top 10 competitor.
Excellent. So we've got Marshall's running down at the wing. We've got Jack Oliphant running in the pit lane here. We're spurring people into action, Scott, you and I between us.
Indeed. Well, they hold, and that fact it wasn't that long ago, a couple of weeks ago, they do hold like long distance running, like marathons or 10k runs around here.
Yes.
So
yes, indeed. In fact, my son was going to apply to come and do it just for the sheer fun of doing it around Silverstone. But in the end, college, university got in the way. He went to Brands Hatch instead and did something over 5k. Not quite sure what it was, but anyway. So Fighting Talk, we can confirm, is, or I now have to say was, in the pits, because they've now just rejoined. And the Fighting Talk car, then number 309, it was a 6-minute stop with that hub problem that Jack Oliphant described to us. Whether there's anybody left in the garage who will tell us any more about it, we'll have to wait and see. But the car is on its way again, It's still in the top 10. It's 7th, but it's going to lose that place, and it's going to lose 8th as well. So it's going to end up 9th or 10th, I think, by the time the pit stop unwinds itself, because of course everybody who is out on the track, who's gone past the same number of laps, will be coming through and moving ahead of it on the timing screen.
So we're inside the final 2 hours now. So this is where anyone that we believe that most of the front runners have made their final pit stop. So if anyone does come in now, it's either for a quick splash and dash before the end, or there is something wrong. Jack, any news?
Yeah, so I'm down at the Fighting Talk garage. They have wheeled the car out and it is away, and I'm stood with the man who apparently fixed the problem. So, first of all, what was the problem?
The problem was the rear stub axle bolts had worked loose. Lost two were hanging on. So 2 are tight, the other 2 are back in. Should be good to go.
How on earth did you fix that in like 5 minutes? There's no wonder you're sort of out of breath. All of a sudden you've saved a car to go keeping in the top 10 fight.
Well, you've got to do what you've got to do to stay in the game, haven't you?
Fairly impressive. What's your name, just to give you the credit you deserve?
Lewis.
Well, Lewis, that's a top-notch job. Do you reckon that's going to make it to the end now? You're confident on your own skills?
I'm confident it'll see it to the end.
Fantastic. That's what we like to hear. Thank you very much, Lewis, from the 309 Fighting Talk machine. So there you go, a little bit of an update on another top 10 runner while I run all the way back down the other end of the pit lane.
Well done, Jack. Very good of you. And yeah, certainly Lewis sounding like he's enjoying himself down there. Would have been, yeah, certainly a great shame if that car had lost any more positions. Comes through, well, it's not come through yet to complete lap 395, but when it does come through, it'll be in, as I say, I think it's going to be in 9th place. It's going to lose out to Kellett Motorsport. Kellett Motorsport, another team who's come over here and really had a good time, I think, Scott. I mean, we heard from one of the drivers from Kellett Motorsport. I could barely understand a word he said, I must admit. But lovely to have the Irish contingent over here. Their enthusiasm always adds huge amounts to motorsport in the UK. And the more Irish we can get over here, the better, in my view.
Yeah, they share the same enthusiasm for events like the Formula 4 Festival. Typically, they do like to come across and support that. And I'm certain that we'll have more top Irish drivers, or the same ones that we had, and maybe a couple of new ones or whoever, coming across for this year's Formula 4 Festival, which was happening 22nd and 23rd of October. So keep an eye out for that one. Of course, I think we'll be on the promo trail for that, I'm sure, in the next few weeks and getting stuff open. But that's October.
I think it's on my diary already, Scott.
Wonderful.
Yes, I'm very looking forward to it.
Yeah, wonderful. Because last year's event was spectacular. It was very fortuitous enough to win Motorsport News' Event of the Year award, which is amazing.
Did it really? That's good.
Yeah, so that was incredible. And to be fair, the weekend, particularly the final itself, it befit the occasion, because we had, I think, 11 cars covered by about 2.2 seconds at the flag at the finish, which was it was a proper nose-to-tail race in the last, I think it was 6 to 8 laps. And Jamie Schultz was a very worthy winner, and that was incredible. Genuinely, and I don't say this lightly at all when I say it, I genuinely mean this. For me, for some of the festivals I've seen footage of, genuinely for me, that put it in as an instant classic. That's when the 2021 final. It was absolutely sublime, and it was perfect that we had such a great final to celebrate the 50th Formula 4 Festival. It was absolutely magnificent.
Yes, very. I missed that last one because sadly I wasn't quite well enough to attend, but hopefully this year I will be. And so let's worry about the, as you say, Scott, the remaining 2 hours of this one, the Silverlake C1 Racing Series, 24 hours of 2022 at Silverstone. And Hybrid Tune think they can get to the end without a pit stop, or maybe a pit stop if they get a code 60. They'll stop for a splash. It was a little bit unclear actually what the message was that was coming through, which tends to make me think that they're hoping for a safety car. They've done an hour and 17 minutes. No, they're definitely going to need to come in for more fuel, no question about it. They're going to have done nearly 3 hours on the fuel if they do without a stop. So Hybrid Tune Motorsport may have been telling Jack that they're going to try and get to the flag, but they're not going to be able to make that. They are going to need another stop before the end.
think Jack has more in pit lane.
Well, actually, I'm hoping to take over your screens for a couple of minutes because we are getting into the final 2 hours and we're fully aware that that's when a lot of people tune in, and they might tune in thinking, well, what on earth are these little city cars going around Silverstone for, and what kind of horsepower they got, what kind of weight and all that sort of thing. So actually, I've got Rob Lewis here for his probably final segment of the 24 hours that we've done. You've done a fantastic job, Rob. Give us one last walk around and basically break down what a C1 is.
Well, as you can see, it's a very Billy Basic car here, similar to what your granny would probably take on a trip down to Tesco. It is absolutely as basic as they come. Inside, you've got your basic roll cage, which is a club bought kit. You have to buy your seat, your safety equipment, fire extinguisher cut-off. On the website, they've even got the build notes on how to get the cage in. It's all a walk-through step by step. If we look in the engine bay here, absolutely bog standard, nothing in it at all. That is a 998cc 3-cylinder engine. Bog standard. The only thing that's a bit trick on these is a club spec kit. Now I've got some parts down here I just want to show you, so I'll turn around, bear with me. So you approach the club, excuse my notes flying everywhere. So you approach the club and you get a set of arms down here and a set of drive shafts that pull the wheels out, add a bit of camber, adds to the overall feel and drive of the car. The rear of the car as well, you can shim the rear suspension, a little bit of toe out, helps the car drive in very nicely and slide around the corners. And as we covered in our earlier segment, tyres, they're on Nankang Road tyres. So there we go, that is your absolute base spec C1. Ready to go on the road for about 4 to 6 grand. What do you think? Back to you.
Well, I think you were about to sell it to me, and then you said 4 to 6. Where do we start negotiating here, Rob? I'll offer you 3. He doesn't answer.
He disappeared.
I think he'll take 3 to get you down here in the pits, Paul, obviously. Get you out there on circuit and show these guys how it's done.
This is Paul Trosso next to me. Am I talking to Delboy here? Just turned to an impromptu episode of Only Fools and Horses here. We're sort of like wheeling, dealing on Citroen C1s now. It's fantastic. But yeah, I echo what Jack was saying. Brilliant job by Robert too. I think it's his first proper go, kind of really presenting sort of in any sort of form. But as I think Robin wanted him to kind of have a little bit of involvement, which we brought him in, and of course, for those who know Rob, of course, he looked after the Club Racing UK podcast, and with the other co-presenters racing in the More Win motorsport car that's currently sat in 16th place. That's Stefan Marsh and Nick Holmes. So good to have those guys around, and excellent stuff as we head into our final 1 hour 50 minutes. Back to you.
Yeah, sorry, Scott. Just one last thing, because I told him to plug the podcast. He didn't do it in this segment, and he has done a fantastic job today. I don't think anybody can deny that for his first time on camera. So. Go on, very quickly, plug your course. It's all about club racing. It's not irrelevant to what we're about to talk about.
Yes, so the Club Racing UK podcast with myself, Nick and Steph. It's this Wednesday night as well, and it's every 2 weeks on all the Club Racing UK social media and our YouTube channel. And it's myself, Nick Holmes, Stefan Marsh. We have various guests on there to talk about the wonderful ins and outs of club racing. Incidentally, it's this Wednesday night at 8 o'clock. Get yourself onto the socials there. We will be discussing, funnily enough, 24-hour racing. We realised when the guys were going to be doing the C1 race themselves and I was going to be helping out with the coverage, there's actually 4 24-hour races this year in club motorsport. How awesome's that? So we're going to get some people on and we're going to talk about it.
Fantastic, Rob. Thank you very much. Well done for today. I think that's the last time potentially we'll be speaking to you, but a great job. Back to you guys in the comms box.
I'll tell you what's so great about listening to Rob is you can see the enthusiasm if you're watching the screen. If you're just hearing his voice, you can hear the enthusiasm. It kind of oozes out of every pore. He really does love his hobby, and good to hear from him and have those various segments that he's been able to contribute to the 24 hours, and been very valuable as well, because I think some of us take a few things for granted with racing cars. I certainly thought they'd be selling at more like £10,000 rather than the sort of figures that Rob was talking about there. Quite how expensive they are to run once it gets to it is another matter, of course. But anyway, we were wondering about Hybrid Tune Motorsport. I'm pretty sure they are destined to pit at some point between now and the end of the race. The rest of the field, certainly as far as the rest of the top 6 is concerned, I think probably are going to be able to make it to the checkered flag without a further pit stop. But on the other hand, punctures happen, other bad things happen, and there's this still slight worry over the wheel bearing for the hybrid tune car, so need to keep an eye on it, or an ear to it.
Through about an hour 46 on track position battle here between 414, which is the Trimite team, which of course that's the sport that features former British GT champion and BMW Compact Cup champion James Gornall, and he was battling away with, we'll see the number in a second, that was, I did see the number and they went out of sight, so we'll look up the bits here, 382 they're scrapping with. 382 is Majestic Motorsport at the moment, and they're currently in 7th place. So those are the cars in 7th and 14th place, and that was P7 putting a lap on P14. I will do a tiny bit of self-promotion here, so forgive me for the but we are quite close to a particular milestone of subscribers on the Brscc YouTube channel. So if you are watching, we're currently at about 9,830 subscribers.
About.
The number I have on my phone here says 9.83k, so I round it up or round it out. So we really love to hit 10,000. So it's only 100, I say only 170 to find. So if there's any plausibility within the next hour and 45 minutes before we come off air to go from 8.3k to 10k, that would be absolutely magnificent. So if you're watching the stream, or if you want to share it out and get people to subscribe, that would be fantastic, because then of course we do a lot of live streaming and live recording, so there'll be plenty going on there. And so if you want to subscribe, just hit the button, and it costs nothing, and of course it means you can keep up to date with any other live streams that we have, which we have plenty. I believe the next one's going to be next month at Anglesey will be our next live stream, and of course we have plenty of other events that we're doing this year, including of course live streaming the 51st running, because we're now into the second half century, shall we say, of the Formula Ford Festivals we just talked about, October 22nd, 23rd. That will be live streamed both days, so you can catch all the action there. Right, I've done my self-plugging, and on that note, I should probably vacate the comm box to hand over to the very capable Mr. Andy McEwen again, who's going to be on the microphone from now until the end. So I'm sure it'll be yourself. I think between the two of you, you'll be calling the finish and see who does come out on top of this 2022 C1 24-hour race. It's been quite enthralling, so if it happens to be our last time on the microphone, just quickly thank you to everyone who's watched, thanks to everyone who's currently subscribed, to all the teams that have taken part in the C1s and the Mazdas and the Club Sport, everyone that's watched wherever you are around the world and supported and liked and subscribed and kept up to date with everything so far. It's been a brilliant experience for us at Brscc to run this for the first time, the C1 24 hours, and hopefully we just roll on from here and for years to come. So for me at least, I'll sign off and I'll stop talking, which is a blessing for some people I know, and I'll leave in the very capable hands of Paul Trustman in a moment, Mr. Andy McEwen, to call you home for the next hour and 45 minutes.
Thanks very much indeed, Scott Woodwiss, and thank you as well for all the information that you've brought us, inside knowledge into the Brscc, for fielding those awkward regulation type questions that I've posed to you as well, and that was all very helpful indeed as well. So we continue then, an hour and 43 minutes still to go, just after 4 o'clock, and I'll got a question for Andy already when he comes in, but we'll wait that until he's got himself comfy and got himself settled, and just look out of the window, and the car's having run as a constant green now for about the last 3 hours, I do believe. 13:35, it's now 16:10, so yeah, not quite 3 hours, but it's only 2.5 hours we've been running green, and that's enabled the field to get properly spread out. We don't get these quite as many clumps. We do get some little pairs mixing it up together. You can see the 503 SCK Motorsport car there, which has got itself in a little battle with the Amiga racing car. The race leader has the Schnitzer 535 car immediately behind it. Very difficult to say Schnitzer without saying BMW immediately after it, but it's the Schnitzer Citroen. And I was just going to ask Andy, say welcome back. I've not actually stepped out for a while. I've got a little bit of cloud cover. Is it cooling off a little bit, or is it still very warm and muggy?
It's very muggy. It's getting more and more humid, I think, as the afternoon wears on. Certainly not cold by any stretch of the imagination. It's nice and warm, but just, yeah, that the air is thicker now than it was before. I don't think there's any threat of the dreaded R word. There are a few black clouds heading towards us from behind our commentary box, but I don't know, a little splash of rain inside the last hour will spice things up, wouldn't it?
No. No, we don't want that at all. There are only so many cats you can throw amongst pigeons, and if I'm politically allowed to say that these days. No, I think that would be one variable too many. We've had a dry day up until now, a dry 24 hours up until now. Certainly the forecast I looked at suggested that it would be staying dry. Wind picking up a little bit now. It was fairly wind still at lunchtime, but the wind has picked up just a touch. And so I think what we're looking forward to is, I was going to say a run to the flag, but that really doesn't do it justice, because you only have to look at the last lap times being set in the final column of our screens. And I mean, these cars are still being pushed to within a second of how far they will possibly go. A 3 minutes 0.430 by the Hybrid Tune Motorsport on his last lap. And that is literally a second slower than his best lap of the race. Emax Motorsport a little bit slower on that last lap. WRC Developments, he's within 3 seconds of his fastest lap of the race. So these cars are still being pushed very hard indeed.
Yes, they are, even as we get deeper into the race. Of course, a little bit less traffic out there, 1 or 2 dropping out of the race, but still a fairly heavily populated racetrack. Right, I hear noises from the pit lane. I've got this wrong every time I've tried to throw down.
I'll give you a clue.
Yes, there we go. It's you, Barry, again, isn't it? Down in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, we're down here in pit lane, and I know you guys are looking for stories. The pit lane's empty at the moment.
Excellent.
So we've got a story, and the story is, who do you think is the youngest ever driver to start a 24-hour motor race in the world? Do we know?
I certainly don't. Paul may have a better idea than I.
There's too many 24-hour motor races, haven't it?
Okay, well, the answer to that question is it's James Riley, who I'm with now. So, James, you've set the record book. We were having a word with Peter Shearer from Autosport. He thought it was Harvey Caton, but you're younger than him, aren't you? First of all, congratulations. It's got to be ratified and everything else, but it's a terrific story for us.
Yeah, I'm like 3 months younger than Harvey is, so it's nice to be here and getting the record. So,
when did this all come about? How did the journey start? Obviously, you've done a little bit of karting, but when was the decision taken to get you into this 24-hour race?
Well, we last year we were going for the JSCC scholarship and the Junior Fiesta scholarship, but because of my age, I was too old to do more than a year in them. So we just went, let's do senior racing, and we met up with BPC Tuning, who just went, let's do the 24-hour race.
To explain that for our listeners and viewers a little bit more, basically, if you're going for a scholarship, whoever provides that scholarship, they want you to stay with them, and they will nurture you, and you will work with them. So that's how that works. So great that you're in this car. How have you found? I mean, obviously, did you know that you were the youngest, or might have been the youngest when you came in?
Yeah, when a few weeks ago we just went, maybe just because of my age, I might be the youngest to do it, and we couldn't find anyone younger. So that was, we did that.
And tell us, this is your first car race, yeah?
This is my second car race. I did, third one actually. I did one at Snetterton 5 hours in the C1s. I did the trophy race earlier this weekend, and now I'm doing this one today.
Absolutely brilliant. And how have you found your first 24-hour race? What's the mindset like for doing that?
It's really fun, yeah. Not much sleep, but doing loads of stints and for a long time, and in the night, that was very exciting.
Come on, 16-year-olds, normally you're up all night on your Xbox or whatever, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it going to be a full day of rest tomorrow? Are you studying, or?
I've got a GCSE on Wednesday, so I'm just going to sleep for the next 2 days and then wake up for that and sleep more. So.
It's so refreshing to hear. A lot of parents, I mean, over the years, obviously covering junior Formula, you hear a lot of parents say, actually, no, we're not going to race this year because, youngsters got exams and everything else. I think it depends person to person, but isn't it great that you do the hard work, and the hard work towards your exams can be rewarded by going racing?
Yeah, it's nice to have a balance between what you enjoy and doing well in your exams, because obviously they're important, but so is this.
The other thing I'd say about racing, and I say this to a lot of young people, is that this is actually work-related learning. I'm guessing you want to be involved in the industry in some way as a job.
Yeah, anything in motorsport would be brilliant. I enjoy it so much, and just being around it is brilliant. So hopefully that's a future I can go with.
We're hoping to get you out in the car. What's the work being done on the car at the moment? Clearly a problem. You should be out doing your stint.
So the other driver said there was a gear selection issue. So we're just fixing that now, but we should be out to finish the race. So
Hope you get out for the finish. James, congratulations on the record. We say provisionally. Great to meet you. Look forward to seeing you on your ongoing motor racing career.
Thank you very much.
James Riley there, thanks very much. James, and we'll hand you back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Richard John Neal down there in the pit lane with James Riley. Got some jobs for you to check up on, because there are cars in the pit lane now, including one of the Patrick Watts cars. 506 is in the pit lane. The very troubled Patrick Watts team has brought the 506 car in with Orlando Lindsay driving the car. We've also got Philip House in the 449 car, that being the JW Bird Motorsport car that was in 4th place when it came in, so that's an important stop for number 449, and Philip House to presumably hand over the car to someone else to do the final hour and a half of this race. He's been there 4 minutes at the moment, and then the other one that's in is a little bit further down the field, 354 car, which is the Sandown Motorsports car of Sebastian Schabowski, who is in the pit lane at the moment. We didn't tell you, or maybe we did, about the 3-minute stop and go penalty that Patrick Watts' car has to serve as well. So 506 Orlando Lindsay in the pits, serving, or not serving a penalty at the moment, being worked on, or maybe he is serving his penalty. Richard John Neal, maybe it'll tell us, Richard.
Hello, yeah, I'm just with the 354 car and Callum about to go in for the last stint. Must be pleased that it's near the end of the race now.
Yeah, finally got there. Been a long night, shall we say.
How have the other drives gone for you?
Yeah, good. The first one was pretty tough because it was quite warm, so it was quite hard to get through with the water supply we had, shall we say. But the night time was really good because it was quite cool. So hopefully this one's not so bad, because the last stint I'd done a few hours ago was really hot inside the car. So yeah, hopefully a little bit of a window open. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a breeze in there.
Hope so. Has the car behaved when you've been in there?
We've had a few issues, shall we say. Nothing major, just a few side swipes which have caused tracking issues and stuff like that. But all in all, we got an exhaust blow which has given us slightly less power. But other than that, it's running. So yeah, we're going to roll with what we got.
Yeah, don't say the word roll.
We're going to run with what we got.
Callum, good luck for the stint. Thanks for having a quick go with us. I think it might be one of the last stops. Great timing. He's just away. We could have realistically pushed me out of the car there. But we'll let Callum get on with the job of taking on the last stint. We're going to make our way down. I think my next chat is going to be, if I can find him, with George Grant, who is finished for the day. And as it's a relatively quiet moment, I thought it would be a nice idea to get a word with him. So hopefully back with you in just a couple of minutes with George.
Thank you for that, Richard. And heard a lot from George over the course of the weekend, but he's been a busy man, and presumably he too, having lost one of the cars, the On The Edge car, went beyond the edge, didn't it? Because it's one of the very few retirements. You were talking about there being less traffic, Andy. I'm not sure there is, actually. No. I mean, if you look at how many retirements we've had, we've lost one of the JW Bird cars, we've lost one of, well, the On The Edge car, and we've now lost the Team Hard female driver's car. But I think out of the 61, we've still got 58, or certainly 57 still running, which is remarkable.
And it goes to show that the cars, because teams have had issues, but they've been able to fix them. The cars are easily fixed, easily worked upon, parts readily available, and the team is well equipped enough to get them fixed and back out onto the circuit. Yeah, you're absolutely right. A relatively low attrition rate on the circuit, which means that it is almost as busy now. I think there are about 5 cars currently not on track, plus one serving a scheduled stop. So still pretty busy out there. Finding clean air not all that easy to do.
One thing that I would like to do if I can at the end of the race, and it's one of those things that I love to do at the end of a long distance race, is just to go and look at the cars and stand next to the cars at the end of the race, because that's where you see some of the untold stories, and watching them on the TV pictures as you can. There's quite a few of them with various bits of damage done to them. We just heard the list that Callum was going through with Richard John Neal a moment ago of things that were wrong with the car, but that's okay, we'll get it to the finish. Anything that under normal circumstances you'd call the car a write-off, and start again wanting to buy a new one. But no, the cars all have great stories to tell at the end of the race, and I love to go down and, as I say, just get close and have a closer look at them, having been watching them for the last 22 hours. Richard's got more news from us from the pits.
I have a promise to catch up with George Grant. Thank you, Paul. And George, we had a chat with you at the beginning of the weekend. This is getting towards the end of your weekend. I think and he's still running. Look at that. What a busy. Again, apologies to everyone for reminding you on this story, but this guy's raced in everything possible this weekend. So all of the support races that it was possible to do, you did, and you've raced in the 24 hours. You've got away with a class win in the Club Sport Trophy, which was the biggest ever subscribed Club Sport Trophy event we've had, incidentally, just to add a little bit more to it. I won't go any more because you're blushing. But what a weekend. And you finished driving now and look like you've totally recovered.
Yeah, well, I've got some breaking news. I'm doing another 24-hour race in about 2 hours' time. No, I'm only joking. No, it's been absolutely brilliant, Richard. I feel as fit as a fiddle. It's... You know, the C1 racing here is just brilliant, and everybody up and down the paddock and the pit lane here are just having so much fun. So I would certainly encourage anybody who's thinking about it to give this a go. You know, we've got Formula One people here, we've got novices here from, you know, right across the spectrum. So it's brilliant, and obviously from our point of view, a little bit disappointing, but you know, that's what this racing's all about, really.
Also, it's about, you know, your guys supporting us, Clapham North, Downforce Radio, but hopefully the audience and the sport gives you guys as business something back as well.
Well, yeah, those nice guys at Clapham North and Downforce Radio, as you say, are great supporters of what we're doing here. We had two Clapham North and Downforce Radio cars. Only one's made it through. But yeah, this is a good platform, to be fair, because obviously I love to support British motorsport, and what a way of doing it.
That's great. Big thank you for your patronage of it, and glad you enjoyed this weekend. And on behalf of everyone, congratulations on what you've done. Cracking feat. I think might be in the record books, along with James Riley that we spoke to. So James, the youngest driver, we think, to have started a 24-hour race globally. 16 years, 160 days, I think it was, and yourself competing for that length of time. I think we have to get all that verified. But two record breakers potentially, along with the likes of Chris Hoy this weekend. We've got some real stars here. So well done, George. Thank you again.
Yeah, Chris and I have got a lot in common. Both big thighs.
Both determined sportsmen, I think, is what we would say.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been brilliant, actually. I mean, I've got too many superlatives to say, but I do believe that somebody from the Brscc told me that this has never been done in British motorsport. You know, doing every single race throughout a weekend and then finishing on the 24-hour race.
Yeah, I don't think it's been done, and I don't think Paul Trustwell, who would know out of all of us that it's been done. So it's something we'll remember for sure for many a long year.
Thanks very much, Richard, and thanks very much to the Brscc. Cheers.
Thanks, George Grant. Well done on a great weekend. We'll catch up with you again before the end of the day. George Grant there. I think we need to take a bit of downtime to start our setup for the podium camera-wise. So I'll be on the mic, but perhaps not on the camera for a few minutes, but back to the commentary box in the meantime.
Okay, thanks for that. Richard John Neal down in the pit lane. George Grant will certainly remember the weekend. Will he learn from it and do it differently next year? No, I doubt it. Great enthusiast, as we were just saying, and a great proponent as well of British club racing, British motorsport at a club level, and great to have his involvement throughout the weekend in every aspect of this weekend's racing. It just builds the character. If it was easy, then you'd win every weekend and it wouldn't be as much fun. Has to be hard. Have to have weekends where it doesn't go right in order to make the winning that much more pleasurable.
Speaking of things not going so right, the Jelly Snake racing car I just saw on the grass at Beckett, I don't think it quite made the barriers, so it's been able to rejoin. Caught that on the CCTV screens next to me. We also saw a couple of changes of position on the previous lap. One of them was just outside the top 10, Silverlake 1 moving ahead of the A-team just before we went to Richard in the pit lane there with George Grant and the A-team car losing that 11th place. But it's all very close, actually. The A-team are only 3 seconds ahead of their sister car, the AB Motorsport car. So the two teams run by Ali Bray's squad are together on the timing screen as they have been for much of the race, but they're actually together on the track near enough, or within a couple of seconds of each other, and both of them within a second of the Silverlake 1 car ahead. So that 11th, 12th, 13th place squabble, another one to take a look at. The Kellett Motorsport car on screen was, I think, overtaken by Fighting Talk as well on either a lap or two ago. Fighting Talk, the 309 car, which you see on your screen there, making its way through Woodcote Corner. And in fact, I think, is that the Kellett car pitting? Yes, it is. So Kellett Motorsport making what should be their final visit to the pit lane, and so that will very much put that battle on ice for the time being. In fact, the next group coming through Woodcote is that earlier scrap I was chatting about. Silverlake 1, the A team, and AB Motorsport, and the AB cars have swapped now. So AB Motorsport into 12th place, and the A team down into 13th spot. So 2 places lost on the last 2 laps for car 352.
Yes, and I suspect that places will be lost by Kellett Motorsport as well as a result of that pit stop. What we're seeing, that little group around the bottom half of the top 10 and the next 2, or 3 even, are kind of interchangeable depending who does what on the pit stop cycle. And so this is where this pit stop is so crucial, because you don't need a full tank of fuel anymore. You don't need to put 2 full tough jugs in. If you can get away with putting 1 3/4 in or 1 1/2 in, as long as it can get you to the flag, then that's going to be quite enough. So that's where the calculations have to come in. You have to know how much fuel there was in the car when you brought it in. Was it completely empty, or was there 10 litres sloshing around in the bottom? The fuel tank size on one of these cars, I'm guessing, is going to be around about 50 litres. I don't know if you know for sure, but
no, I don't.
I'm guessing it'll be about 50 litres. And as we say, that will quite happily run the car for something over 2 hours, but they're not lifting off. They're still pressing on very hard indeed. And so fuel consumption not at the top of everybody's mind at the moment. They're really just trying to extract the maximum from each of their cars as they bring them home. We've also got the 504 now into the pits, Andy.
Yes, for its final stop, they did 2 hours and 8 minutes on that particular stint. So they're in for what should be the last time. You can see the Kellett car is the silvery car at the far end of the pit lane. And also the Owens Motorsport is 585. They're 18th place. And when they came into the pit lane, were a full lap behind Bianca Auto Developments in 17th ahead of them. I think that might even be the car on your screen now, heading towards Maggots and Beckett's at high speed. So Bianco Developments have actually crept in a few more places since I last checked on them. That is the Bianco Developments car, so actually Owens Motorsports, yes, they must have been pretty close together on track actually before Owens came into the pit stop, into the pit lane on this this most recent occasion. Hybrid Tune Motorsport still lead and still owe us this last stop, which I reckon is within the next 10 minutes or so. People seem to be doing between 2 hours and 2 hours 10 at the moment for a tank of fuel. They last pitted at 14:38. It is now 16:29, so 10, 15 minutes maybe before we get the race leaders in for what ought to be the final time of the race, and for what they think will be a splash of fuel. The general train of thought is that they'll put 1 churn of fuel in just to be on the safe side, and they'll, in theory, not therefore spend the sort of 4.5 minutes in the pit lane that we've seen most people spending for a full service.
I think they're going to stay out until the latest possible moment.
Yeah.
I think they're going to run. I mean, whether they actually rely on the fuel gauge to bring it in when the fuel light flashes, or whether they're doing a count and saying 42 laps, provided it stays green. Whether they've got a lap counter on the car, I don't quite know how that would work. But we heard Jack Oliphant saying earlier on how notoriously unreliable the fuel gauges are on these cars, and in fact George Grant told us that the fuel gauge on his car wasn't working properly. Do you fail your MOT if your fuel gauge doesn't work properly? I have to go to Clapham North and find out.
Yes.
The car, as I say, it's really just a question of how they run it, but having run very successfully for 24 hours last year, you can't believe that Hybrid Tune don't have a method, a system whereby they can calculate their fuel as accurately as they need to. So through they go, completing another lap. I noticed the little LED spotlights on the front of the Hybrid 2 Motorsport car, pointing at slightly jaunty angles. One's pointing up to the sky, the other one pointing roughly at where an apex might be, but certainly not where they've really very much help, but no more night-time running for the car, so it doesn't really matter. Richard John Neal down in the pits.
Hello, Paul. I don't know if you remember at the start of the day you asked me about various cars and problems. I don't know if anyone ever caught up with this, but I don't think so, because I was just chatting with Steve Wood from the Auto Farm car. One of the problems, I think we managed to find out what was wrong, but we never spoke to anybody from the team what happened overnight, so you could maybe fill in the dots on that.
Yeah, no, we had really good pace in the car, in third place, really feeling comfortable. You know, started 18th, so to get to third we were amazed. We knew we had some pit stops and we were going to drop back a bit, but we felt that we had the pace out of all the drivers. And sort of about 10 minutes into my stint, felt the back of the car, or the steering wheel started going left hand down, it was getting more left hand down, and we've basically cracked the rear beam. It's split on one side.
How long did that take to fix?
They turned it around, I think it was like 20 minutes. So it just put us back to, I think we were about 50, 60th place or something. But we've managed to get back up to about 33rd, I think. But, you know, look, I've enjoyed it.
I was going to say, you've been smiling when we came in.
Yeah, no, look, I always enjoy this. I mean, we've done this now, it's our third year, and, you know, I think Robin's really brought the thing on. It's, you know, really professional now. I mean, we used to be one of the front-running teams. I'm amazed this weekend. The speed of some of the cars is immense, but we'll be back.
That's good. That was going to be my next question. So you nicked me thunder there. The other one, your car is, I think, what they've been calling the black and white camouflage car. But there must be a better description of it for that.
Well, I mean, I think in the early days, we had a beautifully painted grey car, which we kept repainted after every race. But then, obviously, people kept on tapping into it, and it started looking a bit of a mess. So we decided to come up with this camouflage sort of look, where we could just knock it out and put a little bit of camouflage on it. But yeah, no, you know, look, you know, this is, I mean, I've done some GT racing and 24-hour races. It's for what it costs you and the fun, and, you know, the team love it. You know, we have such a good laugh with it. So, you know, I'll definitely be back doing it.
That's really great to hear. And again, just to sort of reiterate, it dovetails, doesn't it, with top-level professional sports car racing. You can come down and have fun in here. Mix it with, it's for everybody, isn't it? It's for newcomers, as we've seen talking to Team Hard, and it's for seasoned professionals and top-line drivers.
Yeah, I mean, you can look down this pit. There's a lot of people doing touring cars or Carrera Cup. So Chris Hoy, you know, he's done Le Mans. So yeah, we've got some great drivers out here. You know, I'm driving around looking at the windows thinking, oh, he's really good. If I can stay with him, I'm pleased. But yeah, no, it's you know, when you think about, there's a lot of people. I think at Spa this weekend, there's a couple of drivers that actually said I wanted to do this. I would have swapped with him.
Steve, thanks for having a chat with us. Pleasure to meet you, and good luck we'll see you next year. Look forward to that. Thank you. Steve Wood there.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Richard. And Steve Wood, one of just 3 drivers in that Auto Farm car. Again, I want to say Auto Farm Porsche, but it's not. It's an Auto Farm Citroen, sharing with Mikey Wasty and Dave Ward. And he's absolutely right. The car was in third place, looking for a good podium finish, not necessarily on pace, but just on consistency. Where he was wrong is how long it took him to change that rear beam. Altogether, it was an hour between pit in and pit out on that stop, and that's why the car fell so far down the race order, such that it is, yeah, we're outside the top 30 at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, it is. How far out? I'm not too sure.
451, 33rd.
Okay.
So it's not that far out, but it's still a disappointment not to be on the front page of times.
Yes, indeed. The car on screen is on the top page, but not as high up as they would like. AB Motorsport finished second in this race a year ago, within a minute of the lead, and it was, I think, exactly the same driver lineup: Ollie Allwood, Brian Trott and Stuart Simmons, but for whatever reason, AB Motorsport, well, they've had a bit of a lack of power in one of their cars, and this car has had a few mechanical issues as well. It is still in that 11th place though, gapping the sister 18 car now. But this car, one of the cleaner looking cars, I hope I'm not putting the mockers on it now, but one of the cleaner looking cars out there. So mechanical issues they've had, but so far the driver's keeping it clean on track. Richard?
Yeah, just to let you know, confirmation, we've heard that the podium will be used, the Formula 1 podium, the gantry podium will be used. So
good.
Not so good for me and the electronic equipment though.
Okay. Well, will you be upstairs or downstairs observing that then, do we think, Richard?
Well, I need to be upstairs because I've got to interview the drivers.
This is true. It's very true.
The Silverstone mic, the Silverstone mic works perfectly well from up on the podium, I can tell you.
But not with champagne in it.
No, we'll see.
What are you going to be doing? Putting the microphone in the champagne?
Well, no, but inevitably some bubbly will be spilled, I think.
Well...
So I might make a quick phone call to Alan Hyde for some advice.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's... I mean, by all means join in the celebrations, but I've done podiums up there, Richard, and it's... I've always felt that I've been able to express the joy of the winners without actually getting doused in champagne.
But bear in mind, you've done 100 of them. This is my first one. Thanks, Paul. I'll hand back to you guys for now.
You'll be fine.
Thank you.
I've had a cork to the head on a podium before at Brands Hatch. That's the most dangerous podium experience I've had. But I still haven't decided whether that was on purpose or not. The driver in question claims it was an accident. I'm not
That kind
sure.
of smacks of the advert. Have you been hit by a cork at Brands Hatch?
Yes.
If so...
Accident in the workplace and all that, yes. I wish you'd have told me that 3 years ago when it happened. I could have made some cash out of that. Anyway, yes, I'm sure you'll be fine up there, Richard. Do get involved in the post-race celebrations. I'm sure they will be plentiful as the teams, even those that aren't on the podium, they'll be up there celebrating with those, or down in the pit lane, I suppose, celebrating with the teams lucky enough to be on the podium. The podium teams, barring any disasters, look fairly set, don't they? It's the order they'll be in and how close together they'll be at the flag that are still in question. All three of them owing us this final pit stop, I believe. Yeah, 318 haven't made their last stop yet.
Is it a given who's going to be on the third step of the podium?
It depends. Fake Taxi have made their last stop, correct?
Yes.
But WRC not?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay, perhaps not then. They are 2 and a bit laps ahead of Fake Taxi. And Fake Taxi probably have another penalty in them still before the end of the race, you'd imagine. So, but no, I don't know. Nothing certain, of course, until the flag flies.
Well, that was going to be my second point. Yes, in fact, both Fake Taxi and WRC are relatively close on fuel.
Okay.
Fake Taxi are actually going to need to have an hour and 25 minutes of fuel on board to get them to the end. 2 hours and 25 minutes of fuel on board to get them to the end. So Fake Taxi is going to be relatively close. WRC actually have a little bit more fuel on board their car, assuming that they filled up at the last stop. And that's not necessarily a given, because it may well be at the last stop that they were rushing to try and keep the pit stop as short as possible. Sometimes, I know in other categories, and indeed where I've been involved in managing a team, we've actually refueled less just because it takes so long to put the fuel in that we've said, no, let's get the car out on track and try and get the fuel in later, keeping our fingers crossed that we get a safety car or something. So, you know, there's assumptions that we make from the outside about what teams have done, which aren't always the case.
No, that is a good point, actually. We don't know how much fuel they put in. Certainly 2 hours 25 is a long time to go on a tank, isn't it? Was that Fake Taxi you said had...
Given that we've been green all that time, yes, it is.
We've seen them do it with safety cars, normally more than one safety car being required to get that sort of mileage. 2 hours 15 maybe I'd go with, 2 hours 10 certainly, but 2 hours 25 might be pushing it. That's an extra 3-4 laps or so, isn't it?
Yeah, so from that point of view, then I do tend to agree with you that all else being equal, the top three will be the top three, whether they'll be in the same order. But of course, you know, an hour is still a long time to be going, and you know, we say this every hour. You know, things can happen, and very often there's something else going on that we've missed, and you know, so it's going to be interesting. We are owed pit stops from certainly the race leader, possibly from the third place car, and possibly from the fourth place car. Emacs, I think, are pretty safe to get to the end, we've said, haven't we? 3, 4, 6.
Yeah, they pitted, when did they pit? Got this written down here, 3, 4, 6 at 15:23, which should take them therefore to...
Again, it's going to be an hour and 20 by the time they get out. So
they could have done with an extra lap, couldn't they, really?
And there will be an extra lap, of course, because the race will end after 24 hours and the leader crosses the line. Now, if 24 hours elapses and you're ahead of the leader on the road, you go across the line 24 hours, you say, where's the checkered flag? Well, it's waiting for the leader to come across the line. You had to do an extra lap.
Yeah.
So, you do have to take that into your calculation as well, if you're calculating to the precise lap. And it may well be, with the nature of Citroën C1 racing, that they don't actually calculate it that closely. So we'll see what happens. There's still, as I say, an hour and 11 to go, so plenty of time for the best laid plans of mice and men to go wrong.
Yes, very much so. Fake Taxi have just lost 4th place. In fact, we can see it on the screen, actually. 449 ahead of them. That was an overtake on track. So Fake Taxi falling behind JW Bird Motorsport there. Slow lap for Fake Taxi?
Yes. Well, not that slow. 3 minutes 6 for Fake Taxi. The JW Bird car doing a 3 minutes 03. That's why the overtake took place. So it was 3 seconds quicker on the lap with JW Bird. Whether Fake Taxi has it in him to come back, we'll have to wait and see on the next lap. But yes, the Fake Taxi back to 5th. JW Bird might still have a role to play in this one, in terms of getting onto a podium position before the end. So there's still questions to be answered, Andy.
And what were you saying about cats being thrown amongst pigeons earlier on? We have a safety car scrambled with an hour and 10 minutes to go. Again, not entirely sure why. To be honest, it doesn't really matter. The point is, this is exactly what Hybrid Tune were waiting for, and they are at the pit entry at the perfect moment. In they come, and the race leaders then have the opportunity to make their final pit stop just as the safety car is scrambled out onto the circuit. You made the point quite some time ago, Paul, that this was probably what they were hoping for, and they got their wish.
Didn't they just? And it was exactly where they wanted to be on the circuit. I mean, what are the chances? It's 3 minutes to go around and do a full lap, and Hybrid Tune hit the pit box with, 10 seconds or so after the safety car was called. Yes, massively fortunate, but you've got to be on the board with your pit rules, and the driver not in communication, not in radio communication with the team, so he's got to have his wits about him, see that the safety car board is being shown, and call into the pits, be sharp enough to go straight into the pits. The team's got to be ready for him. So, there's a lot of things that have to be right in order to make this kind of thing work for us. Now the pit stop continuing then for Hybrid Tune, and I'm guessing that Richard John Neal is away setting up his podium. If he's down there, then please jump in, Richard. Fuel still going into the car. Tyres ready to be put on to the front right at least. Driver out of the car and standing by. Stephen James it is who is just out of the car. He's standing by with the fire extinguisher and waiting to, or not waiting to do anything. He's just standing by in case there is a fueling emergency. Richard is in my ears. What can you tell us about this pit stop? We're seeing the fuel go in.
Yeah, fuel's going in now, and Stephen's down, just making my way back up, having sorted some paperwork out back in our office, and then you hear those words, safety car deployed, and there we go. So we've got that going on. Right, tyres going on now for the last stop, so the jack is under the car. Car is very nearly up. Driver getting ready to go in. So the right front coming off. Let's have a look, see whether the left front is off as well. Yep, that is off. On goes the left front. First of the nuts put back in place for that one, so very nearly ready. Belts being done up inside the car and getting ready to hopefully get back out in lead position. Officials watching absolutely everything to make sure there aren't any transgressions in terms of team members, too many team members out or breaking rules, making sure that the tyres are being dealt with safely, which they are. Car is going to be pushed back and he's going to rejoin the race. It looked like a pretty efficient stop. Paul, you'll have a handle better than I have on the timing of that for sure.
Well, they couldn't have hoped for anything better, really. They're going to be back out before the safety car even comes round, so they've just got a full tank of fuel for absolutely free. Here comes the second place car, Andy.
Yes, so I guess if they were worried that they needed a splash, this is their insurance stop, isn't it? Make sure they can get to the end. Obviously, they would have liked to have stayed out and got a lap back on the leader, but they must be a little concerned about fuel to pass up that opportunity, I guess.
Yeah, exactly right. And, of course, the problem was they've come round a lap later. That's going to leave them, as you say, a lap behind when they get the car out, assuming that the pit stop runs without a hitch. The time in the pit lane for the hybrid tune car, 3 minutes and 28 seconds, so very rapid indeed turnaround for the car. The safety car making its way through Luffield at the moment, and out of Luffield coming down towards Woodcote, and another car peels off from the queue and comes into the pit lane.
308 that was it?
308, yeah,
the other Emax car.
Emax car from that was stopped down at Copse Corner earlier on.
Yes, indeed. On the screen, meanwhile, we're seeing the hybrid tune car back out on track. So it now, of course, is able to catch the back of the safety car queue, whilst its nearest rival is in the pit lane. Now, is there a possibility here for WRC Developments to benefit? Because we're fairly confident they're good on fuel, aren't we?
Well, of course, yes, because the period of safety car gives them that little bit of extra fuel anyway. So a chance to... a chance to save fuel out on the circuit, and we'll might gain them a position. They're a lap behind. I think Emax are going to maintain. Yeah, Emax are going to hang on to second place, but it's certainly going to reduce the gap to WRC.
Yes, and WRC have been pretty quick in this stint, haven't they? They've been every bit as fast as the second place car, if not a little bit quicker. I think I have a cause of the safety car, and it's for the second time this race, it's barrier repairs at the entry to, or the middle really, of the Beckett's complex. It's the next Armco along from the one that was damaged earlier on this morning, I think it was, wasn't it? So I did see a car off there, didn't I, a good half an hour or so ago. I said at the time it hadn't made the barriers. That appears to have been wrong, because the area at which that car was on the grass recovering, there is now some Armco repair being done. In fact, it's been completed as far as we can see, and so hopefully safety car will be in this time around. But that is the only reason I can see for this safety car period. How many safety cars are we up to now?
Well, I've counted 21.
Right.
I'll just see what TSL make it, because there was a brief moment in the night where we disagreed, and at that point there'd still been, I think, 18, and I just couldn't be bothered to count through. Yeah, 21 is what TSL says, 21's what I say, so 21 is what it is. 45 laps lost to neutralisations.
Yes, of the 419 that we've just completed, the leader goes through onto that 420th lap. Now, Richard.
Hello there, yeah, I just managed to drag Sam Weller out of the garage, and Joe, the cameraman, is filming the Team Hard pit stop at the moment. It's quite funny because Sam was looking for his hat because he thought it was going to be in Vision, but it's not in Vision at the moment. But anyway, well 10 out of 10 for presentation, mate. You've done your media training. Was that Louise Goodman by any chance?
Yeah, I haven't actually done the training with Louise, to be fair, but yeah, like my hair under here probably looks a right mess, so yeah, the cameraman is coming, so good job about that.
Proper job, you're absolutely right, and you know, I'm not really making a joke of it, but are you guys obviously where you wanted to be, but are you where you expected to be at this time of the race?
It's where we hope to be. You know, you just never know. It's the roll of the dice, the luck of the draw, and all that. You know, we obviously had the pace. You know, we put it on pole, so you hope to be up there in the last sort of stages of the race. But just so much can happen. You know, at the end of the day, I'm not. My fingers are still crossed because that wheel bearing on our car sounds absolutely awful. I can't even hear the engine over the top of it now.
Really?
Yeah. It's quite deafening. The radio. I can hear, you know, you guys on the radio in the car, and the volume's at like 52 or something like that, so it's pretty deafening in there.
It's nice to know that you only use us to out-tune the car noises.
I'm listening to you guys because it's good to know exactly what's going on, you know. As you know, we've only got the pit board, so to have the radio on in the car is a help.
To win one of these events once is a pretty good achievement, but potentially do it twice has got to be even more mega.
Is this the commentator's curse coming into play?
No, not at all. I said potentially. I didn't say you got it in the back.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, to be honest. You know, when Steve said to me the other week, we're going to do the C1 24-hour again, I was thinking, yeah, good crack. We're not going to win it again. It's not going to happen. You can't get that lucky twice. But yeah, fingers crossed, mate.
On that last stop, the way the team were drilled, and you could see the fist bumps at the end, that everyone carried out their role, and it meant a lot to them to have done it that well.
Yeah, we want to win at the end of the day, and that's the last stop, and the last thing you want to do is make a mistake in the pit lane that could cost you the win. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure the guys would have been rehearsing that one pretty much all the way through my stint.
Nice to see the Tim Gibson stickers on the front as well. Did you know Tim personally?
I didn't, to be fair. I think it's a friend of David Meenan's, but yeah, no, I didn't. But yeah, it's for a good cause, obviously.
Yeah, he's a good lad, Tim. So, Sam, well done. You got a bit of a breather. Hopefully.
Richard,
fingers crossed, not going to jinx it. Oh, hang on, just getting a message through from.
Yeah, just want to ask you, Richard. How did Sam know to come in at that point? Had he been previously briefed that if there would be a safety car, he'd be coming straight in?
Did you hear that? Did you?
Yeah, I knew. The guys actually hung a board out for me. You know, we have a sort of safety car message on a little whiteboard. You know, if you pit on the safety car, you lose a lot less time. So I knew I was just going to wait as long as I could before the tyres were really screaming or I was running out of fuel. But luckily, I literally came into Brooklands and I saw the safety car board. So I was like, yeah, that's perfect. I'll dive straight in.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. And Paul, thanks you as well for answering that question. And we'll see you on the podium. Sam Weller, thank you very much. Fingers crossed.
Now you have jinxed
There we go,
it.
Sam Weller down in pit lane. And, well, it's getting nerve-wracking now, isn't it? Because we're into that last hour. Back to the comms.
A 1 minute stop and go penalty for the car that's in fourth place.
Oh, no.
Car 449, JW Bird Motorsport. They've kept fairly clear of penalties in that car so far, but it's a 1 minute stop and go penalty then for JW Bird Motorsport, car 449. Well, they won't be cheering down at the fake taxi pit because it's not the way they would like to make the position, but it will play to the fake taxi team. And what we're not being given any information about is why that stop and go penalty has been issued to the 449. But very bad news indeed then for JW Bird. 449 didn't come into the pits in that sequence. His last pit stop was, well, he came out at just after 4:15, so about half an hour ago. So my guess is that that's a offence to do with the pit stop. I don't think that it would have been with the safety car because they wouldn't have been able to issue it that quickly. Possibly, might be because of such a short message. So I'm guessing it would have been with the pit stop of about half an hour ago that was made by JW Bird Motorsport, 449. Just what you don't want, isn't it, Andy?
It's what we didn't want as well, because actually they and Fake Taxi were together after the safety car. They were nose to tail pretty much on the track, but that now is no longer the case. 5:02 for SCK Motorsport heads back out onto the circuit after, I think, a lengthy stop. They've been in the pit lane. I actually walked through that garage just before I came up to the box about an hour ago. And it was the first time all day I'd been in the garage and they didn't have a car in it. They've been constantly working, changing engines or trying to fix the overheating issues they've had with their cars. And they finally had all three of them, well, the two remaining ones anyway, out on track. But yes, a lengthy visit there for the 5:03, it would seem. So, race back underway, as we've said. There is the 318 WRC Developments car then, which in third position. And we're trying to figure out what the gap is between WRC Development and Emax Motorsport. I think they are
ahead of them in the queue, so they're technically on the same lap, but it's the best part of a lap between those two cars, I think. But we need to try and get a glimpse of the 346, which I think is somewhere in, or maybe just behind this group of cars that we're seeing heading down the Hanger Straight.
Yes, I think it's in the middle of that pack somewhere. I've managed to get TSL to highlight it coming down the Hanger Straight. So 346 on the Hanger Straight.
Yes, and 318 just ahead.
318 is just a couple of lengths ahead of it, but as you say, 318 will come through and complete 419 laps, and then Emax will come. WRC will come through and complete 419 laps, so they are technically on the same lap, but it's about 2 minutes and 50 seconds separating the two of them.
They both, we think, have made their final stops, don't we?
Yeah.
WRC should now be able to stretch it, hopefully. So that would have been their last opportunity, I guess, to gain a bit of time if Emax needed a pit stop, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Unless, of course, they get lucky with another safety car period. We're getting to that point of the race, aren't we, where we could start to get some. There is the Emax car, actually, on screen. Great job by the director to pick that up as it went through Abbey and Farm into the braking zone at Village. A sea of traffic ahead to be negotiated, and nervy times here, Paul, late in the race, having to negotiate this amount of traffic straight after a restart. So we've seen a few close moments already over the last lap and a half. It only takes a little knock to damage something or send you off the road, and 23 hours of hard work goes down the pan.
Drivers will be tired, their eyes will be tired. Okay, they may not have stayed up all night, but they'll be feeling the stresses and strains of the weekend as a whole, and in some cases of the week leading up to this weekend, because a lot of these cars were prepared fairly late into the week, and so it won't necessarily have been that straightforward a week leading into the race, just showing up nice, fresh as a daisy when you got here. So the drivers may be tired, the cars, there'll be all those little things that were wrong with it. We heard about the wheel bearing on the lead hybrid tune car. There'll be that kind of noise going on in the car that they don't really want to be hearing. They'll be listening, if there isn't a noise already, for any new noises. Your attention quite easily gets distracted this late into the race. And that's when mistakes happen. That's when you can get distracted and suddenly make a mistake. So, you've got to keep your attention sharp. And this is what makes racing drivers such special beasts, because they are able to keep that high level of concentration for such long periods of time.
You can tell which cars are in genuine battles for position, because they're the ones flashing their lights furiously at the traffic around them. Some of them are driving around just to get to the finish. Some of them are trying to get the maximum performance out of their cars. More drama for a top 10 runner, by the way. The car in 10th place, Kellett Motorsport. They've been in and around the back of the top 10 most of the day, and that 311 car is being given a 60-second stop-go penalty for exceeding the pit lane speed limit. So that will definitely promote AB Motorsport into 10th and the A-team into 11th. So 2 places to be lost there. Can AB Motorsport get both of their cars into the top 10? It's unlikely unless others fall into trouble ahead of them, but that's at least 1 place gain for each of them.
Well, it's, yes, I take your point, it's unlikely, but given the unlikely nature of that message that's just come up, there's nothing to say. I certainly won't be surprised if something else doesn't come up like that. The unlikely suddenly becomes almost not unexpected. So we'll see how it pans out. Not good news for Kellett Motorsport. I've liked Kellett's approach, I must admit, to the way they've been racing here this weekend. I loved the interview we had with William Kellett earlier on, and I would have liked them to have finished in the top 10 if that would have been possible.
Well, they could still, as you
They
say.
could.
Things can change, can't they? A 60-second stop-go will drop them about 50 seconds away from 10th place. It would need a little bit of misfortune to befall the cars ahead of them. I don't think either of those AB cars are going to be pitting again. Certainly the A-team has Tim Dorr in that car now for the final stint, I know, and AB Motorsport's 394, I think, also is going to the end, although not so sure which of the 3 runner-up drivers from this race last year are in that car at the moment. We've got Bianco Auto Developments in the pit lane, so interestingly, Paul, still a few teams who did not elect to make that final stop during that safety car, even though it was well within the window to get to the end.
Yes, and the only possible thinking is that they didn't have the same briefing that we heard from Sam Weller. Yes. They obviously had a system And it was interesting the way Sam was approaching it. No, he thought we wouldn't get lucky again and go as well as we did last year. But on the other hand, from last year, you learn so much. And you learn what works and you learn what doesn't work, and you end up repeating the things that do work and learning from your mistakes and trying not to make the same mistake twice. And as I say, it was nice to hear from Sam actually, and he didn't mention anything about the power being a bit down, as we'd heard him say late last night. The power issue suddenly curing itself magically. I think it might have just been one driver that had that problem. Draw your own conclusions from that. Oh dear, another car is on the grass, that being the 457 Silverlake car. And whereabouts is that, Andy?
457, 13th place they were running.
Where on the circuit was that?
Oh, sorry, Club.
Club corner, right.
There is a car off at Club anyway, it looks vaguely the right colour.
I think Jack Oliphant told us that was Sam Stride getting into that car, so could well be Sam at the wheel still. Yes, he's off at... that's a peculiar place to go off. He's kind of turned extra sharp left going into the end of the Vale, hasn't he?
You don't tend to get there without some assistance, do you?
Well, yeah, not stopping, no. You'd kind of have momentum to take you through it. So he's turned left into the Vale. He's turned left out of the Vale into Club Corner. And...
I think he's out of the car, so maybe there is damage.
Yes.
Or a mechanical problem, of course, could have pulled off.
The rescue unit suspended tow vehicle is coming to its assistance. It's actually where the historic circuit goes. For those of you familiar with the historic Grand Prix circuit, there's a little cut through there which is used for the Silverstone Classic, or the Classic I think it's just called now. So where that cut through is, he's pulled off to the left of there. So yes, I think I'll go with what you suggested, Andy, that it's a mechanical rather than an accidental issue for the car there, the Silverlake racing car.
See if we can zoom in on it at all on our CCTV camera, try and get a better view of that. And well, the car looks relatively undamaged, at least from the right hand side. There are scuff marks from previous incidents, but yeah, so see no obvious damage to the left hand side of the car at least. And that would suggest maybe that it is a mechanical issue that has taken them off the road. That's a shame, because it means they possibly won't get to the checkered flag now. By the time the car is recovered back to the pits, they diagnose the problem, they fix the problem, they get it back out. We only have 49 3/4 minutes left to go in the race. Paul Truswell is off duty now. Paul's going to go and enjoy the finish of the race. Paul, thank you so much for all of your hard work, and not just through our main live stream portion of the event, but overnight as well, and your help on strategy and keeping us up to date with what the pit strategy has been invaluable. So huge pleasure covering the event with you, Paul, and look forward to hopefully doing the same again in future years. Jack Oliphant will move into his place for the final 3/4 of an hour or so of the Silverlake C1 Racing Series. 24 hours of Silverstone Hybrid Tune Motorsport enjoy a 1-lap lead over car 346 Emax Motorsport in second place. Third for car number 318 WRC Developments Limited. Fourth is JW Bird Motorsport, although that is likely to change now because they are in the pit lane serving their stop-go penalty. So JW Bird Motorsport are in. Fake Taxi, number 312, will move into fourth position then. So Fake Taxi go fourth, down to fifth. We'll drop the 449 car. Sixth for number 504, the BH Motorsport with SCK Motorsport car. Then seventh place for number 382, Majestic Motorsport. Eighth is number 309, Fighting Torque. Ninth, number 446, Tipton Auto Centre Racing. And 10th, number 311, Kellett Motorsport. But they owe us a 60-second stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane. We're not anticipating any scheduled stops amongst the top 10 runners. It's flat-out racing to the flag, and still a few battles that are pretty close on track, in particular the one for 7th, Majestic Motorsport and Fighting Torque, just 6.2 seconds apart. And Jack Oliphant, we're into that part of the race now where
yes, we're watching the clock, yes, we're ticking down the minutes to the flag, but the teams and drivers especially, those that are doing well, they kind of just want this race to end now, don't they?
Yeah, hello Ian. No, it should be a sort of exciting race, but you're right. I mean, it is to the point of the race where I was just in the race admin, and even the people behind the scenes at Brscc who do a fantastic job and don't get enough recognition themselves with all the paperwork they have to sift through. For the whole 24 hours, I mean, we saw a few of them go back to the hotel last night, but I'm sure that they were back after us at the hotel, and they were probably up before us at the hotel as well, so they had to sift through all that sort of thing, and they were looking a little bit sort of leggy, a little bit like they could do with a bit of a break as well now. And so, yeah, you're absolutely right. I think a lot of these teams, it's at that stage where tiredness is kicking in. Everybody's probably not looking forward to the drive home.
Yes.
You know, everybody just sort of wants to get back and sort of hunker up in bed. You know, so fingers crossed we can keep it clean. Although, I mean, they're still pretty much going wheel to wheel out there amongst various back markers and various different lapped cars. Still giving something to entertain us about.
Oh yes, and slight speed differential there. The Clapham North car inadvertently getting in the way of two rather quick cars. Actually, the WRC Developments car that is in third place, and the Trimite Motorsport car, which is 13th at the moment. Closest battle on track is between Kellett Motorsport and AB Motorsport for 10th position. Now, Kellett owes this stop-go, but actually at the start of the lap, the 394 car, the white and purple AB Motorsport car, was right on their tail. They were nose to tail, 0.4 of a second separating them only as they went through onto that previous lap. The leaders have completed 424 laps. Kellett are into the pit lane now and had already been overtaken by AB Motorsport. So that 394 car is going really, really well now. It's up into 10th position and it got that move made before the penalty was served by Kellett. Now, who are next? It would be the Tipton Auto Centre car. That is 2 minutes ahead. So I think even with the rapid pace we're seeing from AB Motorsport, yeah, well, 8 seconds faster than Tipton Auto Centre Racing on the previous lap. They don't have enough laps to close the gap unless Tipton run into problems, but AB Motorsport proving why they finished second in this race a year ago. They've got really good speed here right at the end of the race.
Yeah, and confirmation on TSL as well that Fake Taxi have overtaken JW Bird Motorsport, of course, with that 1 minute stop-go penalty. It was always inevitable, but just a bit of confirmation for you. Kellett Motorsport, I don't imagine, I mean, I'm waiting to see them pull away from their pit stop, but to be fair, it's going to be a little while, isn't it? Because, of course, it is another full minute that they have to sit there. So, yeah, a couple of battles sort of going by the wayside, unfortunately. But this happens, doesn't it, in endurance racing, especially at club level. You sort of get that point where mistakes start to come in, and when we first started covering 9 AM or whatever it was, sort of thing, Fake Taxi with a car constantly in the pit lane, and I think it was that sort of almost the hangover from the night, which sounds like you've had an enjoyable night out on the booze, but what I mean by that is that adrenaline that sort of gets you through the night, and then all of a sudden the sun rises and you realise you've got 12 hours left of this race, and you're feeling sapped and mistakes starts to come in. You're hoping now that the adrenaline's picked back up a little bit, and people's alertness and attention span is a little bit longer than it was, say, maybe 3 or 4 hours ago, just to get you to the end of the race, and then everybody will inevitably collapse.
Oh, certainly, yes, but we're all soldiering on to the end. A pretty quick group of cars there on your screen. The AB car in there, so is Fake Taxi. That's the 318 car. WRC Developments Limited car on your screen is 318. And they also had the Trimite car. Trimite Racing are in 13th place, as I said, the 414 car. And Trimite with a 19.5 second cushion over Burton Powers, number 337 car. There, though, on the screen at Stowe Corner are your race leaders. Hybrid Tune. The car is bent, battered and bruised, but it is still running well. That wheel bearing they've been worrying about for what seems like 2/3 of the race so far has not caused them any major issues. The car's still running really well. 3-minute 3 lap times are more than enough for them to manage this lap and a bit lead they've got over the Emax racing car, which I can see coming through the Luffield complex, just ahead of this group of cars we're seeing on screen. None of this is for position, I'm fairly sure, but it's all rather entertaining as the quick cars try and work their way through, knowing that they still need to push, because even if you're within a lap of the car ahead of you on the timing screen, we're seeing late penalties, late mechanical issues. You could still pick up an extra place or two before the end.
Yeah, and I was loving the ambition of the Trimite car there, actually, in the 414. He was launching himself all over the inside curbs as well, so he's still obviously pushing hard and strong. The Clapham North car, the 474, is actually just driving past our commentary booth now, going into Cops. You'll be able to see him in a couple of seconds time. Actually, no, you won't, because we'll stay with the 318. Again, just one last bit of a shout out to George Grant. We've mentioned him a lot. We've chatted to him a lot over the past 48 hours, really, a sort of thing, because obviously we had the MX-5s that he was so heavily involved in, taking part in every single available race that he's allowed to be.
And I don't think we covered this at the time because we didn't know about it, but there was actually a post-race penalty for the car that won his class in the Club Sport Trophy. He finished second on the road, inherited the win. So he's been telling me all day, oh yeah, and of course we won a race this weekend. And I'm like, yes, George, of course you did, absolutely. No, he actually did. He inherited the victory. It was the Mike Chen car, I forget who Mike was sharing that MX-5 with, that beat him on the road, but was given a pit stop penalty afterwards, or a penalty for a pit stop infringement. So he's won a race this weekend, and now he wants to finish the big one in one piece.
I think the biggest achievement really is the fact that he's finished all of the races, hasn't he? I mean, the MX-5s have stood up, he's stood up, although we've seen him in the pit lane. He doesn't always look like he's awake enough to stand up, being so tired that he is. But and fingers crossed, touch wood, and all those sort of things, he will finish this C1 race. So, yeah, a mightily good achievement by all, to be fair. And just having a look as well, one car we sort of trying to be keeping an eye on as best we can, but it's been right at the bottom of the order for a long time, is the Charity Alliance car, and that's the number 368, currently in 48th place. That was dead last for a long time, and 48th place normally wouldn't be that much to shout about, but the fact that they just keep persisting with that, obviously Sir Chris Hoy rolled that right at the beginning of the race, and it's just had problems after problems from then on as well. SVG, who I chatted to Chris Salkeld early on, he's part of that crew. They're currently in the pit lane as well. I'm not sure why, but they're currently 63 laps down as well, and in 46th place, not where they wanted to be. And they've actually been a lot busier on the C1s than they have been on any other car that SVG run, including all of their different Ginetta categories. So yeah, they came to this with a little bit of a light-hearted fun, and it's been anything but hopefully they won't deter them from coming back.
No, I'm sure it won't. That's the spirit of endurance racing, and you have bad luck one year, you hope it then balances out the next year, and things might go your way. No doubt they've got a good driver lineup there, a good team behind them. It was literally just misfortune that has kept them out of contention. Right, battle to keep an eye out for here, I think, for 7th place. Majestic Motorsport, number 382, and Fighting Torque, number 309. That gap coming down on the previous lap by just about 0.6 of a second or so. They're 4.1 seconds apart at the moment. I'll keep an eye out the window, try and spot them, and hopefully we can direct our cameras their way, because that is... Oh, they've just gone through, have they?
Well, the 309's gone through, and that's...
that's again. Yeah, less than a second now in it. So Copse Corner, the place to look. That's where this battle is. That group there going through. The AB Motorsport is in the middle of them, is it? With, yes, 382 ahead. And the car behind AB Motorsport is 309. So the black car and the silver car fighting for position here, Jack.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, in the last 39 minutes, we have something to focus on, don't we? Which is always very nice. And in fact, they're going side by side. That's the AB Motorsport going up the inside of Majestic Motorsport. So all of a sudden, the AB car is basically getting itself out of the way. As you've already noted, it's going extremely quickly compared to pretty much everybody else out there at the moment. The AB car, which is why it's one of the drivers that's got into the top 10. Remember, that AB car was one of the dead last cars. It was about 58th place or something like that going into the night shift. So the fact that it's got into the top 10 is very noteworthy indeed. But as the Fighting Torque car tries to line up a move, actually the AB Motorsport is going to get swallowed by both of them. Majestic on the inside, Torque on the outside, and AB Motorsport back into the middle.
Yes, so AB Motorsport a lap behind these two, but they have already taken 18 seconds out of that Tipton Auto Centre racing car that I mentioned earlier on. So 1 minute and 40 now is what separates AB Motorsport from 9th place. This is the battle, though. The AB car getting involved in this, doesn't really want to be involved in this. I think it's quicker than these two cars, but as you said, it had that, it was punching the hole in the air down the hangar straight for them to slipstream in, and so Majestic Motorsport get the 382 car back ahead, and now it starts getting really defensive against the AB car as they went through Club Corner. The Silverlake car is back in, by the way, but on the Lewis Hamilton straight, side-by-side action here, with the AB car all AB Motorsport want to do is get past these two and get away from them. They're banging wing mirrors there into Abbey Corner, and that will ultimately delay the 382 car out of Abbey, through Farm, and up towards the braking zone at Village. Are we about to see a move here from the Fighting Torque 309 machine? He looks up the inside, not quite close enough though, before this really explodes into life, as if it hadn't already. Richard, what have you got for us in the pits?
It does sound a bit exciting, doesn't it, out on track? Yeah, I'm just looking at the Silverlake car, which is getting a fair bit of TLC on it. It's looking pretty sorry for itself now with the amount of tank tape that is on there. We've got plenty of black stuff, which is actually matching the livery of the car. They've managed to pull out the left side front wing, which was, I think, maybe rubbing on the rim, but looks okay now as far as that goes. The car is now being pushed back, the remedial work being done as quickly as possible, reminding the driver to do the tag, as you probably heard. Still at this stage of the race, all to play for, and great that they got the car back out, and still, even at this late stage, doing absolutely everything they can to make the car drivable, safe for the driver, get it back out and finish this Silverlake C1 24-hour race.
Yeah, 100% agree. Thank you for that, Richard. Right, back to the fight for 7th position. They are still in the same order. They're coming across the start-finish line now. It's the black 382 car and the sort of silver number 309 behind, with that white and purple AB Motorsport car ahead. They're actually catching Emax Motorsport in second position, who I think are now just sort of stroking it home, aren't they? Getting the 3-4-6 car to the end in one piece. And, well, they might be spurred into action when they see this marauding pack coming up behind them. I think they're side by side, Jack.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to tell from that camera. I'm going to go towards Maggotts and Beckett. They are side by side, so is that Fighting Torque on the outside? That's never really going to work, is it? So the 382 and Majestic stay just ahead for the time being, but yeah, it all boils down to this, doesn't it? And they've done a fantastic job at maintaining themselves into a top 10 position. The last thing you want to do is see it fall away. You'd rather finish 7th and 8th than 36th and 52nd, wouldn't you? So yes, although egos take over and testosterone takes over in some degree, you do have to just think about a bit of a long game as they go side by side. Fighting Torque up the inside at Stowe.
Yep, looks like they're going to go through this time. They had the slipstream. The AB car has started now to escape from these two as well and leave them to it. And yes, we do have the change at Stowe. So Fighting Torque, the 309 car, into 7th position. It may only be for 7th place, but I guarantee you, if you were to be positioned in either of those two garages at the moment, they'd be cheering like there was a championship on the line, or at least the Fighting Torque car would, which almost comes back under attack from Majestic Motorsport as they head through the club complex. And that's quite a scrappy run actually there for the silver and red car, which almost loses it over the curb through the middle of the club complex. I was about to say, Jack, that car, it may well be in front, but we've seen the power of the slipstream in these Citroen C1s. Not going to be all that easy to escape and defend the place.
No, and although we see a couple of drivers going side by side through Abbey, I think that was a bit of back markers and letting each other through. You don't want to be going side by side through there if you can potentially avoid it. I was chatting to Mr. Needham before, jumping out of one of the cars. Oh, as the 447 out of Riverside car, who has just been every time I've looked at the pits, that seems to be coming in or going out.
But it is still going.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, the sort of stubbornness of some people to keep their cars going is quite incredible. As the Torque Motorsport car goes very, very wide. I can't remember what the point was I was going to make about Mr. Needham, but it's interesting to see that these cars. What I was going to say is it's amazing that they know they're racing each other. There's no comms to the car, and he said, I asked him, do you know if you're even racing for position or are you just trying to go past people? He's like, you have no idea out there.
Well, you see, the sensible teams are tuned into Radio Silverstone, and
exactly.
We can tell them that they're racing for position, and we're enjoying the show, so keep it up. Majestic Motorsport losing the place and trying to get it back through Brooklands Corner. Imagine trying to have a wheel-to-wheel battle for position at the end of a 24-hour race, and all you can hear is us two getting excited about it. That must be torture. It's far from torture watching the battle, though, and look what's on the horizon here, Jack. Traffic up the road. This could maybe give Majestic Motorsport their opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, and battered and bruised traffic as well. That is not a pretty-looking C1 that's just ahead of him. I'm not sure what car it is. It's blue. That's all I can really tell you from that camera angle. But that means it's going to be a little slower on the straights. It's going to be a little slower through the corners. That's the 346 of the Emax Motorsport car. As you said, pretty much just stroking home second place at the moment, but equally doesn't really want to get involved in any sort of mishaps if they can avoid it. And look at it. There's the traffic. AB Motorsport catching up to Emax. That's not for position, that's just an interesting sort of anecdote, I suppose. But that, going through the traffic is very touch and go for Torque Motorsport, and I don't think, I think Torque Motorsport got a better run than Majestic did through Maggotts and Beckett on that particular part, so that might actually give Fighting Talk an opportunity to get away from the toe just a bit. Yes, there's going to be a little bit of draft assistance, but he's not going to be under threat as they go into Stowe. He should be able to take the proper racing line, and if Talk Motorsport can actually turn their what looks like very quick pace into sort of getting away from that driver, then all of a sudden I don't think Majestic Motorsport necessarily have an answer.
No, not right now, I don't think. So looks like that is going to go the way of Fighting Talk for now. I was just jotting down the gap between AB Motorsport and Tipton Auto Centre Racing, because it's come down by nearly another 20 seconds since I last checked, and that doesn't feel like it was a long time ago. They are lapping AB Motorsport 10 seconds a lap faster. So that means, maths here, this is a dangerous time to be trying to do maths, that means they need about 9 laps, don't they, to get there. They are 83 seconds back and they're taking 10 a lap. So that's 8.5 to 9 laps, I reckon. Please agree.
Yeah, we're going to go with that one. Yeah. I'm going to go with that.
So, now I need to work out how many laps are left in the race, because they're doing 3 minutes a lap, aren't they? But I think they could actually get there. It might be close at the end of the race, but AB Motorsport could still take 9th place before the end.
Well, I mean, that maths is pretty easy. It's there's 30-odd minutes left, and there's 3 minute a lap, aren't they? So,
all right, smarty pants.
fairly close to 10 or 11 laps, depending on where the leader is when they cross the line. With 2 minutes to go, lots of action going on, but I couldn't tell you who's in it.
We've got one of the SCK cars, the Trimite car in the middle, that was close, and the Schnitzer C1 car. It's 502 who goes way off the road at Abbey Corner. They were nearly 4 abreast going into Abbey. There really is no need to do that at this stage of the race, but I'm not going to complain too much because it's mighty entertaining to watch. The SCK car bounces back onto the track and rejoins 3 wide with the 2 cars with whom it was 3 wide at Abbey Corner, and overtakes the pair of them. The Schnitzer car into the side of Trimite. Oh, this is getting busy. Again, none of this I don't think is actually for position, but it's for track position, and 1 or 2 of these cars will be trying to maybe close in on another or stay ahead of another. Certainly the Trimite racing car is only 3 seconds ahead of Burton Power, so they can't afford to get held up in the traffic.
Well, they certainly are getting getting held up, aren't they? Because look at that, the Trimite car, which was with the SCK at one point, is now 3 or 4 car lap gap different. So as the 502 launches itself up the inside of some of these back markers, I think that's the Riverside car that it's going past, as is everybody else. This is getting a little bit too close for comfort. I think the Trimite car had a little bit of a heart attack when the SCK reappeared around the outside of the loop section. So it is getting a bit touch and go now. A lot of these drivers are tired, but fair play to them. They're doing a fantastic job at actually keeping it together.
I think Burton have got Trimite. I think that's the Burton car. Yeah, 337 is now ahead of 414. Yep. So the red and white car on your screen has just lost a place as a result, I guess, of everything that was going on through Abbey to Village and Loop. So that is 13th place now for car 337 Burton Power. I don't know, they say endurance racing is boring. Hey, you get to the last hour of a 24-hour race and there's nothing to get excited about. I beg to differ.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're not taking it easy on us as Fake Taxi goes at the inside of one of the Riverside cars. They have somewhat spaced themselves out, but it's amazing, really. They've probably got about an hour and a half without meeting too many people at all. Yes. And all of a sudden, they clump together on a massive track like Silverstone. It's just the way of endurance racing, isn't it? And then all of a sudden, you get a little bit excited, and then it just seems to calm down just a touch again. But you're absolutely right. Yeah, Burton Power managed to get past Trimite Racing after a little bit of a scuffle, shall we say, with SCK along with about 10 other cars going through the first part of the F1 circuit. In fact, they're going 3 wide again. I'm not sure which cars they are. They weren't the cars that we were necessarily talking about just before, even though the SCK is actually going up the inside of another back marker, I think, to try and unlap themselves.
So the white, red, blue car that went past them all, that is the Burton Power car. So that car is the 13th placed car. A lap or so behind Kellett Motorsport, though, so I think 13th is as good as it will get for them. The A-team car is just on the back of this group. They've really dropped away from the AB car, haven't they? So are they taking the same sort of time out of Tipton that AB are? No, they're about 5 seconds a lap slower than AB Motorsport. It's Tim Dorr in the A-team car. So the chance of getting both AB Motorsport cars into the top 10 looking a little less likely. There it goes, the green and yellow car that Tim Dorr has prepared himself pretty much on his driveway at home. Got it ready just in the nick of time, and they gave him the honour of bringing the car home. He's not quite going to have the ultimate pace to get into the top 10, but hey Jack, the way things are going, I don't think we're done with people running into trouble here. We've still got 28 3/4 minutes of this to go.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be jumping in the comms box and getting a little bit more tense, to be honest, but a lot of these drivers are making us that way. I can only imagine what the feeling's like down in the garages for all these cars. There's the Burton and the Silverlake machines, as the Silverlake's jumping out the way. Now, we do have a Silverlake off the circuit somewhere, apparently. It's stricken. It might have got back to the pits, apparently. But obviously Silverlake, that was the best winning Silverlake car. It's now dropped behind.
That was at Club.
Was that while I was jumping
It might have
in?
been just as you arrived. That car we had gone off or pulled off, but has been recovered behind the barriers at Club.
That makes sense.
So yes, so that's I do remember some things. That's down into 25th now, because as I suspected, it's going to take some time to get it back from Club to the pits. Then they've got to work out what the problem is, and then they've got to fix it. So whether it gets back out before the checkered flag, I don't know if I'd be holding my breath there. Hybrid Tune have gone through onto another lap. Emax as well. Richard.
Yeah, I was just going to say how strange the pit lane is now, and it kind of evolves through the course of the 24 hours. It's that sort of expectation before the event happens, the buzz when the cars fire off for the first time. Then there was the non-buzz of having the safety car within the first lap that we had. But getting back to where we are now, I've just literally done a quick patrol of probably about 3/4 of the pit lane. And it's just quiet. All the cars that are able to be out on track are obviously there. Nobody planning anything. A couple of teams ready with tyres just in case a car comes in. And we've got one coming in now, the Trimite car coming in.
Yeah, now this was involved in that really close racing we were getting excited about a lap or so ago, so I don't know if it's got damage, Richard.
Yeah, a puncture on the front, which Scott Woodward has very kindly spotted for me. Thank you, Scott. So, but I was saying about front right tyre, just saying about a lot of the teams were ready and poised in case there was a tyre issue on any of the cars. It is way up the other end. I was actually hoping to go and chat to some of those guys, but I think it's going to be too far away. I'll start to make my way up, but I think they'll be gone by the time I get there.
And of course now someone will get a penalty or a pit stop at the other end of the pit.
And I'll have to come back down the other.
Exactly, you know how it works by now. Yeah, I spoke to James Gornall earlier on, and he was really enjoying himself and said that this was some of the best racing you can have, really, some of the most fun you can have in a racing car. So I know the team have enjoyed themselves, but they won't be enjoying this puncture. It does, though, Jack, prove this point of, we're late in the race, yes. Even if you're not actually racing someone for position, if you get yourself sort of knotted up in these groups of back markers that keep tripping over each other, you run out wide, there's a lot of debris offline now. You bounce over a curb, you can damage a tyre, you can hole a radiator. There is peril around every corner here. So for a team like Hybrid Tune Motorsport, yes, they've no reason to take any risks themselves, but that's not to say the people that they're meeting on track have the same agenda.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, if you picture it as you're sitting at home, you think, oh, okay, these guys are racing drivers. They should be sort of used to it. These are club member racing drivers, aren't they? They're not the elite. They're not being paid or anything like that. I mean, some of them are very high level and it's British motorsport, but if you imagine you're on the motorway on the M1 or the M6 or whatever, and all the drivers around you in the various cars have been up for about 48 hours or 24 plus hours, or maybe they've had an hour rest here and there, and you're getting this close and trying to do this speed whilst overtaking each other, you would be very nervous. Yes. So you can only imagine that, yes, okay, it's Silverstone, it's a racetrack and everything like that, but you would be very nervous there. These drivers will be nervous as well here. So I mean, it's a good way of putting it in perspective. The Burton Motorsport car, is that a fight for position? Because we know he overtook, because he overtook Trimite Racing, of course, during that battle. Now, I was just getting a little bit excited as the red car looked up the inside, but of course Trimite jumping into the pits means that sort of battle has dissipated somewhat. But yeah, that goes my point sort of thing. It doesn't matter that they've been out, it doesn't matter that they're a couple of laps down. You do get nervous because although you might trust the drivers around you in the first 20 minutes or the first 3 hours, it's a bit difficult now.
I can give you something to get excited about in about 20 minutes, I think, and it will be a change for 9th place. I'm almost sure of it. AB, another 10 seconds. They're taking almost exactly 10 seconds a lap out of Tipton Auto Centre Racing, so 55 seconds, let's call that now. That means that in 6 laps' time, they should get there. We've got another car in the pits, that's 444, which is not on the first page of the timing screen. That is the Swerve Racing team, and they are heading down to the pits as well. Oh, I thought Richard might have had some news on that car. We'll get down to him in a moment or two. Emax Motorsport, by the way, in second place, the 346. Actually, the AV car has just unlapped itself from that second place car. Richard?
I am here, yeah. Oliver Pardard's here as well, and that was a quick turnaround because as soon as I saw the car come in, I won't say I sprinted down the pit lane, Oliver, but try a brisk walk, I think, would probably be fair. But you guys got the car back out.
Yeah, I think at least you ran because you've had some sleep. But yeah, I think it's a bit of curb damage on the wheel. The old tyre that came off the last half an hour ago went back on. That will get him to the end. That's fine.
Who's in the car now?
It's Luke Smith. So Nigel owns the car. He's up sales CEO of Trimite, and they've backed the car, and his son's with him in it, alongside Jiggy, who won British GT with them many moons ago. So it's an all nice little tie-in, really.
That's very nice, isn't it? Everybody enjoyed the weekend?
I think so. All smiling, all had fun. Could have done better, but the idea is to have fun and go home in one piece, and yeah.
Go to work tomorrow?
We might have a day off before we go to Thruxton next week, and we might give ourselves a day off. But we'll see.
Sounds like a plan. Oliver, thanks a lot. Good one, guys. Thanks for that. So I guess there's going to be a penalty, so I'm going to start walking back down the other end of the pit lane now.
Yes, I haven't got one for you yet, but I wouldn't bet against it, Richard. No, it's a long old pit lane, isn't it, at Silverstone? You get your steps in, covering the pit lane, I have to say.
Yeah. 444 cars in. Sole driver.
Yes, we don't know why it's in. If you
see if I can go and have a quick word. I'm going to go into garage. Can I just ask what the problem was?
We've run out of fuel.
Run out of petrol. Okay, game over, or we're going to do a quick refill? Okay, unexpected refuel. So thank you for that. Hope you can sort. So they're just sorting out the fuel for that. So an unexpected refuel for 444.
444.
Lots of 4.
Easy for you to say. Right, I don't have a penalty for you, Richard, but I do have a reason for you to get back to the podium, because Robin Welsh, I believe, is waiting to have a chat to you. Robin Welsh,
yes,
organiser of the event, basically. What a fabulous job he's done. He's been far too busy to talk to any of us, quite frankly.
Earlier on he said, I'll come and find you. So him coming to find me is me going to find him at the other end of the pit lane.
But you were coming this way anyway,
Yeah,
Richard.
do you know what, actually, the work that the guy's done in putting all this together, he deserves that, to be fair.
Yeah. So there we go. We look forward to that
Thank
chat.
you for that, yeah. Speak to you shortly.
Yes, indeed. He's jogging at the pit lane. It takes me a good 5 minutes to saunter from one end to the other. Hopefully Richard can get there a little sooner than that. So yeah, Robin Welsh, what a great job he's done. Jack, our first time, both of us covering this event, any sort of 24-hour race, but this event in particular, it's my second time working on the championship. But what a fabulous event it's been, so well run, and that really counts for every element of it. The organisational side from the Brscc admin team, the way that the race itself has run and been handled by race control and the safety cars and the marshals, of course. But then Robin Welsh and his team for bringing this championship, or this series, I should say, to the Brscc and putting on a show. And we've seen that they've been strict on rules, been strict on penalties, but for a reason, because this has felt like a really professional club-level endurance race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you need to, don't you? You need to lay down the law. And I think Rob Lewis had a little bit of a chat with them early on yesterday to say, yeah, they were being a little bit lenient, sort of thing, just trying to let everybody get into the race, because you are quite hyped and everything like that. And then all of a sudden they started to crack down on things, and that's exactly what we need to do. If we want to make it look as professional as possible, we've got the fantastic stream. We've got obviously a team of commentators. We've also got that's Fighting Talk overtaking AB Motorsport. Is that and EMAX? So all of a sudden, Fighting Talk have found a little bit more pace than they were potentially showing before, because AB and EMAX were pulling away from them earlier on. And so before I start waxing lyrical about the organisations and the fantastic weekend we've had, probably worth keeping an eye on this. It's not necessarily for position, but it's 3 very quick cars, and potentially 4 actually. I'm not sure who the driver is in the background.
Well, it isn't for position between these 4 cars, but it could cost AB Motorsport a position, because last time around they had a disastrous lap, quite frankly. They were only 9 seconds faster than Tipton Auto Centre Racing, but it was going to be tight, wasn't it, whether they get there? So a second dropped here or there, and you have to imagine they're losing time now, scrapping away with EMAX Motorsport and Majestic, wasn't it? Majestic Motorsport, or is that Fighting Talk? Fighting Talk, yes. The 309. You have to imagine this is costing them some time. So if they believe the 309 car is quick, then they can settle in behind and have a bit of a slipstream train going. That might help them. But yeah, they can't afford any delays here, AB.
No, that's it, isn't it? I mean, there is the argument that if they just sit behind and get in the slipstream, maybe they can gain a little bit of time with that. But to be honest, they don't need to. They're the only drivers, or they're one of very few racers out there at the moment who are actually lapping in the 301s. Another driver who is lapping in the 301s, though, is EMAX Motorsport, who, of course, they're in this fight with, fight in air quotes, obviously, because it's not necessarily for position, but it's still sort of quite hotly contested, I would say. But, they're still going to be quicker than the drivers ahead of them. However, I think I've just seen Tipton Auto Centre, they've just done a 308.7. That's the fastest they've done by about 2 seconds, or maybe a second. since we've been tracking this battle. And as AB Motorsport come across the line, it's a 3:03, so they're only quicker by 5 seconds on that particular lap. That could, you're right, throw it away.
Well, yeah, that's not enough. They need more than that because they're 41.3 seconds back. It was already a fairly Goliath task that they were taking on there. They were a minute and, well, they were nearly 2 minutes behind when I first spotted it, when they first moved into 10th place, AB Motorsport. They've got that down under 1 minute now, but yeah, it's going to take a Herculean effort now to get that position away, you would have to imagine, unless, as I said, now they've settled down that group, they can once again, they may even go quicker now that they've settled into a little bit of a groove. Out of left field corner, that looks like one of the Patrick Watts Motorsport cars, the 506, I want to say, which is the better placed, I think, of the two Patrick Watts cars. They've both had their dramas, haven't they? 506 is in 37th place, 507 in no, further up than that, I think. 507. 507.
While you find that, well, actually, we'll go down to Richard while you find that.
Yes, thank you. 51st place, Richard.
There we go.
Eventually.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, guys. No, not at all. Thank you very much. I'm down here with Robin Welsh, the event organiser. First of all, super event, Robin. We really wanted to sort of gather what are your thoughts?
Yeah, just really enjoyed the whole race. I think everyone's had a great time. You know, thank you to all the teams. We need the support, and we're really grateful for the support. The Marshals, the Orange Army. You know, it was really good to see all those guys here. But yeah, the whole event's gone really well. Thank you, Silverlake Automotive Recycling, the main sponsors. Pretty tired now. I've been very busy the whole time.
How much sleep did you grab?
Got 3 hours this morning. Went to bed at 6 o'clock. Got 3 hours and then got back up. And I can't really sleep. You know, I used to race in this, so I know what the drivers are going through. I know what the teams are going through, and I just get too involved emotionally in you know, following what's going on. I can't let it go in my head. So I'm just so enthusiastic about it. I love it.
That enthusiasm comes through with the way it's organised and the way it's presented. My first event was Snetterton, which was a fantastic baptism for me in the championship, and to come along and do the 24 hours is a privilege, and it's been a wonderful event. So full credit to you and your team.
Thank you very much. It's a load of work to make this happen, and the team don't get enough credit. You know, everyone thinks it's me, and you know I do a lot of it, but I've got a huge team behind me to make a 24-hour event happen. It's an admin nightmare. And you know, we're going to have a week off, I think, and you know, just chill out for a while. But on to the next one, and we'll see how that goes.
People are already pestering about next year and saying, you know, we're going to come and do this again next year. And the amount of people that you get saying that's incredible, isn't it, when you're on the event?
Yeah, it's great, exactly. You know, the longer we can keep this going, the better. You know, to be able to do club racing at the Formula One circuit of the UK. It's a bit, you know, it's a bit surreal, really, and it's great, and we're really privileged to have the opportunity to bring our cars here and to put this show on for everyone. You know.
Robin, thank you again. I hope you get a good sleep after this. You and the team have certainly earned it, and I think you're going to join us for the podium presentations and do the honours for us there.
Yeah, I'll be up there. The first time doing it, and you know, I think last year was my first year owning the club and doing all that, and I sort of let Charlotte deal with it. I didn't really want to do it, but you know what, I feel I've got a hold of things, and I know everyone, and I really want to. You know, the guys deserve it. They've done the people at the front to do what they've done. It's such a huge achievement. Not just the drivers, you know, their part in this is actually relatively small. The teams and everything. So, you know, I just want to shake their hands and say well done.
Awesome, well done, Robin. Thanks for chatting to us. Thanks for a great event. We'll see you on the podium.
Yeah, perfect. See you then. Thank you.
Of course, Richard, you could have put money on it. As soon as we threw to you, there was drama on the track. The 506 car.
Well, that's fairly typical.
Yes, the Patrick Watts car we were talking about, as we threw to you, has rolled at Beckett, gone off into the gravel. There was contact with another car going through maggots, sent the car sideways into the gravel. It went over once, landed on its wheels, smashed all the windows. The driver is out and okay, and I think they're going to just leave the car there under double waved yellows. We are only 15 minutes away from the conclusion of the race, but that was an unfortunate moment for the 506 car. So having just searched desperately to spot where it was in the order, well, it's out of date now because it will lose multiple places here, or well, a couple of places potentially before the run to the flag. But a scary place to go off. We've seen a couple of cars go over at that area of the track, including Sir Chris Hoy yesterday, and unfortunately the 506 car suffering a similar fate.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not something you want to do at any point in the race, but it must be a heartbreak. You know, I would say, Richard, to go and have a chat to a few of the drivers, but to be honest, I would avoid it like the plague if I was down there, because you don't want to be. I'm sure no one down there has anything they particularly want to say to a camera or indeed a microphone, because you can imagine how they feel. I'm sure you don't need to hear it coming through your earphones as well. Now we're looking at the leader, Hybrid Tune Motorsport, going very close to the Silverlake Racing and not holding back, even though they've got a 2-lap lead going through Maggots and Beckett's.
And we've been watching them getting very close to cars for 23 3/4 hours, but suddenly it gets you on edge, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because they're into that final quarter of an hour of the race, and things that they've been taking for granted up until this point, all of a sudden will start to cross their mind. But it's been I wouldn't say an utterly dominant performance. They've always had this ever-present threat through the second half of the race from Emax Motorsport, but that car has been rarely, if ever, out of the top 3. It was in the top 3 for the first few hours of the race. It was in the top 3 when we went to bed last night. It was in the top 2 when we arrived back at the circuit today, and it's led pretty much all day today. So car 388, I'm almost certain, will have led more laps than any other team in the race. The question is how many it's led, and I'll have to count that in a moment, because it's we've had 435 laps, so quite a lot of them have been led by Hybrid Tune. Yes, possibly getting on for about 300 of them, I reckon. So yes, pretty big winning margin this is going to be. Certainly bigger than the 48 seconds that they enjoyed a year ago.
Yeah, no, it's getting to the point where it's going to be very, very close, though, between the 9th place, so 10th and 9th, AB and Tipton. We've been following it for a while. Now there's only about a 26-second gap. 12 minutes to go, 12 and a half minutes to go. I don't think it's going to be significant enough to actually turn into a battle, but still a fantastic drive, I think, by AB Motorsport. Probably personally one of my drives of the weekends from their recovery from being so far back for AB. That would get my vote. I'm sure there's loads of other stories up and down the pit lane where people would potentially are probably commenting on the YouTube chat right now saying, oh no, I think these people have deserved a big shout out. I think these people have deserved a big shout out. But to be honest, if you've got a car rotating and it's lasted this long and you're going to take a checker flag, you can pat yourselves on the back. And I don't say that to discourage 506, who's currently still sat in the gravel trap at Maggots. It sounds really harsh me saying that, but obviously they've done a fantastic job for 23 hours and 45 minutes. It's a shame that they probably didn't deserve it to end this way.
No, absolutely not. No, we want everyone to be running at the flag. There will be inevitably a few who aren't, but to end the race this close to the finish is heartbreaking. They've got the JCB, the Life Snatch vehicle, heading over to collect the 506 though, and that car will at least be out of harm's way before the end of the race, and yellow flags hopefully can go back in there. Checking back in with the 9th place scrap, AB Motorsport then 26 seconds back. They're back to taking 8 to 9 seconds a lap out of Tipton Auto Centre Racing. 11 minutes to go. The leader is, where did I just see the leader? Was it Maggots Beckett's area? So we've got, I reckon, 4 more laps that we should squeeze in. It might just be enough this for AB Motorsport, but it's going to come down to the... of course, they've got to catch Tipton, then they've got to pass them. Now, admittedly, they are quite a bit quicker at this point of the race, but I'm sure Tipton will be keeping abreast of the situation as well, and not wanting to allow the AB car to snatch a position from them right at the death. So that is a battle that will likely be decided in the final couple of laps. We may not have a last lap lead change this time around, as we've seen in the past in this race, but certainly there will be some fights. And the fights we're watching really are exclusively within the top 30. I'm sure there are others further back which are also pretty close. Yeah, multiple positions outside of the top 30 where cars are on the same lap as each other at least. So there will be maybe the chance for more positional changes right to the end of the race. Hopefully not as far as Hybrid Tune Motorsport are concerned for the race lead, because they are now less than 10 minutes from home.
Yeah, I was actually just about to mention Fighting Talk as well, as they appear on our screen. They've actually gapped Majestic Motorsport by about 20 seconds, which, considering we were watching them go wheel to wheel about 15-20 minutes ago, is fairly impressive. You were mentioning sort of gaps and battles that are up and down the field. Silverlake Racing, that's the 558 machine in 23rd position, is, well, less than a second away from Amigo Motorsport in the 450, so that's a battle for 22nd position. That's going on, looks like it's heating up quite well. And there's also, down in 30th position, SF Motorsport, 1.7 seconds behind the 328 WRC.
Third place car in the pit lane.
Oh, yeah.
This is the 318 WRC Developments car into the pit lane at speed, so I don't think there's a problem. I wonder if they need a splash of fuel here. When did they last pit 318? It was a while ago. I'll have to turn potentially to the special laptop which calculates the stint times, but it looks like, yes, they've got fuel ready. So there is fuel going into the 318 car, and a late splash of fuel, it won't, almost certainly won't, cost them third place as long as that's all it is. There's nothing more sinister. They've got 2 hours, 3 minutes they've done, which is about right, isn't it? So another car. Oh, that's the Silverlake car, which I think was being ushered back onto the track and now is being told not to go back on the track. This is down at Club Corner, but yeah, not in the script this for WRC Developments. Third place is theirs, provided there is no more sinister issue with the car.
I was going to say, I think I was down in the pit lane when WRC Developments actually came in. I remember reporting on it and saying that they were hoping that would be the last one, but it was a little bit ambitious, so they clearly haven't had the luck go their way. And I mean, to be honest, slightly surprising, I would argue, because we have had, I wouldn't say surprising, because they were asking a lot of that car, but we have had that safety car, but maybe not as many safety cars as they were hoping for, sort of thing.
And when you've got the cushion they've got,
yeah, no point risking it.
Yeah, exactly. A couple of laps ahead of Fake Taxi. If you run out of fuel, that's it. You don't finish third. Simple as that. They could pit and still hold on to third place, and they'd be absolutely fine. So discretion, the better part of valour there, and they will get that fuel in, and may even have sent the car on its way already. In fact, yes, it's trundling down the pit lane at 40 kilometres an hour as I speak. So panic over. They're still on course for third place. AB Motorsport, meanwhile, they're right in behind that Fighting Torque car. They've caught another, I think, slightly slower car ahead, which they'll need to negotiate. The Team Hard 519 car, which is to the outside of them through Aintree. Another bit of a bobble. The second moment like that this lap, actually, for the AB car. They had a twitch at Copse where they almost lost it over the curbs, and now they're pushing on to working with the Fighting Torque car here, not voluntarily perhaps on the in the case of the Fighting Torque car, but I think AB have realised that that car, 309, is a little bit faster than them maybe and could drag them along. We'll get you the gap very shortly then between that 9th and 10th place cars. It was 17.6 seconds at the start of the lap. There goes the 446 car across the start-finish line. It is a lap time of 3 minutes 11.1. They're always consistently in the high 3-minute 10s or low 3-minute 11s. Now, the AB car is not going as quickly now as it was before, but it might still be quick enough because they're within 10 seconds, and they were a full 10 seconds faster that time. So at that rate, they will be nose to tail for 9th place at the end of this their 430th lap, with what will be about 3 minutes to go on the clock. So they're going to be together going on to the last lap, basically.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's with that pace differential as well. You said, you know, catching up is one thing, overtaking is another. I don't know what Tipton can do if they're that much quicker, AB Motorsport. So we've been building this up, and I think actually what we might look at is almost like a DRS pass watching F1, just using that slipstream AB Motorsport. Now, whether Tipton can sort of not get their act together, that's a bit harsh, but sort of if they can pick up the pace and get into the rhythm of the cars around them once they actually catch up, that's a different story. But right now, a bit of a sitting duck if you just look at the last 10 lap times.
Yes, at the moment there are no cars around them, which might be part of the problem actually. The Venus car, Venus Motorsport car, is slow at Woodcote. Again, we're into the last 10 minutes and things start to go wrong. Cars start to make noises they shouldn't be. If you've miscalculated your fuel, then this obviously is when you're going to discover that. So that car creeping relatively slowly down towards Copse Corner, staying well out of the way, but very doubtful that it's going to make its way around to the end of this lap. Why it didn't pit, I don't know, because it was actually slow off Luffield and had ample opportunity to dive for the pit lane, but for whatever reason elected not to do so. Need to keep an eye on where the leader is here as well, try and figure out when that last lap is going to start. We've got 5 minutes to go. Remember, a lap time is just in excess of 3 minutes, so I think the next lap will probably be the penultimate lap for the race leading car. But we'll just keep an eye to it, as there's a close moment coming out of Luffield there. The few cars, that's the SVG car, is it not? Yeah, just being overtaken. But into the closing stages of the race, where is AB? That's the car we're looking for, really, in its quest to take this 9th place.
Yeah, I actually waved out the window because I thought it was hybrid. Obviously, we were keeping an eye out for it, but it absolutely wasn't. I was completely incorrect. We've been watching these things for 24 hours, and I still can't tell them apart. Yeah, no, we are actually. We're trying to find them now. Obviously, we've got the pictures that you guys can see at home. We will use and abuse the view that we got in the commentary box, but a track that is the size of Silverstone, we can only see 3 corners here in the commentary box, so it's much better to try and find them out on track. That's the Burton SCK sort of battle that's brewing. It's not for position, but equally 3 cars are very close to each other, and I think we've just seen AB Motorsport going around Luffield.
Yes, and they're right behind the Tipton Auto Centre Racing, so that pass that we've been expecting for basically 45 minutes or so is about to happen. I think they're side by side out of the last corner. Here they come up the inside, and that is going to be, well, it's not quite a done deal yet actually. The Tipton car hanging tough around the outside, the 446 car, but the AB Motorsport car's got the inside line down to Copse Corner, and for 9th position from nearly 2 minutes behind when that car first moved into 10th place, it now does take 9th place pretty easily going into Copse Corner, so AB Motorsport will get that car into 9th. That is as far as it will get now. They're 2.5 minutes behind Majestic Motorsport in 8th place, but what a tremendous drive. The overtake, in the end, a bit of a non-event, but really the exciting bit there was watching that gap coming down, and with 3 minutes left on the clock, finally the move was made.
I mean, Tipton still have a top 10. Nothing to shake a stick at, put it that way. It's still pretty decent, but you're absolutely right. AB with a fantastic drive, pulling on strong right at the end. I mean, I know Phil Ingram is a very fast driver. I don't know if he's the driver that's currently in there, but it's I'm sure his friends and his teammates are equally very, very fast as well. So they're in good company clearly, and it's a bit of a shame that they had those early incidents and those early problems, because by the looks of their pace, they would have been right there at the front of the field for the majority of this. It's a shame they had to change engines twice and ECUs and brakes and all that sort of thing.
It is indeed. The race leader, meanwhile, comes out of Luffield Corner onto the final lap of the race, and for Hybrid Tune then this will be lap 440 that they are starting now, and the victory now just 3.66 miles away from them. And this is going to be a big moment for the Hybrid Tune Motorsport team. I believe the first team to win more than one of these C1 24-hour races, and they're going to do it in back-to-back years and in absolutely dominant fashion in the end. As we've documented, this car has been at the front of the field for most of the race, certainly the second part of the race, and Emax Motorsport, try as they might, just never could get the lucky brakes really to allow them to challenge, and then when they did get half a chance, they weren't quite quick enough to stay with the leaders. They're lapping well now, Emax, actually, in the 3 minute zero, is one of the fastest cars on track, but it's only going to be good enough for second, it seems.
Stunning, really, from Hybrid. There's no other word for it. They've been immaculate. They've withstood all of the pressure, and we quite often say during sprint races that they've done a good job at withstanding the pressure, but when you do it over an endurance event, when you do it over 24 hours, it's pretty sensational. And the fact that they've done it 2 years in a row, they must be thinking this is pretty easy. Hopefully all their luck hasn't run out at once, and next year it goes disastrously wrong. Although I'm sure probably some of their teammates are hoping that maybe they have a little niggle here or there, more than they have done already. But to be honest, they've had little niggles. There's a big dent in the side of that car, and there's a wheel bearing that's going wrong as well. And they just seem to be able to ride the wave and ride through it and put in really consistent lap times. Fast, consistent lap times as well, and they've never really, since we joined in at 9 AM this morning, they've never really been touched, have they? They haven't been that much challenged. However much Emax was thrown at them, they've absorbed it, and they've driven through to what will be a fantastic victory.
Yes, for sure. Across the line there goes the AB car, now officially classified in 9th position, and 6.6 seconds ahead of the Tipton Auto Centre Racing car, which will hold on to 10th place. The A-team are not going to be close enough to challenge them before the flag, but the flag is now less than half a lap away for the Hybrid Tune Motorsport team, and after a grueling 24 hours of racing. We've had some pretty awful weather at this event in the past, but this weekend it's been picture perfect. It's been hot, it's been sunny, the wind has not been too ferocious, certainly none of the usual fog overnight and into the early hours of the morning that have caused havoc in years gone by. It's been a hot 24 hours of racing though, and for the teams and drivers out there on track and in pit lane, it's been a really tough race to get to the end of, but we're going to have a remarkably low attrition rate. The vast majority of cars which started the race are going to be running at the flag, and they are all going to be led home by this one. Hybrid Tune, for the second year in a row, look set to take the victory in the race. The 388 car then makes its way through the last couple of corners. David Meaden, Mark James and Stephen James make their way through Woodcote Corner towards the checkered flag, and it is going to be victory in the 2022 Silverlake C1 Racing Series Silverstone 24 Hours for Hybrid Tune Motorsport. 2 years in a row, they're on the top step of the Silverstone podium. What a brilliant performance for Hybrid Tune Motorsport. They're your winners, and they're your winners by quite some margin. Brilliant.
Yeah, fantastic as well, and obviously we're going to hopefully see Emacs coming across the line. WRC Developments and Fake Taxi have already taken the checkered flag to confirm themselves into 4th place, of course. Another fantastic recovery drive by the 312 car into 4th. There are stories all up and down the pits, and I'm sure drivers who have shared the experience of this weekend will be chatting about it for years to come, which is at the end of the day what motorsport is about. It's about making memories and having a good time with the people around you. So fingers crossed, most people have walked away with an enjoyable experience. We have got a very slow car on the outside of Luffield. I can't quite see the number, can't quite see the livery. I'm hoping that limps to the line. It has literally got about 400 metres to go. Probably a little bit more, 500 metres maybe, but it is going very, very slowly. It would almost be nice if someone just stopped and pushed it across the line, wouldn't it? But that might be unnecessary contact.
Yes, and I don't think WRC Developments Limited are going to do that, because they're coming home to claim a podium place here. 3rd place finish for WRC Developments Limited. The 318 car comes across the line, and the team made up of David Drinkwater, Jonathan Salem, James Poulton and Andy Mollison finished 2nd here at Silverstone. Finished 3rd here at Silverstone, I should say. 2nd, of course, will go to Emacs Motorsport, and they're coming out of the last corner now as well. And that 346 car that's been in the mix all race long, Jake and James Little sharing it with Max Finn and Stuart Ratcliffe. They come through now to finish in 2nd position. Now, the car that we spotted slowing, tragically, is not going to make it to the flag. Now, that's not the 507, is it? Not the Patrick Watts Motorsport car, it's that vaguely that livery. The light is shining on the windscreen in a really awkward position, but I think it is
398, is it? No. It does look like 507.
I think it is, isn't it? The 507 car. Yes, it is. So Patrick Watts Motorsport. Well, this is where we really do need one of those sporting moments that we had, of course, in the very first race for the Citroën C1 24 Hours at Rockingham a number of years ago, where a car was pushed into the pit lane when it ran out of fuel towards the end of the race. Someone needs to come and give that 507 car a shove. It almost does look like it's run out of fuel, doesn't it? Because it just got progressively slower through the last couple of corners. And, you know, if you had something that had broken on the car and you still had a little bit of power, you just get it across the line. And if it damages the car, it damages the car. At least you've got to the finish. But that does have all the hallmarks of a car that has no more fuel. Yeah, I mean, and it is literally 250 metres away from the line, which is heartbreaking, really. And probably if the 507 team are actually listening in, won't thank me for saying that either, really. But yeah, someone needs to go and give that car a shove. Probably someone needs to go and give them a hug as well, I imagine, because that is, I mean, we've seen one of the cars rolling at maggots with 15 minutes to go. Well, the teammate car. Well, exactly. I mean, it's, you just head in hands and cry for him, wouldn't you, really? Well, and they were taken out of contention within the first hour or so, weren't they, when they had that off at Stowe, which was not their fault either. Now, granted, they've had penalties since then, which you could argue were, but that is not what they deserve. To have both cars fail to reach the finish within the final 15 or 20 minutes of the race is absolutely heartbreaking. And, of course, this is the team that lost this race on the final lap back in 2019 as well. So I spoke to Patrick Watts a couple of times, and every time he says how much he enjoys this event. I wonder if he's starting to amend that opinion slightly. I was going to say they were in the pit lane as well for quite a long time when I was down there. I was interviewing Amy, and all of a sudden, well, I say all of a sudden, I'll tell it later, because all of a sudden we got Richard. We do. Richard, did you enjoy that?
I did, and the revving is Stephen James bringing the hybrid tuned car down into Parc Fermé, makeshift Parc Fermé as it is, to the applause of the team and fans. Stephen, many congratulations. I'm not even going to let you take your crash helmet off because I want to get that first word and reaction. What does this mean to you guys?
To win it 2 years in a row, it's brilliant. Honestly, I think, you know, we were quite optimistic to think we'd come here and win it again, because it just takes everything to come together. Yeah, it was a brilliant night. We had a lot of scares. Wheel bearing, rumbling from like 10 o'clock last night. So
was it still doing it?
Yeah, you can't hear the engine, it's just the wheel bearing. wheel bearing and the radio. We just turned the radio up.
Yeah, Sam said that you had the radio up and that was blanking it out. But this was a late decision, wasn't it, to come here this weekend?
Yeah, it was a late decision. I think we decided about 2 weeks ago, and Robin was very generous to get the entry sorted for us quite late. So he helped us out, came back to defend the crown, and I think I'm so pleased we've done it now, because actually to come back and defend it a year after we won it was really good.
And now you've got to go for the hat-trick.
Have we? Yeah, we've got to go for the hat-trick, apparently. Yeah, we'll go for the hat-trick, are we?
Shrugs of the shoulders. I think it has to be done for a little bit of motorsport history, to be perfectly honest.
It takes a lot of luck, it takes a lot of everything. I mean, everyone worked so hard all night. You know, barely anyone's had any sleep. It was just full on the whole night long.
Well, take stock, have a bit of a celebration. Thank you for letting me talk to you without taking your crash helmet off. It's bad of me. Get yourself rehydrated. We'll see you on the podium in a few moments. So for the hybrid tune team, Stephen James, waiting for the second and third cars coming in. You can see the reaction here and what it means to everybody. I've got to look both ways because we've got the Emax Motorsport 346 car coming in as well. But WRC Developments have come in, and a second team into our Parc Ferme, or parking podium. And I'll tell you what, okay, we're going to do 1, 3 and then 2. So we'll grab a word. Is this Toby? Yeah. Toby Ward. And Robin gives him a hug. Congratulations, Toby. I hope the mic's working. A very well-earned podium. I'm glad I wasn't involved in the shower, but you probably need that after those stints.
Yeah, it was so hot out there.
Do you want to get your crash helmet off? And I'll just give you a minute, and then we can make sure we hear you properly. And also, we've got our 346 car in as well. We'll go over and have a chat with our driver of 346 as well, the team. There. Keep that man there because we want to have a quick word. I've got to make these quick because we need to get you up on the podium. Toby, third position, podium. What a mega long, hard race. Your thoughts?
Oh, it's the best thing ever. First 24-hour race for me. Team, everything, perfect all weekend. Loved it.
Many congratulations. Sorry to cut short. We're going to get you up to the podium. Going to grab a quick word with our second place. Let's hear it for Toby. How about that? That's great, isn't it? And we'll go over, let's have a look at second place 346. And we'll grab a quick word. Sorry to butt in, just want a quick word with the driver of the car that comes across in second position. How does it mean to get to the end of that on the podium? It's a fine drive.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much. Emax, we've been doing this for a little while. It's a long time coming, but all about the team.
That's really, really good to hear. Everybody has a part to play, don't they, in this racing? Absolutely superb. What a great weekend. And your thoughts on that? Do you get nerves? Do you hear things on the last stint?
Yeah, a little bit. But plus the throttle was stuck on full tilt, so interesting.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. Congratulations. We're going to get you upstairs to the podium. So round of applause for our top 3 drivers down here, or top 3 teams. And we're going to get you up to the podium and hopefully get through with the podium before we get to the end of the curfew. So momentarily, if I may, hand you back to the commentary box while we get everybody upstairs.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. What a finish, what a race, what an event. The other cheer that you heard, perhaps, whilst the podium finishers were pulling in, was the cheer as a group of marshals, tired as they will have been at that point, pushed the 507 car back across the line. So it did reach the finish, albeit with a little bit of outside assistance. This, then, is the race result. Hybrid Tune Motorsport get the victory. The 388 car from Emax Motorsport, number 346 in second. 318 WRC Developments Limited in third. 312 Fake Taxi in fourth. 449 JW Bird Motorsport fifth. 504 BH Motorsport and SCK Motorsport in sixth. 309 Fighting Talk was seventh. Eighth for number 382 Majestic Motorsport. Ninth after that astonishing drive at the end for AB Motorsport's 394 car. And 10th, the team that they pipped to 10th place with a lap and a half to spare, was the 446 Tipton Auto Centre Racing. You can see the rest of the results scrolling through your screen. It was Fighting Talk who set the fastest lap earlier on, but it's Hybrid Tune Motorsport who are victorious for a second year in a row.
Mega stuff. I'm just going to make my way through the crowd of drivers. Scott Woodwis is here as well. Robbie Welch here already. So now, which side strategically do I stand? I need to be out of the way of the camera, so I'm going to stand next to Scott Woodwis, who's also put a heck of a lot of work. Before we get going, ladies and gentlemen, on the podium presentations, give it up again for Robin Welch and the team, the whole team here. Great effort. So let's crack on with our podium presentation. In third position, the 318 car, WRC Developments Limited, David Drinkwater, Jonathan Salem, James Poulton, Andy Mollison and Toby Ward. Let's hear it for them. Absolutely brilliant. So, and a proper podium that we've got here. Here we go. Here comes the last trophy. Thank you very much indeed. That's going on as well. We move on to second position. The Emax Motorsport Team 346. Give it up for Jake Little, Stuart Ratcliffe, Max Finn and James Little. And the gentleman they are saying, after you, no, after you, even after 24 hours. Hats and trophies from Robin, and they will take the second step of the podium. Don't podium look so much better when they're crowded? This is what motorsport's about. Big team effort, big team achievements, and we're going to celebrate the biggest achievement of the weekend with our winning team, the 388 car, Hybrid Tune. Welcome again to the podium, Stephen James, David Meehan, Mark James and Sam Weller. Oh, there goes the bubbly. This is the part where Andy, Andy, I nearly got hit by the cork like you did at Brands Hatch that time.
You want to watch for them, Richard, they're dangerous.
But yeah, so plenty of spraying going on, which I'm not too sure is good for all the cameras that are filming, to be perfectly honest.
Makes a good photo though, doesn't it?
I'm being called coward for going behind, but I've done this before. A certain Rubens Barrichello ruined a jacket of mine at Donington when he was in F3000 a few years ago. Robin Welsh, thank you ever so much. Closing thoughts before we grab a quick word with the winning team.
Just what an amazing event. Thank you, everyone, and see you next year. Hopefully it's it.
Thank you, Robin, very much. Round of applause for Robin again before he goes to our winning team. Photographs being taken. Hey! Proper podium. Let's have a quick word with the winners. I'm going to start with Sam. What a weekend again. As you said to me on the interviews, it was a late decision, but well worth it, surely.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. To come away as you know, two-time winners is unreal, really, when, like I said before, the amount of luck you need to actually just stay in the race, let alone stay at the front, so yeah. Absolute, yeah, mega effort by the team. We literally, that car on, I think it was Thursday, had no engine in it, so yeah, mega effort, guys. Thank you.
Well done, Sam. We'll see you at a touring car round soon. So, David Beard, your thoughts very quickly after the race.
Yeah, as I said, last minute call. Big thanks to Small Car Parts for getting us an engine on such short notice. It's actually pulled out Paula's car. So thanks to Rick and them for sorting that out, and to Renville and Hybrid Tune for getting the car together, and all the sponsors. You know, it was brilliant to be able to actually get here on such short notice.
Brilliant, David. Thank you very much. Mark James.
Yes, well, I've got to echo what those guys have just said, really. The Hybrid Tune, yeah, just we last minute deal, all came together, and I think the car's making a few more funny noises now than it did at the start. Probably a bit like us as well, but nevertheless, yeah, awesome result, 2 on the bounce.
Many congratulations, and finally, last but certainly not least, Stephen James.
Yeah, well, first thanks to David for calling me one Saturday night about 2 weeks ago when I was pissed, and then I suddenly agreed to do it in the 24-hour again. But I'm glad I did, because it's just such a brilliant event. It's the best race we do all year. Honestly, it's brilliant. Thanks.
Stephen James, Mark James, David Beard, Sam Weller, your Silverlake C1 24-hour winners for 2022. Giving them up to them.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. This is what it's all about. The last, well, I was going to say 24 hours, much longer than that. The preparations have been ongoing with lots of testing, and of course we had a round of the championship, a 5-hour race at Snetterton a few weeks ago. But that is the moment that it all counts for. Hybrid Tune Motorsport, the victors in the race this weekend, with Emax Motorsport and WRC Developments Limited finishing on the podium with them.
But Jack, the important thing here to remember, I think, is that it is not just about those 3 teams. Yes, they've got the silverware. Yes, they get to go and spray the champagne. Every team who finished this race has achieved something, and in a way, those that have had to fight through the trials and tribulations to finish 100-odd laps down, almost more so.
Yeah, they'll probably be more relieved that it's over, rather than the drivers standing on the podium. But you're absolutely right. I mean, every single car will have a story, and as I was saying in the final sort of 2 or 3 laps there, hopefully a lot of those stories will be positive, and even if they're not and they feel negative at the time, I'll tell you what, next year when they're coming up to prepare for this event again, they'll be sort of reminiscing about those sort of times and trials and tribulations, and it's a bit, I want to say character building, but it does build good relationships, and you remember those. I mean, I did the Brscc with a few drivers that I'd never spoken to before, and all of a sudden, whenever we see each other in the paddock or a pit lane, we talk about that Brscc, so it creates those sort of relationships, and hopefully, as I said, everybody comes away, maybe not right now, but in a week they'll look back at it with fond memories.
No, 100%. I could not agree more. I certainly will. My first experience of a 24-hour race has not left me disappointed one bit, and I hope that everyone who has tuned in on the live stream will agree, and those listening around the circuit and on Radio Silverstone also enjoyed the coverage. Thank you very much to our entire broadcast team, myself and Andy McEwen talking to you now, Paul Truswell, who did a mega job covering all of the action through the night, Scott Woodward as well, and of course Richard John Neal down in the pit lane, and Rob too for giving us near constant insight. Any time we had a question about what was happening, Rob had an answer, and we cannot thank him enough for all of his help and guidance throughout the weekend. That though is it. The Silverlake C1 Racing Series 24-hour race at Silverstone is complete for another year. We have a double race-winning team in Hybrid Tune Motorsport, and we look forward very much to seeing if they can come back next year and make it a hat-trick. That really would be quite some achievement. From everyone here though at Silverstone and everyone at the Brscc, thank you very much for joining us. Do head over to their website and their social media pages for more information on when their upcoming events are both live streamed and otherwise, and we'll see you again very soon.